Chapter 1. The Blessing of Many Children in the Apocalypse. 5 years into the apocalypse. Launching Jiuzhouguo. Yun Fu Shi, Xingyun Bile. Phew, I have finally saved enough for this period's barrier rent. Ye Yuni returned to his small abode, set down his farming tools, and let out a long sigh. He gazed at the evening sky. In a couple of hours, a blood moon would hang in the heavens. Although 5 years had passed, the events of that fateful night 5 years ago remained vivid in his memory. On that day, newly transported to this world, he had yearned to experience the novel civilization of launching. However, that night, the blood moon loomed. The entire launching was shrouded in a crimson glow. A cataclysm descended. Under the influence of a mysterious power, the flora and fauna of launching grew uncontrollably, subsequently launching a frenzied assault against humanity as if seeking vengeance. Before him, a man was ensnared by a wildly growing climbing vine, crushed mercilessly, with blood splattering all over him. The sudden upheaval left everyone in shock. Humanity suffered tremendous casualties. Order collapsed. Technology was lost. It took a year for people to realize that despite the loss of technology, they were not entirely powerless. Some individuals, under the shadow of the blood moon, gained extraordinary powers, akin to those plants and animals. The bloodthirsty, brutal creatures were termed Isho. Those who acquired powers were referred to as Irin. As time progressed, or upon devouring the cores of Isho, their strength would increase. Thus, across various regions, barriers were constructed around Irin, erecting high walls based on the city's needs. They provided refuge for survivors, preserving the ember of humanity. Yet in this apocalypse, order had already been re-established. Irin became the decision-makers of humanity. Only by becoming Irin could one gain respect and power. Meanwhile, ordinary individuals like them could only toil within the barriers, akin to worker bees sustaining the elite of the new order. Yeyuni sighed at the thought, lying down on his small bed. For the moment, he felt a fleeting sense of relief for having gathered the rent. Inside the barrier, people were ranked in tiers. At the top were the Irin, followed by those who paid rent. Though not entirely secure, they could find some semblance of safety and stability. At the bottom were those unable to pay rent, driven out of the barriers, relying on the barriers for shelter, the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. Their safety was not guaranteed, and the thick stench of blood on the city walls testified to their harsh existence. In this apocalypse, even a small corner of peace feels like a luxury. Damn. Yeyuni mused, a torrent of expletives flooding his mind. He might be the most unfortunate time traveler. Not only did he lack a golden finger, but he also faced the apocalypse, becoming a worker bee. A curse escaped his lips. In the next moment, a light screen suddenly appeared. Congratulations, host, for activating the apocalypse blessing of many children system. In an instant, Yeyuni was taken aback. A system for many children and blessings? Apocalypse blessing of many children system. The host can receive rewards from marrying. If the host's wife becomes pregnant, divine rewards will be granted. The birth of the host's offspring will yield super divine rewards. The more children, the greater the rewards. Beginner's gift pack issued. Congratulations, host, for receiving 6 bronze stage Isho crystal cores. Congratulations, host, for receiving a bottle of low-grade potion that can heal external wounds. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 bronze stage advancement card. Congratulations, host, for receiving an upgradable battle axe. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1,000 cubic meters of system space. A series of light screens appeared. Yeyuni was astonished. His primary concern was still the 6 bronze stage Isho crystal cores and the bronze stage advancement card. Over 5 years, humanity had developed a classification system for Irin and Isho. The classifications included bronze, silver, gold, diamond, star, and king levels, each with 3 stages: early, mid, and late. Without hesitation, Yeyuni decided to use the bronze stage advancement card. In the next moment, a surge of power coursed through Yeyuni's body, as if his meridians had been unblocked. He immediately swung his fist. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated instantly. Is this the power of the Irin? Moreover, this is merely the Li Lang of a newly initiated Qingtong Jiebie. Subsequently, a luminous screen materialized before Yeyuni. Name: Yeyuni. Height: 185 centimeters stage, early bronze. Skills, none weapon. Upgradable battle axe. After the screen appeared, Yi Yuni felt a stirring within his mind. A towering battle axe descended into his hands. The weight of it made Yi Yuni, now an Yi Run, feel as though his arms were being heavily pressed down. He scrutinized the massive axe. Standing at his height, it was shrouded in darkness, save for the white blade that radiated a chilling light. Merely gazing at it revealed its sharpness and heft. A fine weapon. After preparing himself, Yi Yuni noticed several Kingsir Jinghe and began to absorb one. However, the absorption rate was excruciatingly slow. It seems that one cannot become fat in a single bite. Yi Yuni mused, then picked up a crystal core and stepped outside his home. Today, he could improve his living conditions. As for the future, it appeared he must hasten to embark on his grand endeavor of procreation. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yuni returned, shouldering a wild boar leg along with other items. Of course, he also had 9 mid-bronze and 9 early bronze crystal cores in his pouch. This amounted to a mere expenditure of 1 early bronze crystal core. At this moment, Yi Yuni paraded through the streets. Nearby, the survivors gazed enviously at the wild boar leg and other goods he bore. Their mouths watered uncontrollably. Their meager wages after a month of hard labor amounted to just 2 early bronze crystal cores, one for rent, the other barely sufficient for some rice bran and other meager sustenance. Even so, they still found themselves unsated. When hunger struck, they could only rely on water to fill their bellies. Some contemplated theft, but disregarding Yi Yuni's imposing stature and strength, they themselves subsisted on rice bran and toiled all day. They were powerless. Now, they were all exhausted, let alone stealing. Their desires had waned to the point where they only yearned to eat and sleep, with even the instinct to procreate nearly extinguished. Yi Yuni returned to his small abode under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Meanwhile, in the distance, a girl observed him. Her eyes were clear and dark, and her delicate face, with its willow-like brows and cherry-red lips, sparked boundless imagination. Tall and graceful, she still retained an alluring figure despite the malnourished world she inhabited. Her long, slender legs, though clad in coarse burlap, remained captivating. However, she leaned on a cane, revealing a wound on one slender leg for which blood oozed. She gazed forward, her eyes filled with despair. Once, she belonged to a well-off family and was the center of attention at school, with suitors in abundance. Her future had seemed bright until the apocalypse struck. Her family was torn apart by Isa. By chance, she had entered the barrier and, through hard work, secured a small corner of safety. But yesterday, she had sustained an injury while working. Now, as the rent day approached, she was certain she could not pay. She intended to borrow from her neighbors, yet encountered barriers at every turn. In this apocalyptic world, where even food was scarce, who would lend anything? Failing to pay rent would mean expulsion from the barrier. Contemplating this, Zhou Huaiwei shuddered involuntarily. For her, venturing beyond the barrier meant certain death, and not necessarily from the Isho, but rather from the cruelty of those outside the barrier. She looked at Yi Yuni, who had just entered the house, and gritted her teeth. With her last glimmer of hope, she leaned upon her cane and made her way toward that small dwelling. Chapter 2. The school bell comes knocking. At this moment, Yi Yui was preparing to stew some meat, eager to indulge in a delightful meal. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Yi Yui opened the door and was greeted by the sight of Zhou Huaiwei standing at the entrance, leaning on her cane, biting her lip, exuding an air of bashfulness. It was a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Yi Yui stared at Zhou Huaiwei, momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Her figure was exquisite, akin to delicate branches bearing ripe fruit. Before the apocalypse, she would undoubtedly have been regarded as a school belle. However, in this world where strength reigned supreme, such a title seemed more akin to that of a mere decorative vase. Yet, Yi Yui remained oblivious to her intentions. He inquired, "What is it?" His cold tone caused Zhou Huaiwei to tremble slightly. She looked up at him, hope glimmering in her eyes. "Hello. May I borrow some money to pay the barrier rent?" Zhou Huaiwei stammered, her voice quivering as she stood on the edge of despair. After all, those around her had little to spare. If Yi Yui did not assist her, she would be left with no choice but to face death. There would be no need to wait until she was driven out. After all, It would be better to end her life within the barrier than to suffer humiliation and a gruesome demise outside. At that moment, Yi Yui understood her plight. He gazed at her and said, "I can give you the money. No need to borrow." "Really?" Zhou Huaiwei's excitement surged as she looked at Yi Yui, her mind racing. After 5 years of the apocalypse, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. "What do you want in return?" "Become my wife and bear my child." Zhou Huaiwei bit her lip, momentarily stunned. Though she had anticipated such a proposition, hearing it directly from Yi Yui left her unprepared. After a moment of contemplation, she clenched her fist and met his gaze. "I agree." In the next instant, a light screen appeared before Yi Yui. "Congratulations, host, for successfully marrying. You have acquired the skill of rapid absorption of crystal nuclei." The skill of rapid absorption of crystal nuclei? Was this not precisely what he desired? After all, he had just tested his abilities and found the absorption speed to be excruciatingly slow. He promptly retrieved a bronze late-stage crystal nucleus and absorbed it in an instant. Name: Yi Yui. Height: 185 centimeters. Rank: mid-bronze. Skill: rapid absorption. Weapon: upgradable battle axe, can be stored in the system. Is this truly real? At that moment, Yi Yui absorbed all the other crystal nuclei he had. Name: Yi Yui. Height: 185 centimeters. Rank: early silver. Skill: rapid absorption. Weapon: upgradable battle axe. A surge of powerful strength coursed through him, and Yi Yui stared at his attribute panel in disbelief, realizing he had ascended to the silver rank. It was important to note that in a small barrier like Xingyun, a silver rank stronghold was considered nearly at the pinnacle of power. Yi Yui turned his gaze to Zhou Huaiwei, his eyes softening slightly. However, the next moment, Zhou Huaiwei's complexion turned pale, her body faltering as she began to sway backward. Yi Yui stepped forward, catching her in his arms and lifting her effortlessly. The softness of her form stirred something within him. Zhou Huaiwei felt herself weightless, falling into a firm embrace. She looked up to find herself nestled against Yi Yui, feeling the security of his solid hold. Yi Yui kicked the door shut and laid her gently on the small bed. He then tore open her burlap trousers. Zhou Huaiwei gasped, a flush creeping across her cheeks as she shrank back. Yet, she gazed at Yi Yui with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, biting her lip as she tentatively asked, "Can we wait until evening?" Yi Yui replied, "Little girl, what are you thinking? I'm just applying medicine." Without further ado, he grasped Zhou Huaiwei's slender ankle and pulled her closer. Realizing her previous attempt at teasing was futile, she closed her eyes, surrendering herself to him. However, a sudden sharp pain shot through her leg. "Ah!" Zhou Huaiwei gasped, propping herself up to see Yi Yui applying medicine to her injury. After the initial agony, she surprisingly felt a wave of comfort. In a short span of time, her wound visibly healed under the influence of the medicine. Yi Yui marveled at its efficacy. Could this medicine truly be so remarkable? The system surely produced nothing but quality goods. Zhou Huaiwei looked at Yi Yui with newfound admiration. Given the scarcity of medical supplies in the apocalypse, such healing ointments were incredibly rare. The fact that he had used something so precious on her left her feeling warmth she had not experienced since the world had changed. Yi Yui, carrying a wild boar leg and other provisions, instructed her to rest while he prepared dinner. "Oh," Zhou Huaiwei complied, settling down obediently on the bed. Half an hour later, the aroma of cooked meat filled the small room, wafting outside. Zhou Huaiwei's stomach growled at the enticing scent. It had been ages since she had last savored the smell of meat. Yi Yui served the meat onto the table, setting bowls and chopsticks in place before sitting down to eat. "Oh, good," Zhou Huaiwei said, joining him. As she sat down, Yi Yui noticed his bowl piled high with meat, resembling a small tower, while Zhou Huaiwei had only a meager portion of broth with barely a trace of meat. Just as she was about to sip the broth, Yi Yui interjected, "Wait." Zhou Huaiwei, realizing the implication, lowered her bowl, placing her hands on her lap as she gazed longingly at the broth, knowing it would soon be out of her reach. However, in the next moment, a large piece of meat landed in her bowl. Zhou Huaiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly for her? A piece so substantial that she could eat it? Really? Yi Yui observed her astonished expression. "Eat up, finish it, and then you can have more." "What? More?" Zhou Huaiwei felt tears welling up in her eyes. Without hesitation, she picked up her bowl and began to devour the food voraciously. With a wild boar leg and other dishes, they were unable to finish it all, having barely made a dent. After their meal, Yui stepped outside to gaze at the blood moon hanging in the sky, still as eerie as ever. However, this time, his heart was different. He turned and walked back inside. Zhou Huaiwei had already buried herself under the blankets. Upon seeing Yui enter, her cheeks flushed as she shyly said, "Husband, it's time to rest." Chapter 3. Pregnancy Success. Divine Reward. The night passed. The following morning, Yui awoke to find Zhou Huaiwei still peacefully asleep beside him. Suddenly, a light screen appeared before him. "Congratulations, host, for your wife's successful pregnancy. You have received a divine skill reward in hunting." In an instant, Yui felt a surge of muscle memory and hunting techniques flooding his being. As if he had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood as a seasoned hunter, his gaze now sharp and fierce. He accessed his personal panel. Name, Yui. Height, 185 centimeters. Rank, early silver. Skills, rapid absorption, god-level hunting skills. Weapon, upgradable battle axe. Yui gently placed his hand on Zhou Huaiwei's abdomen, unexpectedly striking a chord. Not bad, indeed. At that moment, Zhou Huaiwei awakened, noticed Yui was awake, and glanced at the brightness outside. She sprang up, changed her clothes, and proceeded to prepare breakfast. After their meal, Zhou Huaiwei was ready to head to work. "You could just stay at home today," Yui said, picking up the massive axe leaning against the wall. "I'm venturing outside the barrier to hunt exotic beasts." Hunt exotic beasts. The mere mention of it caused Zhou Huaiwei to gasp in shock. For an ordinary person, hunting exotic beasts was tantamount to courting death. However, as she looked at Yui, an astonishing thought struck her. "You are an extraordinary person?" "Yes, I just became one. It's the perfect opportunity to test my skills," Yui replied, gazing at the axe in his hands. "When I return today, we can move deeper into the barrier and find a new home." The depths of the barrier were a place Zhou Huaiwei had never dared to imagine. It was known that the deeper areas housed the extraordinary individuals. By comparison, the outside world was hell. Theirs was merely the human realm, while the depths of the barrier could very well be paradise. "Be careful, my husband." Zhou Huaiwei approached Yui, adjusting his clothing. The term felt a bit awkward to her, having only called him that for a day. Yui nodded and stepped out. Although last night's experience was delightful, a man's ambition lies beyond. Today, he was determined to venture outside the barrier. In this world, might is the ultimate authority. As he stepped outside, he slung the massive axe across his back. Many onlookers turned their heads to him, surprised by the sight of the enormous weapon he bore. Observing the weary faces and dark circles under the eyes of those preparing for work, Yui furrowed his brow. "Uncle Chun, what's the matter? Did you not sleep well last night?" he inquired, glancing at an elderly man nearby. Uncle Chun and the others exchanged glances, feeling an urge to silence him. How could he still ask? Did he not realize how poorly they had slept? First, the delicious aroma of stewed meat wafted through the air, making their mouths water, while their rice porridge suddenly seemed unappetizing. They had barely eaten anything the previous night, only tantalized by the scent of meat for hours. And then he had gone on to disturb their rest until midnight. Uncle Chun, exasperated, refrained from responding and instead looked at the massive axe on Yui's back. "Where are you headed?" "Outside the barrier to hunt exotic beasts," Yui replied. The words left everyone stunned, their expressions shifting to disbelief. Was he truly courting death? Had he squandered their rent and provisions last night, leaving him no choice but to venture out? As Yui departed amidst their astonished gazes, he soon arrived at the barrier's edge. Gazing up at the imposing structure, he marveled at its height. Indeed, it served as their protective shield. Numerous extraordinary individuals moved about near the barrier, their attire much superior to his own. Most donned metal armor, some even clad in battle gear made from exotic beast hides. Their weapons were diverse, ranging from swords to spears. Yet, unlike Yui, who ventured alone, most were grouped in small teams to hunt exotic beasts together. A few took notice of Yui, but most merely cast a fleeting glance. After all, given his attire, he seemed merely a bronze rank, not significantly stronger than an ordinary person. Bringing someone like him along would not only be unhelpful, but could potentially become a liability. Just as he was preparing to leave alone, a voice called out, "Brother, join our team." He turned to see a man with a prominent gold tooth speaking to him, flanked by several burly companions. "No need, I can manage on my own," Yi replied, shaking his head before continuing on his way. The man with the gold tooth, taken aback by the refusal, shifted his demeanor, his eyes growing cold. One of his companions spat alcohol onto his blade, wiping it clean while commenting, "What use is a guy like this? Clearly just a bronze rank, without even armor." The man with the gold tooth shot him a glance. "We're heading out to hunt bronze rank exotic beasts. We need some assurance. If we encounter tough opponents, we could push this kid aside for a chance to escape." As the words sunk in, a realization dawned on the group. Yet, how dare he refuse their offer? The gold-toothed man was about to retort when a woman interjected. "All right, let us get ready to depart. That kid will likely not return if he ventures out alone." The others nodded in agreement, preparing their gear to leave the barrier. Once outside, Yi gazed at the dense wilderness before him, and with a powerful push, he bolted forward. With his god-level hunting skills, he moved like a specter through the shadows. Soon, he heard rustling sounds nearby, growing louder. Yi swiftly climbed a tree. Focusing his gaze ahead, he spotted a small horde of exotic beasts charging towards him, led by 3 bronze-rank chasing wind leopards. They moved with incredible speed, followed by a throng of lesser beasts. Yi lay in wait, and as they approached beneath him, he leaped down, bringing his axe down upon one of the chasing wind leopards. The sickening sound of flesh and bone shattering echoed as he cleaved the beast's head in two, a vibrant green crystal core flying from the carcass. In the next instant, he delivered a powerful uppercut to another chasing wind leopard, sending it soaring into the air. A swift slice followed, and the beast's abdomen was split open, its insides spilling forth in a gruesome display. The sudden chaos sent the horde into disarray. The last of the chasing wind leopards was the quickest to react, leaping up a tree to turn and attack Yi. However, at the moment it turned, its pupils dilated in fear as it beheld the massive axe hurtling towards it. With a sickening thud, the axe embedded itself in its skull, pinning it to the tree, lifeless. 3 chasing wind leopards had been vanquished in an instant. Chapter 4. The enchantress Yi moved like a wraith, charging towards the remaining exotic beasts. With a sharp crack, he snapped one beast's neck. The slaughter continued, as with the enhancement of his god-level hunting skills and early silver rank, Yi became a wolf unleashed in a sheepfold. Each strike was lethal. Hands, fists, elbows, knees, every motion claimed the life of an exotic beast. As the carnage unfolded, Yi's movements grew swifter, showcasing his full potential. Within mere breaths, he stood alone amidst the chaos. He leaped and extracted his axe from the massive tree, the body of the chasing wind leopard crashing to the ground. He collected the vibrant green crystal cores, smashing open the skulls of the other beasts to retrieve their cores as well. Yi gazed at the crystals and absorbed the 3 cores from the chasing wind leopards. In an instant, an influx of energy surged through his body, yet this time, he did not level up. It appears that the higher the level, the greater the energy required. For these lower-tier crystal cores, an immense accumulation may be necessary to assist in reaching the next tier. With this in mind, Yi ceased absorbing the remaining crystal cores, recognizing their limited utility. Instead, he decided to return and improve his living conditions. Subsequently, he cast several higher-tier Yisug into the system space. After a while, Yi encountered another wave of Xiao Sochal. Upon resolving the situation, he sensed something amiss. These Yisug seemed to be fleeing for their lives. Something lurked deeper within. Yi ventured further into the depths. Moments later, he was met with a pungent scent of blood. He ascended the towering tree and gazed into the distance. The next moment, he was taken aback. What was this? Not far off, several gigantic ants were voraciously devouring Yisug. Each ant measured 2 meters in length. Immense indeed. Judging by size alone, they were comparable to a grizzly bear from before the apocalypse. Yet, they radiated a golden glow, their powerful mandibles effortlessly crushing the bones of Yisug. The Dali Jingang ant, a silver-tier Yisug. Yi regarded them with fervor. These were indeed treasures. However, facing so many Dali Jingang ants alone, even with his divine hunting skills, would yield little benefit. At once, he focused his thoughts. with a gust at his feet. He placed the recently slain Yi Shug in several locations. Once the Dali Jin Gang ants finished their feast, they caught the scent of blood and scurried towards the offerings. Yi Yuni concealed himself behind a tree, observing as one Dali Jin Gang ant approached to devour the carcass. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang forth, wielding his battle axe with a decisive strike. The sound of a resounding crash echoed. The Dali Jin Gang ant's head was forcefully smashed into the ground. A screech followed, akin to metal scraping against metal. The ant slowly raised its head. So tough. Yi Yuni gazed at the slightly deformed head of the Dali Jin Gang ant, feeling a tingling sensation in his arm, and his eyes narrowed. That strike felt as though it had struck a steel ingot. This method would not suffice. Yi Yuni examined the slender connection between the ant's head and body, understanding the need for a different approach. Grasping the axe by its tail, he swiftly maneuvered to the side of the Dali Jin Gang ant. With a powerful twist of his waist, he swung the axe in a wide arc. A single stroke. The air split. The Dali Jin Gang ant sensed the rush of wind and emitted a shrill cry. A thunderous sound followed. A massive ant head was sent flying. In midair, Yi Yuni's hand plunged into the ant's head, absorbing. As Yi Yuni landed, the other Dali Jin Gang ants rapidly scuttled over. Yi Yuni's expression turned steely. A great battle was imminent. Meanwhile, in the distance, a group of riders sped along the road. Although the road was now far from the smoothness of the pre-apocalypse era, riddled with potholes, the leader rode a swift leopard, a long scar stretching from his eye down his face. "Bro, I see we are nearing the Xingyun barrier. We can settle there and develop further," shouted a man driving a horse-drawn cart to the scar-faced leader. "All right." The scar-faced leader nodded at the mention of the Xingyun barrier, which he knew to be a small fortification, likely governed by a silver-tier lord, sufficient for their needs. After reaching there, they could indulge themselves. For the two young ladies from the Han family were said to be breathtakingly beautiful. The scar-faced leader laughed heartily. Nearby, several comrades on horseback wore expressions of peculiar delight, already lost in fantasies. The man driving the cart lifted the curtain, revealing a steel cage within. Inside were two girls, strikingly similar, unmistakably twins. With delicate brows and cherry lips, their skin was fairer than snow. Clad in white pleated skirts, their once pristine garments were now stained with dirt and blood. Both girls hugged their slender legs, pressing their faces to their knees, weeping bitterly, their long eyelashes fluttering as tears cascaded down. However, this sight only ignited a fiery desire within the men. Reflecting on the leader's earlier words, they thought that while the first encounter would likely be the leader's, they too could have their share afterward. "Why are you crying? Once we reach the Xingyun barrier, my brothers will let you experience the heights of ecstasy." This remark plunged the two girls deeper into despair. The man's excitement grew as he heard their sobs, and he lashed the horse with renewed vigor. Faster, faster. Though they were on the brink of tasting beauty, they lamented the distance from their previous stronghold. Ahead, several riders caught up to the swift leopard. They called out to Zhang Chong, the scar-faced leader, "Bro, it seems we shouldn't have to flee from Haiban Barrier. The head of the Han family is merely a silver tier, comparable to you. Indeed, we have already slain many of the Han family's disciples, significantly weakening them. We need not fear them. We shouldn't have retreated to this small barrier." The comments flowed, but Zhang Chong cast a stern glance their way, and the group quickly fell silent, recognizing that departing from Haiban Barrier was Zhang Chong's command. "You know nothing." Zhang Chong spat disdainfully to the side. "Why would I fear the Han family? If I were afraid, could I have seized their crystal core vault and taken the two daughters of that old coot? My real concern lies with the city lord, Dongfang Ruoyu. We have already crossed the line. Could she truly turn a blind eye? How will she manage these families that protect the barrier in the future? Dongfang Ryu is a golden Tyrian. It's not just me. Even if all of us joined forces, we would still fall short against her." As he spoke, Zhang Chong recalled Dongfang Ryu, whom he had seen once. A beauty in her 20s, her strength was formidable. Yet, beyond her power, her stunning looks and figure were equally mesmerizing, surpassing even the two daughters of the Han family. Her allure, combined with her strength, made her a veritable enchantress. Chapter 5, Advancement. Silver, tier, mid-level. With these thoughts, Zhang Chong felt a stirring desire. But in this world where power reigned supreme, they were but insignificant beings before Dongfang Ruoyu. For now, he would rather indulge in the two daughters of the Han family. That would suffice. Meanwhile, his subordinates felt a shudder at the mention of a golden-tier powerhouse. What did that signify? As long as they did not venture too deep into the jungle. Within the periphery and barrier, they could traverse with impunity. They could slay gods and Buddhas alike. If they encountered her, not only would they be unable to fight, but a mere flick of her finger could shatter their skulls. In this light, Zhang Chong's caution seemed prudent. Just ahead lay the Xingyun barrier. Go, brothers! Accelerate! Charge! A chorus of voices echoed as they charged forth like marauders returning from a heist. However, the next moment, a series of thunderous crashes reverberated from afar. Instantly, they reined in their mounts, halting their advance. Following the sound, they were all taken aback. In the distance, a colossal tree came crashing down. Dust and debris erupted. Before the smoke cleared, another titanic tree toppled. The resounding crash echoed. Then came the loud clatter of steel colliding. Each sound sent up clouds of dust. Chong, a young subordinate, observed Zhang Chong, awaiting his decision. Zhang Chong fixed his gaze on the situation in the distance and declared, "Let us advance and investigate. It appears to be a conflict between Yishou. Perhaps we can benefit from their strife, like a fisherman reaping the rewards of the clash between the clam and the heron." With a determined grip, Zhang Chong's muscles bulged, reminiscent of a coiling dragon, as he tugged on the reins, urging his steed, the chasing wind leopard, to alter its course. A contingent of riders proceeded toward the battleground. Meanwhile, on Yiyuni's side, a resounding call echoed through the dust. An immense Dali King ant, Dungung, soared through the air with astonishing velocity, stirring up a tempest, akin to a cannonball being discharged. It collided forcefully with a colossal tree, producing a thunderous crash that sent splinters flying. The massive tree, capable of being embraced by several individuals, bore a gaping hole several meters deep from the impact of the Dali King ant Yiyuni. Observing the last of the Dali King ants, narrowed his eyes with cold determination. As he swiftly moved, the Dali King ant's assault missed its mark. Emerging from the tree hollow, it prepared to retaliate, but in the next instant, Yiyuni stood before it, seizing the opportunity. He swung his mighty axe down with tremendous force. The sound of impact resonated as the blade struck the ant's forehead, but the blow did not penetrate deeply. The Dali King ant, sensing the pain, became even more frenzied, raising its formidable mandibles to strike at Yiyuni's neck. With a firm stance, Yiyuni planted his feet, causing the ground beneath him to crack. His ankles sunk into the earth as he seized the Dali King ant's mandibles. Growling, he unleashed all his strength. His muscles rippling as his fitted attire strained against the force. His arms resembled dragon claws as he exerted his might, producing sounds akin to tearing tin foil. The head of the Dali King ant began to fracture beneath his assault. Yiyuni bellowed once more, channeling his power into a final surge. With a piercing shriek, the entirety of the ant's head was torn asunder, blood and flesh erupting like a fountain, splattering in all directions. Panting heavily, Yiyuni momentarily relinquished his grip on the mandibles, aware of the dangers surrounding him in this treacherous territory. He extracted the crystal core from the vanquished Dali King ant, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him. He then stored the ant's lifeless body in his system space and proceeded to absorb the crystal cores of 3 more Dali King ants. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, and moments later, a holographic display materialized before him. Name, Yiyun, height, 185 centimeters, rank, mid-silver, skills, rapid absorption, god-level hunting skill, weapon, upgradable battle axe, with a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth upon reaching mid-silver rank. Yiyuni gathered the remains of the 3 Dali King ants and hefted his battle axe toward the last one. As the dust settled, he surveyed the devastation. Several colossal trees had toppled, leaving deep craters and debris scattered across the ground. The ferocity of the battle left him in awe. Grateful for the god-level hunting skill. Otherwise, A mere mid-silver individual would have found it impossible to annihilate so many of the Dolly King ants. Contemplating his next move, Yi Yuni thought of Zhou Huaiwei, resolved to reward her handsomely upon his return. Approaching the final Dolly King ant, he prepared to breach its skull when suddenly, a whistling sound sliced through the air. Yi Yuni pivoted just in time as an arrow grazed past his head. "Who goes there?" he demanded, locking eyes on a figure in the distance. Indeed, it was Zhang Chong, who had dismounted from his steed, followed by his companions. They now regarded Yi Yuni with keen interest. It was evident to Yi Yuni that they intended to rob him, sensing his isolation. "Hand over that Dolly King ant. Your axe and all the crystal cores on you, and I may spare your life," Zhang Chong declared nonchalantly. Recognizing that with only one Dolly King ant in Yi Yuni's possession, he had the upper hand. After all, the Dolly King ant was a creature of the early silver rank, and if Yi Yuni struggled against one, it suggested he was no more than a fellow early silver. The subordinate beside Zhang Chong caught on to his leader's intent and eagerly looked at Yi Yuni, urging him to comply. Yi Yuni, aware of the threat posed by the 5 or 6 individuals confronting him, bent to retrieve the Dolly King ant, contemplating his response. He hurled the enormous ant toward them, capturing their attention as it soared through the air. The subordinate, taken aback by the unexpected gesture, reached out to catch it, but soon realized too late that Yi Yuni had other plans. In a swift motion, Yi Yuni seized the Dolly King ant's mandibles and thrust them against the subordinate's neck. With a decisive twist, he severed the head from the body in an instant. The abrupt turn of events sent shockwaves through Zhang Chong and his companions. "You dare!" Zhang Chong roared, prompting his comrades to charge at Yi Yuni. Yi Yuni unsheathed his battle axe, flinging it toward one of the assailants. The axe sliced through the air, spinning rapidly, and struck the subordinate with such force that he did not have a moment to react. The impact cleaved him in two, eliciting a piercing scream that reverberated through the clearing, startling all present, including Zhang Chong, whose eyes widened in disbelief. "This is no ordinary early silver individual," Zhang Chong exclaimed, realizing he faced a formidable opponent, as 2 of his trusted allies had fallen within moments. Enraged, he charged at Yi Yuni, his fist poised to unleash a devastating blow that shattered the air with a sharp crack. The 2 fists collided in a powerful clash, leaving Zhang Chong astonished at Yi Yuni's ability to withstand his strike. "You are not as formidable as I thought," he muttered, assessing his opponent with newfound respect. Yi Yuni met Zhang Chong's gaze defiantly. "Prepare to meet your end," as Zhang Chong attempted to grasp Yi Yuni. The latter anticipated his move with the heightened awareness granted by the god-level hunting skill. With agile dodges, Yi Yuni recognized that Zhang Chong was no ordinary early silver individual. His combat experience suggested a life steeped in the art of robbery and survival. The 2 warriors engaged in a primal exchange of blows, each strike resonating with raw power. Zhang Chong, caught off guard by Yi Yuni's strength, summoned all his might for a final assault, tearing his shirt as he revealed a muscular frame. His fist hurtled toward Yi Yuni, who retaliated with equal force, resulting in a thunderous explosion that echoed through the forest. In an instant, a tempest arose, rending the shelter of the carriage asunder. The steel cage within was hurled several meters away, crashing to the ground. The 2 individuals inside the cage fell, their skirts billowing, revealing their delicate, jade-like legs. At that moment, they beheld the battlefield's grim reality, their gazes drawn to the lifeless bodies of several subordinates. Turning their eyes to Yi Yuni, they were filled with trepidation. Had he been the one to slay all these men? A single individual had not only taken so many lives, but was now evenly matched with Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong's gang had undoubtedly encountered a formidable adversary. Here, after exchanging blows with Zhang Chong, Yi Yuni staggered back a few steps, regaining his balance. Zhang Chong fared no better, retreating as well, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Just as Yi Yuni contemplated his strategy, an almost imperceptible sound reached his ears. Suddenly, a large bag fell nearby, spilling its contents, crystal cores. The exposed ones predominantly glimmered in deep green, signifying advanced bronze cores, alongside a few white cores. Zhang Chong noticed them as well. These were the crystal cores seized from the Han family, as well as some of their own stock, over 100 in total, all belonging to high-tier bronze or silver beasts. Yi Yuni's figure flickered as he dashed toward the crystal cores. Zhang Chong, realizing the urgency, followed closely behind. Yi Yuni reached the bag first, seizing it with fervor. A surge of potent energy coursed through his body upon absorption. Observing Yi Yuni's actions, Zhang Chong smirked, thinking, the fool is exposing his back for the sake of these cores. What a foolhardy endeavor. Even if one can absorb crystal energy, the process is agonizingly slow. He is courting death. With that thought, Zhang Chong transformed his hand into a claw and lunged for Yi Yuni's back. You dare to take it? Do you think you can escape unscathed? In the next moment, a hand clasped around Zhang Chong's wrist, followed by the sickening crack of bone. You are far too weak, Yi Yuni remarked, a smile curling his lips. Yet, to Zhang Chong, that smile resembled the grin of a deathly specter. Gazing upon the illuminated interface, Yi Yuni's attributes were displayed. Name, Yi Yuni. Height, 185 centimeters. Rank, high-tier silver. Skills, rapid absorption, god-level hunting skills. Weapon, upgradable battle axe. Zhang Chong could hardly believe his eyes. How could this be? Just moments ago, they were evenly matched, yet now Yi Yuni had transformed into such a formidable presence. Before he could process this, he felt himself lifted into the air. With a resounding crash, Yi Yuni hurled him against a massive tree, splintering wood in every direction. Swinging his arm, he struck again, thud, 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 until the tree fell. Zhang Chong coughed up a spray of blood, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Yi Yuni, ready to utter a word. But before he could speak, Yi Yuni's enormous hand seized his head, applying pressure. With a sickening crunch, it was as if a watermelon had been crushed, juices spilling forth. From a distance, two of Zhang Chong's subordinates were paralyzed with fear, kneeling and crying out, Big brother, we are willing to serve you, to be your loyal subordinates. Spare our lives. It was all that Scarface man's idea. We never intended to harm you. Their plea was cut short as they saw Yi Yuni approach, axe in hand. With two swift strikes, their world plunged into darkness. Wiping the blood from his axe, Yi Yuni turned his attention to the two girls within the cage. Their beauty rivaled that of Zhou Huaiwei, and at that moment, with tears in their eyes, they appeared utterly pitiful, evoking a deep sense of compassion. As he approached, they gazed at him with fear, recalling the brutal scene of Zhang Chong's demise. In that fleeting moment, the elder sister, Han Bingxue, prepared to declare her identity as the daughter of the Han family, but she recalled Zhang Chong's earlier words. Their family was not particularly powerful. Even Zhang Chong had not feared them, let alone this man who had obliterated Zhang Chong's entire crew. As Yi Yuni drew nearer, Han Bingxue embraced her sister tightly and implored, Please, spare us. Do not kill us. We are willing to serve you. At her words, Yi Yuni halted his advance, surprised by their compliance. He had initially intended to intimidate them further. But as Han Bingxue and Han Bingyu observed his pause, they suddenly saw the axe descend. A piercing scream escaped their lips, engulfed in sheer terror. Han Bingxue gritted her teeth. In this apocalyptic world, they were mere mortals, even with their beauty. Nothing more than ornamental. They closed their eyes, anticipating the arrival of death. Yet, to their surprise, no pain followed. Han Bingxue opened her eyes to find the cage cleaved open by a single swing of the axe. Yi Yuni stepped inside, planted the axe into the ground, and reached for them, lifting each one effortlessly onto his shoulders. Come, return with me, he declared, his spirits high. Not only had he enhanced his strength through hunting, but he had also acquired two stunning beauties. As Han Bingyu instinctively struggled against being carried, a sharp smack resounded against her rear. The sudden pain combined with an unexpected thrill turned her cheeks crimson. Never had she experienced such indignity, especially at the hands of a man. Before the apocalypse, she had been a dutiful daughter, never having dated, and now, sheltered by her father, she had lived a life of seclusion. Why resist? What do you intend to do? His words echoed in her ears, and upon hearing Yi Yuni's inquiry, Han Bingyu bit her lip, ceasing her struggles. The soft sounds of her protest were like whispers to Yi Yuni, only serving to deepen his sense of conquest. He placed Han Bingxue and Han Bingyu on the backs of two swift leopards, handing them the reins. You cannot walk, so ride, he instructed, turning to search for Zhangchang supplies. After a brief search, he discovered a few more crystal cores, albeit all of the bronze tier, along with some water and food. Returning with provisions, he offered them to the two girls. Their expressions softened slightly as they regarded Yi Yuni, who had placed them on the leopards and provided sustenance. In comparison to Zhangchang, he seemed almost angelic. Earlier, Zhangchang had intended to bind their hands and drag them along behind a vehicle, abandoning the plan only when he deemed them too slow. Water and food had been the furthest thing from his mind. Furthermore, Yi Yuni was undeniably stronger than Zhangchang. Having gathered everything, Yi Yuni mounted one of the swift leopards. These creatures had been tamed by Zhangchang and possessed a modicum of intelligence. They had witnessed the earlier confrontation and thus did not flee. Now, they all willingly submitted to Yi Yuni. He squeezed his legs, urging them forward, with the other beasts following closely behind. As they slowly approached the nebula barrier, the chilling sounds of flesh being devoured echoed behind them. The unsettling noise of teeth grinding against bone sent shivers down Han Bingshua's and Han Bingyu's spines, raising every hair on their bodies. It was those very corpses from earlier, now being feasted upon. They gazed ahead at Yi Yuni, who sat leisurely on the back of a chasing wind leopard, humming a soft tune, and a sense of reliance on his strength blossomed within them. As dusk fell, the group staggered into the barrier. Other extraordinary beings were busy sorting through the day's harvest. "Old Joe, how did your hunt fare today?" one inquired. "Oh, we managed to take down a mid-tier bronze giant horned ox and a few early-tier beasts," Old Joe replied, adopting a tone that suggested he was ready to bask in the praise of his peers. "You all are quite fortunate," responded another, sighing. "We encountered a late-tier beast, but dared not engage. We were just lucky it didn't T-spot us, or we would have been fleeing for our lives." The atmosphere grew grim as the team hurried back to the barrier, each member bearing wounds. The leader clutched his arm in pain, his face contorting in agony, revealing a glint of gold from a missing tooth. The others were similarly battered, their faces pale as they hastily made their way inside. Witnessing this, those who had just spoken could only sigh, remembering that this squad had set out with a greater number that morning. Their return with so few was telling. After a moment, they inquired about the others, only to learn that their harvest had been similarly lackluster, with casualties reported. "Come on, Old Joe, let us enter the barrier," a man said, glancing into the distance, his expression suddenly turning to one of disbelief. Old Joe nodded and began to walk inside, only to realize that the man who had spoken was rooted in place, as if turned to stone. "What are you doing? Let us go," he urged, lifting a wineskin to his lips. Yet, the man remained silent. Sensing something amiss, Old Joe followed the man's gaze outward. In an instant, the wine he had just consumed erupted from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock. "What is this?" he exclaimed, as the group of extraordinary beings before the barrier turned their attention to a sight nearby, their faces contorting in disbelief. Chapter 8. From now on, we are family. Who could explain what they were witnessing? As their eyes focused, Yi Yuni and his companions approached slowly, entering the barrier amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Han Bingshue and Han Bingyu felt a tinge of embarrassment under their scrutiny, lowering their heads. But the next moment, their chasing wind leopards surged ahead, following the suddenly accelerated Yi Yuni. As the trio disappeared, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "No way. Did I just see that correctly? What was that? Was that a late-tier bronze beast they were riding?" Indeed, it was a chasing wind leopard. The collective gasp was palpable, as Old Joe murmured, "What kind of person can ride a chasing wind leopard? That's extravagance beyond belief." His words echoed the thoughts of many. At that moment, silence fell as they realized the implications. This individual must be a formidable being of the silver tier, and not merely a novice. While they would skirt around the leopard, he treated it as a mount. Meanwhile, upon entering the barrier, Yi Yuni urged the chasing wind leopard to run faster. The environment within was vastly different. Outside, caution was necessary, but inside, they could unleash their speed. He extended his hand into the air, relishing the wind flowing through his fingers. Before the apocalypse, there was a saying about feeling the wind at various speeds from a car window. Currently, The chasing wind leopard was reaching a velocity akin to 60 miles per hour. Truly, the sensation was not misleading. As for the speed beyond that, it belonged to Han Bingxue and Han Bingyu. However, Yi Yuni refrained from increasing the pace further, mindful of the jarring impact it would have on his companions, who were unaccustomed to such rapid motion. Meanwhile, in Yi Yuni's dwelling, Zhou Huaiwei had tidied up her small home and found herself peering out the door yet again. With each glance, her disappointment deepened, transforming into despair as she watched the sun begin to set. Was she cursed? In the midst of her turbulent thoughts, other residents returned to their tasks. Noticing her anxious vigil, "Old Chun, has Yi Yuni still not returned? He left the barrier this morning, and now it's been a day. It seems he has met with misfortune. He was never even an extraordinary being, yet he dared to venture out. What folly!" One remarked. Indeed, he should know his limitations. He feasted on fish and meat yesterday, then gambled on finding a beast today. Now look at the consequences, chimed in several middle-aged women, expressing their discontent over Yi Yuni's earlier indulgence. Zhou Huaiwei, overhearing their chatter, glared fiercely at them, itching to retort but finding no words to defend him. If looks could kill, those gossiping women would have perished countless times by her gaze alone. Just then, a scream pierced the air. A beast! A beast is coming! Panic spread through the crowd, their faces frozen in terror as memories of the apocalypse flooded back. They dashed into their homes, the gossiping women stumbling in their haste, falling clumsily to the ground. Ignoring their pain, they scrambled on all fours to escape inside, trembling in fear. In mere moments, the entire street was deserted. Zhou Huaiwei locked her door tightly, hiding in a corner. As Yi Yuni returned to this scene, he dismounted the chasing wind leopard and approached his small home, pushing against the door only to find it locked from within. With determination, he struck it forcefully. Crash! The doors shattered inward. Zhou Huaiwei, hearing the commotion, mistook it for the beast breaching her sanctuary. Grabbing a kitchen knife, she prepared to defend herself, only to discover that the figure emerging was none other than Yi Yuni, stained with blood and illuminated by the fading sunlight, resembling a battle-hardened warrior. "Darling," Zhou Huaiwei exclaimed, rushing into his embrace. Meanwhile, as they savored their reunion, the chasing wind leopard poked its head curiously through the doorway. "Ah, a beast!" Zhou Huaiwei shrieked, retreating into Yi Yuni's arms, her face pale with fright. "Get out of here," he commanded, swatting the chasing wind leopard away. Zhue Feng Bao stood up, shook its head, and curled up on the ground, appearing as if it had suffered a great injustice. "Do not be afraid, this is my steed. I have gathered quite a bounty on this outing. Let us relocate deeper into the barrier," Yi Yuni reassured Zhou Huaiwei with a pat on her back. "Really?" Zhou Huaiwei looked up at Yi Yuni, only to be promptly pulled outside by him. As she gazed at the outside world, she noticed that the various Yisho were bowing their heads, displaying expressions of submission upon seeing Yi Yuni. Soon, she spotted Han Bingxue and Han Bingyu, the two sisters, atop the back of Zhue Fengbao. Han Bingxue hurriedly dismounted upon noticing Zhou Huaiwei. "Sister." Han Bingyu followed suit, calling out to her similarly. "Ah." Zhou Huaiwei understood upon seeing the two. After enduring several years of the apocalypse, she was aware that the order of this world had been reshaped. Moreover, after last night, she could hardly bear the pain from her injuries. It was fortuitous that someone had come along to share the burden. A smile broke across her face as she exclaimed, "From now on, you two sisters shall be family." Gradually, as the sounds outside faded, the onlookers emerged to witness the spectacle before them, utterly astonished. "Is this an Yi Shou? Has Yi Yuni tamed these creatures?" The women who had previously gossiped about him now trembled in fear. When did Yi Yuni become so formidable? If he were to discover their earlier remarks, would he not unleash the wrath of these tamed beasts upon them? They swiftly retreated. Yi Yuni, observing the crowd, lifted Zhou Huaiwei and placed her atop Zhue Fengbao. "Let us head deeper into the barrier and find a spacious house." He turned to Zhou Huaiwei and then glanced at the Han sisters, aware that significant matters awaited them that night. This small dwelling could hardly accommodate 4 individuals. Chapter 9. The Beautiful City Lord. Yi Yuni pressed his legs against the flanks of Zhue Fengbao, leading the group outward. The onlookers, Upon hearing his words about the depths of the barrier and a grand residence, felt a surge of envy, their eyes nearly turning red with desire. They turned to glance at their own meager abodes, nearly driven to madness by the comparison. In an instant, feelings of jealousy brewed fervently within them, yet they felt powerless. Perched atop Zhuai Feng Bao, Zhou Huaiwei was tense, her body rigid, for it was her first experience riding an Yishou, having endured the early days of the apocalypse. The fear of these creatures ran deep within every ordinary person. Just then, Yi Yuni embraced her from behind, allowing her body to gradually relax. Moments later, they arrived at the crystalline core trading hub of Xingyun Barrier. Here, transactions involving crystalline cores took place, and the crowd consisted predominantly of Yuan. At that moment, the gang led by Dejina was gathered at the trading table, sighing over the exorbitant prices of the medicines. Damn it, why are they so expensive? This medicine requires a crystalline core from a mid-level bronze Yisou. Other lower-tier medicines also demanded numerous cores from early-stage bronze Yisou. Gritting his teeth, Dejina contemplated his injuries. Damn it, I can endure this. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Yi Yuni, drenched in blood, striding in with 3 beautiful women. Is this? Dejina recognized him instantly. This was the same lad who had rejected them earlier and ventured out alone. They had assumed he would not return. Yet, to their astonishment, he had indeed come back, seemingly unscathed. One of Dejina's companions also recognized Yi Yuni and remarked slowly, "Seems like this kid got lucky. Damn it, the barriers outside is so perilous. And we barely made it back." As Yi Yuni appeared, many people instinctively recoiled. After all, he was practically drenched in blood, exuding a strong scent of iron. Meanwhile, Zhou Huaiwei clung to his arm, while the Han sisters followed closely behind. Upon reaching the trading table, a man up front smiled at Yi Yuni. "Young man, what would you like to purchase? I need a large house deep within the barrier. It should be spacious, quiet, and situated in a pleasant environment." Yi Yuni directly articulated his desires. However, upon hearing this, the man scrutinized Yi Yuni, noting the tattered, coarse clothing that barely concealed his form. "Young man, the kind of house you want has not come cheap," he gently cautioned. Many onlookers overheard Yi Yuni's request and regarded him with incredulity. If houses were expensive before the apocalypse, those after were beyond what anyone could have imagined, just as they were about to shake their heads. Dismissing Yi Yuni as a naive newcomer, a clattering sound echoed as crystalline cores tumbled out. The crowd gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. "What is this? Are these all late-stage bronze crystalline cores? What level is he?" The realization struck them like a bolt of lightning. Dejina stared at Yi Yuni, stunned to discover that this lad was a silver-tier Yirun, a formidable presence within Xingyun Barrier. Recalling that he had mistakenly thought Yi Yuni was merely an early-stage Bronzian earlier that morning, Dejina felt his mouth twitch as he hurriedly retreated. The trader's demeanor shifted dramatically. The previously indifferent expression melted into a beaming smile. "Sir, we have the house you desire. Allow me a moment to fetch the details and keys." He hastily exited, returning with several cups, placing them before Yi Yuni and the 3 young women. "This is our fine tea. Please enjoy while I prepare." As the trader poured tea for Yi Yuni and then for the 3 young women, they blushed at being addressed as ladies. They quickly took up their cups, sipping to mask their embarrassment. Observing the trader's change in attitude, Yi Yuni reflected on the truth. A wealthy man commands respect, while a poor man struggles. While they waited, a commotion erupted nearby, growing increasingly loud. Voices rose in excitement. "The city lord is coming. She has been frequenting this place lately. Yes, it seems she is searching for a medicine for her condition. I've heard it's in high demand. Yesterday, she even offered a bounty for a silver-tier Yishou crystalline core. Never mind that. I just want to catch a glimpse of the city lord. Keep your voice down. You can't just blurt that out." The various remarks reached Yi Yuni and the 3 young women. Turning around, they realized that even though Yi Yuni had spent 5 years in Xingyun Barrier, he had never encountered the city lord. Based on the earlier comments, it seemed that the city lord was a woman, and quite an attractive one at that. He was eager to see her. Shortly after, the crowd parted, revealing a few figures emerging slowly. A young woman stepped forward, and at just one glance, Yi Yuni's eyes lit up. She was so youthful and beautiful. The young woman possessed enchanting eyes and lips akin to ripe peaches. Her cascading hair flowed down like a waterfall, reaching her waist, and her skin was as pure as jade. Clad in a flowing white gown, she exuded an aura that commanded reverence from afar, evoking a sense of beauty that was to be admired but not approached. It seemed as though she radiated an invisible force that subdued those around her. Even the individuals who had earlier expressed the desire to feast their eyes upon her were now averting their gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. However, this imposing presence had little effect on Yi Yuni, who was observing with amusement. He found himself comparing her to others, although she was not overtly voluptuous. Her beauty lay in her harmonious proportions, exuding an innate grace. Noticing Yi Yuni's scrutinizing gaze, Bai Jishi turned her attention towards him, her eyes reflecting a cool detachment. In the next moment, she noticed the attire he wore and the several crystal cores of late-stage bronze beasts arranged before him, creating a stark contrast. Was he truly a member of the silver-tiered elite? Bai Jishi examined Yi Yuni's unfamiliar visage, realizing that she was acquainted with most of the silver-tier individuals within the barrier. Yet, she had never encountered him before. Subsequently, her gaze drifted to the three girls beside him, and she quickly grasped the nature of their relationship. Despite the restructuring of order in this post-apocalyptic world, she remained a woman who, faced with such a scenario, could not help but let out a soft huff of disdain. In this harsh reality, one must strive to enhance their strength rather than succumb to the pleasures of the flesh. Yet, she recognized that everyone had their own choices, and she had no desire to interfere. Bai Jishi approached the counter, inquiring whether anyone had responded to her previous bounty. Her eyes shimmered with hope. However, the attendant at the counter shook his head. The Lord had yet to receive any new supplies of the required medicinal herbs, as their availability relied heavily on chance. "Notify me immediately if there are any developments," she urged, her expression tinged with disappointment and urgency. Afterward, she turned on her heel and departed without lingering. Upon her exit, the atmosphere in the vicinity lightened considerably, as if a refreshing breeze had swept through, alleviating the previous tension. The onlookers exhaled in relief, acknowledging the overwhelming presence she had commanded. Indeed, even receiving a mere glance from the Lord had sent shivers down their spines. Yi Yuni, overhearing their murmurs, reflected on his own status as a late-stage silver-tier individual, enhanced by his godly hunting skills, which would easily triumph over others of equal rank. Nevertheless, in this new world, he recognized the urgency of furthering his own power. He glanced over at the two sisters, Han Bingxue and Han Bingyu, curious about the surprises they might bring forth. "Shall we set off, gentlemen?" The attendant soon approached, having prepared for their departure. Yi Yuni and his companions rose to follow. Upon exiting, the attendant led them to several early-stage bronze beasts. "Would you prefer these mounts?" he inquired. However, Yi Yuni merely shook his head and let out a sharp whistle into the distance. Moments later, a few swift wind-chasing leopards came galloping towards them. The attendant was taken aback. "What? Wind-chasing leopards? Such mounts are available." Once they mounted their steeds, the attendant clambered onto one of the beasts as they set off. "We are nearly there," he indicated, pointing towards a distant villa. Yi Yuni nodded in acknowledgement. From afar, the property appeared quite expansive, with few buildings nearby, a rare sight within the confines of the barrier. As they arrived at the villa, Zhou Huaiwei gazed in awe at the structure, her mouth slightly agape. This villa was a veritable paradise compared to her previous dwelling. The spacious garden, adorned with grand gates and intricately designed fences, exuded opulence. A multitude of fragrant flowers filled the garden, their scents wafting gently in the breeze, as if shy maidens swaying softly. Entering the villa, the soft carpet and comprehensive amenities welcomed them. "Sir, this place even has a private underground hot spring." This villa was once the estate of a wealthy magnate before the apocalypse, furnished with all the necessary facilities. You may observe the exquisite decor and environment. Furthermore, the beds and mattresses are custom-made. The attendant briefly glanced at Zhou Huaiwei and her companions. "All right, this will suffice," he declared, visibly surprised by the swift agreement. After completing the transaction, he added, "If you have any questions, feel free to visit the trading center for assistance. I shall not disturb you further." With that, he departed. Once alone, Yi Yuni turned to the girls. "You may go take a bath," he suggested. "Absolutely." Zhou Huaiwei, thrilled by the prospect of the hot spring, was eager to indulge. With Yi Yuni's encouragement, she beckoned Han Bingxue and Han Bingyu. "Let's wash up first." They, having endured numerous tribulations, were equally eager to cleanse themselves. As they made their way to the bathroom, Yi Yuni took a moment to explore the villa. He proceeded to another bathroom to wash away the remnants of blood, cleansing himself thoroughly. After tethering the wind, chasing leopards in the yard, he admired the flowers, noticing tulips among them. He bent down to inhale their fragrance, delighting in the sweet aroma. Just then, the three girls emerged from their baths, wrapped in towels, their slender legs elegantly exposed. They stood gracefully, akin to lotus blossoms emerging from the water, droplets of water still glistening in their hair, radiating a captivating allure. Yi Yuni observed, pondering that the fragrance of the tulips could scarcely compare to the allure of their beauty. He then stepped into the villa, realizing that the surrounding area was largely devoid of other structures, and thus he would have to forego the comfort of a large, soft bed. He decided to settle in the living room instead. Simultaneously, Bai Jishi returned to her own room. Upon entering, she discovered a girl of around 10 years old lying on the bed, swathed in blankets and trembling. Despite the warmth of the season, she appeared as though she had just emerged from an ice chamber. Bai Jishi's heart ached at the sight. The girl, sensing her sister's presence, opened her eyes and softly called out, "Sister," prompting Bai Jishi to hurry to her side, gently lifting her up and offering her a cup of warm water. "How do you feel?" Bai Jishi inquired softly, her demeanor contrasting starkly with her earlier coldness in the trading hall. If those who had witnessed Bai Jishi's earlier demeanor were to see her now, they would be utterly astonished. The girl sipped the water and let out a faint sigh. "Sister, am I going to find Daddy and Mommy soon? I'm so cold." Her words shattered Bai Jishi's heart. The girl was her sister, who had suffered immensely since the onset of the apocalypse when their parents were torn apart by beasts. The sister had been bitten by a mutated snake that emanated coldness, succumbing to the chilling poison. For years, Bai Jishi had relied on the warmth-inducing herbs to sustain her sister's life. Yet now, these herbs were becoming increasingly scarce, and the poison's grip was tightening. If this continued, there would be no solution. Thus, she had offered a substantial bounty, hoping someone might gather new warmth-inducing herbs or provide vital information. "It will be all right." Bai Jishi cradled the girl in her arms, gently patting her back, whispering softly, uncertain whether she was reassuring the girl or herself. Meanwhile, within the confines of Yuan Yi's newly acquired villa, several hours later, he emerged from his bedroom, invigorated. In the next moment, two luminous screens materialized before him. "Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying. You have obtained Jiu Jingqi." Jiu Jingqi? What is this? Jiu Jingqi grants the host the power of a nine nether, enabling an explosive display of strength far surpassing one's rank for a brief period. Moreover, it comes without any side effects. Currently, the host has activated the first stage of Jiu Jingqi, with limited duration and enhancement. As the stages increase, both duration and enhancement will grow. The information displayed on the luminous screens enlightened Yi Yun Yi about the formidable power of this Jiu Jingqi. What a remarkable boon. In the next instant, another screen appeared. "Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying. Your battle axe has been upgraded." Yi Yun Yi retrieved his battle axe. Observing its transformed, more menacing form, he noted the blade, once icy, now bore crimson patterns resembling arteries sprawling across its edge, rendering it even more fierce and ethereal. Yi Yun Yi stepped into the courtyard, gazing at the blood moon hanging in the sky. He then produced the corpse of a great strength diamond ant from his system space. With a thud reminiscent of a pile driver, Yi Yun Yi swung the axe down. In an instant, the axe cleaved through the ant's steel-like head, pinning it to the ground. The sensation was as smooth as slicing through tofu. Nearby, the chasing wind leopard and other exotic beasts witnessed this scene, their bodies trembling in fear, their eyes quivering in disbelief, as if they were caught in a ghost story. If the early-stage silver great strength diamond ant was akin to tofu, what about them? They looked at Yi Yun Yi with terror in their eyes. If he were to unleash that upon them, not only their heads, but likely their cores would be shattered. Instinctively, they lowered their heads even further. Yi Yun Yi regarded the evolved battle axe with admiration. Had he possessed such a weapon during his previous encounter with the great strength diamond ant? Would he have needed to endure such hardship in battle? Nevertheless, this was still quite satisfactory, he thought as he retrieved the severed head of the great strength diamond ant. Subsequently, he opened his panel. Name, Yi Yun Yi height, 185 centimeters rank. Late silver skills. Rapid absorption, god-level hunting skills. First stage of Jiu Yu Jing Qi weapon. First stage battle axe afterward. Yi Yun Yi hummed a tune, neglecting to eat, and returned to the large bed. The night was still young, and the second half awaited him. He needed to labor late into the night. After all, marrying was not his intention, but may humanity prosper. All for the sake of the continuation of the human race. The following day, Yi Yun Yi awoke to the sunlight streaming in. In the next moment, a luminous screen appeared before him. Congratulations, host. Your wife is successfully pregnant. You have obtained a god-level body technique. God-level body technique. Yi Yun Yi recalled the Jiu Yu Jing Qi he had encountered earlier. Previously, he had only skills and strength, merely a meat shield. But now, with a god-level body technique, he would possess not only strength but also speed and skill. In an instant, he thought of Bai Ji Shi, the city lord he had seen the day before. If they were to confront each other, he would surely be able to defeat her in an instant. Could it be said that he now ranked among the strongest of the Xing Yun barrier? With this thought, he felt a surge of power within. This system was truly remarkable. With such blessings, wouldn't he soar to new heights? He gazed at his attribute screen. Name, Yi Yun Yi height, 185 centimeters rank. Late silver skills. Rapid absorption, god-level hunting skills. First stage of Jiu Yu Jing Qi. God-level body technique weapon. First stage battle axe. Just as he pondered, another screen popped up. Congratulations, host. Your wife is successfully pregnant. You have obtained a god-level exotic beast. Moon-devouring wolf. What? This is astonishing. Moon-devouring wolf. Just the name alone radiated an overwhelming presence. Would you like to summon it? Summon. In the next moment, a shadow flickered and appeared before Yi Yun Yi. He looked ahead, astonished, hardly believing his eyes. Before him stood a creature resembling a small puppy. Its dark, fluffy appearance and innocent demeanor left Yi Yun Yi utterly bewildered. Is this truly the moon-devouring wolf? Does it live up to its name? He squatted down, grasping the pup by the scruff of its neck and lifting it up. With a series of yelps, Yi Yun Yi sighed, setting it down. It then turned to the chasing wind leopard, licking its tongue and trotting toward it. The chasing wind leopard and its companions, upon seeing the moon-devouring wolf, retreated in sheer terror, as if they had seen a ghost. In the next moment, the little black pup bared its teeth and charged at the chasing wind leopard. Chapter 12. The beast tide approaches. Roar. Instantly, a chorus of despair erupted from all the exotic beasts, including the chasing wind leopard. Yet in the very next moment, Yi Yun Yi swiftly seized the pup by the scruff of its neck. It struggled, as if protesting against the grip on its throat. Yi Yun Yi observed the fearful expressions of the chasing wind leopard and its companions. Clearly, while this little creature was currently weak, the pressure from its bloodline was still formidable. All right, enough of that. Don't frighten them. I still need them for transportation. Yi Yun Yi chuckled, stroking the pup, before retrieving the corpse of a great strength diamond ant from his space. Here, eat. He placed the pup before the great strength diamond ant, and to his surprise, it actually began to gnaw on it, devouring it voraciously. This spectacle was akin to a whirlwind. In a short span, the entire great strength diamond ant was consumed. Yi Yun Yi lifted the pup, astonished. This creature had just devoured something several times its own size. Yet, its belly remained flat. What glutton! Yi Yun Yi couldn't help but scoff. He then took out more exotic beast corpses from the system space for the pup to feast upon. The crunching sounds filled the air. Ignoring the pup, Yi Yun Yi proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After a while, he returned with the meal. What? It devoured everything. It actually ate it all. Meanwhile, the pup lay on its back, its belly swollen like a balloon. Its body had visibly grown. This was a divine reward. He hoped it wouldn't overindulge. Yi Yun hastily approached, noticing that the creature had actually fallen asleep, snoring lightly. With a sigh, he headed back into the villa. Just then, he encountered Zhou Huaiwei, Han Bingshui, and Han Bingyu descending the stairs, each supporting themselves as they carefully descended. Each wore expressions of discomfort on their faces. Upon seeing Yi Yun, they pouted, casting him a glare. It was all his fault. He merely stood by and watched while they toiled. If every night were to be like this, how would they survive? They began to ponder whether they should suggest to their husband to marry a few more wives, so that they could conserve their strength better. After all, sharing the burden would be ideal. Come, let us eat. Yi Yun beckoned them to join him for breakfast. As they dined, the Shuriwet Tianlang awakened and entered directly. Ah, a little black dog. Zhou Huaiwei gazed at the small black dog that had dashed in. After the apocalypse, the mutated beasts had become exceptionally formidable and ferocious. She had not encountered such an adorable creature in quite some time. The two sisters, Han Bingshui and Han Bingyu, also expressed interest in the little black dog, even taking out food to offer it. However, Shuriwet Tianlang merely glanced at them, showing no interest in their offerings. Han Bingyu turned to Yi Yun, asking, "Dear, what is this little black dog's name? Where did it come from?" This question prompted Yi Yun to ponder for a moment. It doesn't have a name yet. Let us call it Xiaozi from now on. After all, it is quite dark in color. Xiaozi. It sounded a bit odd. Nevertheless, the three did not object. After finishing their meal, they began to play with the dog. It must be said that Xiaozi was indeed adored by the three beauties. Within the villa, a serene atmosphere prevailed, making the three girls feel as though they had returned to the time before the apocalypse. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, the team of Iran had begun to assemble. Today marked another day for hunting mutated beasts. However, there was an additional task on top of the usual hunting. Did you know? The city lord had increased the bounty again today. 5 silver early-stage mutated beast crystals in exchange for a potion for heat, or clues to the potion. My heavens, how intense! It seems the lack of news regarding potions these past few days has made them anxious. 5 early-stage silver crystals. It appears that everyone's task orientation is about to shift today. Charge! We must find the potion for heat today. Let us set off. Voices echoed. The crowd of Yin was filled with exhilaration, as if immense wealth lay before them. However, just as they were caught up in their excitement, figures rushed back from the distance. The Yiren all bore ashen faces, panting heavily. Among them were even early-stage silver Yiren. The group, ready to set out, was puzzled by their appearance. What does this mean? Hadn't they just left? How could they return so quickly? What happened? Why are you back so soon? What's going on? Why do you look like that? Voices rang out. The other Yiren anxiously regarded the few, awaiting their explanation. The silver Yiren looked at them and gasped, "Beast-tide." Beast-tide? This single phrase caused everyone's eyes to widen in disbelief. Such a statement must not be made lightly. A beast tide is a surge of hundreds or thousands of mutated beasts rushing forth like a tidal wave, attacking the barrier. At this moment, the Yiren inside the barrier must rise up to resist. They must fight to the death. Otherwise, there have been precedents of barriers encountering such situations before. If the Yiren within the barrier do not resist, the mutated beasts will rush in, unleashing a massacre. Survivors would face total annihilation. The barrier would be obliterated. Moreover, without the barrier, the Yiren would have no place to recuperate. They could only wander the wilderness, ultimately meeting the same fate of being torn apart by the beasts. Upon realizing this, the Yiren's faces turned pale with dread. Just as they were about to take action, atop the barrier, the sentinels gazed into the distance. Their eyes scanned the farthest reaches. The jungle there seemed to sway like wheat under the wind, rapidly approaching. This is the beast tide. In an instant, the sentinel struck the war drums atop the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The war drums were made from the hide of special mutated beasts, and as they were struck, their sound resonated far and wide. The sound waves reverberated throughout the barrier. As the sound of the drums reached the survivors, they looked up in confusion. They were uncertain what the sound of the war drums signified. However, to the ears of the Yiren within the barrier, the sound was akin to thunder on a clear day. Even Bai Ziqi stood up abruptly. She hurried outside. Looking towards the approaching vice-captain, she said, "That sound comes from the southern gate of the barrier. I will lead my men there now. You gather the other Yiren. Those who disobey shall be executed." The word execute was spoken with an icy finality. Subsequently, Bai Ziqi led her men towards the southern gate of the barrier with great haste. Chapter 13. Frenzied Slaughter. Moments later, Bai Ziqi arrived at the southern gate, taking in the distant scene before her. At this moment, the tide was less than 5 kilometers from the barrier. Time was of the essence. Those at the bronze mid-stage and below ascend the barrier, operate the heavy crossbows. The bronze late stage should gather at the front of the barrier, ready to deliver the finishing blows. Those above the silver tier, charge to the front with me. Bai Ziqi commanded. She then led the Yiren down, forming ranks outside the barrier. Yiren emerged from within the barrier to join the ranks. On the barrier, the heavy crossbows were drawn, and the bronze early and mid-stage Yiren stood ready. At this moment, every face bore a serious and unshakable gravity. This was a massive beast tide, a time for them to fight for their lives. Otherwise, the barrier would be obliterated. None would escape. Boom, boom, boom. As the beast tide approached, the earth began to tremble. Roar, grr. With fierce howls, the beast tide surged forth. The mutated beasts charged out of the jungle one after another. Whoosh, thud. On the barrier, the giant crossbows unleashed their bolts. Arrows as thick as arms shot forth, aiming directly at the oncoming beasts. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed. In an instant, many low-level, mutated beasts fell to the ground. Though they perished, their inertia propelled them forward, skidding along the ground. As for the higher-level mutated beasts, some bore arrows lodged in them, while others simply swatted the arrows away. Their speed remained undiminished as they rushed towards the barrier. Kill! A single command from Bai Ziqi resonated. The once fragile woman now spoke with great authority. In the next moment, she wielded a sword forged from the claws of a late-stage silver beast, stepping forward. With one strike, she pierced the neck of an early-stage silver armored water buffalo. As she withdrew the blade, blood sprayed forth. Bai Ziqi dispatched the mutated beast with a single stroke and pressed forward. The following Yiren surged after Bai Ziqi, engaging in the most primal of battles with the beasts. Boom! 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 Several armored water buffalo charged madly towards the barrier. Their hooves thundered against the ground. Boom! With a dull thud, a buffalo horn collided with the barrier. In an instant, the barrier caved in, creating a dent. Beasts! An early-stage silver Yiren saw this and swung a hammer, striking down on the back of an armored water buffalo. The buffalo bellowed in pain, turning its head to ram. The unprepared Yiren was knocked flying, crashing to the ground. The next moment, they witnessed a gigantic hoof descending. Bang! The Yiren's head exploded, akin to a watermelon being crushed. Blood and brains splattered. Others witnessing this scene turned red with rage, their eyes filled with bloodlust. Damn it! They howled. A few silver Yiren lunged forward, wielding their swords. The armored water buffalo, having been tormented like a bullfighter as prey, became riddled with blades. As the swords were pulled free, jets of blood sprayed forth. Gradually, both the mutated beasts and the Yiren became consumed by bloodlust. Meanwhile, within Yi Yuni's villa, he too heard the drumbeats, his face etched with confusion. What does this mean? He was uncertain. Zhou Huaiwei was equally baffled. Why had the drumbeats suddenly sounded? It seemed as though the sound came from afar. While she pondered, Han Bingxue and Han Bingyu, who were nearby, also heard the recently silenced drumbeats, standing frozen in place. It is a warning of the approaching beast tide. The Xingyun barrier is under attack by the beast tide. Han Bingxue spoke, straining to recall the tales her father had previously shared with them. If the tide of monstrous beasts were to breach the barriers, it would transform the realm into a hell on earth. Neither the survivors nor the Yiren could escape. All would perish. The beast tide. Ye Yunyi listened it intently, gazing at Han Bingxue. Are you certain? Han Bingxue nodded affirmatively. Without hesitation, Yi Yuni rushed outside, seized a chasing wind leopard, and mounted it. Remain at home and await my return. After a low growl, he pulled the reins and sped away into the distance. Simultaneously, the vice commander prepared to lead the assembled Duran to the southern gate for reinforcements. However, the next moment, the sound of a drum echoed from the northern gate. In an instant, the vice commander was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. What? The northern gate is also facing a beast tide. A wave of dread washed over her, and the hairs on her body stood on end. They were caught in a pincer movement. Furthermore, the main force was stationed at the southern gate. She had no choice but to lead her troops to the northern gate. If the beast tide of the northern gate was indeed substantial, they might all meet their demise. But there was no time for hesitation. Forward! Follow me to the northern gate. With a commanding voice, the vice commander led her team toward the northern gate. After a while, Yi Yuni also heard the drumbeat from the northern gate. If what Han Bingshu had said was true, they were now besieged from both sides. He contemplated briefly and then urged his chasing wind leopard towards the northern gate. At the northern gate, the vice commander stood atop the barriers. Observing the approaching tide of beasts, her expression grave. Over 1,000 Iso. The numbers were overwhelming. Yet, there was no alternative left. They had to press forward. Open the gates. Attack. The vice commander commanded the opening of the gates and resolutely charged out with her whip in hand. The other Yuran bit their teeth in determination. They were resolved to face death. Moments later, the two forces clashed. Each Yuran found themselves besieged by several Isho. This was merely the vanguard of the beast tide. If the following forces arrived, their pressure would intensify. The vice commander felt anxiety gripping her. Yet she understood that her current task was to hold the line. Every second counted. She needed to delay until the city lord could quell the tide at the southern gate and lead reinforcements. As she pondered, a screeching sound of steel scraping echoed, and a powerful golden ant charged toward her. Its massive jaws snapped open, aiming for her. She quickly dodged, whipping her weapon towards the ant's face. Clang! The crisp sound resonated, akin to striking a steel ingot. The vice commander's attempt to retract her whip was thwarted as the golden ant clamped down with its powerful jaws. In that moment of distraction, a black windhound, a mid-level silver beast, lunged at her with its gaping maw poised to strike. Panic surged through her as the shadow of death enveloped her. There was no escape. It was over. She widened her eyes, fixated on the serrated maw that approached her. In the next instant, a fierce rush of wind swept past, and a dark figure descended from the sky. The figure wielded a battle axe and struck downward with tremendous force. Thud! The sound of flesh being cleaved echoed. In the vice commander's horrified gaze, the head of the black windhound was split in two by the axe. Its smooth-cut surface resembled polished marble, revealing the silver crystal core that shattered with a single blow. Chapter 14. Thousands of crystal cores. In that moment, time seemed to freeze for the vice commander. The world fell into silence. What power is this? What is happening? As her mind raced with these thoughts, she turned her gaze to the figure standing before her, her eyes widening in recognition. This person, he was the one from the trading center yesterday, accompanied by 3 women. He was not at the early silver level, but a far stronger entity. While these thoughts raced in her mind, Yi Yuni, now wielding the massive axe, advanced forward. Thud! Thud! The sounds of flesh being shattered echoed as Yi Yuni pressed onward, his divine agility in full effect. With each step, he moved with perfect precision. Then, his body swirled, unleashing the power of the 9 nether energy. As he swung the axe, heads of Ishog flew into the air. In a brief span, the area before Yi Yuni had been cleared. The other Ishog, drawn by the overwhelming scent of blood, turned their gaze towards him, their eyes glowing with a crimson hue. It was as if they were instinctively compelled by primal urges, charging at him with ferocity. Boom! Yi Yuni's feet struck the ground, causing the earth beneath him to crack. In that instant, the 9 nether energy surged to its zenith, and he transformed into a dragon-like figure. His arms bulged, stretching his once loose clothing, the fabric ripping apart audibly. Go! Yi Yuni swung his battle axe in a wide arc, propelling it towards the massive beasts ahead. At the late silver level, combined with the 9 nether energy, the axe flew forth like a cannonball aimed at the approaching giants. The glimmer of blood-stained, cold light reflected in the eyes of the charging beasts. Whoosh! Thud! The axe spun through the air like a scythe of harvest. Every show it touched was reduced to a bloody pulp. Roars of agony and despair filled the air. The beasts in the path of the axe suffered grievously. Limbs and entrails were scattered, raining down upon the ground. The beasts that had gathered around Yi Yuni were obliterated in an instant, clearing a path before him. Of course, it was a path paved with the remains of Yi Shog. Meanwhile, the vice commander watched this scene, her eyes wide with astonishment. She could hardly believe what her eyes were witnessing. What extraordinary power is this? What divine weapon is this? Among the previous Iso were formidable creatures of both early and mid-silver levels. Yet, they were utterly powerless against the might of the axe and the energy. At that moment, she gazed at Yi Yuni as if he were a war god. Simultaneously, the scattered Irun found themselves surrounded by enemies. After all, the forces at the northern gate were too few, and the beasts were overwhelming. Being besieged was inevitable. They now understood their fate. They could only endure. After all, there were non-family members within the barrier. If the barrier was breached, their loved ones would be unable to escape. With this thought, Ichian gritted their teeth, their eyes blazing with fury as they faced the Yi Sho before them. Kulme, a middle-aged man, glared at the beast in front of him, swinging his heavy hammer down. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the Yi Sho howled in pain, crashing to the ground. Its body twitching, he was ready to deliver a finishing blow when another Yi Sho approached. He had no choice but to evade, watching as the previously struck beast shook its head and stood up once more. Damn it! All his efforts wasted. Regroup, back to back, with a series of roars. The remaining Irun gathered, bracing themselves against one another. They were all panting, numerous wounds adorning their bodies. Some had even lost an arm, blood gushing from the wounds. The group exchanged glances, gritting their teeth. It seemed there was no turning back. If they could take one down, it would be even. If they could take two, they would profit. Every second they could buy was crucial. If they could just hold out until the battle at the southern gate concluded, they would consider it a victory. Yes, damn it. Voices filled with resolve echoed around them. As they braced against the surrounding, watchful Yi Shog, they prepared to charge forward. In the next moment, thud, boom, they turned toward the sound, only to see a horde of Yi Shog hurtling toward them, but they were flying backward. What the hell? What was happening? In an instant, the group of Irun was left bewildered. They had never encountered such a bizarre situation before. Thud! A colossal Dali Jingang ant crashed to the ground, and the onlookers stared at the creature, which had been split in two with a battle axe embedded in its head. Then, they observed a young man racing towards them from afar. Along his path, he wielded his hand like a blade, striking down and causing the heads of other beasts to explode. What kind of power is this? At this moment, Yi Yuni arrived before the Dali Jingang ant and extracted the massive axe. He then gazed at the tide of strange beasts and turned to the individuals behind him. Young man, come quickly, let's stand back to back and guard together. One of the otherworldly beings called out to Yi Yuni. Together? Yi Yuni squinted at this suggestion. To him, these beasts were merely lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Guard? Why should they guard? Without hesitation, Yi Yuni brandished his axe and charged into the horde of beasts. The crowd gasped in disbelief. What is he doing? Is he throwing his life away? One person was charging straight into the depths of the beast tide. Is this even reasonable? At the same time, Yi Yuni cleaved the head of a silver-tier beast in half. His hand reached for the crystal core. Absorb. In the next moment, a surge of energy flooded into Yi Yuni's body. Delightful. This was the perfect nourishment for his ascension. Observing Yi Yuni's silhouette. The remaining otherworldly beings felt invigorated. This is it, let us kill. In an instant, they all surged toward the beasts. A man, wielding a giant hammer, was just about to strike down on a late bronze-tier beast when, in the next moment, a figure shot out from the side. With a single punch, he obliterated the beast before him. The man was taken aback. What does this mean? Yi Yuni continued to dart across the battlefield, utilizing his extraordinary agility to leap around and harvest the beasts in front of the others. One crystal core after another was absorbed by him. Although their ranks were not high, the sheer quantity was impressive. Furthermore, he could not let such a prime opportunity slip away, nor allow others to claim the kills. The otherworldly beings watched Yi Yuni's actions in stunned silence. What is happening here? It feels like he is frantically snatching resources from beasts. But could anyone truly behave this way in such a situation? Suddenly, realization struck. He is doing this to protect us. One person thought. He guards the barrier and protects us as well. Instantly, Yi Yuni appeared as a towering figure in their eyes. He was their savior. Chapter 15. Repelling the beast tide. Hurry, let us quickly regroup. Yes, this is a rare opportunity. Once he exhausts himself, we will protect him. As these sentiments were voiced, the crowd began to regroup, as this was indeed a hard-earned chance. Meanwhile, Yi Yuni felt as if he were reaping a fortune. This is exhilarating. A single punch yields a silver tier crystal core. This is far quicker than his previous searches in the jungle. Gradually, Yi Yuni's Juyo Chi and exceptional agility reached their peak. The beasts could not even discern his shadow. They merely felt a flash before plunging into darkness. After a short while, not a single beast remained standing within 100 meters of the otherworldly beings. The onlookers, who were resting, were left in shock. What incredible combat prowess! Is he not exhausted? At that moment, the vice captain approached, surveying the scene. The once overwhelming tide of beasts was now retreating. Some beasts had begun to flee into the jungle. Perhaps in their eyes, Yi Yuni had transformed into the true beast, one capable of slaughtering them at will. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Stop running. Stand still. Yi Yuni sensed this phenomenon. Do they think they can escape the grasp of their imminent demise? Not a chance. He swiftly brandished his axe, stepping into the void and charging forward. Squelch, squelch. The sounds of flesh being cleaved echoed. Yet another wave of beasts fell. At this point, the remaining beasts finally came to their senses, abandoning all caution as they fled towards the jungle. Their retreat was even more frantic than when they had arrived. With one final swing of his axe, Yi Yuni plunged his hand in, absorbing. Afterward, he lifted the head of a beast and looked back. The vice captain and the otherworldly beings stared at him. Why do I feel a tremor in my legs? If it weren't for the rational part of me reminding me that he is one of us, I would genuinely believe he had transformed into a beast. Keep your voices down. He is our benefactor. Yes, indeed, but I cannot quell this unease. I feel it too. The vice captain admitted, I believe many share this sentiment, including myself. The key is his power is simply too formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to say he slices through beasts like cutting vegetables. She looked at Yi Yuni and recalled the sound of drums from the southern gate. You 5 stay behind. The rest, follow me to the southern gate for support. Understood. Yi Yuni also heard the vice captain's command. Yes, there is still action at the southern gate. He had been worried about not having enough crystal cores to absorb. After all, despite absorbing so many, his realm had yet to change. It seems that reaching the golden tier is not an easy feat. Upon the departure of several individuals, those left behind looked at the carcasses of the beasts. We should quickly deal with this, collecting the beast corpses and extracting the crystal cores. These cores belong to that esteemed individual. We must present them to him afterward. Indeed, the group nodded in agreement, for these beasts had been slain by Yi Yuni, who had protected them and the barrier. Given his strength, they dared not harbor any greedy thoughts. Without delay, they moved toward the beast to begin the cleanup. However, a sudden realization struck. Where are my crystal cores? I don't have any. This one is missing too. None. The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Where are the cores? How could they all have vanished? Could it be that esteemed individual collected the cores while slaying the beasts? After much contemplation, one person voiced this theory, earning the agreement of all. What other explanation could there be? Their expressions twitched as they grappled with the absurdity of the situation, fighting while simultaneously collecting crystal cores. Is this even human? What level of power is this? They continued their cleanup, eventually uncovering a few straggling crystal cores. They gathered these cores, unsure if they were obtained by Yi Yuni or themselves, but it seemed that most belonged to Yi Yuni. Meanwhile, at the battlefield of the southern gate, the situation was dire. Bai Jiqi was engaged in combat with a silver-tier beast, the dual-headed serpent. Others were also locked in fierce battles with the beasts. The battlefield was littered with severed limbs and corpses. We are barely holding on. I wonder how the northern gate is faring. Could the barrier have been breached there? As these thoughts circulated, morale began to wane. Bai Jiqi, hearing the murmurs, thrust her longsword forward, slashing down. Sparks flew as her sword struck the dual-headed serpent. It failed to penetrate. She took several steps back, scanning the battlefield with a grave expression. However, in the next instant, the city gates swung open. The vice-captain led the others out. Yi Yuni surveyed the battlefield, excitement gleaming in his eyes. So many. It felt like wolves entering a sheepfold. Reinforcements have arrived. Has the beast tide at the northern gate been dispelled? Let us kill. Or the beast tide. With the arrival of the reinforcements from the northern gate, the morale at the southern gate surged. They charged toward the beasts ahead. One otherworldly being was poised to deliver a finishing blow to a beast when, in the next moment, a figure descended, crushing the skull of the Yi Shou beneath its feet. Grasping a colossal axe, it surged towards the opposite side with wild abandon. Meanwhile, Bai Jiqi took a step forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the Songlinsa midair. After landing a successful blow, she prepared to glance back at the unfolding battle. "What is this?" she exclaimed, surveying the ominous tide of Iso. However, amidst the chaos, a peculiar surge was weaving through the horde. Wherever it passed, blood erupted, moving with astonishing speed, reminiscent of Tuk Singson navigating underground. In its wake, Yi Shou were sent soaring, and severed limbs scattered like autumn leaves. Before she could fully process the scene, the Sancti Linsko lunged at her once more. The onlookers below were bewildered. Who is this? So formidable. They've cleared the area. Voices echoed, as the Yiren from the south gate were equally perplexed. This esteemed individual will first deal with the Yi Shou before allowing you to regroup. At the north gate, it was solely due to him that we repelled the horde. Rest assured, with him, we shall survive. As the word from the north gate Yiren spread, all eyes turned towards Ye Yuni, who was cutting through the sea of Isho with unmatched prowess. Their gazes brimmed with admiration. So this was the truth. In that moment, Ye Yuni's reputation among the Yi Run soared to unprecedented heights. Chapter 16. Entering the Golden Stage. Ecstasy. Ye Yuni felt the surging power within him, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty excitement. Bathed in blood, he stood as a god of war. Soon, after absorbing so many crystal cores, he sensed that he was nearing the threshold of the golden tier. His gaze shifted towards the Songko Yi Lin Se, currently locked in combat with Bai Jiqi. She struggled to fend off the relentless assault from its two heads. After retreating several meters, just as she prepared to strike again, a figure shot past her. An axe swung down, cleaving towards the splitting heads of the Songto Yi Lin Se. Clang! Roar! In that instant, the Songto Lin Se felt a jolt of pain, as if it were on the verge of being severed. The crowd gasped at the beast's roar, turning in shock. Ye Yuni, with a single swing, had shattered the Songko Yi Lin Se's armor, plunging deep into its flesh. In an instant, the two heads lunged towards him at an alarming speed. With a furious roar, one head sought to bite him, its gaping maw radiating a pungent stench of blood. Yet, Ye Yuni released his axe, evading deftly and stepping onto the serpent's head. The force of his weight drove the head downwards. Utilizing this momentum, he soared onto the other head, fists raised like hammers. The chi of Jiyo erupted at its peak, raining down upon the serpent's head. Whoosh! The sound of wind slicing through the air resonated. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the other head crashed towards the ground, dust swirling violently. In that moment, both Bai Jiqi and the other Yuren stared wide-eyed, scarcely able to believe what they were witnessing. What on earth was this? So powerful. One strike had breached the Songti Lin Se's armor, and the second dealt it a grievous blow, despite having fought fiercely at the north gate and just moments before in the beast tide. Ye Yuni still displayed such ferocity. What kind of formidable individual was he? However, Bai Jiqi quickly snapped back to reality. Brandishing her sword, she charged towards the Songko Yi Lin Se's eyes. With a thrust, Her blade pierced deeply. The Songtou Yilin Se emitted a furious roar, thrashing violently. Its long tail swept through the air, obliterating countless Yi Shog in an instant. Retreat, Bai Jishi commanded, and the other even, witnessing the tail's might, hurriedly complied. Yet in the next moment, the tail suddenly halted. As the dust settled, the astonished onlookers beheld Ye Yuni gripping the tail. He bellowed, his arms akin to explosive Chilean arms. Under the numbed gaze of the crowd, he swung the entire Songtou Yilin Se, hurling it towards the tide of Yishug. Boom! Boom! Wherever the Songtou Yilin Se landed, Yishou were shattered into pulp. Good heavens! How fierce! Someone exclaimed, encapsulating the collective sentiment. This was more fearsome than the Yishou themselves. Bai Jishi observed the chaos. The tide of Yishou was in disarray. Everyone charge, she commanded, and the group surged forward towards the beleaguered Xingshu and the remaining Yishou, engaging in a frenzied battle. The entire Iran defense team shifted from despair to a resounding counterattack. The Yishou, now terrified, fled into the surrounding forest. Several silver Tiriran joined the fray against the Songtou Yilin Se, and along with Bai Jishi and Yuni's relentless assault, even the serpent's final desperate struggle was suppressed. The sounds of flesh being cleaved echoed as Yuni and Bai Jishi struck down with a blade and an axe, severing the two heads. Yuni gazed at the silvery, slightly yellowing crystal core and smiled. It appeared this creature was on the brink of advancing to the golden tier. Yet met its demise here. Absorb. In an instant, a tremendous surge of power flooded into Ye Yuni's body, as if shattering barriers within him. The overwhelming sensation reverberating throughout his being. Refreshing. He glanced at his attributes. Name, Yuni, height, 185 centimeters, tier, early golden, skills, rapid absorption, god-level hunting skill. Juyo Chi Phase 1, god-level agility, weapon, first stage battle axe, early golden. In just a few days, he had reached this stage. Amazing. Feeling the surge of power, he turned to the lifeless Songtou Yilin Se before him. At his current strength, the Songtou Yilin Se would fall within 2 moves. The remaining Yishug had been largely driven away. The Yirun present gazed at Yuni and Bai Jishi standing amidst the corpses of Yishug, erupting in cheers. We won. Ha ha. We truly held the tide of beasts. We have triumphed. I thought I would perish here. Many Yirun were moved to tears of joy. Bai Jishi looked at Yuni, realizing she had misjudged him the previous day. She had initially thought him merely a lowly silver tier Yirun, one who was infatuated with beauty. Yet, she was astonished by his might. Comparing his recent combat skills with her own, she acknowledged that despite having worn down the Songtou Yilin Se significantly, Yuni had dispatched it with far greater finesse. His strength might have surpassed her own, yet they were of the same realm. After all, a golden Tyrion would annihilate the Songtou Yilin Se effortlessly. Fortunately, this crisis had finally passed. Everyone, let's clean up the battlefield. Bai Jishi called out. Yuni joined in the efforts, and shortly thereafter, they returned to the city. The survivors within the walls were left in awe at the sight. The beings within their nebula barrier are indeed formidable, with a plethora of alien beasts. How splendid. The team continues to delve deeper into the barrier. Meanwhile, Zhou Huaiwei and her companions emerge, their faces etched with anxiety. After all, Zhou Huaiwei had heard from the Han sisters that the sound of war drums signals an invasion of alien creatures. Coupled with the fact that Yi Yuni has been absent for quite some time, how could they not be worried? At this moment, they step outside and gaze at the distance, only to be momentarily dazzled. In the next instant, they swiftly make their way forward. Chapter 17. The daughters are offered forth. Zhou Huaiwei is the first to collide into Yi Yuni's embrace, followed closely by Han Bingxue and Han Bingyu. Yi Yuni wraps his arms around them, observing their distressed expressions, and gently pats their heads, inquiring what has them so frightened. Well, it's a beast tide. How can we not be scared? Zhou Huaiwei retorts playfully. So, has it been resolved, my dear? Han Bingxue asks, pointing toward the rear. The main force is gradually making its way back. The 3 girls look on, gasping in astonishment, feeling the hairs on their necks rise. So many alien beast corpses? The sheer magnitude of this beast tide has been successfully repelled. This is truly remarkable. All right, enough staring. Let's return. I need a bath. I'm drenched in blood, Yi Yuni remarks, feeling the lingering stench of blood, sticky and uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, the three girls respond eagerly. All right, dear, we'll help wash your back. With a chuckle, Yi Yuni adds, or perhaps we can engage in some other activities. His words cause a flush to rise on their cheeks, and they playfully punch his chest. Subsequently, Yi Yuni leads them towards their villa. Meanwhile, Baijishi observes Yi Yuni's actions and lets out a soft huff before retreating to her room. The other beings witness Yi Yuni's departure, filled with admiration. A hero has emerged. With such strength now, one can only imagine what he will become in the future. Indeed, it feels like this individual is on par with the city lord, or perhaps even surpasses him. What is this esteemed individual's name? I recall he is surnamed Yi. He appeared at the trading center yesterday with those three young ladies. In this apocalyptic world, possessing such strength, three is hardly sufficient. As the words spill forth, several middle-aged beings exchange knowing glances, a bold idea forming in their minds. What shall we do with the alien beast corpses and the crystal cores? One being inquires. However, this question poses a challenge. As previously, they hunted beasts alone. There was no issue. Now, amidst the chaos and with a powerhouse like Yi Yuni slaying beasts, it is unclear who has claimed what. Perhaps we should gather them, tally the numbers, and then let the city lord and Lord Yi distribute them? I believe that is the best course of action. Without the city lord and Lord Yi, we might not even be able to stand here and converse. Yes, let us proceed with that. You all start counting. I need to head home for a moment. There are matters to attend to. The remaining beings watch as several middle-aged individuals hurriedly depart, puzzled by their urgency. It seems age has made them sentimental in this life and death battle. They cannot let go of their families, someone adds, and others nod in agreement. Back at the villa, Yi Yuni leads the three girls home. They all enter the bathroom together, indulging in a refreshing bath. Meanwhile, Baijishi returns to her room, tidies up, and steps out, heading into her sister's room, where she finds her still lost in slumber. She sighs softly. At that moment, there is a knock at the door. Baijishi opens it to find the vice commander entering. The beings who ventured into the forest before the beast tide have returned with news about a potent medicine. This statement ignites excitement in Baijishi. Have they truly found it? What medicine? Where is it? She notices the vice commander hesitating, then takes the documents he offers. Upon examining the information, she exclaims, "This is a mutated fire dragon fruit?" Her eyes widen upon reading the subsequent line, which causes her heart to race. It is guarded by a formidable alien beast. The description states it is 5 zhong long, resembling a small mountain, with a blazing tiger coiled around it. This is the Qi Yanhu, an early-stage golden alien beast. Such a creature is guarding it. This implies that the mutated fire dragon fruit is undoubtedly a treasure of the heavens and earth. Is the information accurate? Yes, multiple beings witnessed it. It was perilous. The tiger was resting, and they were at a distance. Otherwise, they might not have returned. Listening to the vice commander, Baijishi nods. Yet, what does it matter if the news is accurate? The medicine is protected by a powerful beast. The Qi Yanhu. If confronted, she would lack the strength to fight. Although the medicine is now known, how can she procure it? It seems assistance is necessary. In an instant, she thinks of Yi Yuni. This is the perfect ally. Without further ado, she gathers her things and sets off to find Yi Yuni. Meanwhile, Yi Yuni emerges from the bathroom, humming a tune. Indeed, washing off the blood feels refreshing, and he has accomplished what needed to be done, leaving him quite at ease. He settles in the living room when Xiao Haizi trots over, rubbing against his arm, mouth agape, clearly indicating hunger once more. Are you hungry again? Yi Yuni observes this gluttonous creature. They had just eaten a substantial meal in the morning. However, considering the numerous alien beast corpses from the tide, he could certainly retrieve some. Examining the situation, he declares, "I shall step out for a moment," and rides off on the chasing wind leopard. Yi Yuni contemplates the beast, feeling it to be somewhat lacking. Had he known, he would have kept a few silver-tier alien beasts. Nevertheless, for now, he must make do. Simultaneously, in the home of a middle-aged being, he earnestly advises his 18-year-old daughter, Xiaolan, that Lord Yi is a powerful being. The recent beast tide was repelled thanks to him. Otherwise, the barrier would have fallen, and we would all be doomed. Moreover, Lord Yi appears to be merely in his 20s, exceptionally talented. A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. It transforms into a dragon amid storms. If you align yourself with him, your safety is ensured, and you will enjoy a life of luxury. As for me, I have no other aspirations. Of course, this hinges on whether Lord Yi takes notice of her. In another household, a man addresses his daughter similarly, urging her to don a beautiful outfit before he takes her to meet Lord Yi. Make sure to wear your prettiest dress and nothing too conservative. In yet another home, the sentiment echoes, "Come on, let's go find Lord Yi now." Chapter 18. Indeed, my daughter, Lord Yi is dashing and charming. The middle-aged beings, having just experienced the beast tide, enthusiastically regale their daughters, their faces alight with excitement as they recount the events, recounting how Yi Yuni fought valiantly and displayed unmatched bravery. They hurriedly whisk their daughters away. On the other side, the remaining beings busily tend to the alien beasts they have just defeated. The piles of alien beast flesh resemble small mountains. Indeed, they're not just one but many. As for the alien beast crystal cores, they are abundant. In my lifetime, I have never seen so many alien beasts and crystal cores. It is truly astounding. The spoils of this battle are plentiful. I believe I can discern which beasts were slain by Yi Darren. With this remark, an air of silence enveloped the gathering. Their gazes shifted towards the nearby beasts. Each one they had dispatched bearing signs of struggle, with numerous wounds adorning their forms. In stark contrast, the beasts felled by Yi Yuni lay lifeless, either with a single fatal blow or a gaping wound atop their heads, some even cleaved in two by his battle axe. The distinction was indeed evident. However, those who had departed moments earlier had not shared in their exhilaration. The thrill of dealing with these formidable creatures was unparalleled, especially when confronting these high-tier beasts, which I could seldom encounter in the past. Now, I could trample them beneath my feet at will. Others remarked, "Are you merely flaunting your influence? Do you not fear that these beasts may awaken and swiftly vanquish you?" Though such thoughts crossed their minds, they felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. When they returned, witnessing this, they would surely regret it. We shall boast about our feats when they come back. Suddenly, an unusual sight caught the attention of one onlooker. Approaching from a distance was a middle-aged man accompanied by his daughter, a young lady of about 18, slender and graceful. She wore a flowing white gown, her long hair billowing in the breeze, her face adorned with a bashful expression, reminiscent of a flower poised to bloom, captivating all onlookers. What does this mean? Has he brought his family along to display their spoils? Old Zhang, what is your intention in bringing your daughter here? An observer inquired, casting a curious glance at Old Zhang. Others too were drawn to the scene, their faces betraying a mixture of confusion. "It's nothing. I merely want her to witness." Old Zhang replied with a smile, though his words flickered, hinting at something concealed. Upon seeing the mountain of beast carcasses, he was taken aback. So many. They had piled up like a mountain. The girl, witnessing the spectacle, was equally astonished, her eyes wide in disbelief. Such a multitude of beasts. Perhaps the tide of beasts outside the city was even more terrifying than her father had described. She envisioned the battle prowess of Yi Darren as narrated by her father. What a formidable individual he must be. And now, in this era where the strong wield authority, she bit her lip, pondering whether Yi Darren might indeed take an interest in her. As she mused, several other individuals arrived with their daughters. Upon encountering the scene before them, they too were left speechless, particularly the young women, whose expressions were filled with disbelief. Others, witnessing this, were equally astonished. What a peculiar day this was. What do these individuals mean by bringing their daughters here? The crowd was baffled, yet the few men exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's intentions. After all, they were driven by similar motivations. They regarded one another, letting out a dismissive snort. "Old John, what is this? Your daughter is dressed so beautifully. Are you attempting to recommend her to Yi Darren?" "Umph, you brought your daughter here, seeking to climb the social ladder with Yi Darren, did you not?" Old Zhang retorted. "My daughter has been cultivated since childhood, well-versed in the classics. Before the cataclysm, she was the belle of her school. Her grades were exceptional. What of your daughters? Mine even played the pipa and other instruments, a prodigy. Do you understand? She has never even dated. And whose daughter has? They chimed in unison. Instantly, the gathering erupted into a cacophony of voices. Nearby, those who had been organizing the beasts suddenly grasped the situation. They cast their gazes towards the men with their daughters, silently cursing them. Old foxes. They actually hoped to forge a connection between their daughters and Yi Darren. How audacious. If they truly managed to form such ties, their families would surely soar to new heights. After all, Yi Darren possessed unparalleled combat prowess. He had navigated the waves of beasts with ease, ultimately slaying a late-stage silver-tier beast, the Yilin Shuang Tu Shi. Not only did he protect them, but he also defended the barrier. In their hearts, Yi Yuni's esteem now surpassed that of the city lord by Ji Shi. At that moment, envy and resentment surged within them. However, envy served little purpose. They had no daughters. Even those who did scarcely had daughters of notable beauty. As they contemplated this, the competition among the fathers intensified. My daughter excels in all arts and crafts since childhood. How can you compare? I assure you, when Yi Darren arrives, he will undoubtedly notice my daughter first. My daughter is the most beautiful, especially in this apocalypse. What use are such talents? Nonsense. Who says they're useless? My daughter is skilled in massage, and she excels in singing and playing various instruments. One man interjected. However, this statement silenced the crowd, all eyes fixated on him in disbelief. Singing and playing? What are you implying? Are you making inappropriate remarks? You teach your daughter such things? Old Zhang glared at the man. I suggest you go home before you anger Yi Darren. Not the first time. Old Zhou, bewildered, pondered over the implications of that remark. How could it not be the first time? His daughter had never dated. Realizing the misunderstanding, he glanced at the crowd. You LSPs. I meant singing and playing as in musical instruments. Do you not comprehend? Musical instruments. Isn't that the same? ISNT that's still singing and playing? The Group S expressions grew increasingly peculiar, leaving old Zhou feeling defeated. This is hopeless. As the discussions continued, a sudden rush of wind heralded the arrival of Yi Yuni. The crowd turned to behold him riding the back of a pursuing wind leopard, racing towards them with great speed. Yi Yuni, seated upon the majestic beast, his legs firmly gripping its sides, held the reins like a grand general of old, exuding an aura of undeniable authority. It is Yi Darren, old Zhang exclaimed, and the young lady beside him turned her gaze toward Yi Yuni. In an instant, her eyes widened in disbelief. So young, and so tall and handsome. Some individuals were already strikingly attractive, but atop this colossal beast, he appeared even more formidable and striking. In that moment, it seemed as though stars sparkled in her eyes. Her heart racing. The other young women present shared similar reactions, their cheeks flushing unconsciously as they cast shy glances at Yi Yuni, lost in their thoughts. Nearby, old Zhou observed his daughter's reaction and quietly remarked, "What do you think, my precious daughter? I did not deceive you, did I? Is Yi Darren not remarkably handsome? And do not be fooled by appearances. He is a powerful individual. You cannot even begin to fathom Yi Darren's bravery." The young lady nodded, initially believing that someone of such strength would be a rugged brute. However, she was taken aback by his charm. She had been somewhat resistant to her father's matchmaking endeavors. But now, seeing Yi Yuni, she felt her resistance waning. Yi Yuni, atop the pursuing wind leopard, finally laid eyes on the mountain of beast carcasses. My goodness, if we could bring all of this back, why doesn't that little black fellow just soar with joy? He glanced sideways and spotted several extraordinary individuals along with their daughters. What does this mean? Why have they brought their families along? As Yi Yuni approached, old Zhang was the first to step forward with his daughter. Master Yi. Old Zhang came over with a beaming smile. This is my daughter. She was profoundly moved by your deeds and wishes to serve you, if fortunate enough. He stated this directly and without hesitation. Following his words, the young girl beside old Zhang lowered her head shyly, her lips pressed together, her face flushed with embarrassment. The other extraordinary individuals observed the scene, their eyes ablaze with envy towards old Zhang. This guy moves too quickly. Just as Yi Yuni was about to respond, they too brought forth their daughters. Master Yi, this is my little girl. She admires you greatly. Master Yi, my daughter has been clamoring to serve you upon hearing of your exploits. And my daughter, alas, what can I do? A daughter cannot be kept forever. I hope you understand, Master Yi. With each declaration, the atmosphere became chaotic. The other extraordinary individuals nearby marveled at the scene, realizing these old fellows were quite cunning. They envied Yi Yuni, surrounded by so many 18 or 19-year-old girls. Remarkable. All of them were in full bloom, yet untouched. Yi Yuni, understanding their intentions, felt elated. These girls were not only beautiful, but also youthful. He contemplated hastily utilizing the system to enhance his strength. This was a golden opportunity. Bringing them home would be a reward beyond measure. Just as he prepared to speak, a figure approached from a distance, clearing their throat and redirecting everyone's attention. City Lord Bai, you have arrived. City Lord, here are the extraordinary beasts we gathered earlier. This bag contains the flesh, and this one holds the crystal cores. One extraordinary individual said as he opened a large bag filled with various bronze and silver tier beast crystal cores. After discussion, we agreed that you and Master Yi contributed the most in repelling the beast tide. Otherwise, we wouldn't be standing here. Thus, we propose that you and Master Yi share the distribution of this flesh and these crystal cores. After this statement, everyone nodded in agreement. Yi Yuni also stepped forward, inspecting the contents. These crystal cores should first be allocated to the families of those extraordinary individuals who sacrificed their lives. As for the rest, distribute them among everyone. My demand for crystal cores is modest. However, I wish to acquire as much of the beast flesh as possible. As he spoke, the crowd's gaze towards Yi Yuni shifted. Master Yi was indeed considerate of the families of the fallen. They regarded him with increased respect. Beside them, Baijichi nodded, agreeing to the distribution. However, she was puzzled as to why Yi Yuni desired so much beast flesh. She chose not to pursue the matter further, as she had important business to discuss with him. Come with me. I need to talk to you, Baijichi said, looking at Yi Yuni. What is it? Yi Yuni glanced at the others, feeling the urgency of his own affairs. You'll find out once you follow me. Baijichi observed Yi Yuni's gaze lingering on the young girls. This fellow, though powerful, he should not be so enamored by beauty. Furthermore, these extraordinary individuals were directly offering their daughters? Well then, Yi Yuni prepared to leave. In the next moment, the other extraordinary individuals grew anxious. If Master Yi departed, how would they proceed with their discussions? Master Yi, what do you think about what I mentioned earlier? How do you feel? Indeed, Master Yi, my daughter truly admires you. If her wish isn't fulfilled, she might be restless. Yes, historically, beautiful women love heroes. Voices rose. Baijichi suddenly turned and shot them a glare. With just one look, they fell silent. Clearly, they had delayed the city lord's business, and she was growing irritated. Yi Yuni noticed Baijichi's expression, feeling a surge of frustration. Damn it, this is my reward. If you scare them off, I will hold you accountable. He then turned to the others, smiling. Why don't you all come to my home for a visit? I'll return shortly, and we can discuss matters in detail. Certainly, Master Yi, please take your time. I'll escort my daughter to your place. They all responded eagerly, looking forward to the visit, seeing it as a great opportunity. Chapter 20. City Lord, you wouldn't want your sister to suffer, would you? Baijichi observed Yi Yuni, narrowing her eyes. How many wives does this fellow intend to take? Such a lecher. In an instant, she mentally labeled Yi Yuni with numerous tags, though she refrained from voicing them, knowing she needed to discuss significant matters with him soon. After a while, she led Yi Yuni to the conference hall. So, what is it that you need to talk to me about? Speak up. Yi Yuni regarded Baijichi with little courtesy, as she had nearly derailed his plans earlier. Leaning back in his chair with his legs crossed, Baijichi clenched her teeth. Follow me. She then guided him through a small door into a cool room. Upon entering, Yi Yuni felt a chill in the air. The temperature inside was considerably lower than outside. Soon, he noticed a small girl lying down. She was exhaling cold air with each breath. In an instant, Yi Yuni recalled the substantial reward Baijichi had offered for information or a remedy for heat sensitivity at the trading center. It appeared to be for this little girl. As he approached, he observed her weak breathing, realizing she might only have a few days left. After a brief examination, they exited the room. Yi Yuni looked at Bai Ziqi. Why did you bring me here? This is my sister, Bai Ziqi explained, detailing how her sister had fallen into this state and the effort she had made over the years. Yi Yuni listened, feeling a sense of exasperation. What does this have to do with me? You're just moving yourself. I came to hear you discuss business. Are you going to do that or not? If not, I'm in a hurry to return and marry. At that moment, Yi Yuni felt the urge to kick her. However, he restrained himself and asked, You said so much. What is the matter? If there is nothing, I'll take my leave. Her words left Bai Ziqi momentarily stunned. She handed him the materials she had obtained earlier. Yi Yuni took them, glancing over the contents and pausing. This is a mutated fire dragon fruit, and the early gold tier Qiyin tiger. In an instant, Yi Yuni felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the Qiyin tiger. After all, he was also at the early gold tier, coupled with the Juyo energy and divine level agility. He believed dealing with a Qiyin tiger of the same tier wouldn't be too difficult. Are you suggesting we go hunt the Qiyin tiger and obtain this mutated fire dragon fruit? Yi Yuni followed Bai Ziqi's line of thought. Bai Ziqi responded, Kill the Qiyin tiger. Her expression turned grave. The Qiyin tiger was a formidable beast at the early gold tier, not to mention the two of them. Even 10 or 8 others might struggle to face it, let alone kill it. My intention is simply for the two of us to retrieve the mutated fire dragon fruit, defeating the Qiyin who is beyond the capabilities of 2 late-stage silver-level Iran. Bai Ziqi, while articulating her purpose, expressed this sentiment. 2 late-stage silver-level Iran. Ye Yuni, chucked it softly. Oh no, let's not draw comparisons. However, he mused that Bai Ziqi's perspective made things considerably easier. Leaning back in his chair, he propped his legs on the round table before him. As for the conditions, as a late-stage silver-level Iran, accepting this task feels akin to snatching food from tiger's mouth. The difficulty is quite formidable. My esteemed city lord, you wouldn't be expecting me to risk my life based on mere words, would you? As he spoke, he observed Bai Ziqi with a playful glint in his eyes. Set your terms. As long as I can secure that mutated fire dragon fruit to save my sister, I am willing to comply. Splendid. I admire your spirit. Yi Yuni rose, fixing his gaze on Bai Ziqi. I want you to accompany me as my wife. Boom! The declaration reverberated through the room like thunder. Bai Ziqi stared at Yi Yuni, her eyes wide with disbelief. What did he just say? Asking her to be his wife and bear his children. Huh? In an instant, she bit her small tiger tooth and slammed her hand on the table before her, creating a resounding thud. The solid wooden table shattered, splinters scattering throughout the room. What did you say? Bai Ziqi's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Yi Yuni. Are you proposing to marry me? Yi Yuni observed her reaction, thinking to himself, this crazy girl. Surely she doesn't intend to fight right here. Nonetheless, he was unperturbed. As a pre-gold level, he could easily handle Bai Ziqi, even eliminate her if necessary. However, that was unnecessary. After all, if she were to take her own life, he would lose the extraordinary reward for having a child, something he had long coveted. He sighed deeply, gazing at Bai Ziqi. Marriage is not my desire, but may our human race prosper. My intention to marry and bear children is solely for the flourishing of humanity. I am willing to dedicate all my efforts to ensure that my meager flame is passed down, allowing humanity to reclaim its initiative on Lanxing. With a 45-degree tilt of his head toward the heavens, he spoke these words slowly. Bai Ziqi retorted, I don't believe a word of your nonsense. How dare you say that your marriage is for the sake of the human race? If it weren't for my broader knowledge, I might have fallen for your grandiose reasoning. Why is it that you only wish to marry beautiful women? Why not others? However, Bai Ziqi also recognized that discussing this was futile, as she needed his assistance. Being the pinnacle of combat strength within the Xingyin barrier, only by collaborating with Yi Yuni could they effectively engage the Qiyin, who while she stealthily acquired the fire dragon fruit. Any attempt to partner with others would likely end in disaster. Furthermore, if she were to perish, her sister would have no hope of survival. Suppressing her anger, she declared, Change the terms. I cannot agree to this. Cannot agree? Yi Yuni's expression turned cold at her words. He approached her, standing directly before her. Based on my assessment, If your sister continues in this state without a new potent heat remedy to dispel the cold toxin, she will suffer greatly and likely only have a few days left. The conditions are as stated. City Lord, you do not wish for your sister to endure pain, do you? He said this while making his way toward the door. Waving his hand, he added, I will return now. Think it over. You may come find me any time once you've made a decision. As he departed, Bai Ji, she nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration, her fists clenched tightly, audibly cracking. Chapter 21. The Frenzy of Taking a Concubine. After leaving the room, Yi Yun-yi hurried back home. After all, this was of great importance. Meanwhile, in the villa, a group of women had arrived with their daughters. Here, Zhou Huaiwei and her companions warmly welcomed the guests. The girls gazed at Zhou Huaiwei and her friends, awe evident on their faces. So beautiful. Although they were not lacking in beauty themselves, these women were already under the care of Lord Yi. Please have some tea, Zhou Huaiwei offered, preparing tea for everyone. Observing this, old Zhang turned to his daughter, saying, My child, why are you so oblivious? Hurry up and help your elder sister. He quickly signaled with his eyes. Understanding the cue, his daughter promptly got up, taking the teapot from Zhou Huaiwei's hands, sweetly saying, Sister, I can handle this. The other yin noted old Zhang's initiative and soon began instructing their daughters to be diligent. Consequently, the girls jumped into action, some washing fruits, while others began to massage Zhou Huaiwei and her friends. Zhou Huaiwei, Han Bingshui, and Han Bing, you were taken aback. What is happening? How did things escalate so quickly? They only mentioned that their husbands sent them here without explaining the purpose. Now, they're so attentive. In a moment, the three girls found themselves completely bewildered. However, they had no choice but to await Yi Yun-yi's return. Old Zhang looked at Zhou Huaiwei, all smiles, saying, I hope you will kindly take care of my little girl. If she makes any mistakes, please feel free to correct her. Old Zhang understood the importance of precedence. Yet, this statement left Zhou Huaiwei even more confused. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, the sound of rushing wind could be heard outside. Yi Yun-yi rode in on a chasing wind leopard, pulling on the reins as the majestic beast leapt over the villa's fence and landed smoothly. Lord Yi has returned, old Zhou exclaimed, prompting everyone to rise and head outside. Zhou Huaiwei and her friends followed suit. Once outside, Yi Yun-yi noticed the busy figures of the girls inside and couldn't help but marvel. Is this the advantage of having power? As the crowd gathered, old Zhang spotted Yi Yun-yi and greeted, Lord Yi, you have returned. What did the city lord need you for? Yi Yun-yi waved his hand dismissively, saying there was nothing of significance. The others understood and refrained from further inquiries. Then, they turned to Yi Yun-yi, saying, Lord Yi, my daughter just expressed her admiration and affection for you. What do you think? She is quite smitten. After hearing this, Zhou Huaiwei and her friends were taken aback. Oh my, so they are here to offer their daughters. They glanced at the girls, feeling no sense of aversion. Instead, a sense of camaraderie arose within them. After all, this meant sharing the burdens of combat. If marrying new wives meant alleviating their toil, they would wholeheartedly support it, especially in these apocalyptic times. It was entirely reasonable for powerful men like their husbands to take multiple wives. Yi Yun-yi nodded, saying, Very well, if that is the case, let them all stay. We shall hold the ceremony in a few days. The grand wedding. The moment he spoke, everyone fell silent. Excellent. The Yiren nearly erupted in joyous laughter. The nearby girls blushed. Lord Yi, I will take my daughter home to prepare. Yes, we will gather items for the dowry. We shall take our leave now, Lord Yi. Their exclamations were filled with excitement as they hurriedly left with their daughters. After their departure, Zhou Huaiwei and her companions began to massage Yi Yun-yi. When our sisters arrive, we will be able to serve our husband even better, Zhou Huaiwei remarked, and the Han sisters nodded in agreement. Yi Yun-yi gazed at them, realizing that he had not previously held a wedding ceremony. Thus, he decided to make amends this time for them before addressing the others. As Zhou Huaiwei and the others listened to Yi Yun-yi's words, their faces reflected a deep sense of emotion. After a while, outside Yi Yun-yi's villa, some extraordinary beings delivered a shipment of flesh and crystals. The flesh resembled a small mountain. Yi Yun-yi observed it, deeming it too gruesome to leave in the courtyard. Would this space still be livable? Consequently, he purchased a distant room to have the flesh piled there directly. Subsequently, he examined the crystals that had been delivered. There were quite a few, mostly of the silver tier. After securing them, he took his companion, Xiao Haizi, and headed towards the newly acquired house. Upon arrival, Xiao Haizi's eyes gleamed at the sight of the room filled with flesh, practically brimming with excitement. Go on, Xiao Haizi. Ye Yuni tossed him inside and promptly closed the door. This bounty would suffice for quite some time. He then returned home. In the ensuing days, Ye Yuni hosted grand feasts every night. Each night, he wed another bride. Numerous extraordinary beings attended, and observing those who had tied the knot with Ye Yuni, the expressions of old Zhang and old Zhou were filled with radiant joy, even though the ceremony did not include their daughters. They understood that it was merely a matter of time. As for the other extraordinary beings, their faces were painted with envy and resentment. They drank a bit more wine, lamenting their fate. How enviable are old Zhang and old Zhou. Their daughters are marrying Lord Ye. If only I had such a beautiful daughter. I will be content as well, but alas, enough of that. The more we speak, the more tears we shed. Nonetheless, this life is not so bad. There are feasts to enjoy every night. Indeed, it appeared that there would be continuous celebrations for 7 or 8 days. We are truly blessed by Lord Ye. As they spoke, they cast respectful glances at Ye Yuni, who was conducting the ceremony on stage. Then one individual scanned the crowd and noted, by the way, why hasn't the city lord appeared these past few days? This remark jolted the others into realization. You're right, I haven't seen her either. She has not shown her face. Could she be in seclusion? I wonder, logically, she should be present. The crowd expressed their confusion, pondering the mystery, but eventually decided to indulge in the festivities. For 4 consecutive days, Ye Yuni not only held weddings for Zhou Huaiwei and the other 2, but also married another. The experience of being a groom night after night was truly delightful, especially on the 4th night when plum blossoms bloomed. That morning, Ye Yuni awoke to find a shimmering display materializing before him. Daily updates, 2 chapters as a base, 1 additional chapter for every 100 recommendations, 1 additional chapter for every 1,000 book coins rewarded, 1 additional chapter for every 5 5-star reviews. Please support with recommendations, rewards, and 5-star reviews. Chapter 22. Such generous rewards? Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying. You have received a mid-level golden tier advancement card. Ye Yuni stared at the screen, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, they're giving this away now? He thought, why not use it right away? In an instant, a surge of potent energy flooded into his body. The sensation was truly exquisite. Immediately, Ye Yuni checked his status panel. Name, Ye Yuni. Height, 185 centimeters. Tier, mid-level golden skills. Rapid absorption, god-tier hunting skill. First stage of Jiu-Yo Chi, god-tier body technique. Weapon, first stage battle axe. Indeed, the surge of power was not an illusion. Soon after, another screen appeared. Congratulations, host. Your wife is successfully pregnant. You have received 20 god-tier beast control pills as a reward. God-tier beast control pills, effective against beasts below the star tier. The host must administer the pills for them to take effect. After ingestion, the beast will obey the host. Oh, this is quite a remarkable item, effective against beasts below the star tier. However, there is a stipulation. The beast must swallow the pill. Yet, beasts are not foolish, especially the higher tier ones. How could they willingly consume the pills? This necessitates subduing them first to ensure they comply. Although this item is excellent, its efficacy hinges upon one's strength. Ye Yuni summoned his attribute panel once more. Name, Ye Yuni. Height, 185 centimeters. Tier, mid-level golden skills. Rapid absorption, god-tier hunting skill. First stage of Jiu-Yo Chi. God-tier body technique. Weapon, first stage battle axe. Items, 20 god-tier beast control pills. The item column was prominently displayed. Gazing at these rewards, Ye Yuni thought of the other girls and involuntarily hummed a little tune. Not only was the experience of being a groom delightful, but the rewards were also remarkably generous. Meanwhile, in the city lord's residence, Baijishi gazed at her increasingly frail sister lying on the bed. Over the past few days, She had been contemplating and waiting for news from the trading post. However, the extraordinary beings had yet to uncover any new sources of the vital medicine. Despite her increased bounties, it was as if they had fallen into a bottomless pit. Moreover, the god-tier fire dragon fruit, guarded by the Chien Hu, was too perilous for the extraordinary beings to approach. No matter how much she increased the bounty, no one would dare to retrieve it. It was tantamount to courting death. She glanced at her sister. It seemed there was only one path left. Clenching her fists, she stepped outside. In another room, Xiao Haizi observed the room, now devoid of flesh, then looked at his distended belly. With a howl, his wolf-like cry resonated through the air. He then charged through the wooden door of the room, heading straight for Ye Yuni's villa. Along the way, survivors and extraordinary beings were taken aback upon witnessing this. What is that? An extraordinary beast. They prepared to take action, but in the next moment, they could not even catch a glimpse of the creature. It was far too swift. In an instant, their eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a fast beast exist? Compared to the chasing wind leopard, it was an entirely different realm. The chasing wind leopard seemed insignificant beside it. They watched as Xiao Haizi bounded away, witnessing him leap into Ye Yuni's villa. They were momentarily stunned. He entered Lord Ye's villa? Is this a beast raised by Lord Ye? They exhaled in relief, grateful they had not acted hastily. Had they harmed Lord Ye's beast, the consequences would have been dire. However, upon reflection, they realized they would not have fared any better before that extraordinary beast. They felt a chill. Meanwhile, Ye Yuni was watering the garden when he suddenly noticed a dark figure rushing towards him. He sprang into action, seizing the figure and pinning it to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiao Haizi. Ye Yuni took a few seconds to recognize him. This creature had transformed tremendously since he last saw him, when he was led to the room filled with flesh. He now radiated a fierce aura. His size had notably increased, now comparable to that of a wolf dog. His sharp teeth gleamed menacingly, and his fur bristled like steel needles. Of course, this had no effect on Ye Yuni. As Ye Yuni regarded the creature, a panel appeared above Xiao Haizi's head. Species, Shi Yue Tianlong, bloodline, pure, tier, late silver. Late silver? This fellow has advanced quite rapidly. Observing his distended belly, Ye Yuni understood that he had consumed all the flesh and had returned in search of more sustenance. At that moment, Zhou Huaiwei and the two Han sisters emerged, witnessing Ye Yuni pinning down Xiao Haizi. Darling, what a large wolf dog! Zhou Huaiwei was equally puzzled, wondering about the origin of this wolf dog. As she scrutinized it for a moment, something seemed to dawn on her. Wait, those eyes, is this Xiao Haizi? Upon hearing Zhou Huaiwei's call, Xiao Haizi responded with a couple of yelps. Han Bingxue and Han Bingyu hurried over as well, their faces reflecting astonishment. How could this creature have grown so much in just a few days? Yuni observed their expressions of surprise and released Xiao Haizi, who promptly approached the three of them. As the trio petted the dog, they expressed their amazement, realizing that this creature was an extraordinary beast. Yuni, while speaking, thought to himself that this creature was not only an extraordinary beast, but also a particularly formidable one. Extraordinary beast? The three girls were momentarily taken aback. Just then, a voice of confusion emerged from behind. A girl leaned against the wall and stepped out. She gazed at Xiao Haizi, her expression filled with alarm. Xiao Haizi inspected the girl and soon caught a whiff of Yuni's scent, lowering its guard. Sister, it's all right. This is my husband's pet. It went missing a few days ago. It's very gentle. Come, feel free to pet it. Let us all enjoy some time with the dog. Zhou Huaiwei urged as she pulled her over. The girl began to pet the dog. Yuni noticed that someone was approaching the villa from outside. He turned to see Bai Ziqi arriving at the villa. She peered inside, where the banquet decorations had yet to be dismantled, as there were still several girls present. Bai Ziqi gritted her teeth, standing silently. City Lord? The girl who had just knelt to pet the dog called out to Bai Ziqi, which caught the attention of Zhou Huaiwei and the others. However, they were unsure of what the arrival of the city lord implied. Meanwhile, Bai Ziqi looked at Yunyi. Clenching her fists, I've agreed. When can you take me into the depths of the jungle? Chapter 23. I've agreed. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Yunyi's face. Such an agreement was quite simple. He could go at any time. Once he made this statement, Zhou Huaiwei and the others wore expressions of concern. Husband, you are going into the depths of the jungle? There must be powerful, extraordinary beasts there, right? No Beauties. Trust me, Yunyi reassured them. I am quite strong myself. Those extraordinary beasts will be easily dealt with. His words elicited a scoff from Baijiqi. Easily dealt with? This time, you'll be facing a golden stage Qi Yin tiger. You can't just boast in front of the girls. Baijiqi huffed. Yunyi turned to her. What did you say? Nothing, let us go. Baijiqi waved her hand, signaling Yunyi to set off, as her sister might not last much longer. Yunyi retrieved his battle axe from the room and strapped it to his back. The four girls approached him. Husband, please be careful and return soon. They expressed their concerns one after another. Yunyi nodded. Don't worry, I'll hurry back once I finish my business. Subsequently, he mounted the wind chaser leopard and followed Baijiqi out. On the mount, Baijiqi examined him from head to toe. She had noticed the earlier demeanor of the several girls. She began to feel puzzled. They all seemed to serve Yunyi without jealousy, and their affection for him resembled that of pampered wives. What charm does this guy possess? If Yunyi could read Baijiqi's thoughts, he would surely retort, what charm? It's something that can only be felt, not articulated, and the true essence is to be experienced at night. Stop staring. After the mission, I'll let you cut in line, all right? Cut in line? For what? Baijiqi soon realized. This guy. But now that the contract was established, as long as the mission was completed, she would belong to Yunyi. I understand. No need for you to say anything. Once you complete the task, I will certainly uphold my promise. However, if you mess it up, I won't let you off easily. Baijiqi declared fiercely, contemplating the possibility that after the mission, this guy might be targeted by the Qi Yin tiger. If he didn't escape, he would meet his end at the tigeress jaws. That way, she could save her sister without becoming his. However, Baijiqi knew this was not very realistic. The two then exited the city. Many extraordinary individuals observed the scene, momentarily stunned. The city lord and Lord Yiyun were leaving the city together. What would they be up to? However, they dare not approach to inquire, as it was not their place to know the nature of their business. The two directly left their mounts at the city gate and walked out. After exiting the city, Baijiqi, following the information provided by the extraordinary individuals, led Yunyi deeper into the forest. Along the way, Yunyi spotted a few low-tier spirit beasts. With a quick movement, his divine agility manifested. The extraordinary beasts only caught a fleeting shadow before a sound echoed, and then they felt a weight lift from their necks. Quietly departing from this beautiful world, Yunyi collected the crystal cores of the extraordinary beasts, gazing at their corpses with a tinge of regret. If there were no people around, he could have directly stored these bodies in the system space for Xiao Haizi to feast upon. But alas, he looked at Baijiqi, thinking that Xiao Haizi must loathe her. Baijiqi, observing his every move, was utterly speechless. Can you not be so greedy? You want these low-tier extraordinary beasts too? What do you understand? Even a fly's leg is meat. You and T understand if you haven't been poor, Yunyi replied, casting Baijiqi a sidelong glance and choosing not to engage further. Baijiqi shot him a look of disbelief, her frustration palpable. Yet, there was nothing she could do but endure. Deep within the jungle, they tread cautiously. Here, extraordinary beasts of silver stage and above could frequently be spotted. They must be close. Baijiqi examined the information and confirmed their location. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a tiger echoed through the forest. Extraordinary beasts in every direction fled in terror. In an instant, they distanced themselves. There, Yunyi discerned the sound and location, quickly moving in that direction. How swift! Baijiqi was taken aback by his speed. This guy seemed to have become significantly faster, but she quickly followed suit. Moments later, Yunyi and Baijiqi found themselves standing atop a giant tree trunk, as if on a vast plain. Baijiqi gazed ahead. Not far off, the imposing Qi Yin tiger was revealed, measuring 5 zhang in length, its tail as thick as a club. With each sweep, it produced a sound akin to a gust of wind. What a fierce tiger! At this moment, it was devouring a large golden ant. Its sharp fangs penetrated the ant as effortlessly as a knife slicing through tofu, easily chewing and savoring its meal. then extending its barbed tongue to lick away a layer of blood and flesh. Observing this, Bai Ziqi narrowed her eyes. Then, the two shifted their gaze to the distance. There it was, a mutated fire dragon fruit. It bore a resemblance to the fire dragon fruit from before the apocalypse, but it was enormous, at least the size of a human head. Surrounding it were flames, and a shadow of a fire dragon swirled around the fruit, exuding an otherworldly aura. This was indeed a treasure of heaven and earth. Bai Ziqi thought, her eyes ablaze with fervor. This could surely cure her sister's ailment. But what to do about the Qi Yin tiger? In the next moment, a whisper reached her ear. Soon, you will lure the Qi Yin tiger away, drawing it out of its lair while I retrieve the fire dragon fruit. Yi Yuni spoke, and the gentle breeze he exhaled brushed against Bai Ziqi's ear, causing a ticklish sensation and an unusual feeling to surge within her heart. However, she quickly regained her composure. Why don't you lure it away? Bai Ziqi retorted, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Was she foolish to lure away the Qi Yin who? The danger level was extraordinarily high. How could he be so careless? It seemed he intended to take the easy route. Meanwhile, Yi Yuni, noticing her reluctance to fall into his trap, abruptly pointed into the distance. Look, Bai Ziqi's heart jolted. What is it? She immediately turned her gaze toward the Qi Yin who. Could something have happened? In the next instant, she felt a sudden kick to her backside, propelling her toward the massive tree below. Yi Yuni, Chapter 24, Ruthlessness. In midair, 1,000 expletives raced through Bai Ziqi's mind. No matter how hard she tried to comprehend, she could not fathom that Yi Yuni would actually kick her down. That scoundrel. However, there was no room for regret now. She swiftly drew her sword. With a crisp sound, the blade sang as she fell to the ground, landing amidst a carpet of fallen leaves. Roar! The Qi Yin who, feasting in the distance, instantly noticed the human who dared to disturb its meal. Rage surged within it. It roared ferociously, its 5-zhang-long body lunging toward Bai Ziqi. Simultaneously, Yi Yuni sprang into action. He swiftly dashed toward the mutated fire dragon fruit. After all, that was their mission. He and Bai Ziqi had agreed to obtain the mutated fire dragon fruit. He could engage the Qi Yin who directly, but if the fruit were destroyed, their mission would be in vain. Thus, it was best for Bai Ziqi to distract the beast while he retrieved the fruit, and then deal with the Qi Yin who afterward. Of course, he needed to be swift. Bai Ziqi's strength could withstand only about 3 strikes from the Qi Yin who. In a flash, Yi Yuni arrived before the mutated fire dragon fruit, which was the size of a human head. Without hesitation, he plucked it from its place. Roar! The fiery dragon phantom coiling around the fruit let out a furious roar before diving into the fruit itself. Meanwhile, the Qi Yin who charged toward Bai Ziqi. A paw swiped at her. Whoosh! The sound of wind slicing through the air resounded. Bai Ziqi gasped in disbelief at the ferocity of the strike. Her body tensed involuntarily, every ounce of strength surging to its peak. She never expected that facing a golden tier beast head-on would be such a terrifying experience. Clang! As the two forces collided, her sword bent under the impact. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as fissures appeared where her sword met the tiger's paw. Bai Ziqi's eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, a terrifying force surged through her arm. Whoosh! It felt as though she had been struck by a speeding train, sending her flying backward. Thud! She crashed into the trunk of a tree. At that moment, she felt as if her very organs were about to be shattered. Then, she saw the Qi Yin who charging toward her with furious speed. This was bad. In an instant, Bai Ziqi's mind was on high alert. She knew she could only withstand a few more strikes from the enraged Qi Yin who. But now it was in a state of fury. There was no way she could endure much longer. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from the distance. The Qi Yin who froze momentarily, its fierce eyes narrowing as it turned to see Yuni had successfully plucked the mutated fire dragon fruit. In that instant, it understood it was a ruse to draw it away. With a furious roar, it lunged toward Yi Yuni with incredible speed. At that moment, Bai Ziqi saw Yi Yuni had succeeded, and her heart swelled with joy. However, that was quickly overshadowed by deep concern. Run, quickly! As she witnessed the Qi Yin who charging toward Yi Yuni Worry filled her eyes. She too rushed toward the Qi Yin Hu. Given the beast's earlier display of anger, it was likely neither of them would escape unscathed. Now that the mutated fire dragon fruit was secured, she had to stay behind to delay the Qi Yin Hu, ensuring Yi Yuni could escape with the fruit. This was the only way to save her sister. However, even as she pushed her speed to the limit, she could not keep up with the raging Qi Yin Hu. In a single breath, the beast was already before Yi Yuni. Its claws rose high, preparing to pounce. In an instant, a sonic boom erupted. The force of its claws cleaved through the air, producing a deafening explosion. It bore down on Yi Yuni's head with overwhelming might. Thud! A thunderous crash echoed, sending dust and debris flying. Within a 50-meter radius, dust was instantly kicked up, resembling an explosion. This was terrible. Baizichi watched in despair. The Qi Yin, who was in a state of pure rage. One blow, and the silver tier Yi Yuni would likely be reduced to pulp. The fire dragon fruit was likely doomed as well. Yi Yuni. Baizichi stood frozen in place. As the dust settled, her eyes widened, and every hair on her body stood on end. What was happening? Under the tiger's paw, Yi Yuni had raised both hands, bracing himself against the furious strike of the Qi Yin Hu. The beast itself was taken aback. It could not believe that such a diminutive human could withstand its wrath. Yi Yuni glanced at the cracked earth beneath him and his now embedded legs. A wicked smile crept across his face as he looked up at the Qi Yin Hu. Their gazes locked. Human eyes met tiger eyes. Slowly, Yi Yuni spoke. "You hit hard, but now it's my turn." With that, he unleashed the power within him. The nine nether energy erupted forth. Gripping the Qi Yin Hu's paw, he hurled it away with tremendous force. The Qi Yin Hu felt its body lighten, and then it was sent flying backward. Boom! The sound of shattering would resonated through the forest. Baizichi watched in astonishment as Yi Yuni hurled the Qi Yin Hu as if it were a mere weightless object. It soared through the air, demolishing tree after tree in its path. What power was this? As she gazed in shock at Yi Yuni, he too was in motion. Yi Yuni focused on the flying Qi Yin Hu, and with a powerful leap, he propelled himself into the air. In the midst of the beast's fearful gaze, he unleashed a thunderous punch. Crack! A violent sonic boom erupted, distorting the space around them. With one blow, the Qi Yin Hu, which had been soaring parallel to the ground, was redirected downward like a nail. Chapter 25. Mission accomplished. Baizichi keeps her promise. Bang! The Qi Yin Hu's head struck the ground, burying itself deep into the earth. The ground was smashed into a large pit. Baizichi et Kim shall brutal. Absolutely brutal. She gazed at Yi Yun-yi, who at that moment resembled a humanoid behemoth, striking terror into her heart. Yi Yun-yi leaped into the pit, seizing the ear of the Qi Yin Hu and pulling it up. The Qi Yin Hu, now dazed and disoriented, realized with a single blow that the chasm between itself and this human was insurmountable, a divide akin to an impassable abyss. It was dragged along, not daring to resist, despite the pain of its ear being tugged. Observing the subdued Qi Yin Hu, Yi Yun-yi drew forth his battle axe. The sight of the axe sent the Qi Yin Hu trembling in fear. Was it to be its end? However, Yi Yun-yi quickly dismissed that notion. After all, the crystal core from the early stages of the Golden Realm held little value for him. This formidable pet was far more advantageous, especially since he possessed the divine beast control pills. With a swift motion, he produced a pill and opened the massive jaws of the Qi Yin Hu, tossing the pill inside. Though the Qi Yin Hu was unaware of what it had just ingested, it did not dare to put up any resistance. How absurd! Resist? Would it still be alive? Subsequently, the Qi Yin Hu's gaze towards Yi Yun-yi shifted from fear to reverence, and it stood up, albeit somewhat unsteadily. She hurried over, looking at Yi Yun-yi in astonishment. "Aren't you at the late stage of the Silver Realm?" Her voice trembled with disbelief. Such power, such capability. At the very least, he was at the mid-stage of the Golden Realm. Terrifying. This fellow had actually reached the mid-stage of the Golden Realm. When did I ever claim to be at the late stage of the Silver Realm? Yi Yun-yi retorted, then turned to retrieve the mutated fire dragon fruit from his system space, tossing it to Baizichi. "Here, the task is completed." Bai Ji caught the fire dragon fruit, her heart racing, for this was the life-saving medicine for her sister. Thank you. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Yi then leaped onto the back of the Qi Yin Hu. It must be said, riding on the Qi Yin Hu was far more comfortable and imposing than on the Windchaser leopard. After all, one was at the early stage of the Golden Realm, while the other was at the late stage of the Bronze Realm. The disparity was immense. Aren't you going to kill it? Bai Ji looked up at Yi, inquiring. Kill it? Yi stroked the Qi Yin Hu. Look at its eyes. How kind they are. Could you bear to slay it? The Qi Yin Hu then turned its head, glaring at Bai Ji, its eyes filled with fury and malice, as if protesting her suggestion to have it killed. Bai Ji retorted, Kind? You dare to call this kindness? Not in the slightest. Nevertheless, it was ultimately Yi's choice. After all, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Come on, let us head back. Yi beckoned to Bai Ji. Nodding, she grasped the mutated fire dragon fruit and swiftly mounted the back of the Qi Yin Hu, taking a seat in front of Yi. In the next moment, she felt an arm wrap around her waist, causing her to shudder. She had never been in a romantic relationship, nor had any boy ever touched her, and now she felt a wave of tingling sensations. Instinctively, she blurted, What are you doing? What? Are you objecting? My task is already complete. Yi paused, squeezing her waist as if savoring its delicate form. Do you wish to backtrack? With a single phrase, Bai Ji understood their agreement, her cheeks flushing. After a moment, she timidly murmured, Let go, but please don't touch me indiscriminately. Rest assured. Yi Yun replied, tightening his grip as he directed the Qi Yin Hu towards the Xing Yunbi lei. However, shortly after, Bai Ji's soft voice echoed from the forest, Don't move. Then, a crisp sound rang out. Moments later, before the Xing Yunbi lei, Yi was already holding Bai Ji in his arms. Her face was flushed with embarrassment as she felt pain in her rear. This guy, she had only shouted at him once, and he had retaliated with such force. Did he not understand the meaning of cherishing a lady? Did he not comprehend that? She wanted to retaliate. But despite being at the late stage of the Silver Realm and the Lord of the Xing Yunbi lei, in Yi's eyes, she resembled a mere chick. Easily subdued, at this moment, at the entrance of the Xing Yunbi lei, numerous extraordinary beings were gathered. Each one bore a serious expression, gazing into the distance. That was indeed the Qi Yin Hu. They never expected such a formidable beast to arrive. Having just survived the beast tide, they now faced another extraordinary creature. Were they to be besieged today at the Xing Yunbi lei? After a series of remarks, one extraordinary being suddenly turned to them. Don't speak pessimistically. We will surely withstand it. We managed to endure the beast tide. Yet the beast tide relied on the Lord and Yiderun, who were currently absent from the barrier. This was a beast at the early stage of the Golden Realm. Against it, they were but a disorganized mob. What should we do? As these thoughts were exchanged, the earlier speaker's motivational tone was instantly extinguished. Indeed, with Bai Ji and Yi absent, their strength paled in comparison to this early-stage Golden Realm beast. However, what could be done? They could only fight, whether it was fortune or misfortune. They could not evade fate. Yes, after all, they were not supposed to survive the beast tide, and now they had lived a few extra days. Nothing lost. As these sentiments were reiterated, the extraordinary beings wore expressions of resignation. The next moment, something is amiss. Why is there some on the back of the Qi Yin Hu? The onlookers, who were about to take action, froze as they beheld the approaching Qi Yin Hu. What was going on? It's Yiderun and the Lord. Someone shouted. The others looked on, their hearts racing with excitement. It truly was Yiderun and the Lord. But what was happening? Were they riding this beast? Moreover, what were they doing? Why was Yiderun's arm wrapped around the waist of the Lord? The crowd was dumbfounded, amidst the watchful eyes of many. Yi boldly held Bai Ji as they rode the Qi Yin Hu, which swayed as it approached. Bai Ji, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, blushed furiously. Her glare at the crowd seemed to convey, What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty before? Chapter 26, The Wedding. The extraordinary beings, caught off guard by Bai Ji's fierce gaze, quickly lowered their heads, avoiding her piercing stare. Not looking anymore, Not looking anymore. Ye Yunyi, still holding Bai Shi, swaggered through the city gates. After a moment of consideration, he dismounted the Qian who then turned to it. You stay here and guard the entrance. Following his command, the Qian who obediently made its way to the gate and lay down, displaying an almost absurd level of obedience. The extraordinary beings watching this scene felt their hairs stand on end. What were they witnessing? This formidable early-stage Golden Realm beast. The Qian who was so compliant to Yitarin's commands. Why? And now, with this Golden Realm beast station here, how would they pass through the barrier? Who would dare to enter? Among them, who wouldn't tremble in fear at the sight of such a beast? As they observed Yi Yun and Bai Shi preparing to ride the extraordinary beast they had left behind, one extraordinary being spoke up. Yitarin. As Yi Yun gazed at the expression of the crimson flame tiger, he reassured the onlookers, Fear not, I have commanded it to remain here to prevent another beast tide. After a moment's contemplation, he added, Rest assured, this is my newly tamed steed. It is quite obedient. Hey, Yi Yun called out. The crimson flame tiger, which had just laid down, immediately stood up, eagerly awaiting his instructions. Perform a backflip, Yi Yun instructed, gesturing with his hands in the air. In an instant, the sound of wind whooshed through the air. The crowd watched in astonishment as the crimson flame tiger executed a magnificent backflip in place, soaring to great heights. Its muscular form illuminated midair. It then landed heavily on the ground. Bai Shi exclaimed, and the onlookers gasped in disbelief. What on earth is this? Aren't you a beast of the early golden stage? Where is your dignity? In that moment, they gained a deeper understanding of Yi Yun's formidable strength. This was truly astonishing. Did they think this was an excuse to bring a girl home before the apocalypse? Could their cat perform backflips? As the crimson flame tiger returned to its resting position, Yi Yun mounted the swift leopard and called out to Bai Shi, who was momentarily stunned. She quickly mounted her own steed, and together they headed towards the barrier, leaving behind a group of bewildered mutants. As they watched the two figures gradually fade into the distance, one mutant finally spoke up, Lord Yi, what exactly is your strength? This question echoed the curiosity of everyone present. What level of power does Lord Yi possess? Early golden stage? Mid-golden stage? Late golden stage? To ascertain the specifics, they could only inquire with the obedient crimson flame tiger, who might possess more insight. However, as they glanced at the tiger, which bore an air of danger, trepidation gripped their hearts. Who would dare approach it? Forget it. Meanwhile, Yi Yun walked side by side with Bai Shi. She looked at the mutated fire dragon fruit in the beast skin pouch and turned to him, saying, I want to return home first to treat my sister. No problem. As I mentioned earlier, go ahead of me. You can cut in line. The ceremony will be held tonight, and we shall wed. Upon hearing Yi Yun mention cutting in line, Bai Shi felt the urge to retort, but reflecting on the stinging slap he had given her earlier, she held her tongue. Rest assured, I promise I won't go back on my word. Bai Shi spoke and promptly guided her steed away. Yi Yun yanchet her retreating figure. A soft click of admiration escaping his lips. This girl is truly impressive. She has spirit. I like her. After a while, Bai Shi hastened back to her room, where she found her sister lying on the bed, her condition having worsened significantly, her eyebrows frozen in ice. Little sister, Bai Shi gently called, trying to awaken her. Her sister struggled to open her eyes, gazing at Bai Shi's sister. Bai Shi then presented the fire dragon fruit. Here, try this. Upon seeing the enormous fruit, her sister was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with shock. Since the apocalypse, she had not encountered a fire dragon fruit, let alone one of such size. Bai Shi pondered how her sister would consume it. She quickly stepped outside to slice the fruit open. To her surprise, the interior of the mutated fire dragon fruit was warm and did not cool with time. This could truly heal her sister. With hope in her heart, Bai Shi returned and used a toothpick to feed her sister. As the fruit entered her mouth, warmth spread through her sister's body. Sister, it's so warm, she murmured softly, causing Bai Shi to erupt with joy. Really? She continued to feed her more. Gradually, Bai Shi observed her sister's condition visibly improving. The frost on her face began to melt away, and warmth radiated from her visage. How do you feel, little sister? Sister, I feel not cold at all, her sister replied, struggling to rise, but collapsing back onto the bed due to weakness. You little rascal, you can't move about just yet. You need to rest. I'll find someone to look after you. You must eat this fire dragon fruit daily. Once you're better, I'll take you out for some fun. Though we are in an apocalypse, we can still find joy amidst hardship. Baizishi's words sparked hope in her sister's eyes. Watching her sister transform from despair to hope nearly brought tears to Baizishi's eyes, but she held them back. After some time, her sister fell asleep. Baijishi then stepped outside and summoned her deputy. City Lord, what is it? The deputy inquired, confused by Baijishi's urgent demeanor. Go, gather makeup artists, tailors, and collect some jewelry at high prices within the city, Baijishi instructed. The deputy was taken aback. What is this for? City Lord, what are you planning? The deputy's face was a canvas of confusion. Baijishi looked at her seriously and declared, I'm getting married. I want a grand wedding. As she spoke, she slightly lifted her chin. This declaration left the deputy momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. What? The city lord is getting married? To whom? Is there no hint of this? A flurry of thoughts raced through the deputy's mind. After a while, she managed to ask, City Lord, who are you marrying? Ye Yunyi, Baijishi replied, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, feeling slightly embarrassed by the direct inquiry. Ye Yunyi, the deputy exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Of course, in the entire Xingyun barrier, if anyone could capture the city lord's heart, it would be Lord Yi. All right, hurry and prepare. Time is of the essence, Baijishi urged, waving her hand for the deputy to leave, feeling awkward under her questioning gaze. Understood. The deputy nodded and hurriedly exited, a smile of amusement gracing her features. She had thought the city lord would remain single for life, living independently. Yet, unexpectedly, she was about to become engaged. This was all too sudden. Meanwhile, at the villa entrance, Zhou Huaiwei and her companions anxiously checked the time, worried about Yi Yunyi's journey into the depths of the forest, home to formidable beasts. Though her husband's prowess was remarkable, their concern lingered. Just then, Xiao Haizi seemed to sense something, bolting out of the villa with such speed that it stirred a whirlwind within. It leaped into the courtyard, crossing the yard in a single bound, then leaped over the fence and out. The girls were momentarily stunned by Xiao Haizi's sudden departure. What is happening? They quickly rose to follow it outside. Meanwhile, Yi Yunyi was riding the swift leopard, hastening towards the villa. In the next moment, the leopard spotted a dark shadow leaping from the villa and was startled. The entire body came to an abrupt halt, executing a perfect drift. Yi Yunyi exclaimed, What are you afraid of? He then watched as Xiao Haizi rushed towards him and leapt into his embrace. Yi Yunyi held Xiao Haizi, affectionately stroking the dog. What a lively and enthusiastic fellow he is. Soon, several young ladies emerged, their faces lighting up upon seeing Yi Yunyi return. Darling, you are back safely, Zhou Huaiwei exclaimed warmly. She then inquired about the success of his mission. It went smoothly, Yi Yunyi repeated, contemplating that it was time to inform the others of the gathering tonight. This tradition must not wane. It should continue daily until it becomes a habit. However, the order of events would need to change. After spending some time in the villa, he stepped outside to find a few others, instructing them to spread the word. As evening approached, the grand feast was set to commence. Many individuals began making their way toward Yi Yunyi's villa. Old Zhang, wasn't tonight supposed to be your daughter's turn? What happened? Why the sudden delay? One inquired, looking curiously at old Zhang. The others nearby were equally puzzled, turning their gazes toward him. Old Zhang, feeling helpless, thought to himself, Please don't ask me. How would I know? This is the arrangement of Lord Yi, and I cannot dictate his choices. A sense of dread filled him. He wondered if Lord Yi was dissatisfied with his daughter, as he had been planning to solidify a bond with him, if that were to fall through. The other individuals nodded in agreement, recognizing that Lord Yi had not only demonstrated unparalleled strength during the beast tide, but had also recently acquired a golden tier beast, the Chine Hu, as a mount. Such power was far beyond their reach. Let us not dwell on this. Lord Yi is hosting us, granting us his favor. We should hurry there, someone suggested. Indeed, but who will Lord Yi wed tonight? This question left everyone stumped. I haven't heard old Zhou mention it being their daughter, so I'm not certain. Another remarked. They all agreed that it was best to find out upon arrival. The group continued on, discussing amongst themselves while others approached in pairs, all sharing the same sense of curiosity. As they neared the villa, they were greeted by a jubilant spectacle adorned with vibrant decorations. Nightfall descended, and soon everyone had arrived. Many young individuals gazed at Yi Yuni, now clad in his wedding attire, filled with envy. After all, he was the perpetual groom. Who wouldn't envy that? Yet, the identity of the bride remained a mystery. Suddenly, an elegant figure appeared at the villa's entrance, crowned with a phoenix headdress and dressed in a resplendent red gown. Her exquisite makeup accentuated her delicate features. Her willow-like brows and cherry lips were mesmerizing, evoking a desire to kiss. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Who is that? Zhou Huaiwei and her companions stood in stunned silence, watching as the newcomer prepared to join their family. Is that the city lord? Bai Zhiqi? One exclaimed in disbelief, jolting the others back to reality. They watched as Bai Zhiqi, adorned in her bridal finery, gracefully approached. Yi Yuni extended his hand, and Bai Zhiqi placed her delicate fingers in his. At that moment, astonishment filled the room. No one had anticipated that the city lord Bai Zhiqi would be marrying Lord Yi tonight. What an extraordinary union. The thought of their offspring was almost unfathomable. The guests began to murmur amongst themselves, excitement bubbling over. Meanwhile, the ceremony began. After the formalities concluded, Bai Zhiqi stood confidently on stage, linking her arm with Yi Yuni. I have an important announcement, she declared solemnly, instantly capturing the attention of the audience, who had been enjoying the festivities. What could the city lord possibly say? They wondered. Their curiosity piqued. I hereby resign from my position as city lord, which will henceforth be assumed by my husband, she proclaimed. Her words left everyone momentarily speechless. The city lord was stepping down to allow Lord Yi to take her place. The crowd regarded Bai Zhiqi with awe, fully aware that no one dared to contest her proclamation. Zhou Huaiwei and her peers exchanged glances, astonished that their husband was now the new city lord. Then, a lively individual stood up, raising his glass. To City Lord Yi, I toast to you, he proclaimed, downing his drink in one swift motion. Others quickly followed suit, raising their glasses in unison. To our new city lord, we will follow your lead as we build the Xingyun barrier together. Cheers erupted, and soon, cups were emptied. As the banquet concluded, the guests departed, leaving Yi Yuni and Bai Zhiqi to contemplate their new life together. In their private quarters, Yi Yuni looked at Bai Zhiqi, who had shed her earlier solemnity and now appeared bashful, her cheeks flushed. She gazed at the floor, her mind racing with thoughts of her inexperience. How would she handle this? Would it hurt? There was no one to guide her through this. As she pondered, Yi Yuni drew the curtains. The moment had arrived for their union. The following morning, Zhou Huaiwei and her companions awoke. The Han sisters noticed Zhou Huaiwei's slightly disheveled appearance. Sister, are you all right? Did you not sleep well last night? They inquired. Zhou Huaiwei sighed. Bai Mimi certainly possesses remarkable stamina. Her prowess is unmatched. Upon hearing this, the others understood, realizing that Zhou Huaiwei's room was closest to the newlyweds. It was likely that the celebrations had lasted late into the night, resulting in her weary eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Yuni also rose, and a glowing screen appeared before him. Congratulations, host. You have succeeded in marrying. Reward. Juyoqi has advanced to the second tier, enhancing both power and duration. Ah, this is splendid. Yi Yuni mused, a smile creeping onto his face. This enhancement would greatly amplify his strength. He reviewed the screen's information. Name, Yi Yun, height, 185 centimeters, tier, mid-gold, skills, rapid absorption, god-level hunting skill, Juyoqi second stage. God-level agility, weapon, battle axe tier 1, items, 19 god-level beast control pills. He stepped outside, and only after he had left did Bai Zhiqi peek out from beneath the covers. With a blush, she recalled the events of the previous night and humorously remarked, even the beasts are no match for this. She then prepared to rise. Upon descending, Yi Yuni sat down to breakfast. Where's Bai Mimi? The Han sisters inquired. She is still asleep, he replied. After Yi Yuni finished speaking, Han Bingxue let out a soft chuckle. Indeed, after the labor of the previous night, She was thoroughly exhausted and in need of a good rest. Though she was an extraordinary individual, she was not made of iron. Oh, Yi Yuni gazed at her. How about sharing some of the burden tonight? Han Bingxue fell silent, her cheeks flushed. How could such words be uttered with her sisters nearby? At that moment, Xiao Haizi, observing everyone dining, also approached. Yi Yuni looked at it. There were no extraordinary beasts to feed it now, so perhaps he could simply hunt a chasing wind leopard for it. If the chasing wind leopards outside were aware of Yi Yuni's intentions at that moment, they would certainly feel a wave of exasperation. In the next instant, a holographic screen appeared again. Congratulations, your wife is successfully pregnant. You have received a reward of 500 pounds of divine beast food. Ah, is it really possible? Yi Yuni gazed at the screen, feeling helpless. It was truly serendipitous. He turned his attention to Xiao Haizi. All right then. He promptly led Xiao Haizi towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the courtyard, he found a bowl for it. With a flick of his wrist, a large bag of beast food appeared. He scooped several handfuls into the dog bowl. Eat up, you look so hungry. Before Yuni could finish speaking, Xiao Haizi pounced on the food and began to eat. After a while, it entered a state of slumber. Had it consumed enough to feel satisfied? Ye Yuni's state, momentarily it. Truly, it was exceptional divine beast food. That 500 pounds would last a long time. While Yi Yuni pondered, he suddenly heard a series of cracking sounds. He looked down at Xiao Haizi, and its form instantly enlarged. What? He stared at Xiao Haizi, and a holographic screen rose before him. Species, moon-devouring wolf. Bloodline, pure. Rank, early golden stage. Early golden stage? Good heavens, this creature has just broken through. What? It only consumed that little beast food. To think that he had relied on a horde of extraordinary beasts and countless crystal cores to achieve his own breakthrough. In an instant, Yi Yuni's gaze shifted to the beast food. Perhaps he should try it? The thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. That would be reckless. However, now that this creature had reached the early golden stage, it could effectively guard the Xingyun barrier. That was indeed a good thing. Let's sleep. Upon returning, Yi Yuni found Bai Ziqi sitting at the dining table, eating. Without the identity of a city lord, she found it easier to interact with the other girls. Seeing Yi Yuni return, Bai Ziqi blushed and asked, Dear, have you finished your meal? I won't eat any more. You all continue. Yi Yuni stepped outside. Shortly after, several girls emerged. Xiao Haizi has grown again. Han Bingyu looked at Xiao Haizi and then introduced it to Bai Ziqi. Sister Bai, this is Xiao Haizi, the extraordinary beast raised by my husband. It's quite powerful. Extraordinary beast? Bai Ziqi stared at Xiao Haizi, momentarily unable to determine its species. How peculiar. Dear, what species of extraordinary beast is this? Bai Ziqi inquired. In the next moment, the vice commander approached, and upon hearing Bai Ziqi's sweet call of dear, his eyes widened, and goosebumps rose on his skin. The city lord with such a tone? Directed at a man, no less. It appeared that Yi Yuni had conquered her last night. Bai Ziqi noticed the vice commander, and her face flushed crimson. Oh no, she thought, I have been overheard. Her carefully crafted persona was ruined. What is it? Yi Yuni asked, noticing the vice commander's arrival. City lord, there is an urgent matter. It is a message from another barrier. Chapter 29. Invited to another barrier. Another barrier? Upon hearing this, Yi Yuni looked at the item the vice commander handed over. It was a mutated pigeon, compared to the pigeons before the apocalypse. It was larger and had broader wings. Other than that, it hadn't changed much. Seeing Yi Yuni staring at the pigeon in a daze, Bai Ziqi explained to him. This is a mutated pigeon from after the apocalypse, trained to convey messages between barriers. Yi Yuni contemplated before taking it and extracting the message from its leg. It was from the Haibin barrier. Yi Yuni slowly spoke, Haibin barrier. At this, the eyes of the Han sisters lit up. After all, they were descendants of the Han family within the Haibin barrier. However, previously, Zhang Chong and his group not only robbed the Han family, but also abducted them. They were fortunate to have encountered Yi Yuni. Otherwise, their fate would have been unimaginable. Bai Ziqi also leaned in to look. The message contained little information, merely inviting Bai Ziqi to gather and discuss a matter. The city lord of the Haibin barrier, Dongfang Ryu, was an extraordinary individual at the early golden stage. The strength of the Hyben barrier was unparalleled among the surrounding barriers, gradually establishing it as the leader of the region. Bai Jiqi smiled as she spoke. However, our barrier should be the strongest among these. Well then, since we have received an invitation, we should go see what it is about. Yi Yuni organized the message. Jiqi, come with me. All right. Just as Bai Jiqi finished her affirmation, the Han sisters approached, their faces filled with urgency and hope. Dear, can we accompany you? Yi Yuni turned to them. What is it? Han Bingshu bit her lip. We were originally from the Hyben barrier, but Zhang Chang and his group robbed our Han family and abducted us. We wish to take this opportunity to return to the Hyben barrier and see our father, to let him know we are still alive. You might think we're dead by now. Dear, what do you think? What is there to consider? Yi Yuni replied. You should have told me earlier. Why keep it a secret? Really? In an instant, both sisters felt a surge of excitement at Yi Yuni's words. Can we truly go home for a visit? Of course, they understood that they were now Yi Yuni's, but this time, they could return to see their father and family, reassuring them that they were alive and alleviating their worries. What about you? Do you want to go take a look? Yi Yuni then turned to Zhou Huaiwei and the others, seeking their opinions. Zhou Huaiwei contemplated, realizing that in this apocalyptic world, the barriers were likely quite distant, and the roads were either desolate or damaged. Traveling between barriers would pose significant risks. Even though her husband was powerful now, if they encountered danger, she, as an ordinary person, would only become a burden. I think I want to go. After all, I'm not an extraordinary individual and don't have the same reasons as the two sisters to return home. I will wait for your return at home. After Zhou Huaiwei spoke, the others also shook their heads. Yi Yuni considered it and thought it might be wise to bring the Chien tiger along. Having its imposing presence would save them from many troubles. However, if he took the Chien tiger away, he and Bai Jiqi would leave the barrier somewhat vulnerable. While Yi Yuni pondered, Xiao Haizi came running over, seeking affection. In an instant, Yi Yuni's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten about it? Early golden stage. It was a moon-devouring wolf. He quickly pulled Zhou Huaiwei aside. This time we go out, the barrier's strength will be quite diminished. If we encounter any trouble, you can take this little fellow with you. Don't underestimate it. It is a powerful, extraordinary beast. Yi Yuni said, pointing to Xiao Haizi. Xiao Haizi seemed to comprehend Yi Yuni's words, lifting its head in a display of defiance. What does it mean? Don't judge it by appearances. What do you mean? Huh? Zhou Huaiwei also crouched down to pet Xiao Haizi, remarking, Dear, it appears to be less formidable than those leopards. Upon hearing this, Xiao Haizi rolled its eyes in disdain. It's different, Yi Yuni whispered to Zhou Huaiwei. This creature is a formidable beast of the early golden stage. Although his voice was barely above a whisper, it struck Zhou Huaiwei's ears like thunder. She stood there, stunned, gazing incredulously at Xiao Haizi. What? Dear, what did you just say? It's a powerful beast of the early golden stage. Huh? Is this truly the early golden stage? Meanwhile, the Han sisters observed Yi Yuni whispering to Zhou Huaiwei, pouting in unison. Sister Bai, look. Dear is whispering to Sister Zhou, and they haven't even included us. After Yi Yuni finished speaking, he turned to Bai Jiqi and the others, saying, Let us go. After a brief preparation, they set off towards the city gate. Upon reaching the gate, Yi Yuni approached the Qi Yin Hu, which was lazily sprawled out, still asleep. He gently patted it, causing the colossal creature to wrinkle its formidable nose and open its eyes, which blazed with ire, as if questioning who had disturbed its peaceful slumber. However, upon recognizing Yi Yuni, it sprang to its feet and bowed its head in submission. Yi Yuni then embraced Han Bingyu, and with a single leap, mounted the back of the Qi Yin Hu. Bai Jiqi followed suit, taking Han Bingshu with her. The Qi Yin Hu then galloped away into the distance, its speed exhilarating. Yi Yuni felt the rush of wind against his ears as they observed the desolate scenery along the way. The once bustling roads lay in ruins, with remnants of destruction scattered about. Various plants pushed through the earth, and the towering buildings had succumbed to the encroaching foliage, reduced to mere ruins, debris strewn everywhere. The Han sisters, having rarely witnessed the outside world, felt an overwhelming sense of desolation in their hearts. Yi Yuni patted the Qi Yin Hu again, urging it to accelerate further towards the coastal barrier. At the entrance of the coastal barrier, a woman clad in a black qipao stood, her attire accentuating her fair complexion. Her long, slender legs and alluring figure, combined with her breathtaking beauty, were simply captivating. She gazed at the approaching lords of other barriers, a smile gracing her lips as she gracefully advanced towards them. Chapter 30. My dear, you are destined for greatness ahead. Several lords had gathered. Upon seeing Dongfang Ruoyu, they dared not underestimate her despite her gender. After all, a being of the early golden stage was not to be trifled with. They were all strong in their own right, being in the late silver stage, and lacked the audacity to belittle her. Welcome, everyone, Dongfang Ruoyu greeted with a smile. The lords nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring, Dongfang Lord, you summoned us. What has transpired? Dongfang Ruoyu remained silent for a moment, noting that Bai Jishi, the lord of Xingyun Barrier, was absent. Having met Bai Jishi a few times, given their shared youth and status as female lords, they had developed a camaraderie. Since the lord of Xingyun Barrier has yet to arrive, let us first enter the barrier. Once everyone is gathered, I shall address the matter at hand, she suggested, leading the group inside. Before departing, she instructed the guards of the city gate to guide the lord of Xingyun Barrier to the reception room upon arrival. Inside the reception room, Dongfang Ruoyu prepared tea with graceful finesse, filling the air with its fragrant aroma. As the guests sipped their tea and exchanged pleasantries outside, Yi Yuni and his companions reached the barrier. The guards, upon seeing the Qi Yin Hu, were wide-eyed in disbelief, almost ready to sound the alarm. Just as one of them grasped a drumstick, a hand seized him. What are you doing? Do you not see that? That is the Qi Yin Hu of the early golden stage. Fool, take a good look. That's its rider. The guard turned, bewildered, realizing the truth. There were indeed several figures atop the Qi Yin Hu. They quickly descended to the gate, their hearts racing as the creature approached. I am the lord of Xingyun Barrier. Here at your invitation, Yi Yuni announced. The guards recalled their lord's instructions and breathed a sigh of relief. So, the lord of Xingyun Barrier is quite impressive, commanding a mount of the early golden stage. Please follow me. The guards led the way, with the Qi Yin Hu following leisurely. On its back, the Han sisters gazed around the coastal barrier, overwhelmed with excitement. They had finally returned. Thoughts of their father and family flooded their minds. Yi Yuni, noticing their emotions, urged the Qi Yin Hu to kneel, allowing them to dismount. You two head home first. We will complete our business and seek you out later. All right, thank you, dear. The Han sisters, familiar with the path, hurried towards their home. Meanwhile, in the reception room, the tea had been consumed in abundance, and the lords grew increasingly impatient. Has the lord of Xingyun Barrier not received the news? One of the middle-aged lords scoffed. What could be taking so long? Does she think herself above us? Dongfang Ruoyu, knowing Bai Jishi's nature, believed she must have received the message late. Everyone, please be patient. Xingyun Barrier is the farthest from here. Let's wait a bit longer. Upon hearing her words, the group fell silent. Yet at that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Lord, the lord of Xingyun Barrier has arrived. This announcement brought a smile to Dongfang Ruoyu's face. She has come. The others relaxed slightly, relieved that she had finally arrived. At last, I was beginning to wonder how long we would have to wait, one man remarked, only to be interrupted by the messenger, who added, But what? The man snapped, What new complication has arisen? This situation with Xingyun Barrier seems to be fraught with issues. The messenger, chastised, fell silent, while Dongfang Ruoyu shot the man a disapproving look, her eyes ablaze with ire. He quickly fell silent. But what? Dongfang Ruoyu pressed. It seems the lord of Xingyun Barrier has been replaced. The new lord arrives on a mount, a Qi Yin Hu. In an instant, this revelation echoed like thunder throughout the room. Everyone's minds struggled to comprehend the news. What did you just say? A Qi Yin Hu? The powerful beast of the early golden stage. Could it be true? Dongfang Ruoyu fixed her gaze on the messenger, demanding confirmation. Is this indeed true? Upon receiving a positive response, Dongfang Ruoyu directly made her way outside. The several city lords exchanged glances before also heading out. However, the city lord who had just spoken stumbled as he walked, appearing somewhat unsteady on his feet. Once outside, Dongfang Ruoyu was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before her. a colossal 5-zhong-long, ferocious tiger. The Qi Yanhu. There was no mistaking it. The other city lords emerged behind her, equally stunned, their hearts racing with shock. Their mounts were all at the early stages of gold rank. What then could be said of the strength of this new city, Lord of Xingyun Billy? The thought was too terrifying to fathom. Meanwhile, Shangguan Ruoyu observed Yuni and Bai Jiqi beside the Qi Yanhu. Hey, Jiqi, you're no longer the city lord? Dongfang Ruoyu inquired. Bai Jiqi graciously introduced. This is my husband, Yi Yuni, the new city lord. As she spoke, Bai Jiqi linked her arm with Yi Yuni's. Husband, goodness, you've married him directly. Haven't you? So what brings you here today? Showing off your affection? Yi Yuni then turned his gaze toward Dongfang Ruoyu. Astonishingly, she was indeed a breathtaking beauty. He approached her and shook her hand. Her small hand felt delightful, remarkably soft. From his vantage point, and with Dongfang Ruoyu slightly bending forward, a glimpse of her fair skin caught Yi Yuni's eye. Indeed, the Qi Pao could not conceal her alluring figure. He noticed the deep valley that extended downward. My dear, I can see you are a person of great potential. In Chapter 31, you don't happen to have someone special, do you? However, Dongfang Ruoyu paid no heed to Yi Yuni's gaze. Lord Yi, I am Dongfang Ruoyu. Welcome. These are the other city lords, she introduced, gesturing to the other lords behind her. The city lords, observing Yi Yuni, wore smiles on their faces, their earlier impatience forgotten. They promptly introduced themselves and shook hands with Yi Yuni. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier trembled slightly as he shook hands with Yi Yuni, his demeanor betraying an anxious state. Others looked at him, feeling a twinge of unease, especially since they had previously spoken so disrespectfully. Please, everyone come inside, Dongfang Ruoyu beckoned, leading everyone into the room. Dongfang City Lord, what brings us here today? Yi Yuni inquired, getting straight to the point. Dongfang Ruoyu, appreciating his directness, responded without delay. Are you familiar with the Qinghua Billy? Inchua Billy. Many city lords shook their heads at the mention. One city lord pondered for a moment before speaking. I've heard of it. It is said to be one of the more powerful barriers in our vicinity. I've heard there are many skilled individuals within, but they seem to operate independently. Is there a problem? Dongfang Ruoyu nodded at the city lord's words. What you mentioned refers to previous information. The situation has changed. The Qinghua Billy has now formed an organization led by a formidable individual. It is called the Demon Exorcism Association. Apparently, they have issued orders for us, small barriers, to surrender a significant amount of crystal cores. They claim they will protect us in return. Her words cast a pall over the group, their expressions darkening. What did this mean? Surrendering vast amounts of crystal cores? Protection? Instantly, a multitude of questions arose in their minds. After all, they were no longer children. In this apocalyptic world, none were fools. What protection? The higher-ups are distant, and their reach is limited. How could one speak of protection? This was nothing more than a blatant robbery, disguised in a different guise. This cannot be allowed. A city lord slammed his hand on the table. Those crystal cores were earned through our grueling battles against the beasts. Do they expect to seize them so easily? No way. Absolutely not. If we hand them over without a fight, who knows if they will demand even more in the future? With each word, the crowd grew increasingly indignant. Dongfang Ruoyu sighed. You are correct. We all understand the situation. However, the Demon Exorcism Association boasts many powerful individuals, and their ranks in gold alone number more than a handful. I have heard that the leader of the association has even reached the early stages of diamond rank. The room fell into a stunned silence, as if a sound-dampening device had been activated. Diamond, early stage. The air seemed to thicken at this revelation. The gazes of the crowd turned glassy, overwhelmed by the sheer strength implied. Most of them were only at the late stages of silver rank. The disparity was staggering. How could they resist? The previously furious crowd fell silent, now looking to Dongfang Ruoyu for guidance. If Dongfang Ruoyu's words held true, then this protection fee was something they would have no choice but to pay. There was no room for negotiation. Sigh. The reason I gathered everyone today is to discuss this matter. Dongfang Ruoyu addressed the group. I wanted to inform you all in advance so that you could prepare yourselves. Upon hearing this, they nodded in agreement. Although they were uncertain about the quantity of crystal cores required, it was undoubtedly a colossal amount. This was indisputable. Yi Yuni contemplated the situation, realizing that they must strive to cultivate their strength. If not, in this world where power reigned supreme, it would not only be beasts that posed a threat. The strong among humanity would also turn against the weak. As for the crystal cores, he barely had enough for himself. He would not part with them lightly. Meanwhile, within the Han family, a man sat despondently in a chair in the courtyard, his face reflecting utter despair, his beard unkempt and disheveled, clearly neglecting personal care. He gazed at the sky, clenching his fists with a crackling sound. He was filled with rage. He never imagined that Zhang Chong and his gang would rob the Han family, abducting his 2 daughters. How infuriating! How lamentable! Thinking of his daughters, he could not bear to continue. Nearby, several young members of the Han family looked at Han Tiansheng, silently sighing. After all, the recent upheaval had severely weakened the Han family. Not only had their possessions been taken, but some of their extraordinary individuals had also been slain. With the family head in such a state of despair, the Han family was no longer what it once was, and now other extraordinary families were beginning to encroach upon their territory and power. Just as they were lamenting their fate, a voice called out from the entrance, "Daddy! Daddy!" The words caused everyone to freeze momentarily. Han Tiansheng turned to see, and then his eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. It was his daughters, Han Bingsu and Han Bingyu. Tears of joy streamed down his face. They were alive. They had returned. Without hesitation, Han Tiansheng rushed towards them, and the 3 embraced tightly. The other Han family members watched in astonishment. They were alive. A smile spread across their faces. After a moment, Han Tiansheng pulled back to look at them. "Are you all right? Did Zhang Chong and his gang harm you in any way?" His voice trembled with concern. "We were taken out of the barrier and ran far away. We had lost all hope, but then we encountered a powerful individual who saved us." Han Bingxue explained, adding, "Zhang Chong and his gang were all killed." "Ha ha ha!" Han Tiansheng erupted in laughter, looking skyward. "Serves them right. Serves them right." He prepared to engage in conversation with his daughters, rejoicing in their miraculous return. Next, he called upon those nearby to prepare some food, as mealtime was approaching. Shortly thereafter, they served the beloved red-braised pork. A disciple of the Han family brought the dish over, causing Han Bingxue to salivate at the sight. This was indeed her and her sister's favorite dish. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, Han Bingyu, catching a whiff of the greasy aroma, suddenly stood up and hurriedly dashed to the other side. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, she leaned against a tree and began to retch. Han Bingxue quickly rushed over, concerned. "What is wrong, sister?" she asked, noticing her sister's reaction, which seemed to trigger a sudden realization. "Bingyu, you wouldn't be pregnant, would you?" Chapter 32. The Honorable Son-in-Law, I drink. You be free. Pregnant? Han Tiansheng, seeing his daughter in distress, hurried over, but just as he rose, he heard Han Bingshue's voice. "What is wrong? What do you mean? Pregnant? What is happening?" In an instant, 1,000 questions flooded his mind, but ultimately he could only dismiss them, leaving behind one thought he least wanted to entertain. "Bingyu, could it be that you are pregnant?" Having just finished retching, Han Bingyu froze at the sound of her father's voice, her face flushing crimson. Lately, she had sensed something amiss. Her cycle had been delayed for several days, which was unusual for her. She nodded in response. "Boom! And Tianxing here, the Hing King. Which scoundrel had ruined his daughter? What is going on? Explain." Meanwhile, Han Bingxue chimed in, "Sister and I have married the same person, the one who saved us. We're now a family." Boom! Han Tiansheng felt dizzy upon hearing this. What nonsense is this? He thought, his teeth grinding in anger. He understood that in this apocalyptic world, societal norms had shifted, and it was common for those with abilities to have multiple partners. However, when it came to his daughters, his fury ignited. "Who is it?" Just then, a disciple of the Han family rushed in, exclaiming, "Uncle! Uncle! Someone is here!" The disciple's panic only fueled Han Tianxing's irritation. "What is the fuss about? What is going on?" "There is someone outside claiming to be looking for his wife." "What do you mean, looking for a wife?" "Tell him to leave." Han Tiansheng was momentarily taken aback, but the next moment he glanced at his two daughters and suddenly understood. If someone was at the door, it must be. Furious, he stormed outside. Dad! Dad! Don't! Han Bingxue and Han Bingyu could not stop him and could only follow their father outside. But being mere mortals, they could not catch up to him. They could only hope their father wouldn't confront Yi Yuni. Given their father's current rage, it seemed entirely possible. As Han Tiansheng stepped outside, he was met with a gust of breath. Wiping his face, he looked up, and, the next moment, his hair stood on end, his entire being frozen in shock. Before him was the massive head of the Qi Yin Hu. Its fierce eyes were fixed on Han Tiansheng, causing his legs to weaken. He recognized this beast, a Qi Yin Hu at the early stages of the Golden Realm. How had such a powerful creature entered the barrier? Where was the city lord of the eastern region? The next moment, a voice commanded, "Get down." The Qi Yin Hu lowered its head and lay down. On its back were Yi Yuni, Bai Jiqi, and Dongfang Ryu. Han Tiansheng stood dumbfounded. For a ferocious beast like the Qi Yin who would never allow anyone to ride it. Behind him, Han Bingxue and Han Bingyu had also chased out, spotting Yi Yuni. "Husband, you all came." They rushed toward him. Han Tiansheng's eyes narrowed as he regarded Yi Yuni. This was the young man his daughters had married. Beside him, Dongfang Ryu remarked, "You are truly fortunate to have Yi Chengzhu as your son-in-law. He is the city lord of the Xingyun barrier, a figure of tremendous power. This Qi Yin Hu is his steed." Wow! This revelation flooded Han Tiansheng's mind. The city lord, the Qi Yin Hu is his mount. And he is such a young and talented man. In an instant, Han Tiansheng's anger dissipated. Such an excellent son-in-law. Han Bingxue and Han Bingyu watched their father's changing expression, their hearts racing with concern. Should a conflict arise, how could they mediate between their husband and father? The next moment, Han Tiansheng stepped forward, causing the sisters' hearts to leap into their throats. Yet he exclaimed, "Ah, it's the honorable son-in-law. Gomein, Gomein, we shouldn't stand outside. Ye Chengzu, please join us for a meal. It's time to eat." Han Tiansheng warmly invited them in. Han Bingyu and Han Bingxue stood there, utterly bewildered. What fervor! Yi Yuni nodded in agreement and then turned to the Qi Yin Hu, instructing, "You can stay outside and keep watch." Roar! The Qi Yin Hu acknowledged and lay down at the entrance of the Han family home. Witnessing the beast obey Yi Yuni's command, Han Tiansheng felt even more astonished. After a short while, they settled down to eat as the dishes were ready. Han Tiansheng poured a cup of wine and raised it. "To my son-in-law, I shall drink first. You may indulge as you wish." He downed the drink in one go. Everyone was taken aback. What? Is this how a father-in-law treats his son-in-law? Is it customary to toast the son-in-law directly? Has the world truly changed this much? Yi Yuni returned the gesture, and soon everyone began to eat. Meanwhile, news spread throughout the Haiban barrier. Did you hear? Han Tiansheng is about to soar. Did you see what is lying at the Han family entrance? We aren't blind. That is a Qi Yin Hu, a beast at the early golden stage. Does anyone know what is going on? A group of extraordinary individuals gathered to discuss, their faces filled with shock. One person approached, saying, "I heard that this is the steed of Yi Chengzhu, Yi Chengzhu, the city lord of the Xingyun barrier. The Qi Yin Hu is his mount." The revelation stunned everyone, for such a mount carried significant weight. This implied that Yi Chengzhu's strength was at least at the mid-golden stage, if not higher. Realizing this, their pupils contracted in shock. What about Han Tiansheng? I heard from a disciple of the Han family that his two daughters are now with Yi Chengzhu, making Han Tiansheng the father-in-law of Yi Chengzhu. The crowd fell silent in disbelief. What? It can be like this? After a while, one extraordinary individual suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, my daughter is just as beautiful as Han Tiansheng's daughters. Why should it be any different?" He, Han Tiansheng, was able to find such an excellent son-in-law. How is that fair? In an instant, his mind began to whirl with frenzy, since he could marry off both of Han Tiansheng's daughters. Adding one more should pose no problem, right? Indeed, just like that. Immediately, he dashed back home. Meanwhile, the onlookers were taken aback by his hasty departure. What on earth is he rushing back for? Who knows? Just like that, he ran off without even a word. As they discussed among themselves, one person suddenly recalled what he had just said. His daughter is not lacking in beauty either. Good heavens! I remember that his daughter is indeed quite beautiful. In an instant, everyone fell silent. What does this mean? Huh? Soon, they snapped back to reality. Goodness! He must be preparing to return home to bring his daughter to marry Yi Changzhu. What a clever mind! At that moment, many outsiders also began to formulate their own plans. However, as they cast their gazes downwards, their expressions dimmed. Damn it! Their own daughters simply do not measure up. What a disaster! Huh? Once the news spread, some rejoiced while others despaired. Families with beautiful daughters rushed home to make preparations. Those without beautiful daughters could only stand by, wide-eyed and helpless. Meanwhile, at the Han family banquet, Han Tiansheng had already downed a bottle of wine. Yet, a smile remained plastered on his face. In the future, his two daughters would surely enjoy a life of luxury alongside Yi Yuni. The Han family would finally emerge from its previous desolation. A splendid occurrence. After a while, once the meal concluded, several individuals gathered in the living room for tea when a member of the Han family rushed in with news. Uncle, many outsiders have gathered outside. Should we go take a look? Han Tiansheng was momentarily taken aback. Many outsiders had gathered? What for? Yet he soon realized, after all, what was lying outside their home. That was the early-stage golden beast, the Qiyin tiger. These outsiders must be here to gawk at the powerful beast. Shall we go out and take a look? Han Tiansheng suggested, and Yi Yuni nodded in agreement. Thus, they all made their way outside. Upon stepping out, Han Tiansheng's expression changed drastically. He shot a fierce glare at the Han family member who had delivered the news. How could they have failed to convey the message clearly? Was this a mere gathering of outsiders? Did they not see that these outsiders were accompanied by beautiful daughters? The implication was painfully evident. Many outsiders turned their gaze towards Yi Yuni as he stepped out, their eyes widening in disbelief. So young, so accomplished, his future is boundless. Just as they were about to approach, the Qiyin tiger, noticing Yi Yuni's presence, quickly stood up and bowed its head beside him. This action left the onlookers utterly astonished. Moments ago, they had been eager to approach the Han family gate, only to be met with the tiger's fierce gaze. The cold glint in its eyes had deterred them from advancing. This beast could truly tear them apart. Yet now, it was bowing in utmost respect to Yi Yuni. The disparity was striking. At that moment, as the two groups exchanged glances, one outsider nudged the girl beside him. She had been staring blankly at Yi Yuni, utterly captivated by his handsome visage. As she regained her composure, her father nudged her forward. Yi Chengzu, I have heard of your illustrious deeds and hold you in high regard. Should you not reject me, I wish to serve by your side. Her bold declaration left many nearby in stunned silence. So direct. Soon after, the other outsiders reacted. Was this not the time to be straightforward? Should they wait until someone else snatches the opportunity away? Yi Chengzhu, my daughter also admires you immensely. My daughter feels the same. So does mine. In an instant, a throng of outsiders surged forward, eager to voice their intentions. Observing this scene, Han Tiansheng couldn't help but twitch his lips in exasperation. What the hell? Yet, he straightened his posture with pride. After all, how could they compare? His daughters were already mothers. What grounds did they have to compete? Even if they managed to get in, they would still have to address his daughters as sister. Yi Yuni, witnessing the fervor unfolding before him, felt quite pleased. This was delightful. He had not anticipated such a unique opportunity arising from this trip to the Haiban barrier. Perfect timing as he needed to enhance his strength. It seemed the pace of marriage would hasten. After all, time waits for no one. While Yi Yuni was reveling in this momentum, atop the Xingyan barrier tower, an outsider frowned as he gazed into the distance. The other outsiders looked toward the commotion, startled by the shouts. They quickly turned their attention to the source. A cloud of dust was rising. As they emerged from the forest, they beheld a contingent approaching them. Each member of this group bore fierce expressions, their faces marred with scars, and one even sported a singular eye. Yet, these were merely testaments to their battle-hardened experience. What were they here for? As they reached the base of the barrier, they confronted the guardians with a fierce glare. Who are you? What do you want? The defenders, caught off guard, demanded answers. We are from the mighty barrier. Mighty barrier. This proclamation caused the onlookers' eyes to narrow in apprehension. They were well aware of the notorious reputation of this barrier. It was known for harboring no survivors aside from its own kind. Within, there were only outsiders. To put it simply, it was a den of bandits, no, even worse than bandits. The leader of this group, noticing the expressions of the defenders, remarked, "Ah, so you are familiar with our renown. Now be gone. Hand over the resources of your city. You seek death. You don't fear our city lord? Get lost. Your city lord? An early-stage silver? You think you can intimidate me with that?" The leader, a one-eyed man, scoffed contemptuously. Their city lord was a legitimate early-stage golden powerhouse. Even he, a mid to late-stage silver, was not to be trifled with. To threaten him was nothing short of absurd. This revelation rendered the defenders momentarily speechless. Clearly, they were unaware of the true power of Yi Chengzhu. Nevertheless, it was futile to discuss it now, as both Yi Chengzhu and Bai Jishi, along with the Qian tiger, were not present within the barrier. They could not allow these intruders inside. If they did, the barrier would surely be stained with blood. They had no choice but to brace themselves for battle. Kill. Seek death. The one-eyed leader narrowed his remaining eye and waved his hand. The powerful fighters behind him surged forward. Chapter 34. The Strength of Xiao Haizi. On the tower, the war drums suddenly echoed. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the outsiders within the barrier were stunned, their heads feeling as if they might explode. What the hell? What does this mean? Is another beast tied upon them? Inside the villa, Zhou Huaiwei heard the sound and sprang to her feet. This was the sound of the war drums. The beast tide is coming. She was momentarily taken aback. Currently, her husband and Bai Mei were absent. Glancing at Xiao Haizi, she recalled Yi Yuni's words. Without hesitation, she grabbed Xiao Haizi and exclaimed, "Let us go to the city gate." Zhou Huaiwei urged, her lips twitching. "Do I need to ride? Ride a dog?" Riding on the back of the dog, she found herself in a dire situation, leaving little room for hesitation. Without delay, she mounted the small black dog, clutching its neck tightly. "Let us go, Xiao Haizi, to the city gate." In an instant, Xiao Haizi sprang forward, its speed swiftly increasing. Meanwhile, a group of extraordinary individuals raced toward the city gate, their expressions grave, acutely aware that the current circumstances were far more perilous than before. After all, the city lord Yi Chengzhu, Bai Jishi, and Qi Yin who were absent. This time, they feared for their lives. Despite their trepidation, they pressed on with greater urgency. In the next moment, a sound like the tearing of wind reached their ears. Turning back, they gasped in disbelief at the sight before them. What was this? Suddenly, a shadow shot past them, nearly creating a sonic boom. What was that? One of the extraordinary individuals, momentarily stunned, inquired. The others were equally bewildered. "I think it looks like a dog." It came to mind. This is the black dog from Yi Chengzhu's household. The realization sparked recognition among the attendees of the gathering. Indeed, this was a creature from Yi Yuni's home. Initially regarded as a mere beast without rank, akin to a dog from the world before the apocalypse, they had not anticipated such astonishing speed. It seemed that this creature was indeed a formidable beast. How many powerful trump cards and extraordinary companions did Yi Chengzhu possess? This thought resonated deeply within the crowd. It was undeniably frightening. At the barricade, the battle had commenced with a devastating ferocity. The disparity in strength between the two sides was overwhelming. A sickening sound echoed as the Cyclops dragon severed an extraordinary individual's arm with a single strike. Blood sprayed forth, followed by a swift counterattack, resulting in a quick resolution. After one command from the Cyclops dragon, his subordinates unleashed their ruthless assault. Within moments, numerous bodies lay lifeless on the ground. Simultaneously, several extraordinary individuals from the Xingyun barricade arrived at the city gate. Gazing at the defeated first wave of extraordinary beings from the barricade, their fury ignited. Their eyes filled with rage. "Brothers, fight to the death. Kill, kill, kill." The battle cries ascended into the air. They fixed their gaze on the Cyclops dragon and his entourage, preparing to advance when suddenly, a sonic boom erupted from behind. Turning around, they witnessed a shadow hurtling toward them, followed by a sudden stop right behind them. "Make way!" Zhou Huaiwei, perched on Xiao Haizi, was jostled and disoriented. She was not an extraordinary individual, and could hardly endure such tumult. It was far worse than the tribulations she had faced with Yi Yuni. Gradually, she emerged from the city gate atop Xiao Haizi. The Cyclops dragon, upon witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. The others were equally stunned. What was this spectacle? A beautiful woman emerged riding a dog? The absurdity of the scene was almost comedic. Zhou Huaiwei surveyed the situation ahead, realizing it was not the beast tide she had anticipated. However, observing the expressions of those present and the corpses before her, she comprehended the gravity of the situation. "You shall not enter today," Zhou Huaiwei declared, her gaze fixed upon them. "Ha ha ha." The Cyclops dragon laughed heartily. "Little girl, have you lost your mind? You dare speak so boldly from atop that foolish dog? Just wait. Once I unleash my 18 techniques, your soul shall ascend." Zhou Huaiwei's temper flared. She dismounted from the dog, but in the next moment, her legs buckled, and she stumbled, landing awkwardly on the ground. The onlookers gasped. They recognized Zhou Huaiwei as Yi Chengzhu's wife, yet in their minds, she was not an extraordinary being. The Cyclops dragon, observing this, laughed even harder. This girl spoke the fiercest words, but acted the most cowardly. She knelt upon her arrival. Just as he was about to respond, Zhou Huaiwei glared at him, pointing a delicate finger. "Xiao Haizi, attack." "What? Attack? What do you mean? Are you relying on this silly dog?" The Cyclops dragon's patience evaporated as he prepared to command his men to advance, eager to conclude the battle quickly. For there were abundant resources to be gained within the barricade. However, in the next moment, the black dog darted forward, appearing 5 meters before him. Then, Xiao Haizi leapt into the air, jaws wide open, teeth gleaming ominously as it lunged at the Cyclops dragon. A sickening sound erupted as flesh was torn apart. The Cyclops dragon, engulfed in excruciating pain, found himself momentarily dazed. He tumbled from his steed, crashing to the ground, feeling the black dog viciously gnawing at his neck. Blood gushed uncontrollably. In the next instant, a horrifying sound echoed. The onlookers witnessed a scene they would never forget. The Cyclops dragon's neck was brutally snapped. Those within the city gaped in shock, their mouths agape. What kind of combat prowess was this? They had not anticipated that Yi Chengzhu still possessed such a hidden trump card. Even in the absence of Yi Chengzhu by Jishi and Qi Yanhu, the city still held a formidable secret. Truly, Yi Chengzhu was remarkable. Even his household dog possessed such incredible strength. The followers of the Cyclops dragon stared, their eyes wide in disbelief. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. In an instant, the expressions of the brigands turned to panic. After all, the Cyclops dragon was their third in command, nearing the golden rank in strength. Yet, in a single encounter, the black dog had dispatched him. In the next moment, they beheld the most terrifying sight of their lives. The black dog lifted its gaze to them, its mouth still stained with the blood of their leader, a sinister grin spreading across its face. In that instant, the brigands felt a chill run down their spines, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads and cascading down. They were engulfed in sheer terror. Run. They were not fools. Given that their leader had just been slain, they understood that the black dog's strength was at least above the golden rank. To confront it head-on would be sheer folly. The best course of action was to flee swiftly. They began to move, but in the next moment, Xiao Haizi was already in motion, tearing through the air. The sounds of flesh being shredded echoed, accompanied by screams and the thud of falling bodies. A mist of blood erupted, saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent. At the city gate, the extraordinary individuals from the Xingyun barricade watched in horror, swallowing hard. This creature was at least a golden-ranked beast. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Initially dismissive of Xiao Haizi's size, they now regarded it with awe and dread. In that moment, Xiao Haizi resembled the Grim Reaper, taking lives with each leap. In its final leap, it pounced onto an extraordinary individual's back, opening its maw wide and lunging for their head. With a resounding crack, blood and gore erupted, painting the scene in vivid red and white. The onlookers felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Yet, within their eyes, there gleamed a spark of excitement. Xiao Haizi has indeed resolved all the bandits. Remarkable. Yi Chengzhu's exotic beast is formidable. My goodness, I initially underestimated it. It is truly impressive. It is no wonder that Yi Chengzhu is so esteemed. Not only is his mount of the early golden tier, but even his pets are of the same golden caliber. Victory is ours. The crisis has been averted. Cheers erupted. And at this moment, Yi Yuni's standing in their hearts soared dramatically. After Xiao Haizi eliminated the bandits, he leisurely returned to Zhou Huiwei's side. Zhou Huiwei gazed at Xiao Haizi, astonished by its prowess. She patted Xiao Haizi, then looked at the bodies before her. Let us tidy up here quickly to avoid attracting any exotic beasts. Upon hearing Zhou Huiwei's command, everyone hurried to comply. After all, Zhou Huiwei now wielded Xiao Haizi, a veritable sword of authority. Thus, they began their cleanup. The following day, after spending a day at Han Tianxing's home, Yi Yuni set off with the Han sisters, Bai Zixi, and several other beautiful maidens, mounting the Qi Yanhu and heading towards the Xingyun Bile. Bing Shui, Bing Yu, do come back and visit when you have the time. Han Tianxing reluctantly waved goodbye to his daughters. The other exotic beings, witnessing their daughters being taken away, felt a mix of emotions, reluctance intertwined with other sentiments. Once the group had departed, several clan leaders surrounding Han Tianxing looked at him. Haha, Brother Han, we will be relying on you in the future. Yes, Brother Han, we misunderstood you before. Please don't take it to heart. Look, as compensation, I will give you 20 silver tier crystal cores. One after another, the clan leaders began to flatter Han Tianxing. What a joke. What is he now? He is now the father-in-law of a golden tier powerhouse. This is truly a case of one person achieving success and the whole family rises. Han Tianxing's status has skyrocketed. Who would dare to bully him? If he were to inform Yi Chengzhu, what good would come to them? They couldn't be serious. At that moment, their smiles grew even broader. Haha, well said. From now on, we are all brothers. Han Tianxing reciprocated their politeness. Meanwhile, the other exotic beings whose daughters had been taken away became the center of attention. Flattering remarks were plentiful, and promises of resources and collaborations began to flow. These exotic beings felt utterly elated. On the other side, Dongfang Ruyu looked at the crowd and sighed. She then gazed into the distance, contemplating Yi Yuni, and couldn't help but lament. This fellow is practically marrying too many women. Moreover, how did he manage to make Bai Zixi so compliant? She knew Bai Zixi's temperament, similar to her own. Unless someone particularly distinguished overwhelmed and conquered her, she would never act like a docile wife. Yet this fellow is surrounded by wives and concubines. How could he even strengthen his power? It makes no sense. Never mind. This is not her concern. She ought to focus on gathering those crystal cores, as that is of paramount importance. With that thought, she sighed again. Lacking strength leads to being ruthlessly manipulated. On the road, Yi Yuni hummed a little tune. He glanced back at the girls. Bai Zixi and the Han sisters were undoubtedly his now. They were relaxed, admiring the surrounding scenery. As for the other lovely maidens, they were shyly averted their eyes, some even tugging at the Qi Yin who's soft fur, appearing bashful. However, it was no major issue. Once they were wed, they would be at ease. He then quickened his pace, urging the Qi Yin who rapidly towards the Xingyun Bile. The group of maidens gasped at the sudden acceleration, clutching the waist of the person in front of them. Gradually, an exhilarating sensation surged within them. The speed of this golden tier exotic beast is truly unparalleled. How exhilarating! After a while, they arrived at the Xingyun Bile. The exotic beings at the entrance, upon seeing Yi Yuni and his entourage return, greeted them with smiles, as if their cornerstone had returned. However, Yi Yuni, upon noticing the bloodstains lingering ahead, paused momentarily, his expression darkening. Upon reaching the city gate, he looked down at the other exotic beings. What happened? City Lord, the bandits from Wildbull came here intending to plunder our barrier. This statement made Yi Yuni's eyes turn icy in an instant, an air of murderous intent emanating. They are audacious, and your pet, that little black dog, is incredibly strong. It swiftly dispatched those silver tier bandits and their silver tier leader. This revelation left Bai Zixi momentarily stunned. What? What little black dog? In an instant, she recalled Xiao Haizi at Yi Yuni's home. That is such a powerful exotic beast. It can annihilate silver tier beings? What tier must it be? At the very least, it should be golden tier. Contemplating this, she was utterly bewildered. She hadn't expected that unassuming little creature to be so formidable. The Han sisters behind her were equally astonished. Their little black dog could actually eliminate silver tier beings? Yi Yuni observed their expressions and added, "Do not doubt, that fellow, despite its appearance, is indeed a golden tier exotic beast." Bai Jishi and the Han sisters gasped in unison. So the little creature we were so fond of was actually a golden tier exotic beast? Yi Yuni then turned to the nearby exotic beings. Did we suffer any casualties? A few. Comfort their families, Yi Yuni instructed, his gaze filled with a chilling resolve. He mounted the Qi Yin Hu and proceeded towards the barrier. Upon returning home, Zhou Huaiwei recounted the events. As for Bai Jishi and the Han sisters, they had already gone to see Xiao Haizi. Yi Yuni settled everything at home and took care of the other girls. "I'm going to Weibel." Upon hearing this, Bai Jishi immediately looked over. "I will accompany you. The city lord of Weibel is at the early golden tier and has many silver tier subordinates, making them difficult to deal with. No worries." Yi Yuni asserted firmly, then rode off on the Qi Yin Hu. Arriving at the corpses of the bandits, Yi Yuni coldly huffed, "Chop off their heads. I will take them with me." Upon this command, the other exotic beings began to act, severing the bandits' heads. They then wrapped them up and presented them to Yi Yuni, who secured them to the back of the Qi Yin Hu. After confirming the direction to Weibel, he left the city and set off in that direction. That night, Yi Yuni traversed an unknown distance. The next morning, at Weibel, numerous exotic beings prepared to embark for today as plunder. The heavy steel gates swung open, and one by one, the exotic beings emerged. They glanced back at the imposing barrier. Their barrier may be smaller, but it was filled with exotic beings, boasting an outrageous configuration. The solid walls and steel gates of this formidable barrier were impressive. Moreover, the strength of their barrier was robust, unfettered by non-exotic survivors. They took turns raiding daily for food, resources, and women. They felt as if they were the heroes of Liangshan, utterly exhilarated. The fifth and third leaders seem to have been at Xingyunbile for quite some time. They have yet to return, an exotic being inquired. "You comprehend little, for the Xingyunbile is quite distant from us. Nevertheless, its power is not particularly formidable. The Lord merely possesses the strength of a late silver phase. Surely, Sangu and his companions have already completed their plundering yesterday. However, they cannot arrive before nightfall and may have chosen to stay overnight at the Xingyunbile. The jungle at night is exceedingly perilous. Who would dare traverse it?" In a word, the others nodded in agreement. The dangers of the nocturnal jungle far exceed those of the daytime. With their capabilities, attempting to traverse such a distance at night is nothing short of a fantasy. The thought of staying at the bile instantly sparked envy within them. After all, having forced the Xingyunbile into submission yesterday, they had effectively become wolves in a sheepfold. So many survivors, including the wives and daughters of Irun. How delightful would that night be? They now only hoped that their companions would return with some untouched treasures, allowing them to revel as well. "Let us depart. We too shall venture out," spoke the fifth master, leading his companions toward the jungle. However, after walking for a short while, they heard the sound of heavy footsteps. Instantly, they turned towards the source of the sound, all taken aback. "What is this?" They beheld a red flame tiger sauntering leisurely through the jungle, utterly unbothered by its own noise. Its heavy steps seemed to warn the surrounding Yishug to flee. Astonishingly, atop this red flame tiger sat a man. This tiger was indeed the man's steed. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. What sort of power must a man possess to ride a red flame tiger? Furthermore, his presence here implied that he had traversed the forest last night. This was unfathomably frightening. They gazed at the man atop the tiger with trepidation. What kind of formidable being was this? "Fifth Master, it appears he is heading towards our bile," one remarked. The fifth master observed Yi Yuni's direction, and it indeed seemed so. "Let us hurry back to inform the eldest master." With that, the fifth master led the group back. Yi Yuni, atop the tiger's back, had already noticed their presence but chose to ignore them, heading straight for the Weiwu bile. Moments later, the fifth master and his companions entered the bile. close the city gates. Upon command, the massive gates clanged shut. Subsequently, the fifth master sought out the eldest master. Eldest, eldest. Upon entering, he found a middle-aged man seated there, attended by several beautiful women who were massaging his shoulders and feeding him fruit. What is the matter? Why the haste? The eldest master reprimanded the fifth master. Thereafter, the fifth master recounted the events he witnessed in the jungle. Upon hearing this, the eldest master sprang to his feet, his eyes widening, veins bulging with fury. What business did such a powerful being have here? Gather the brothers for the city walls. In an instant, the entire Belle sprang into action. Shortly after, the eldest master, accompanied by a throng of brothers, ascended the city walls, gazing into the distance. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps gradually approached. The rustling of leaves preceded the emergence of a colossal figure from the jungle. It was indeed the red flame tiger. On its back, Yuni observed the imposing bile and the alert defenders atop its walls, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. The eldest master, witnessing this scene, felt an involuntary tremor of fear. Although he was a late gold phase Uran, he dared not confront such a savage beast directly, let alone attempt to capture the red flame tiger as a mount. In that moment, his mind raced with thoughts. As Yuni drew near, he took a breath and spoke, "My lord, what brings you to our Weiwu Bile? We seem to have no quarrel." Hearing the eldest master's words, Yuni raised his gaze, stating, "I have come to deliver some items to you." With that, he tossed a cloth bag toward the wall. The bag soared upwards. Thud! It landed atop the city wall before the onlookers. They gazed at its contents, and the eldest master promptly opened it. One by one, their eyes widened in shock as they beheld the severed head of the third master rolling out. Inside were also the heads of other brothers who had ventured out to plunder alongside the third master. Chapter 37. One man sweeping through a city. Hiss! At that moment, the eldest master was momentarily stunned, then glared at the severed heads before him, fury igniting within his gaze. This man was ruthless. He had directly severed the heads of the third master and his companions and brought them here. A blatant provocation. In an instant, his wrath surged. Over the years, he had never endured such humiliation. When had Weiwu Bile ever faced such disgrace? They had always been the ones to plunder other Biles, to slay their foes. No one had ever dared to be so audacious as to challenge them. Yet in the next moment, he regained his composure. The man before him was no ordinary. He was a formidable being who had tamed the red flame tiger as a mount. This was something he had no choice but to endure. The brothers beside him, observing the eldest master's expression, speculated on his next course of action. Taking a deep breath, the eldest master suddenly raised his head and walked towards the city wall. Gazing below, in an instant, his brothers were taken aback. Was the eldest master truly prepared to confront this powerful being? To risk everything? However, the next moment, he exclaimed, "My lord, did we offend you in any way? Truly, it is regrettable. These rascals ventured out without permission and met you unexpectedly. They deserve their fate." Words poured forth. The brothers behind him gasped. "Eldest, are we truly letting this go?" Just like that? This was the first time they had witnessed their leader behave in such a manner. Below, Yuni heard the eldest master's words and scoffed. How eloquent! He opened with such a line, abandoning the pawns to protect the king. "I am the lord of the Xingyan Bile. These individuals came to plunder my bile and killed my people. And you think a few words can absolve you of responsibility? Did you think I came here to listen to your excuses?" One sentence from Yuni darkened the eldest master's countenance. "My lord, we will provide compensation. Please return for now, and we will deliver it to Xingyun Bile in due time. Enough with the empty chatter. Open the gates." Yuni Belovit, the eldest master, meeting Yuni's gaze, felt his resolve waver. What a jest! In this world, strength dictated authority. Yet before this figure, he was undeniably the weaker party. Reluctantly, he uttered, "It is not that I refuse to open the gates, but I fear that if I do, my brothers may not survive your wrath. Please, allow me to arrange compensation first. Do you think I will take you at your word? Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Yuni's voice boomed. Instantly, he reached out and a battle axe of towering height materialized in his grasp. The onlookers atop the wall, upon seeing the axe glinting ominously in Yi Yuni's hand, felt a chill run down their spines, their hairs standing on end. It was as if their hearts were gripped with terror. Then, Yi Yuni took a leap from the red flame tiger, charging towards the city gates. Upon reaching the gates, with one final step, the dry earth beneath him shattered into fragments. He propelled himself upwards to the gates, swinging the axe with all his might, channeling his energy into it. The axe emitted a piercing sound akin to an explosion, reverberating through the air like a bomb detonating. The axe struck the city gate with a resounding crash. Instantly, a thunderous sound reverberated. In that fleeting moment, dust and debris were sent flying. The two heavy gates became distorted and subsequently shattered, soaring into the city. As the gates barreled through, any unsuspecting Nirun that encountered them were instantly reduced to a gruesome pulp. Boom! The gates surged into the city with unrelenting ferocity, continuing their wild rampage for an indeterminate amount of time before finally coming to a halt. At the entrance, dust danced in the air, and as the smoke dissipated, a man and a tiger strode in. At this moment, Yi Yuni wielded his battle axe, its blade glinting with a menacing cold light, truly terrifying. The Da Dongjia and his companions descended, beholding the scene before them with hearts filled with trepidation. The Da Dongjia understood that this individual had come to annihilate them, offering no room for negotiation. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Brothers, charge." They had encountered a formidable opponent today, and there was no turning back. The Da Dongjia charged directly at Yi Yuni, seeking his own demise. Yi Yuni observed the bandit leader daring to approach him. With a sudden leap, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. The sound of whistling filled the air. In the next instant, he appeared before the Da Dongjia, swinging his axe downward. The Da Dongjia was taken aback by Yi Yuni's speed, his eyes widening in disbelief. What speed was this? He couldn't even catch a glimpse of the figure. In that moment, he realized the vast chasm of strength that separated them. As Yi Yuni deftly maneuvered, he found himself right before the Da Dongjia, who then noticed the battle axe descending upon him. It was aimed directly at his head. So swift, so ruthless. The force was overwhelming. Should he be struck, he would surely be cleaved in two. In an instant, the specter of death enveloped him, and he instinctively tilted his body. The next moment, a sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed. A fountain of blood erupted as Yi Yuni cleanly severed the Da Dongjia's right arm with a single swing. A cry of agony escaped the Da Dongjia's lips. Yi Yuni followed up with a kick that connected squarely with the Da Dongjia's face, shattering his teeth and sending him flying. Simultaneously, as Yi Yuni moved, the Chengu let out a fearsome roar and charged at the other bandits. With a swipe of its claws, it reduced a silver tier bandit to a bloody paste. Then, with a flick of its tail, another man was engulfed in a mist of blood. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided affair. Here, the Da Dongjia, despite the excruciating pain of what felt like broken bones, dared to rise. But the next instant, he saw Yi Yuni before him. The axe was already poised to strike. Whoosh! A gust of wind howled. Then, a flash of cold light appeared at the back of the Da Dongjia's neck. His head was instantly severed, soaring into the heavens. The remaining bandits beheld this gruesome spectacle, their legs turning to jelly. This was utterly terrifying. In mere moments, Yi Yuni had slain their mightiest leader. What could they possibly do now? What were they even fighting for? They were mere pawns, likely unable to withstand the might of them, let alone this formidable individual. Mister, we surrender. We surrender. After a brief moment, the bandits formed a large circle, crouching on the ground with their heads cradled in their arms, trembling in fear. Yi Yuni stood at the center, with the bandit leaders closest to him, while the lesser bandits surrounded them. The Chengu prowled the perimeter. "I have come today to repay you in kind. You sought to kill and plunder, did you not?" Yi Yuni spoke. One of the bandit leaders looked up at him, his voice quaking. "Mister, we truly had no knowledge of this matter. The decision to raid the Xingyun Belle was made by the Da Dongjia. He commanded the third in charge to execute it. You see, the Da Dongjia was the strongest among us, and we had no choice but to obey his orders." Nodding in agreement, the others chimed in. Yi Yuni remained silent, observing them. Then, another bandit spoke up. Mister, we beseech you to spare our lives. Our stronghold still possesses many valuable treasures. The Badangja had a treasury filled with precious items. I can take you there. Please have a look. Intrigued, Yi Yuni's interest was piqued. A treasury? Filled with valuable treasures? This sounded promising. He promptly placed his axe against the bandit's throat. Lead the way, but do not attempt any tricks. Of course. The moment the axe was positioned at his throat, the bandit nearly lost his wits. Although the axe did not make contact, the cold light emanating from it was enough to send shivers down his spine. Fear glinted in his eyes as he felt a trickle of blood from the spot where the axe hovered. I will take you there now. The man led Yi Yuni away. Yi Yuni turned to the others, instructing, you all remain here. Yes, mister, came the chorus of voices in response. They prefer to stay put rather than endure the oppressive aura radiating from Yi Yuni. After a short while, the man brought Yi Yuni to a grand pavilion. Yi Yuni gazed at the structure, which was splendidly adorned. The intricately carved railings and painted beams suggested that it had once been a remarkable attraction before the apocalypse, only to be repurposed by the bandit leader into a treasury. Entering alongside the man, they reached the first level. Mister, this is where the Da Dongjia stored the crystal cores, he said, leading Yi Yuni further inside. Yi Yuni observed numerous crystal cores displayed within glass cabinets. Approaching, he noted that they were primarily late silver tier cores. This was understandable, given that the bandit leader was only at the early stages of gold tier strength. For him, these crystals were likely the most formidable he could possess. However, the quantity was certainly impressive. Mister, there's also his crystal core vault. The higher grade cores are stored outside, while the others are kept inside. The man guided Yi Yuni toward a massive door, resembling a bank vault with its imposing walls and intricate locks. In an instant, the man hesitated, realizing that the keys were in the possession of their deceased leader. Who knew where he had placed them? This was troublesome. He covertly glanced at Yi Yuni, hoping to gauge his reaction, but found no signs of displeasure. The next moment, Yi Yuni strode forward, raising his axe. With a fierce gust, he brought it crashing down upon the door. Crack! The sound startled the man, who instinctively shielded his head. This was terrifying. He stared in disbelief as the axe struck the heavy steel plate, slicing through it as if it were mere tofu. Yi Yuni then grasped the jagged edge and tore it open. The man stood frozen, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Is this the strength of a formidable individual? Upon entering, Yi Yuni was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, the sheer number of crystalline cores is astonishing. Before him stood a veritable mountain, a formidable accumulation of the crystalline cores of exotic beasts. The sight was truly terrifying. The colors were easily distinguishable, predominantly shades of emerald green and silver. These cores belonged to either bronze or silver variant beasts. However, the sheer volume was indeed intimidating. My lord, we will deliver all of these to you. Ye Yuni nodded. Although their quality was subpar, what mattered most was their abundance. Perhaps absorbing them could indeed facilitate a breakthrough in his cultivation. Shall we ascend to the second floor, my lord? Yi Yuni followed him upward. The second level housed various skins and scales of exotic beasts, as well as weaponry crafted from their bones and teeth. Yi Yuni's gaze fell upon a silver-skinned exotic beast, the Qingyan fox, its pelt displayed enticingly. He reached out to touch it. The fur was remarkably soft, far surpassing the luxurious furs of the pre-apocalyptic era. As for the weaponry, Yi Yuni had little interest, for they paled in comparison to his battle axe, which rendered them mere child's play. My lord, look here. This weapon is made from the mandibles of a powerful golden ant. The man continued enthusiastically introducing the items. In the next moment, Yi Yuni grasped the mandible of the golden ant and gently tapped it against his battle axe. Crack! At that moment, the mandible shattered. The man exclaimed in disbelief, What? Is this battle axe truly that formidable? My lord, shall we proceed to the next level? The man spoke cautiously to Yi Yuni. Hei Yi Yuni nodded, and the two ascended once more. This time, Yi Yuni found the third level to be quite rewarding. It was filled with mutated fruits and plants, all exuding a tantalizing aroma. The sight was utterly delightful. Make sure all of these are sent back to the invincible, Yi Yuni declared, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. The man quickly responded, of course. Allow me to show you around the third floor, my lord. The fourth floor holds treasures as well. Shall we take a look? Curiosity piqued. Yi Yuni followed the man to the fourth floor. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight before him. It was a veritable den of beauty, with numerous women caged within. The man, observing Yi Yuni's gaze, eagerly explained, my lord, these women are all untouched, captured from good families. Our leader has a preference for first-timers, and they must be enjoyed before they can accompany him. Yi Yuni nodded, contemplating the gravity of the situation. This leader was indeed deserving of his fate. As he surveyed the scene, his eyes landed on a stunning blonde beauty. Her long golden hair cascading down, her skin pristine and delicate. Her figure was exquisitely proportioned, embodying an exotic beauty that was distinctly non-Eastern, evoking a sense of conquest within him. This blonde beauty, undoubtedly a survivor of the pre-apocalyptic world, had unfortunately fallen into captivity. The man, noticing Yi Yuni's interest, remarked, my lord, I suspect this one is a foreign agent who infiltrated our ranks before the apocalypse. I recommend you take her to your residence for thorough interrogation. She surely harbors significant secrets. Yi Yuni turned to regard the man sharply. The man felt a chill run down his spine, unsure of Yi Yuni's reaction. Just as his apprehension peaked, Yi Yuni nodded thoughtfully. You present a compelling argument. His words were akin to a lifeline, invigorating the man. He led Yi Yuni to another young woman, whose physique was equally striking but bore evident signs of mistreatment. My lord, this one was likely injured during her abduction. Look at the bruising on her chest. You possess the power to alleviate her condition. Indeed, Yi Yuni replied, moving to inspect a slender girl who appeared malnourished. My lord, this one is clearly suffering from a lack of nutrition. Please, show mercy and take her with you. She deserves a chance at nourishment. The man's voice continued to echo, and Yi Yuni nodded in agreement, acknowledging the man's persuasive talent. After perusing the fourth floor, Yi Yuni felt compelled to commend the leader for his discerning eye. Each selection bore unique characteristics that were hard to resist. Having completed their exploration, Yi Yuni and the man descended back to the gathering crowd. The atmosphere felt notably lighter, as the weight of dread that had previously loomed over them began to dissipate. Upon their return, the crowd noticed Yi Yuni's composed demeanor and felt a collective sigh of relief. They exchanged appreciative glances with the man for his commendable efforts. My lord, shall we gather the items we observed earlier and transport them to your residence? The man suggested. Yi Yuni nodded in agreement. However, in the next moment, he turned to the gathered individuals and declared, wait, what I saw belongs to the bandit leader. Your possessions must also be surrendered to me to accompany them to the invincible. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Must we also comply? These are the fruits of our labor over many years. Expressions of anguish spread across their faces. Do you have any objections? Yi Yuni inquired, narrowing his eyes. The crowd stiffened at his gaze. No objections, my lord. We have none. We will return to gather everything and present it to you. They hurriedly dispersed at his command. Moments later, one individual lamented the prospect of relinquishing his hard-earned treasures to Yi Yuni, fearing he would be left destitute. In a moment of desperation, he sought a secluded spot to bury some crystalline cores. Suddenly, he felt a chilling breeze behind him. As he turned slowly, his eyes widened in horror at the sight of a gleaming axe descending towards him. The blade cleaved through the air with a sickening sound, blood erupting forth. Yi Yuni discarded the severed head to the Chi Yin who promptly consumed it, followed by the bandit's lifeless body. After indulging, a resounding roar echoed through the surroundings. If I find anyone hoarding resources, my Chi Yin who is still hungry, Yi Yuni bellowed, his voice gradually resonating throughout the barrier. The bandits trembled at the sound. They certainly did not wish to become prey to the Chi Yin who. They promptly emptied their entire possessions. Gradually, vast amounts of crystal cores, exotic plants, and bee skins piled up within the formidable barrier. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Yi Yuni observed, pondering just how many barrier cities these rascals had plundered to accumulate such a bounty. After a brief wait, he instructed his men to pack these items. All the carts within the barrier were filled to the brim, yet there remained an abundance of goods. You lot, gather the rest into bags and proceed on foot to Xingyunbile. What? A bandit exclaimed. Does that mean we'll be treated like livestock? The moment the words left his mouth, Yi Yuni made a swift move, appearing before him and gripping his head with one hand. In the next instant, with a forceful squeeze, a sound erupted akin to that of crushing a watermelon. The remaining oddities observed Yi Yuni's actions and quickly became nimble. They understood that for Yi Yuni, they were no more significant than cattle to a butcher. After a while, a long line formed behind the Qian, who under Yi Yuni's command. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he declared, "Let us depart." Chapter 40, A Bloodbath. In the evening, before Xingyunbile, Bai Jishi paced anxiously, glancing into the distance. It had been over a day since Yi Yuni had ventured out. Where could he be? A frown of concern creased her brow. We should head back, she suggested to Zhou Huawei and the others who were also waiting for Yi Yuni's return. What? We're not going to wait any longer? Zhou Huawei asked, taken aback. The vice captain added, the forest is perilous at night. Those post-apocalyptic beasts frequently roam there, and night is their domain. Many of the other oddities nodded in agreement, for they had never dared to traverse the jungle after dusk. Understanding the vice captain's caution, Zhou Huawei conceded, then let us return. Just as they prepared to leave, Xiao Haizi's ears twitched slightly, and he headed towards the edge of the barrier wall. Suddenly, he let out a howl, a wolf's cry that echoed through the air. Everyone froze, bewildered. Zhou Huawei rushed to Xiao Haizi's side, asking, what is wrong? She noticed Xiao Haizi staring intently at the distant forest. Bai Jishi and the other girls, along with a group of oddities, gathered around, drawn by Xiao Haizi's unusual behavior. The crowd now regarded Xiao Haizi with newfound respect. What is this? This is no mere black dog. It is a formidable beast in its early golden stage. They realized, especially after witnessing how Xiao Haizi dealt with the bandits. They waited a moment, and just as they were about to leave, the Qian who emerged from the forest. He is back, Bai Jishi exclaimed, her excitement evident. Zhou Huawei and the Han sisters shared in her joy, while the oddities gazed in awe at Yi Yuni's return. What did this mean? Had he avenged them? A myriad of thoughts flooded their minds. But in the next moment, they widened their eyes in disbelief at what they saw trailing behind Yi Yuni. The crowd atop the wall fixated on the procession behind him. Carts. They appeared incredibly heavy, with the wheels deeply embedded in the soil. What on earth is this? One oddity stood stunned, struggling to articulate his astonishment. However, no one responded to his exclamation. They were too bewildered themselves. Then, a terrifying thought crept into their minds. Could this possibly be the resources of the formidable barrier? As the convoy extended further, their suspicions solidified. It certainly appeared so. Yet, they could not fathom just how extensive this procession truly was. Following a line of carts spanning over 100 meters, more oddities appeared on foot. The onlookers began to sense something amiss. How could there be more pedestrians? Each one bore substantial burdens. Bai Jishi turned to the vice captain, urging him to notify the oddities within the city to come and assist. Understood, the vice captain replied, hastily snapping out of his shock to execute Bai Jishi's command. Shortly after, Bai Jishi led the oddities from the city to the city gates, where they beheld Yi Yuni. With a smirk, he announced, I have returned. He then ushered the others into Xingyunbile. All right, you may begin unloading and sorting the goods. With that, the oddities sprang into action. Despite their exhaustion from the long trek, they dared not utter a single complaint in Yi Yuni's presence, unless they wished for death. The oddities within the city also began to organize the items. Moments later, several categories emerged. Everyone stared in disbelief at the mountainous piles of crystal cores alone, sufficient to instill fear, not to mention the exotic plants and weaponry. Yi Yuni addressed the oddities in the city. Take a look at these weapons and armors. Feel free to take what you need. He waved his hand dismissively, for he had no use for such items. Upon hearing this, the oddities erupted in excitement. The Lord is incredibly generous, they exclaimed, their hearts racing with joy, particularly among the lower-tier oddities who lacked suitable weaponry. This was an opportunity they could not afford to miss. Thank you, Lord. Your generosity knows no bounds. One after another, they clamored. The atmosphere buzzed with enthusiasm as they began selecting weapons and armor. Yet there was no contention. They even offered items to others. They understood that these goods were not theirs. They belonged to Yi Uni. They were merely reaping the rewards of his efforts. In stark contrast to the jubilation among the oddities in the city, the bandits of the formidable barrier stood with solemn faces, as if mourning their own demise. These were their spoils. Yet now, their greatest concern was their very lives. The man who had previously introduced Yi Uni stepped forward cautiously, addressing him with utmost deference. Lord Yi, we wish to follow you, to brave any dangers for you. Yes, Lord Yi, we admire your strength. Please allow us to follow you. They implored in unison. Yi Uni regarded them with a dismissive gesture. No need, you may return. What? In an instant, the bandits were left speechless, questioning if they had misheard. Did Yi Uni just tell them to go back? This was splendid news. They erupted in unrestrained joy. Though they had lost their bounty, they feared nothing now. They still possessed strength. Upon returning, they can simply continue their plundering. At this moment, they bid farewell and hurriedly made their way outside, seemingly fearful that Yi Uni might change his mind in the next instant. Yi Uni gazed at the fleeing figures in the distance, a smile gracing his lips. How could he possibly waver? For from the very beginning until now, his resolve had remained steadfast. In the following moment, he glanced at Xiao Haizi and Qi Yin, who, lightly gesturing towards the direction of those aberrants. Chapter 41. This reward. Howl. Roar. The sounds of wolves and tigers echoed fiercely. In an instant, Xiao Haizi and Qi Yin, who surged toward the aberrants with great speed. The aberrants within the city felt a tightening in their chests upon witnessing this. Earlier, they had heard Uni declare his intention to spare these bandits and had wanted to intervene. After all, these bandits had committed countless heinous acts. Letting them go would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, with endless repercussions to follow. However, this was Yi Uni's choice. Without him, how could they still be alive? They had no choice but to obey the lord of the city and watch helplessly as the bandits departed. Yet now, seeing Xiao Haizi and Qi Yin charging towards them, it became evident that Lord Yi had not easily allowed them to escape. Simultaneously, their bodies tensed. After all, this was a confrontation, and these bandits possessed some strength. If they were to fight back in desperation, they would have to intervene. On the other side, the bandits, who had been jubilant moments ago, suddenly found their smiles frozen on their faces upon hearing the howls of wolves and roars of tigers behind them. They turned around to see Xiao Haizi and Qi Yin racing toward them at breakneck speed. Then, they witnessed Qi Yin whose massive jaws opened wide. With a sickening crunch, the sound of flesh tearing and bones shattering echoed ominously. It was simply horrific. An aberrant was instantly bitten in half by Qi Yin's enormous maw. Meanwhile, Xiao Haizi transformed into a shadow, weaving through the bandits with agility. Its claws extended, slashing through the air with a thunderous crack. In one swift strike, it tore a bandit apart. Then it moved on to the next. Kill. One bandit finally reacted, his eyes wide with fury. Yi Uni, after treating them as laborers to transport goods back, he now intended to unleash a massacre upon them. Or perhaps, that fellow had never intended to spare them from the beginning. How ruthless! What a treacherous act of abandoning those who had served him. In a flash, he felt his anger boil over. He roared, attempting to rally everyone to form a fighting force to resist Qi Yin and Xiao Haizi together. But in the next moment, he realized it was futile. They were already scattering in all directions, utterly unconcerned. After all, they were facing two early-stage, golden aberrant beasts. Who would dare confront them directly? The sounds of screams filled the air. It seemed as though a competition had erupted between Qi Yin and Xiao Haizi, both frantically vying to claim the remaining bandits. With a final, resounding thud, the last bandit's corpse was flung aside, landing heavily on the ground. Thus, all the bandits had been slain by Qi Yin and its companion. The stench of blood enveloped the area, corpses littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. The aberrants in the city gazed in shock at the scene before them. In mere moments, these bandits had been annihilated by the two aberrant beasts. So powerful, truly formidable, And the master of these two beasts, Yi Yuni, was indeed a supreme powerhouse among the strong. Meanwhile, Qi Yin, who began to indulge in the delectable flesh of the aberrant corpses. With a crunching sound, the bones of the aberrants crumbled under Qi Yin, whose teeth, akin to crispy fried potatoes, it feasted with unrestrained delight. Then, it turned to Xiao Haizi, noticing that it had yet to partake. Subsequently, Qi Yin, who nudged a corpse toward Xiao Haizi, clearly indicating for it to have a taste. Xiao Haizi gazed at the aberrant corpse, then looked towards Yi Yuni. Yi Yuni approached them, producing some divine beast food, offering a portion to Xiao Haizi and then some to Qi Yin, who, upon seeing the divine beast food, Xiao Haizi was instantly thrilled, devouring it voraciously. Qi Yin, who, however, stared at this unfamiliar item, remaining still. Its expression seemed to question, "What on earth is this?" It continued to relish the corpse. Yi Yuni observed Qi Yin, who, feeling a sense of helplessness. This creature simply did not know how to enjoy. A mountain pig would not eat fine grains. In contrast, Xiao Haizi was akin to a domestic pig that would not touch rough food. After a while, noticing how delicious Xiao Haizi found the divine beast food, Qi Yin, who felt a stirring in its heart. It then approached the divine beast food, sampling it. In the next moment, its tiger eyes widened in shock. It quickly began to eat. Gradually, as Yi Yuni watched Qi Yin, who, its fur thickened and lengthened, and its body felt as though it had grown larger. Its coloration transformed from a previous orange hue to a deep crimson. Although its tear had not increased, its strength was evidently formidable. One must admit, this divine beast food was truly remarkable. All right, everyone, let us help clean up and store these supplies. At Yi Yuni's command, they all began to tidy up. Everyone was fully engaged, working tirelessly to transport the goods. It was not until the blood moon descended that they finally completed their tasks. That evening, Yi Yuni continued to adorn the surroundings with lights and decorations. But this time, it was even more extravagant than before. After all, they had seized so many treasures. Within Yi Yuni's villa, various beast leather armors were selected and moved inside, with the fox fur being the most prominent. Several girls watched in awe, their hands caressing the fabric. Utterly enchanted by its smoothness, they adored it immensely. Observing these luxurious adornments, the gathered aberrants bore expressions of astonishment. This is what one called opulence. Truly, they envied Lord Yi. If only one possessed such strength, one could achieve the same. But isn't that stating the obvious? However, look at me. Do I possess such strength? Then we are left with nothing but envy. Come, let us drink. Voices rang out as the aberrants celebrated with drinks, reveling in their joy. They had also acquired numerous weapons. Tonight was a time for feasting and drinking. Tomorrow, they would test their new weapons. Among them, the happiest was none other than old Zhang, for today marked a special occasion for his daughter. Nearby, many aberrants raised their glasses in salute, smiles spreading across their faces. Old Zhang, congratulations. You'll be relying on her in the future. Come, Brother Zhang, I toast to you. As the festivities wound down, Yi Yuni embraced his beloved and entered the room. This time, Zhou Huaiwei had become quite astute. She headed directly to Bai Shi's room and ended up sleeping alongside her. Bai Ji, she exclaimed in surprise. In an instant, she began to reflect on whether her earlier sounds had been too loud. Had Zhou Huaiwei overheard? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt a rush of embarrassment. Who remembers such things in a moment? Blushing, she thought, let us just sleep. The following day, Yi Yuni awoke and turned to see his beloved beside him. In the next moment, a luminous screen materialized before him. Chapter 42. Indestructible. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying. You have acquired the indestructible skill at the first tier. Yi Yuni stared at the screen in astonishment. What is this? Indestructible? Suddenly, he felt a surge of power flowing within him. He clenched his fist and touched his muscles with the other hand, which felt as hard as steel. Robust. Yi Yuni then exited the room, retrieving his battle axe and drawing it across his arm. A sound akin to steel colliding resonated through the air. Yi Yunyao gazed at the luminous screen, which displayed the following. Name, Yi Yunyao. Height, 185 centimeters. Rank, mid-gold. Skills, Rapid absorption, God-level hunting skill. Second stage of 9 nether energy, God-level body technique. First stage of indestructible body, weapon. First stage battle axe, items. 19 God-level beast control pills. This was remarkable. This item provided comprehensive enhancement, not merely for his arms. In the next moment, the screen flickered again. Congratulations, the host's wife has successfully conceived. You have received the reward of God-level alchemy skill. This was intriguing. Alchemy? Was it within his realm of understanding? Subsequently, Yi Yunyao perused the barrage of explanations regarding this skill. In essence, it involved using exotic plants and beast cores, combined with certain auxiliary materials, to concoct potions that could enhance strength, heal, and more. However, when it came to increasing strength, the potions crafted were vastly superior to the direct consumption of beast cores. Moreover, for ordinary individuals lacking the rapid absorption skill like Yi Yunyao's, these potions would enable them to quickly assimilate the energy within the cores, making them invaluable. Of course, it was also beneficial for Yi Yunyao. Soon, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, recipes and additional details. In an instant, he transformed into a master alchemist. After some contemplation, he realized there was no necessity to concoct potions from low-tier beast cores. Instead, he could experiment with recipes from mid-tier ingredients. Yi Yunyao descended the stairs, his demeanor radiant. Bai Jishi glanced at him and whispered to Zhou Huaiwei, "Sister Zhou, I suspect my husband possesses the ability to replenish vitality. He emerges each day brimming with energy, as if reborn." It may very well be. Just then, Yi Yunyao approached, playfully pinching Bai Jishi's waist. Instantly, she shivered and looked up at him, a guilty expression on her face. "What were you saying about me?" Yi Yunyao observed her with a teasing smile. Bai Jishi's cheeks flushed in nothing. "You think I didn't hear? No need for doubts. Let me show you," he declared, hoisting her onto his shoulder and ascending the stairs, despite her struggles proving futile. In the afternoon, Yi Yunyao and Bai Jishi finally reappeared. Others regarded the pair with twitched lips, recognizing that only Bai Mei, an extraordinary individual, could exhibit such prowess in battle. They would have surrendered long ago. "Come, let us return to the resources from yesterday and select some items. I need to conduct an experiment," Yi Yunyao urged Bai Jishi. Hearing this, Bai Jishi felt utterly exasperated. She was exhausted, feeling as though she had just battled a formidable beast. Yet, there was no alternative but to comply. They rode the wind chaser leopard towards the storage area of the previous day's resources. Upon entering, Bai Jishi was awestruck by the sheer volume of items. Even though she had seen them yesterday, Yi Yunyao began to peruse the materials, selecting various exotic plants and components. After a brief period, he handed a collection of items to Bai Jishi. "Darling, what are these for?" she inquired, puzzled by the unrelated items. Yi Yunyao gently patted her head. "Alchemy. Have you heard of it?" Bai Jishi's eyes widened in disbelief. She had indeed heard of alchemy. After the apocalypse, some had discovered that combining exotic plants and beast cores could yield potions with various effects, including strength enhancement and accelerated absorption. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, such practices came at a steep price, requiring careful combinations and meticulous details, with failures being commonplace. Typically, alchemists resided only in larger, fortified enclaves and were scarce resources, revered by noble families. Contemplating this, she thought to advise caution, but, seeing Yi Yunyao's enthusiasm and recalling earlier events, she decided it prudent to comply. After a while, Yi Yunyao gathered the selected ingredients and returned home. He then procured the corpse of a great strength ant, cleaving it open to fashion a large cauldron, before igniting a fire beneath it. Zhou Huaiwei and others observed Yi Yunyao's fervent endeavors, curiosity piqued. "I am practicing alchemy," he announced. "Alchemy?" The group was astonished. Their intrigue piqued as they gathered around, eager not to miss such an entertaining spectacle. Bai Jishi facepalmed, lamenting the wastefulness. Was this not sheer folly? Her husband was not an alchemist. How could he succeed on the first attempt? Reluctantly, she placed the exotic plants and cores aside and retreated indoors, unable to bear witnessing such waste. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yunyao began his alchemical process, with Zhou Huaiwei and others assisting as best they could, their eyes filled with anticipation. After several hours, Bai Jishi, feeling restless, decided to check on him, presuming the concoction had failed. However, as she opened the door, an alluring aroma wafted through, causing her to bolt into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhou Huaiwei and the others inhaled the fragrance, their eyes wide with curiosity. This was extraordinary. The scent was intoxicating. Yi Yunyao gazed at the cauldron crafted from the great strength ant, observing the signs of success. Just then, he noticed Bai Jishi descending, and with a look of awe on her face, he lifted the lid. Instantly, a wave of fragrance enveloped the air. Bai Jishi's eyes widened in disbelief. This was truly a medicinal paste. It had worked. She looked at Yi Yunyao, her expression a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. Could it be that one could possess such innate talent? To succeed in alchemy on the very first attempt? Yi Yunyao sampled the medicinal paste, and in an instant, a surge of power coursed through his body, akin to a raging river. Indeed, this potion was far more potent than direct absorption of the beast's core, and far gentler as well. He shaped some of the paste into a large pill and approached the astonished Bai Jishi, offering it to her. Here, try it. With a gulp, she swallowed it down, and in the next moment, her body quivered before she closed her eyes, overwhelmed by the sensation. Bai Jishi opened her eyes and gazed at Yi Yun-yi before her face alight with surprise. Husband, I believe I have made a breakthrough. Upon uttering these words, she clenched her fist as if to demonstrate her newfound power. Boom! The sound of an explosive impact reverberated through the air, leaving Bai Jishi momentarily stunned. Is this truly the strength of the early golden stage? Her excitement was palpable. Ye Yunyi, equally astonished by her prodigies, glanced at the eager faces of those around them, feeling a tinge of helplessness. Do not get ahead of yourselves. I fear you may end up injuring yourselves, he warned, his expression a mix of amusement and concern. Spotting Zhou Huaiwei and the others, he pouted playfully. Come, let's refine some pills. With his call, the others gathered around, ready to commence the pill-making process. One after another, the pills took shape beneath their delicate hands. Seizing the moment, Yi Yun-yi continued his alchemical endeavors. Within a single day, he had concocted numerous batches of potions, each boasting various functionalities. Potions for enhancing strength, healing remedies, and even liquid forms that could not be shaped into pills, a veritable cornucopia of options. Afterward, he made his way to the crystal core repository, meticulously selecting the higher-grade cores. Swiftly, he absorbed them, complementing the process with a potent elixir. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar sensation rise within him, akin to mighty rivers surging through his veins, relentlessly crashing against barriers within his body. Thud! A subtle sound echoed within him, and he was taken aback by the surge of power he felt. Promptly, he summoned the light screen to assess his status. Name, Yin, height, 185 centimeters, tier, late golden stage, skills, rapid absorption, god-level hunting skills, second phase of Jiuyu Jingqi, god-level agility, first phase of indestructible body, weapon, first tier battle axe, items, 19 god-level beast control pills, late golden stage. Just one step away from entering the early diamond stage. Yi Yun-yi mused that reaching the diamond tier would place him among the stronger individuals in this apocalyptic world. As his level increased, he surveyed the crystal core repository, realizing that these cores no longer served a purpose for him. They could be treated as ordinary resources. Regarding the less potent potions, he contemplated distributing them. That evening, Yi Yun-yi hosted a grand feast. Old Zhang had seemingly become the elder brother among the group of extraordinary individuals. Zhang, come, let me toast you, he declared cheerfully. As he finished speaking, a girl approached, none other than old Zhang's daughter. Father, you're drinking too much again, she chided. And the crowd around her turned to look, momentarily taken aback. They had previously seen her as a mere child, but now she exuded a distinct femininity. Old Zhang beamed with pride upon seeing his daughter, especially admiring her attire, which was exquisitely crafted from the pelts of extraordinary beasts. Ha, very well. I shall heed your advice and drink less in the future. He laughed heartily, setting down his cup. The girl then presented him with a small box. Old Zhang queried, examining the box as curious eyes from the crowd bore down on him. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, invigorating all present. "What is this?" he asked eagerly. "It's a potion my husband asked me to give you, claiming it could enhance your strength." Her words left old Zhang gasping in astonishment. The others in the vicinity widened their eyes in disbelief. This was a potion crafted by Lord Yi, one that could boost one's power. Instantly, envy and admiration filled their gazes towards old Zhang. Despite his delight, felt the sting of jealousy from those who wished for a beautiful daughter of their own. Old Zhang picked up a pill and swallowed it. Moments later, he reopened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining forth. "I believe I have broken through to the silver tier," he exclaimed. This revelation left those nearby in utter shock. A single pill had propelled old Zhang from the late bronze stage to the early silver stage. How extraordinary! The envy in the room intensified. As the feast continued, other girls also brought their fathers similar potions. Gradually, it became apparent to the extraordinary individuals present. Yet, knowing this did little for them, they could only watch. As the festivities concluded, Yi carried the girl upstairs. While ascending, he pondered the impending marriage of the golden-haired beauty. After all, the bandits had spoken the truth. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. It was imperative to interrogate them thoroughly. Moreover, Yi found himself curious about the differences between the golden-haired beauty and the oriental beauty, eager to experience them. Should there be anything remarkable, he could certainly learn from it to better himself. Thus, he entered the room with the girl, lightly pressing his foot to close the door behind them. The following morning, Yi awoke and beheld the girl beside him, still peacefully slumbering like a little kitten. It seemed she had also been worn out from the previous night. In the next instant, a light screen appeared before him. "Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying. You have received the second phase of indestructible body." The second phase? How remarkable! This was indeed a boon. Almost immediately, another light screen materialized. "Congratulations, host, on your wife's successful pregnancy. You have received 10 God-level Death Warrior puppets as a reward." Death Warrior puppets? What are those? Death Warrior puppets. These are soulless puppets that obey the host's commands without question, their strength bound to the host's own. This seems quite advantageous. Yi promptly accessed his status panel. Name: Yi height, 185 centimeters. Tier: late golden stage. Skills: rapid absorption, God-level hunting skills. Second phase of Jiu Jingqi, God-level agility. Second phase of indestructible body, weapon. First tier battle axe, items. 19 God-level beast control pills. 10 death warrior puppets. After a brief moment, Yi descended with renewed vigor. Baijishi watched him intently. He recalled how she had previously remarked on his ability to harmonize yin and yang, and now she seemed eager for confirmation. It appeared their earlier conversation had left some matters unresolved. "Now that you have reached the early golden stage, does that mean your combat prowess has increased?" he inquired. Baijishi, enjoying her breakfast, responded with a hint of enthusiasm. "Of course. The early golden stage is undoubtedly far stronger than the late silver stage. Shall we test that?" "What? Test what?" Baijishi suddenly understood, her face flushing with embarrassment. How dare he speak of such things during the day? Zhou Huaiwei, observing with amusement, chimed in, "Alas, Bai Mei is unlike us. She is a genuinely formidable individual, her combat prowess far surpassing ours." Yi, hearing their banter, remarked, "Have you heard the tale of the 3 heroes battling Lu Bu? You could certainly join forces." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, realizing the inherent danger in such a proposition. I surrender, Zhou Huaiwei declared, leading the way and conceding. After a glance at her abdomen, she realized it was that time again, yet her relatives had not arrived as promised. She felt as though she might be experiencing the same condition. However, without certainty, she decided to wait and see. Meanwhile, Yi refrained from jesting with them and proceeded directly to the location where Xiao Haizi had previously lingered. He commanded the puppets to appear. In the next instant, several cloaked puppets materialized before him, indistinguishable from ordinary humans, save for their hoods and masks. Yi observed them closely, and soon, a luminescent display emerged from their forms. Death puppets. Strength. Early phase of gold. 10 puppets at the early phase of gold. Upon his command, they turned to face him. With a mere thought, he mentally directed them to turn back once more. Remarkably, it seemed they were indeed bound to him. This was quite impressive. Yi instructed them to disperse within the barrier, maintaining vigilant observation to preempt any potential crises. Simultaneously, within the Haiban barrier, Dongfang Ryu was meticulously counting the crystal cores acquired the previous day. Just then, a female adept rushed over. "City Lord, we have received urgent news," she exclaimed, her face a mix of shock and anxiety as she extended the message towards Dongfang Ryu. Observing her demeanor, Dongfang Ryu felt puzzled. What could this news be that warranted such urgency? She opened the message and began to read. Initially, her brow furrowed, but gradually, astonishment settled upon her features. Ultimately, her body trembled, her expression reflecting utter disbelief. What had she just witnessed? Yi, a single individual, had annihilated the Weiwu barrier, slaughtering all the bandits and seizing their loot. It was crucial to note that the Weiwu barrier was home to formidable adept beings, brimming with ferocity. Yet, astonishingly, it had been decimated by Yi alone. Did this imply that the Xingyun barrier was now the mightiest among these smaller barriers? Furthermore, the Xingyun barrier was now brimming with resources. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. No wonder Bai Zixi not only yielded her position, but also became infatuated. How could one not be captivated by such a man? Alas, the Xingyun barrier would not lack for crystal cores. Her own prospects remained bleak. Dongfang Ryu sighed, now only able to pray that the demon exorcist would delay their demand for crystal cores. At the same time, other smaller barriers received the news in rapid succession, and they too were struck by shock and disbelief. They felt a sense of relief, as the Weiwu barrier had loomed over them like a sword, poised to strike at any moment. Now that it had been vanquished by Yi, they no longer had to fear its plundering. It was nothing short of exhilarating. In Yi's villa, he was feeding the divine-grade beast food to Qi Yin, who, and Xiao Haizi. Xiao Haizi devoured it with great delight, and Qi Yin, who was similarly pleased. After consuming the divine-grade food, Qi Yin, who had lost interest in flesh. Yi regarded Qi Yin, who with admiration. Remarkably, even a wild boar had begun to eat fine grains. It must be said, ever since this creature began consuming divine-grade food, its size had notably increased, and its fur gleamed brilliantly. Truly magnificent. Eat more. Eat more. Yi crouched down, jesting, put on some weight, and we can have more meat during the new year. At his words, Qi Yin, who quivered, lifting its head in fright towards Yi. Yet in the next moment, it paused, as sounds of crackling emerged from within. Its size expanded once more, and its fur transformed to a deep crimson. Qi Yin, who let out a roar that echoed through the heavens. "Oh, observing Ki Yanu." Yi was taken aback. Wasn't its limit the early phase of gold? Now, it had actually broken through to the mid-phase of gold. It seemed the effects of divine-grade beast food were indeed remarkable. Or perhaps his earlier intimidation had proven effective. Regardless, ascending in rank was undoubtedly a positive development. Perfect. I currently lack suitable spiritual herbs for concocting elixirs. Upon my return, let us venture into the jungle to search. You should be aware of it, Yi suggested. And Qi Yin, who responded with a low growl, signifying understanding. All right then, if that's the case, I want to consider eating you during the new year. Yi remarked it. Just then, the deputy commander hurriedly approached. City Lord. Chapter 45. Arrogance before me? Yi regarded the hastily arriving deputy commander, inquiring. What is it? City Lord, just moments ago, two individuals, a young man and a woman, arrived from outside the barrier. They rode silver grade mounts. They claimed to be members of the demon exorcist and wished to see you. I have escorted them into the city and directed them to the reception room. The demon exorcist? Yi pondered, recalling Dongfang Ryu's earlier words within the Haiban barrier. Are they here to demand crystal cores? Have they come to collect protection fees for me? How amusing. They even offer me protection? Beside him, Bai Zixi listened intently, her brow furrowing deeply. She recalled Dongfang Ryu's comments. The demon exorcist was home to numerous powerful individuals, and their leader was a formidable presence at the early phase of Diamond. Although she had now entered the gold tier, the disparity between the gold and diamond tiers was not trivial. "Husband, what should we do?" Bai Jishi whispered to Yi Yuni. Nearby, Zhou Huaiwei and others also sensed something amiss and approached. Though they recognized their potential inability to assist, they understood that they could not remain indifferent should their husband encounter trouble. Yi Yuni listened to Bai Zishi's query. "What should we do?" "We'll confront them head-on. I have already reached the late phase of gold. Coupled with my divine grade hunting skills, the 9 nether vitality, divine movement technique, and indestructible body. Even if a diamond tier adept were to arrive, I would not fear, let alone 2 minor figures. All right, you all enjoy yourselves at home. I will go have a look," Yi Yuni stated, then proceeded to feed Qi Yin who some more divine grade beast food, as this creature had just entered the mid-phase of gold and required sustenance. "Let us go." Yi Yuni gestured to the deputy commander and began to stride forward. Meanwhile, on the main road of the Xingyan barrier, a young man and woman rode a silver-grade earth bear, proceeding at a leisurely pace. The man surveyed the scene within the Xingyan barrier and scoffed, a proud gleam in his eye. He regarded the survivors and adept beings within the city as if they were mere maggots, his expression one of utter disdain. "This place is far inferior to our Qinghua barrier," the woman remarked, equally repulsed by the sight. She then turned to the guiding adept and coldly inquired, "Where's your city lord?" "Our city lord should still be on the way. Allow me to escort you to the reception room. He should arrive shortly," the adept replied respectfully, recognizing the ominous presence of the two, given their silver-grade mounts, which, while inferior to the city lord's, were still formidable in his eyes. "Umph." The woman's displeasure was evident upon hearing the guide's words. They were here under the orders of their leader to collect payments. The demon exorcist was a powerful organization, their leader hailing from beyond the Qinghua barrier, a figure of great strength at the diamond tier. They had previously sent word ahead, so the city lords of the barriers they had visited were either waiting or hastening their arrival. How dared this one treat them with such disrespect? They had introduced themselves, and yet he had the audacity to arrive late? Did he not regard them? Listening to the adept's words, the young man lowered his gaze, his displeasure mounting. Without uttering a word, he strode ahead. Gradually, the tension escalated. He felt that something was amiss. Suddenly, he turned around but found nothing unusual. "What is wrong, Shi Xiao?" the woman inquired upon noticing the youth's actions. The young man assured himself that no one was watching him. Since he entered the barrier, he had felt the unsettling gaze of someone, yet he had not been able to identify it. Was he being overly paranoid? If not, then there must be a formidable power lurking within this barrier. His laughter elicited a smile from the woman, who regarded him with a relaxed expression. "Shi Xiao, you must be mistaken. According to reports, the lords of the barriers we are visiting possess strength at the late stage of silver, not to mention the other beings within the barriers. We are merely at the early stage of gold. Rest assured." Her reassurances prompted the young man to nod in agreement. Indeed, the barrier left him feeling quite dissatisfied. Perhaps he could raise the demand for the number of crystal cores owed. Such ignorance of social etiquette must come at a price. Upon entering the reception room, the other being seated them before preparing tea. "Don't move," the young man commanded, and the being halted, staring at the one preparing the tea. "Stop. Wait until your lord comes to serve us." The being frowned slightly before retreating. It was evident that these two were not here with good intentions, and their demeanor was quite imposing. Who had provoked them? He would need to inform the lord soon. He stepped outside, waiting at a distance in the reception area. Shortly after, he saw Yi Yuni and the vice commander approach. Yi Yuni was strolling leisurely, and upon noticing him, the being hurried over to relay the earlier events. The vice commander, listening intently, was seething with anger. Such audacity! Yi Yuni merely scoffed, "I understand." And after uttering those words, he proceeded into the reception room. Yi Yuni observed the two individuals. He noted the woman, adorned in extravagant attire, scanning the surroundings with a look of disdain, as if she found everything here utterly distasteful, exhibiting an extreme sense of cleanliness. When she turned her gaze towards Yi Yuni, she was momentarily taken aback, perhaps surprised by the youthfulness of the lord of the Xingyan barrier. However, she quickly regained her haughty demeanor. On the other side, Yi Yuni regarded the young man seated there, who was currently resting with his eyes closed, lounging nonchalantly. He did not even open his eyes upon Yi Yuni's entrance. His posture was decidedly arrogant. His fingers lightly tapped the table, drawing attention to the empty teacup beside him, with the teapot placed not far away. The implication was unmistakable. He expected Yi Yuni to serve him tea. Yi Yuni, observing this, walked slowly to him, picked up the teacup, and with a huff, the young man noticed the movement and a faint smile crept onto his lips, accompanied by a barely audible cold snort. However, soon there was no sound of tea being poured, only the fading footsteps of Yi Yuni. In an instant, he opened his eyes, staring at Yi Yuni. To his astonishment, Yi Yuni had seated himself, nonchalantly pouring tea for himself, taking a sip with an expression of utter enjoyment. Chapter 46. I will smash your head. You. In an instant, the young man's eyes widened in disbelief. This fellow had the audacity to pour tea for himself and neglect to serve him. Did he not regard him nor the Exorcist Guild with any respect? This was insubordination. Meanwhile, the woman watched the scene, her own anger flaring. This was courting death. After taking a sip, Yi Yuni set down the teacup and looked at the two. What brings you to my Xingyin barrier? The young man, upon hearing this, immediately tossed a piece of paper towards Yi Yuni, who caught it and opened it to reveal the contents. His eyes narrowed in an instant. The paper listed the quantity of crystal cores they were demanding, a staggering number in the hundreds for just the silver tier, not to mention the considerable amount of bronze cores as well. For a small barrier, this quantity was monumental, practically draining the resources of the small barrier dry. The young man looked at Yi Yuni, stating, the number of crystal cores you owe must increase by 20% on top of this. Submit them to the Exorcist Guild in 5 days. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. The woman cast a glance at the young man. Realizing her Xixiang was genuinely furious, demanding a 20% increase on top of the original amount. This would certainly add to the young man's troubles. Such neglect would come at cost. If he failed to meet the demand, according to the rules of the Exorcist Guild, there would be no necessity for their existence in this world. Yi Yuni listened to the young man's words, folded the paper, and placed it on the table. What if I refuse to pay? This statement stunned both the young man and the woman, leaving them incredulous. This fellow dared to defy us. They were not new to the Xingyin barrier. They had visited others where the lords had shown them utmost respect and guaranteed timely submissions. Was this one inherently rebellious? The young man slammed his hand on the table, causing it to shatter with a thunderous crash, splinters flying in all directions. He glared at Yi Yuni. You seek death. You dare to defy my demand for a 20% increase. His voice was razor-sharp, akin to a furious lion ready to pounce on its prey. The woman beside him clenched her fists, her murderous intent gradually coalescing. In contrast, Yi Yuni remained unperturbed amidst the sound of splintering wood. He leisurely regarded the two. No, you misunderstand. Misunderstand? The young man scoffed. You are truly asking for trouble. Having witnessed the table's destruction and understanding the young man's power, he should have altered his approach. If he had been compliant from the start, perhaps he could have avoided this anger. However, there would be no free pass. The increase shall go from 20% to 40%. The young man began, but Yi Yuni interrupted him. What I mean is I will not pay this at all. As he spoke, Yi Yuni ripped the paper in half, folded it again, and tore it once more, discarding it into the air as if it were mere refuse. The actions of Yi Yuni momentarily left the young man and the woman in shock, but the next instant, their expressions hardened with fury. You seek death. The young man bellowed, stomping his foot, causing the ground to crack beneath him. He launched himself at Yi Yuni like a cannonball, the sound of rushing wind accompanying him. As he reached Yi Yuni, his fist, charged with rage, swung forward with tremendous force. The sound of an explosive impact echoed, yet in the next moment, his punch met only air. Whereas Yi Yuni, just as the young man stared bewildered at the empty space before him, a voice rang out from behind. You are too slow. The young man whipped around, only to see a palm heading straight for his face. The sensation, as if a roaring train were hurtling towards his head. In the next instant, his mind went blank, and he found himself lifted off the ground, soaring backwards. Outside, the The deputy general and the strange person, upon hearing the explosive sound of the table shattering, felt a tightening in their hearts. Do you know the origins of those two? The deputy general inquired of the stranger, for it was this very stranger who had brought them here to notify Yi Yuni. After pondering for a moment, the stranger replied, "From their words, it seems they possess formidable strength and have come to demand the payment of crystal cores from the small barrier below. Furthermore, they appear to harbor great dissatisfaction with the city lord Yi. They were cursing all the way here. Formidable strength and profound discontent. Now an explosive sound erupts from within. Could it be that a 2-on-1 confrontation has ensued? Has the city lord already been assaulted?" At that moment, the deputy general's lips twitched. After all, Yi Yuni had saved the Xingyun barrier from peril on multiple occasions, earning immense respect among the inhabitants of the city. How could they sit idly by? Even if it meant death, they could not allow the city lord to suffer humiliation. "Let's assist," the deputy general declared, and the stranger understood, following him toward the reception hall. Yet in the next moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from the reception hall. They witnessed a figure hurtling out like a cannonball. It was none other than the young man from earlier. In the astonished gaze of the deputy general and the stranger, blood spurted from his mouth. And after flying several meters, he crashed to the ground. Skidding along the surface, he flew another few dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. In an instant, both the deputy general and the stranger's eyes widened in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. What on earth has happened? They stared at the young man in the distance. After he stopped, he fell to his knees. Slowly, he stood up. At that moment, his face was swollen like a pig's head, blood pouring from his mouth and nose, his eyes red and bloodshot. In the next instant, they felt a blur before them as a shadow dashed past. It was Yi Yuni. With a swift motion, Yi Yuni appeared before the young man, delivering a powerful punch that mirrored the previous one. Seeing the incoming fist, the young man's eyes widened in horror. "You dare!" With a roar, Yi Yuni's fist collided with the young man's head. In the next moment, the young man's skull underwent a violent transformation, and then exploded. The scene was splattered with red and white matter, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Chapter 47. Such brutality. In an instant, the deputy general and the stranger's eyes widened, utterly unable to believe what they had witnessed. The city lord, how utterly savage. He obliterated the young man's head with a single punch. Following a dull thud, the young man's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, devoid of any vitality. Meanwhile, a woman from within the reception hall emerged, prepared to assist, only to be met with the horrific scene of bloodshed. At that moment, she stood frozen, unsure of what to do. In the next instant, she saw Yi Yuni slowly turn around, locking eyes with her. A single glance sent shivers down her spine, as if she were being shaken like chaff. "Run!" The thought immediately flashed through her mind. She had barely taken a few steps when a shadow blocked her path. It was none other than Yi Yuni. Standing before the woman, Yi Yuni commanded her to kneel as her legs buckled beneath her. "Spare me. Our leader sent us to demand the collection of crystal cores. This was not my idea." Listening to the woman's words and recalling her earlier arrogance, Yi Yuni let out a cold snort. That snort pierced her heart like an icicle. She gazed at Yi Yuni, her mind racing with determination. "If you spare me, I will do anything for you. I can be your servant. I can follow you. I can." Before she could finish, Yi Yuni seized her by the throat and lifted her. In the next moment, amidst her terrified gaze, a sickening crack echoed. Yi Yuni had snapped her neck. He then tossed her aside. "Look at that ugly face. Yi Yuni Sukofut. If you were beautiful, perhaps it would be different. Besides, with nothing to show, you are laughably inadequate. What use do I have for you?" Nearby, the deputy general and the stranger were left speechless, finally understanding that in Yi Yuni's eyes, ugliness was indeed a cardinal sin. "You two, clean this place up," Yi Yuni instructed, and both the deputy general and the stranger nodded. Once Yi Yuni departed, they began to tidy up. Gazing at the two corpses, the stranger felt a profound shock. These two must have been at the early stages of gold, yet they were effortlessly slain by the city lord. Remarkably strong. The deputy general nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Yuni returned to the villa. "Husband, you're back. How did it go? Was everything resolved?" Upon hearing Bai Zixi inquiry, Yi Yuni responded, "It's all taken care of." Bai Zixi nodded in relief. However, she could not have anticipated that Yi Yuni was not referring to the resolution of matters, but rather the elimination of individuals. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yuni looked at the Qi Yin Hu and then at the remaining strange plants. "We might as well venture into the forest to find some strange plants." "Huzi, do you know where those strange plants are located in the forest?" Upon mentioning strange plants, Qi Yin Hu's eyes flickered with a pained expression. For the mutated fire dragon fruit had been under its protection for a long time. It nodded in agreement. "All right, let us head into the forest." At that moment, Yi Yuni formulated a plan. Hearing this, Han Bingyu and Han Bingshua looked at Yi Yuni and asked, "Husband, can we join you in the forest?" "Sure." Yi Yuni did not refuse for now. He had no fear. At this, both women beamed with joy, their faces radiating happiness. Han Bingshua dashed towards Yi Yuni, declaring, "Husband, I want to sit in front of you." She ran eagerly towards him, but in the next moment, someone grabbed her hand. Han Bingshua turned to see Han Bingyu, who wore a harmless smile. "Sister, I also want to sit in front of husband. Grant me this opportunity." Han Bingshua exclaimed, "Do you really have to compete for this?" Yet she also thought, being embraced by Yi Yuni felt quite comforting. Han Bingyu, noticing her sister's demeanor, teased, "Sister, how about this? We have a competition? Whoever wins gets to sit in front." With that, Han Bingyu waved her small hand graciously, and Han Bingshua agreed, "All right." In the next moment, she stood beside Han Bingyu, puffing out her chest. "So how about it?" Han Bingyu was taken aback. "What are you doing? What is this competition about?" Yi Yuni watched the scene, equally perplexed, until suddenly it dawned on him. Well, truly, there is beauty in diversity. Come, sit with me." In a flash, Han Bingyu suddenly understood. So this was the nature of the competition. Watching her sister's fervor, she felt helpless. Although she was not small herself, her sister was undeniably more endowed. How could they compete? Han Bingsu exclaimed, "Hu, beauty in diversity?" At that moment, she too became confused, before finally realizing, "No, that is not what I meant. I was referring to height. It's about height." She then looked towards Zhou Huaiwei and the others, only to see Zhou Huaiwei smiling and giving her a thumbs up. Han Bingxu sighed, "Forget it. As long as I can be with my husband, that's all that matters." Subsequently, everyone mounted the Qi Yin, who, as Yuni organized the expedition, preparing to lead the inhabitants of the city deep into the forest. In an instant, the entire nebula barrier erupted with fervor. Moments later, the peculiar individuals were all prepared, lining up within the city, their faces alight with excitement. After all, this marked the first occasion that Yi Chengzhu led them outside. Subsequently, Yi Yuni arrived riding the blazing Qi Yin Hu, surveying the crowd. With a grand gesture, he commanded them to set off. As they exited the barrier, the Qi Yin Hu soared forth like a fish plunging into the ocean, reveling in its newfound freedom. Drawing upon prior recollections, it soon approached the territory of its former nemesis, a purple crystal crocodile. The peculiar individuals gazed upon the location, recalling the formidable beast known to inhabit it, a creature of the early golden tier, adept at lurking and camouflaging itself. As whispers spread among them, Yi Yuni focused ahead and soon beheld an unusual vine. It bore a cluster of mutated grapes, strikingly reminiscent of those from before the apocalypse, albeit encrusted with glimmering purple crystals that dazzled the eyes. Without hesitation, Yi Yuni stepped forward to seize the grapes. The moment he plucked them, a fearsome roar resonated through the air. From beneath the thick carpet of fallen leaves, a massive crocodile sprang forth, its body adorned with shards of purple crystal. It surged upward with astonishing speed, lunging at Yi Yuni with its gaping maw. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Yi Yuni pivoted and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! His foot connected with the jaw of the purple crystal crocodile, sending it hurtling backward with a thunderous crash, shattering countless trees along its path. The creature finally came to rest embedded in the trunk of a massive tree, its crystalline covering shattered, devoid of life. Zhou Huaiwei and the Han sisters, Bai Jiqing and the other women exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Darling, was that truly so fierce? A single strike, and it was vanquished. So, Does that mean you've been holding back during our nightly battles? The realization struck them cold. They would be cautious with their words henceforth. Among them, only Bai Mei seemed capable of withstanding such ferocity, while the others felt utterly incapable. They glanced at Bai Jiqing, who, upon witnessing their expressions, seemed to understand their thoughts. She felt a chill run down her spine. She too could not endure such power. After all, her strength was akin to that of the defeated purple crystal crocodile, which had succumbed to a single blow. She could barely withstand 18 strikes from Yi Yuni before surrendering. Meanwhile, the surrounding peculiar individuals widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the ferocity exhibited by Yi Yuni in battle. The deputy commander, witnessing the spectacle, led a few others toward the fallen crocodile. After a brief struggle, they managed to extract it from the tree and hoist it up. To their dismay, the creature felt utterly limp, as if all its bones had been shattered. As they presented the crocodile, the Qi Yin who gazed upon it with a triumphant grin. Yet a painful memory surfaced in its mind. It too had once suffered at the hands of Yi Yuni. Let us proceed. Yi Yuni patted the back of the Qi Yin Hu, which then surged forward with renewed vigor. Within the Qi Yin Hu, shadows of old rivals flickered, leading Yi Yuni towards past adversaries. This turn of events proved fruitful, as the peculiar individuals behind them had already collected numerous corpses, and he himself harvested a plethora of exotic plants. Most of these beasts belonged to the early golden tier, a feat previously unattainable in the mighty barrier, which had only yielded lesser creatures. Now, the thrill was palpable. The peculiar individuals behind him reveled in the experience of following Yi Chengzhu. It was exhilarating. Not only were there powerful beasts, but also silver-tier creatures along the way. Upon encountering them, Yi Yuni dispatched them effortlessly with a flick of his fingers, sending stones hurtling forth to eliminate each one. Their only task was to retrieve the fallen beasts. With clear roles established, their pace quickened dramatically. Within mere hours, they amassed an impressive bounty, nearing their carrying capacity. Yi Yuni glanced at the time and deemed it appropriate to return. He instructed them to rest briefly before their return journey. In the next moment, Yi Yuni's gaze fell upon a bloodied handprint on a nearby tree trunk, accompanied by a trail of fresh blood. Was someone injured? He pressed forward, following the trail that led away into the distance. Soon, he encountered a figure resting against a large tree. This individual was cloaked in dark attire, with a massive beast's fang protruding from their right arm, larger than that of the Qi Yin Hu, glimmering with a menacing black light, unmistakably toxic. The figure leaned against the tree, breathing heavily, their gaze becoming unfocused. Just as they were about to close their eyes for a moment of respite, they noticed a face approaching, staring intently at them. The cloaked figure jolted upright, startled. Yi Yuni, observing their reaction, was taken aback. Then his gaze fell upon the beast's fang embedded in their arm. Good heavens, you've been gnawed upon by a beast. What do you want? A woman's voice emerged. A woman. Yi Yuni scrutinized her, curious about her appearance beneath the mask. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, surmising she might not be particularly attractive. Otherwise, why would she conceal her face? Seeing Yi Yuni remain silent, she inquired, "Do you have any medicine? I'm willing to purchase it." As she spoke, she produced a small pouch, extracting a glimmering crystal core. Yi Yuni gasped. It was a golden crystal core, indicative of a golden tier specimen. She must be quite affluent. "I do have medicine," he replied, taking the core from her grasp while eyeing her pouch, which seemed to contain more crystal cores. "You should provide me with those as well." Before she could respond, a sharp pain coursed through her, causing her to writhe on the ground. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, glaring at Yi Yuni, who had just removed the beast's fang from her arm. "You should have given me a warning before doing that. Don't just yank it out without a word." Once she regained her composure, she looked at Yi Yuni, recognizing her own weakness. "Please, can you help me further?" Yi Yuni retrieved a bottle of medicinal alcohol from his system space, preparing to apply it to her arm. "Wait, is that effective?" she asked timidly. "Rest assured, would I deceive you? If it doesn't work, you owe me nothing." Yi Yuni maintained a minimum standard of integrity. "All right." He uncorked the bottle, and in an instant, the aroma of the potent brew wafted through the air, its rich scent enveloping them. In an instant, The girl felt a wave of numbness wash over her. She stared at the medicinal wine, recalling the fear she had just experienced, and thought to herself that this might hurt a bit. Yi Yuni waved his hand dismissively and said with impatience, "It won't hurt. Not at all." Hearing his words, the girl nodded. He had claimed it wouldn't be painful, and now she felt she had no other choice. A dead horse could serve as a living horse doctor, so she shot Yi Yuni a glance. He nodded in response and proceeded to pour the medicinal wine along the wound. In that fleeting moment, the girl felt a pain that pierced through her flesh and delved deeper into her very soul. She almost let out an expletive. What was this? Yi Yuni observed the degree of her frown and the expression in her eyes, instantly empathizing with her discomfort. He glanced at the medicinal wine and confirmed to himself that he would categorize this as a forbidden substance. He would never use it again. Chapter 49. Using the skills of others to overcome them, the girl glared at Yi Yuni, her frustration boiling over. This doesn't hurt? Is this not pain? Whether it's flesh or spirit, this is excruciating, she exclaimed. How can you call this not painful? Doesn't your conscience ache? In her mind, a myriad of curses surged forth, and she looked at Yi Yuni, thinking, you liar, didn't you say it wouldn't hurt? At first it's like this, but it gets better later. Yi Yuni wore a relaxed expression, insisting that the pain now would lead to comfort later. The girl felt something was amiss with his statement, but the overwhelming pain clouded her judgment. Is it really going to be okay? She asked Yi Yuni. Not at all. There's also medicinal powder, he replied, flipping his hand to reveal the powder. Fine, just sprinkle it. She relented, watching as Yi Yuni rubbed his thumb and fingers together. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What are you doing? You charged me a crystal core for the medicinal wine, and now you want another for this powder? Are you raising the price on me? She exclaimed. Yi Yuni, caught off guard, retorted, do you think I'm a swindler? I have principles. This powder was concocted by me. It integrates the core of a late-stage silver beast with other rare ingredients, plus my meticulous preparation. All right, I'll pay. She hurriedly said, pulling out another crystal core, this time a golden grade one. Wow, impressive. You really have one. Yi Yuni prepared to sprinkle the medicinal powder. Once applied and bandaged, the treatment would be complete. Wait, the girl interjected, halting his actions. You must tell me honestly, does this powder hurt when applied? After that last round, I'm genuinely terrified. Not at all. Yi Yuni replied emphatically. He then grabbed her arm, and, as she struggled, the butterfly birthmark on her wrist was revealed. Yi Yuni, surprised, noted the uniqueness of her mark. Without pausing, he sprinkled the medicinal powder onto her wound. In the next moment, the girl slammed her head against a nearby tree, emitting a cry of despair. She glared at Yi Yuni, her heart filled with indignation. Yet, she was acutely aware of her current weakness, allowing only silent curses to echo in her mind. Why is this so painful? This guy can't be a quack, can he? What if I don't recover, and he just takes me away? With these troubling thoughts, she directed a vengeful gaze at Yi Yuni. Yi Yuni, reading her expression, acknowledged, all right, this medicine is now on my list of forbidden substances. This is like torture. He then tore a piece from her clothing to use as a bandage, feeling too lazy to listen to her complaints. Earning money these days is tough, he lamented. Once everything was set, he made his exit. The girl, drenched in sweat, watched Yi Yuni disappear, cursing him internally. However, after a moment, exhaustion overtook her, and the pain caused her to faint. Meanwhile, Yi Yuni returned to the group. Zhou Huaiwei noticed his absence and asked, what were you doing? I went to fetch 2 crystal cores, he replied, displaying the golden grade cores in his hands. The crowd gasped. These are golden grade cores. How did you manage that? They were left in awe, realizing the magnitude of his achievements. Let us go home. With that command, everyone set off. Hours later, the girl slowly regained consciousness. Feeling remarkably light, she removed the sweat-soaked mask, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face with delicate features and flawless skin that made her seem untouchable. As she assessed her condition, she realized that the poison had been neutralized. She unwrapped the bandage Yi Yuni had applied and gazed in astonishment at her now smooth and healed arm. Her eyes widened in disbelief. His medicine had such remarkable effects. It dawned on her that this man was no ordinary individual. He must be an alchemist. No wonder he demanded such a high price. He possessed extraordinary skills. If only she could bring him back to her organization, it would be a significant achievement. Yet, after having fainted, this opportunity slipped away. Furthermore, she was still in danger. I must leave now, she thought, gathering her strength and swiftly moving away. Meanwhile, Yi Yuni and the others returned to the Xingyun barrier, where they began sorting through their findings. Yi Yuni claimed all the high-grade crystal cores, leaving the lower-grade ones for the others. The group of extraordinary individuals was ecstatic, for this represented a monumental gain for them. After organizing the rare plants, Yi Yuni discovered he could concoct a potion for rapid recovery. With all the ingredients at hand, he set to work. After a couple of hours, a pot of medicine was ready, filling the villa with a fragrant aroma. Yi Yuni inhaled deeply, relishing the scent. He then began to form pills. As he worked, many extraordinary individuals gathered, eager for the evening's essential entertainment. Upon their arrival, they were captivated by the fragrance in the air, their faces reflecting pure enjoyment. What is Lord Yi concocting? It smells incredible, they mused, yet they understood that such matters were beyond their inquiry. They settled down, ready for the grand feast. Yi Yuni prepared for his wedding that evening. Tonight, he would marry the golden-haired beauty. After the grand banquet, he gazed at her, lifting her into the room. Once inside, he heard her halting Mandarin and said, "Just speak your native language. I prefer authenticity." After all, oh yes, sounds much more genuine. With that, the lights were dimmed. Chapter 50, Early Diamond Stage. The following morning, Yi Yuni awoke to find the golden-haired beauty beside him. Subsequently, his mind was occupied with thoughts of the exquisite foreign language from the previous night. He now understood the distinction between Western beauties and Eastern beauties, each possessing their unique charm. However, a change in taste was also quite delightful. With a renewed spirit, Yi Yuni descended the stairs, and suddenly, a radiant light materialized before him. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying your wife. You have gained a tier break card with a forging progress of 20. A tier break card's forging progress. Yi Yuni pondered, his heart racing. He was currently at the peak of the golden rank. Should he break through again, he would ascend to the early diamond rank. At this rate, if he married a few more, the forging progress might reach 100%. The future was indeed promising. Congratulations, host, your wife is successfully pregnant. You have received 10 bottles of the pure essence of divine beast bloodline as a reward. Yi Yuni gazed at the reward. The pure essence of divine beast bloodline? He recalled that Xiao Haizi possessed a pure bloodline and thus did not require it. However, the Qi Yin, who could benefit from it? He then summoned his information. Name, Yi Yun, height, 185 centimeters, rank, golden peak, skills, rapid absorption, divine hunting skill. Second stage of 9 nether energy, divine body technique. Second stage of indestructible body, weapon. First stage battle axe, items. 19 divine beast control pills, 10 death soldier puppets. 10 bottles of pure essence of divine beast bloodline. Tier break card, forging progress 20. Yi Yuni stepped outside. Below, Zhou Huaiwei and the others were feeding the Qi Yin, Hu, and Xiao Haizi divine beast feed. The two creatures were devouring the food voraciously, with the Qi Yin, Hu interacting affectionately with Zhou Huaiwei and her companions, aware that they were the wives of its master. It dared not offend them. Upon noticing Yi Yuni's arrival, the Qi Yin, Hu immediately lowered its head in a submissive manner. I have a special gift for you. Yi Yuni approached the Qi Yin, Hu and, without hesitation, injected the bloodline essence into its body. A howl erupted as the Qi Yin, Hu experienced a moment of pain. Although it did not comprehend Yi Yuni's actions, it refrained from resisting. Gradually, its tiger eyes became focused, and its fur transformed into a brilliant crimson hue, appearing as if engulfed in flames. The Qi Yin, Hu reveled in an unprecedented sensation of comfort coursing through its body. Simultaneously, its muscles, bones, and claws underwent significant changes, expanding noticeably within moments. Wow, this is truly magnificent. Yi Yuni marveled at the Qi Yin, Hu's transformation, feeling quite satisfied. The Qi Yin, Hu, realizing Yi Yuni's intentions were for its benefit, approached and pressed its massive head against him. All right, enough of that. Yi Yuni, noticing the creature's inclination to lick him, grasped its neck and jaw firmly, preventing it from opening its mouth. He certainly did not wish to be drenched in saliva. Let us go for a ride. With a single leap, Yi Yuni mounted the Qi Yin Hu, which sprang forth into a sprint through the city streets. After the infusion of the bloodline essence, the creature's speed surged dramatically, drawing the astonished gazes of many onlookers. Moments later, Yi Yuni spotted several individuals engaged in discussion, prompting him to ride closer on the Qi Yin Hu. What are you discussing? City Lord. We discovered some tracks of strange beasts and signs of destruction at the site where we rested yesterday. The beast seems quite formidable, but we cannot determine its identity. Each word deepened Yi Yuni's furrowed brow. After inquiring further, he decided it would be wiser to inspect the scene personally. Thus, he rode the Qi Yin Hu toward the reported location. Upon arrival, a scene of devastation unfolded before him. Towering trees lay broken, uprooted, or splintered, as if a colossal creature had passed through. Yi Yuni examined the ground, noting the size of the tracks, which dwarfed those of the Qi Yin Hu and were significantly deeper. The Qi Yin Hu, observing the prints and the destruction, narrowed its eyes. Do you recognize this beast? Yi Yuni patted its back in inquiry. A low growl emanated from the Qi Yin Hu, followed by a shake of its head. Yi Yuni studied the direction in which the beast had departed, realizing it aligned with the path taken by the mysterious figure in black the previous day. Poor soul. It seemed they had met a grim fate, trampled into oblivion. Yi Yuni slapped his palm against his forehead. Had he known, he would have seized their crystal core. Now, it was likely that the beast had devoured the remains. Oh well, he thought, I suppose I still maintain some integrity. Yi Yuni and the Qi Yin Hu returned to the city. City Lord, how did it go? One of the individuals inquired upon his return. Yi Yuni shook his head. Increase patrols in the area. Report any unusual activity immediately. His directive was understood by all, who promptly complied. Looking back, he could not guarantee that the beast would not return. It was wise to remain vigilant. In the following 2 nights, Yi Yuni continued to embrace his role as a newlywed. Throughout these days, the rewards from marrying and the pregnancy culminated in the forging progress of the tier break card reaching 100%. Yi Yuni gazed at the successfully forged tier break card with anticipation. With a thought, he activated it. In an instant, a surge of powerful energy flooded into his body, making him feel as though he wielded control over all life and death. The overwhelming sensation caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. He glanced at his status screen. Name, Yi Yuni. Height, 185 centimeters. Rank, early diamond. Skills, rapid absorption, divine hunting skill. Second stage of 9 nether energy, divine body technique. Second stage of indestructible body, weapon. First stage battle axe, items. 19 divine beast control pills, 10 death soldier puppets, strength, golden mid. 9 bottles of pure essence of divine beast bloodline early diamond. He had finally stepped into the early diamond rank. With these skills, Yi Yuni was no longer merely a terrifying adversary capable of tier-breaking combat. Moreover, he noted that the strength of his 10 death soldier puppets had also ascended to the golden mid rank. It seemed the time had come to expand his influence. Chapter 51. Bold Ideas. Meanwhile, within the Qinghua barrier, members of the Exorcism Society observed the absence of their fellow disciples with growing concern. Why haven't they returned yet? One member furrowed their brow, displaying evident displeasure. It's been days. What are we taking them so long? Nearby, another sighed and waved their hand dismissively. They are young. Perhaps they are simply enjoying themselves a bit longer. Nevertheless, they should have completed their mission within the society. This remark prompted the first individual to snort in agreement. Nodding slightly. It seems that way. They are just being reckless. The two had not considered that their companions had possibly met their demise. After all, their barrier had once been a second-tier city before the apocalypse. The eastern barriers were largely comprised of remote and small towns. In the face of the apocalypse, major cities, due to their larger populations, were home to more formidable individuals, while the smaller towns, even if fortified, lacked powerful allies. They had dismissed the notion entirely. The notion of exterminating the individuals from the Exorcism Society is nothing short of fantastical. Very well, we shall punish them upon their return. In the following 2 days, the other barriers along with the city lord and the extraordinary beings within, were engulfed in frenzied slaughter. Of course, it was not solely about killing. There are also those who perished. After all, the otherworldly beasts do not simply await their demise in placid submission. With a swift thrust of her sword, Dongfang Ruyu dispatched a formidable silver-tier beast before her. With a deft flick of her wrist, the crystal core of the beast fell into her grasp. Sighing in relief, she finally gathered the necessary cores. However, resentment brewed within her. It was an outright plunder. Although it was masked as a protection fee, they all understood it to be a blatant deception. Yet, there was no recourse available. Unlike Yi Yuni, who possessed the strength to topple the mighty barriers and reclaim their vast resources, she stood alone and powerless. Everyone, gather yourselves. Tomorrow, we shall head to the Qinghua barrier with a few companions. Understood, City Lord, replied the extraordinary beings nearby, their faces reflecting reverence. Meanwhile, within the Xingyun barrier, Yi Yuni had grown accustomed to his own powers. Counting the days, it was nearly time for him to deliver the crystal cores to the Qinghua barrier. It was time for him to make his move. He would show them whether he required protection. After a moment of contemplation, he tidied himself up, mounted the Qi Yin Hu, and addressed Zhou Huaiwei and the others below. I am heading to the Qinghua barrier. Once I settle matters, I shall bring you to the Grand Barrier. The mention of the Grand Barrier sparked longing in Zhou Huaiwei and the others. After all, resources and survivors were undoubtedly more plentiful there. Over by Jishi, upon hearing about the Qinghua barrier, she immediately discerned Yi Yuni's intentions. The Qinghua barrier, as Dongfang Ryu had previously mentioned, was a mid to large-scale barrier established from a second-tier city before the apocalypse. It was filled with formidable beings, not solely consisting of the Exorcism Society, but also other powerful entities fighting their own battles. Her husband's purpose for visiting was indeed the Exorcism Society. Standing there, she gazed at Yi Yuni and, after a prolonged moment, finally uttered, "Be safe. If things become perilous, return." Yi Yuni reassured her with a nod. "Do not worry." He then patted the back of the Qi Yin Hu, which promptly leaped into action. Watching Yi Yuni depart, Jishi began to fidget restlessly, her heart laden with worry. Zhou Huaiwei approached her, inquiring, "Why do you seem so troubled?" Jishi pondered for a moment before sighing deeply and calling everyone together to discuss the dangers of Yi Yuni's venture. Upon hearing her words, the group's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly that perilous? Concern etched across their faces. "I shall assist," Jishi declared. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their desire to join her, including those who had yet to marry. Although they had not yet wed Yi Yuni, they had become part of this family. After a brief calculation and preparation, Jishi led the group forth. With the addition of Xiao Haizi, their strength was commendable. As they departed the city, 5 shadowy figures emerged, stealthily following Jishi and her companions out of the city. These were not mere bystanders, but rather Yi Yuni's loyal puppets. At this moment, Yi Yuni was aware of Jishi's movements. Lying on the back of the Qi Yin Hu, he mused on how he needed to resolve this predicament swiftly, ensuring that when they arrived, everything would be calm. With a firm pat on the Qi Yin Hu, its speed surged once more. On the following day, within the Exorcism Society, Dongfang Ryu and the other city lords queued at the entrance to register and submit the crystal cores. As they gazed at the cores they relinquished, a pang of pain coursed through their hearts. After all, these were the fruits of their labor and the bloodshed of the extraordinary beings within the barriers. To have them taken so easily was infuriating. Yet, they were left with no choice. After the submission, an extraordinary being emerged, esteemed city lords. "Our leader wishes to meet with you." Following this, the being guided them into an estate that appeared to be a transformed scenic spot. Winding paths adorned with pavilions and water features, creating an undeniably beautiful environment. As they walked, they spotted a middle-aged man fishing, clad in azure garments, seemingly transcending the mundane realm. Upon noticing Dongfang Ryu and her companions, he set down his fishing rod and regarded them with a gaze that bore no distinction from that of a god observing mere insects. "You have been punctual in your submissions of the crystal cores, which is commendable. Henceforth, The Exorcism Society shall extend its protection over you. His words dripped with arrogance. Dongfang Ryu and the others felt their anger simmer beneath the surface, yet they dared not retort. Subsequently, an extraordinary being whispered a few words into the man's ear. After hearing this, Zhao Kong furrowed his brow. You say that the city lord of the Xingyun barrier has yet to arrive? His tone dripped with skepticism and disdain. This statement resonated deeply within Dongfang Ryu, causing her heart to tremble. Yi Yuni has not yet arrived? Surely, time must have passed by now. In that instant, a bold thought blossomed in her mind. Yi Yuni could not possibly be intending to withhold these crystal cores, could he? The mere notion sent a jolt through her. If that were true, then Yi Yuni was incredibly audacious. After all, even though he had tamed a Qi Yan who was a steed and might possess mid-gold tier strength, such power was manageable within their modest barrier. Yet now, he faced the Exorcism Society, teeming with formidable beings, not to mention their leader, who was of early diamond tier strength. She had already conveyed this information to Yi Yuni. What on earth was he thinking, charging into the storm? The other city lords, upon hearing this, were equally struck with shock and disbelief, but remained silent. Dongfang Ryu turned to the leader of the Exorcism Society. Zhao Kong, sir. The Xingyun barrier is far more remote than ours, so their travel time would surely be longer. Her words served to defend Yi Yuni. Zhao Kong impatiently nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Yi Yuni arrived at the entrance of the Exorcism Society, riding the Qi Yan Hu. The extraordinary beings at the front gate recognized him, and, upon seeing the Qi Yan Hu beneath him, were momentarily taken aback. This beast, one exclaimed, ISNT, that a mid-gold tier Qi Yan Hu. But why does it appear so distinct? Its coloration is more vibrant, and its size is considerably larger. How peculiar. You have come to submit the crystal cores, correct? Pray tell, which barrier city lord are you? The questions were laced with coldness, as if mere formalities. Yi Yuni met the gaze of the extraordinary being and replied, I am the city lord of the Xingyun barrier. Xingyun barrier? The being scoffed, you are late, and thus your submission rate is increased by 20%. With that, he regarded Yi Yuni with utter indifference. Enough, where's your crystal core? Hurry up and hand it over. He then turned his gaze to Yi Yuni, who had just arrived. Observing that Yi Yuni had yet to make a move, impatience began to brew within him. What are you dawdling for? At that moment, Yi Yuni stepped forward and expressed his intent to pose a question. By what right do you demand the crystal core from me? This single statement momentarily stunned the Yi Run, leaving them incredulous at Yi Yuni's audacity. It seemed he had encountered an adversary seeking confrontation. This seemingly minor lord of the barrier had quite the temper. Nearby, several members of the overheard Yi Yuni's words, casting incredulous glances in his direction. What a foolhardy individual to provoke the Chu Mo Hui. I will demonstrate my might with my fists. The irate Yiren glared at Yi Yuni and uttered a challenge. In the next instant, the Yiren erupted with fury, causing the ground beneath to crack. He shot forward like a comet, barreling straight towards Yi Yuni. In a heartbeat, his early-stage golden strength surged forth. Yi Yuni, observing the unfolding scene, merely shook his head and glanced at the Pangu beside him, gesturing forward. The Chunko, comprehending the cue, swiftly lunged towards the Yiren. Whoosh! In the air, the Pangu swung its claws, producing a piercing sound of slicing wind as it struck towards the Yeet man's chest. One blow. It was a forceful and resounding strike, akin to a titan wielding 1,000-pound weight, crashing forward with tremendous power. The Yeegan, initially confident in facing the early-stage Golden Toe, was taken aback. The Tengu was unlike anything he had encountered before. Its ferocity was unparalleled. In the air, he shifted from offense to defense, attempting to block the Chunko's assault. Boom! A dull thud resonated as the Yun was sent flying, akin to a cannonball expelled from cannon. Boom! The Yirun soared backwards, crashing through several buildings and walls before skidding to a halt after traveling a considerable distance. In an instant, onlookers were left dumbfounded by the sheer strength of the Dovo. Something was amiss. This was undeniably extraordinary. The Yirun slowly rose, feeling the painful throb within his organs, and immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was a mid-stage golden Sri Yanhu. Members of the Hui rushed out, bewildered by the situation before them. Someone had come to stir trouble. Everyone attack. Be aware, this is a mid-stage golden one. This proclamation caused the crowd's eyes to narrow, fixating on the Dino. So it was indeed a mid-stage golden triano. No wonder this individual dared to cause a disturbance. He had such a formidable companion. As onlookers began to gather, their expressions were filled with astonishment. However, this was of little consequence. The Hui boasted many powerful members, not to mention their leader was a legitimate diamond-level warrior. The weight of the term diamond was not to be underestimated. They turned their gazes toward Yi Uni, their eyes filled with pity. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Hui advanced towards the Chenghu, ready to engage in battle. In an instant, sounds of shattering air, sonic booms, and explosive crashes filled the air. The Shamar Jingshinda Chenghu transformed into a veritable war deity, standing protectively before Yi Uni, launching relentless assaults against the approaching disciples. Each swipe of its claws sent He-Run flying several meters, raising clouds of dust. The Chenghu's muscles became increasingly pronounced, its form swelling as its fur hardened like steel. Observing the transformation of the Chenghu, a smile crept across Yi Uni's face. It appeared the Shar Jingxiaoji had yet to be fully absorbed. Now, amidst the chaos of battle, Chenghu was refining its bloodline, resulting in these remarkable changes. Very well, Yi Uni allowed the Chenghu to continue its rampage. However, soon enough, high-ranking Yi-Run from the Hui emerged, launching fierce attacks against the Chenghu. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the Chenghu's claws clashed with those of a late-stage golden Yi-Run, resulting in a cacophony of sound. The Chenghu was sent reeling, crashing to the ground, blood seeping from its mouth. Observing the Chenghu's precarious state, Vian turned their gaze to Yi Uni, astonished that his mount was so formidable. Yet now, it seemed to be on the verge of defeat. Do you yield? The late-stage golden Yi-Run, with head held high, inquired haughtily. In his estimation, the Chenghu had been subdued, and with their numbers bolstering, victory was all but assured. Yield. Yi Uni began to step forward, but in that instant, the Chenghu unleashed a thunderous roar, radiating a fierce crimson light. Chapter 53. I said diamond level is nothing to be feared. The roar of the tiger echoed through the heavens, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Flames began to rise from Chenghu, its size swelling to an astounding 7 zhong, its aura intensifying. In the next moment, the Chenghu fixed its gaze on the late-stage golden warrior and leapt forward, its massive claws striking out. Whoosh! The Yi-Run felt the overwhelming force and instinctively threw a punch in response. The moment their strength collided, the Yeet Man's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of power is this? How could it be so terrifying? Before he could react, he was sent spiraling backward, landing on one knee and skidding several meters before coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the Chenghu leapt towards another early-stage golden Yuan. Bang! Under the Chenghu escaping maw, the Yi Man's head was instantly crushed. The chaos ensued, with pandemonium erupting as no one anticipated the Chenghu's sheer ferocity. In the distance, onlookers stood in stunned silence, their expressions twitching in disbelief at the bizarre sight before them. Concurrently, within the manor, Zhao Kong and several lords gathered to discuss the next cycle of Crystal Core assignments. Suddenly, a figure rushed in hastily. Chief, the Lord of the Xingyun Barrier has arrived. This announcement brought a smile to Dongfang Ruoyu's face. It seemed Yi Uni had not resisted. While it would result in significant losses, it was far preferable to losing one's life outright. Moreover, had he not just breached the mighty barrier? Compared to their barriers, he surely possessed far greater wealth. As she pondered this, the Yi-Run continued, stating he had come to create trouble, refusing to surrender the Crystal Core, and had even engaged in combat with their members. Just outside, boom! This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Dongfang Ruoyu momentarily frozen, the hair on her body standing on end. What did he just say? Nearby, the other lords also stiffened at this shocking news. Yi Uni had charged in solo. What audacity! Was he courting death? In the blink of an eye, they saw Zhao Kong had vanished from his spot. This is the end. Dongfang Ruoyu gazed at the empty space where Zhao Kong had been. He has gone to find Yi Uni. At this moment, the Qi Yin Hu is drenched in blood, yet it is not its own, but that of the Yi Run from the Exorcism Association. It has grown increasingly fierce with each battle, displaying remarkable valor. The Yi Run, having been thoroughly intimidated, find themselves trembling at the sight unfolding before them. A few late-stage Yi Run stand agitated, sensing that despite their strength, facing the Qi Yin Hu alone fills them with trepidation. This creature is exceedingly bizarre. You dare to cause chaos in the Exorcism Association. When our leader arrives, you shall become a prisoner. With these words, they prepare to advance. However, in the next moment, a figure descends before them, and as they gaze upon it, it is as if they have beheld a savior. In the distance, others watch the figure gracefully floating down, their eyes widening in realization. It is the leader of the Exorcism Association, the early-stage diamond-level powerhouse, Zhao Keng. The main figure has arrived. Zhao Keng surveys the scene and then turns to the Yi Run who had spoken earlier, saying, "Your words were misguided." The Yi Run is taken aback and lowers his head, unwilling to retort. "Leader, what do you mean by that? Could it be that he has taken a liking to this young man's strength and wishes to recruit him, treating him as a distinguished guest?" Yet in the next instant, Zhao King's gaze falls upon Yeyuni, his eyes cold as he states, "Those who dare to offend the Exorcism Association do not require any further steps. They shall be killed on the spot." His words are delivered with an air of nonchalance, as if speaking of slaughtering Yeyuni is as mundane as butchering livestock. Upon hearing this, the members of the Exorcism Association shudder with anticipation. "We acknowledge our mistake," they exclaim. The Qi Yin Hu roars in response to Zhao Keng's words, launching itself toward him with fury. Zhao Keng, observing the charging Qi Yin Hu, swiftly kicks off the ground, sending a massive stone hurtling toward it. With a resounding thud, the Qi Yin Hu blocks the strike, yet the overwhelming force sends it crashing backward, its large body demolishing a row of houses, dust and debris soaring into the air. The members of the Exorcism Association erupt in cheers, while onlookers from afar swallow hard, astonished. Is this the power of a diamond-level warrior? The once formidable Qi Yin Hu appears utterly powerless against him? This is dire. The young man is doomed. In an instant, everyone's gaze turns to Yeyuni, who remains standing in the center of the chaos. Zhao King strides toward him, stating, "You have no idea of the might possessed by diamond-level warriors. You believe that with a Qi Yin Hu of unusual caliber at your side, you can reign supreme? Unbeknownst to you, in my eyes, you are but an ant." Each word flows from Zhao King's lips. Yeyuni regards him with a calm demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, and gazes upward. In truth, the diamond level is not as formidable as it is made out to be. His declaration leaves the crowd momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief at what they have just heard. This brash young man, how audacious! To suggest that the diamond level holds no real power is tantamount to courting death. Zhao Keng, upon hearing this, snorts coldly, and in the next moment, he propels himself forward, his form blurring as he reaches for Yeyuni's neck. In the blink of an eye, the crowd can barely perceive his movement. And in the next instant, he stands directly before Yeyuni, his hand nearly grasping the young man's throat. A wave of pity sweeps over the onlookers. It is over. Surely, he will suffer a broken neck. Members of the Exorcism Association watch with glee, eagerly anticipating how this arrogant boy will meet his demise. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Zhao Keng feels a void before him. As he exerts force to snap Yeyuni's neck, his hand clutches nothing but air. The crowd and members of the Exorcism Association stare in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. Where is he? Zhao Keng feels a chill run down his spine. Where did he go? Then a light, airy voice reaches his ears. "I told you, the diamond level is not so remarkable." With a single punch, Yeyuni surges forward, and the surrounding space seems to twist. A thunderous sound accompanies his strike, akin to a roaring dragon. Zhao Keng perceives the punch, reminiscent of the ancient deity's wrath upon the mountains. The momentum is overwhelming. He turns in haste to block, only to feel the brunt of the force as he is propelled backward like a cannonball. In that moment, Zhao Keng, though smaller than the Qi Yin Hu, crashes through walls, leaving destruction in his wake. The crowd gasps in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. What power is this? Has the early-stage diamond warrior, Zhao Kong, truly been sent flying? What then is this young man's strength? Is he an early-stage diamond warrior, a mid-stage, or perhaps a late-stage? Meanwhile, the members of the Exorcism Association tremble at the sight, having initially believed that Ye Yun's strength lay in the enigmatic Qi Yinhu. They never anticipated that he himself would be the true powerhouse. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoes from afar. Everyone turns to see Zhao King emerging from the rubble, his expression one of indignation. He had not prepared adequately and was swiftly put on the defensive. Gazing at Ye Yun, he is still astonished by his strength. Coupled with that youthful countenance, it is utterly beguiling. Zhao King approaches Ye Yun, who has activated his skills to their utmost extent. God-level hunting, Jiuyo Qianqi, and the indestructible diamond. As he sees Zhao King advancing, he shows no mercy and charges forward. The onlookers barely register the swift clash as two white arcs collide with tremendous force. In an instant, they wonder if their eyes deceive them, for the very air seems to ripple with the impact. They exchange blows, each punch striking with ferocity. Zhao Kung's eyes widen, his teeth gritted as he endures Ye Yun's relentless assault. Each strike grows in intensity, and he feels as though he is battling against steel. Why does every blow feel more powerful than the last? Why does it feel as if he is striking against unyielding metal? Confusion and disbelief swirl within him. This young man is utterly extraordinary. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Kung's initial pride, coldness, and brutality begin to shatter piece by piece as he fights to maintain his ground. At this moment, Ye Yun was acutely aware of the immense power surging within him. He had reached the early stage of diamond, coupled with the amplification of Jiuyo energy. Each of Ye Yun's punches grew increasingly ferocious. Furthermore, with the indestructible strength he possessed, it seemed as though a myriad of golden sparks radiated from him. Boom! 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 Wherever the two combatants passed, it was as if a tempest had swept through, leaving no trace behind. The structures around them were reduced to ruins, turned to dust. Amidst the swirling debris, onlookers could vaguely discern the silhouettes of the two fighters. Witnessing their fierce struggle, those in the distance swallowed hard, gasping in astonishment. Is this the might of a diamond warrior? This sentiment resonated deeply within the hearts of the crowd, many wishing to voice the same exclamation. They had always known diamonds were formidable, yet now they truly comprehended the extent of their power. With a gust of wind, the crowd turned their gaze toward the billowing dust, only to see Zhao Kong soaring out from within it. However, his posture was peculiar, resembling that of a shrimp arched backward, as if he had been struck in the abdomen and propelled into the air. In the midst of their shock and terror, a figure swiftly appeared before Zhao Kong, executing a swift kick that landed squarely on his chest. Boom! In an instant, Zhao Kong was sent hurtling away into the distance, the whirlwind generated by his passage clearing the dust in its wake. Meanwhile, within the estate, Dongfang Ruyu wore a look of urgency on her face. She couldn't shake the memory of the concealed fury hidden beneath Zhao Kong's calm demeanor just moments ago. There would be no room for reconciliation. This blow might mean she would never see Ye Yun again. Not only would he suffer the consequences, but the entire Xingyin barrier would also bear the brunt of the fallout. After all, this was the first time the Demon Exorcism Society was collecting protection fees. To have someone refuse payment on the first attempt would surely warrant a harsh response. A warning to others. The annihilation of the barrier was even a possibility. The calamity was simply too immense. Too immense. She sighed heavily, her heart weighed down by dread. Nearby, the various city lords were expressions of disbelief. They had never anticipated that Ye Yun, a mere golden extraordinary, would dare to confront them so defiantly. Alas, sometimes having a strong will is not beneficial. One city lord lamented, shaking his head as if he had already condemned Ye Yun to death. In his view, no matter how formidable Ye Yun appeared, he was still ultimately a golden extraordinary, while Zhao Kong was the leader of the Demon Exorcism Society, a being whose strength had already reached the diamond level. The chasm between them was as vast as the heavens and earth. How could it be crossed? That boy is still so arrogant. relying on his decent strength and the presence of a Qian tiger, thinking he could conquer the world simply by dismantling a formidable barrier. How naive! A mere formidable barrier, in the eyes of the Demon Exorcism Society, was nothing of consequence. Indeed, a nearby city lord chimed in, postulating that not only would he face death, but the barrier would also suffer. Most critically, they feared it might bring misfortune upon themselves. The words echoed in Dongfang Ruiyu's ears, causing her to frown as she regarded them. Enough, Dongfang Ruiyu exclaimed, drawing the attention of the others, who looked at her with displeasure. What did she mean? Had the golden extraordinary begun to feel superior? They collectively scoffed, believing they had spoken no falsehood. That boy was likely already dead. After all, the numerous explosive sounds they had heard from afar indicated as much. Surely, he had been torn apart by Zhao Kong. As they pondered this, another explosive sound erupted from the distance. Subsequently, they observed a figure streaking through the sky like a shooting star, heading straight toward them. It then plunged into the artificial lake beside them. Boom! The waters surged violently, drenching the assembly of city lords. What transpired? The city lords were caught completely off guard, drenched from head to toe by the torrent of water. However, they had no time to dwell on their predicament. They wiped the lake water from their faces, every hair on their bodies standing on end. Reflecting on the earlier events, their eyes were wide with astonishment. What could possess such speed? Moreover, it had plunged directly into the lake. It seemed to have been a person. That thought jolted them into realization. Yes, the meteor that had just struck appeared to be a person. In that moment, they surmised the identity of this individual. It had to be Yi Yuni. Who else could it be? Most likely, he had been sent hurtling by Zhao Kong. Over here, Dongfang Ryu also peered into the lake, searching for Yi Yuni's figure. Oh, in her line of sight, someone was struggling to swim upward. Not dead. Not dead. The city lords stared in disbelief, their faces reflecting shock. This young man was remarkably resilient. He had survived such a force. They could hardly fathom it. Given the impact they had just witnessed, they would have been turned to dust. Their eyes remained fixated on the figure emerging from the water. Yet, as that figure drew nearer to the lake's surface, their eyes widened in disbelief. This person looked so familiar. It could not be Yi Yuni. Indeed, this was unequivocally not Yi Yuni. Moreover, it seemed to be. In the next moment, the figure broke the surface and collapsed on the shore. As the crowd gazed on, their eyes bulged in astonishment, hardly able to believe what they saw. Who was this? Zhao Kong. An unimaginable name surfaced in their minds. Their gazes became resolute, focused intently on Zhao Kong as they confirmed it over and over again. Indeed, it was Zhao Kong. In an instant, they felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through their hearts, leaving them with countless questions. Wasn't T Zhao Kong supposed to deal with Yi Yuni? Furthermore, wasn't T Zhao Kong a formidable early-stage diamond warrior? What was happening now? How had he been cast down? Was this Zhao Kong, now resembling a defeated dog, the same imposing figure they had previously encountered, who had looked down upon them like a deity? While they were still in a state of confusion, a figure flashed toward them from the distance, making their eyes widen in astonishment. Once they recognized who it was, their pupils trembled in shock. It was Yi Yuni. This was truly Yi Yuni. Dongfang Ryu was engulfed in turmoil as waves of shock surged through her. The other city lords felt their legs weaken beneath them. Just moments ago, they had been declaring that Yi Yuni was surely dead, mocking him for his audacity, believing he was beyond salvation. Yet here he stood, alive before them. Meanwhile, Zhao Kong lay prostrate at Yi Yuni's feet like a beaten dog. Upon seeing Yi Yuni approach, Zhao Kong felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In that moment, he was a far cry from the celestial being he had once appeared to be, reduced instead to a wretched creature. As he looked at Yi Yuni, he witnessed Yi Yuni brandishing a battle axe, its gleaming edge reflecting in Zhao Kong's eyes, causing them to narrow in dread. Then, as the axe descended, Zhao Kong mustered the last of his strength to shout, "You dare." "I am," but he could not finish his sentence. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yuni's axe came crashing down. Blood splattered 7 paces away. With a sudden step, Yi Yuni held Zhao Kong's severed head in his grasp, gripping his hair with one hand while wielding the battle axe in the other. Unhurriedly, step by step, he made his way outward. As he passed a group of city lords, despite their trembling legs, they steeled themselves and quickly cleared a path. Yi Yuni walked past them. Dongfang Ryu gazed at the distant figure of Yi Yuni, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated such an outcome. At that moment, her heart was a mix of surprise and joy, although she could not discern the source of her elation. Simultaneously, as the battlefield shifted, both the distant onlookers and the members of the Exorcism Society were converging towards the manor. Notably, the members of the Exorcism Society were on high alert. In the next moment, the grand doors of the manor creaked open. The members of the Exorcism Society fixated their gazes on the entrance, their expressions grave, eager to catch sight of their leader, Zhao Kong. As they looked ahead, their eyes instantly brightened. It was indeed the leader. However, in the next instant, their eyes narrowed in horror, their legs nearly giving way, their faces pale as death. From the doorway emerged not just Zhao Kong, but his severed head. Following this, a hand appeared, Yi Yuni, holding Zhao Kang's head aloft as he gradually stepped out of the manor. In an instant, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They had not expected events to unfold in such a manner. Zhao Kong was dead, not after a fierce battle, but appeared he had been swiftly dispatched by Yi Yuni, a true act of brutality. This youth was utterly terrifying, beyond comprehension. As Yi Yuni approached the members of the Exorcism Society, they trembled involuntarily. Soon, some began to scatter in panic. Witnessing this scene, the others hastily followed suit. Yi Yuni observed them, a cold snort escaping his lips. With a swift motion of his foot, he sent shards of stone flying with a deafening crack. The sounds of flesh and bone shattering followed as several powerful figures had their skulls pierced. The heavy thuds of their bodies hitting the ground reverberated in the air. The remaining few, believing they had successfully escaped, were quickly met with a fierce roar. From the ruins below, a crimson figure erupted, charging towards a golden-tiered adversary. With a flash of its sharp fangs, it pierced the chest of the foe. The Qi-Yin whose eyes glinted with bloodlust as it ruthlessly dispatched the remaining golden-tiered beings, enveloping the area in a mist of blood. The onlookers, witnessing this, retreated at great speed, unable to fathom that the Exorcism Society had been vanquished single-handedly by this youth. Zhao Kong was now a mere headless corpse. They turned their gazes towards Yi Yuni, determined to etch his visage deeply into their memories, for they understood that this young man was destined for greatness. After a brief interlude, the scene before the Exorcism Society was one of carnage, with the fallen being exclusively golden-tiered beings, alongside Zhao Kang's severed head. The remaining members of the Exorcism Society, upon hearing the commotion, promptly severed ties with the organization. Realizing the futility of seeking vengeance against one who could so effortlessly slay a diamond-tiered powerhouse like Zhao Kong. In the meantime, Dongfang Ryu and the others followed in Yi Yuni's footsteps, only to be confronted with the horrific spectacle that lay before them. The faces of several city lords turned ashen in an instant. Dongfang Ryu instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes trembling. She could only imagine the scene when Yi Yuni had single-handedly annihilated the mighty fortress. It must have been even more terrifying than this. Suddenly, two city lords collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. These were the very ones who had previously doubted Yi Yuni's ability to survive Zhao Kang's onslaught. Yi Yuni cast a cold glance in their direction, his eyes sharp enough to nearly induce a heart attack. He beckoned to the Qi-Yin which approached him, and with a swift motion, they entered the depths of the manor. The ensuing moments were dedicated to the search for spoils of war. Zhao Kang's resources were relatively easy to locate, given his diamond-tier strength. He had left his riches unguarded in the open. Upon accessing the hidden cache, Yi Yuni was taken aback by the sheer number of crystalline cores arranged like a mountain before him. While the quantity was not as vast as that found in the mighty fortress, the quality was undoubtedly superior. These were all golden-tier beast cores, hundreds of them. The Qi-Yin who shuddered at the sight, realizing that had Yi Yuni not been present, it too would have suffered a similar fate against Zhao Kong. As Yi Yuni continued to explore, he discovered a concealed compartment. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a collection of scales, each the size of a fan, resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors and possessing an unusual texture. As he gently caressed them, he pondered what kind of beast could yield such enormous scales. He glanced back at the Qi Yin who, questioning if it recognized their significance. The beast shook its head, its expression grave. Such an extraordinary scale could not belong to an ordinary creature. Yi Yuni stored the scale in his system space and then found a scroll within the cache. Upon unrolling it, he discovered a map, though it was unfamiliar to him, likely not pertaining to the surrounding area. With a cold snort, he placed the scroll into the system space and turned his attention back to the crystalline cores. With a swift wave of his hand, he began absorbing them. The hundreds of golden tier beast cores transforming into a tremendous surge of energy that flowed into his body like a torrential river. Yi Yuni had hoped that such an abundance of golden tier beast cores would facilitate his breakthrough to mid-diamond tier. Yet to his dismay, he found that growth at this stage was exceedingly challenging, requiring an immense quantity of cores. He continued his search, uncovering numerous additional cores, predominantly of silver tier and below, which filled an expansive vault. He surmised that these must have been collected by the fortress. After thoroughly examining the other golden-tiered beast cores, he absorbed the higher-grade ones. It still failed to advance. The remaining cores were stored in the vault, which was now nearing capacity, stretching across several football fields. As for the spiritual plants, he located a few, but their quantity paled in comparison to the crystalline cores. After all, Zhao Kong is not an alchemist and has no particular need for spiritual herbs. As for the hides and furs of other spiritual beasts, they have all been arranged within this estate by Zhao Kong. Yi Yuni strolled around the estate and found it quite pleasing. Suddenly, he sensed a presence. Bai Ji and the others had arrived. Without hesitation, he dashed out with the Qi Yin who, upon exiting, he noticed a considerable gathering of foreign individuals at the entrance. What could this mean? Yi Yuni regarded them with a cold gaze and inquired sharply. His words sent a shiver through their spines, startling them. The leader among the foreigners quickly clasped his hands in salute, saying, "My lord, please do not misunderstand. We were merely struck by your imposing stature and noticed you had recently taken over this estate. We wanted to inquire if there is anything we could assist you with. We are willing to offer our humble services." Following this, the other foreigners also raised their heads, their eyes filled with sincerity. How absurd! Most of them had just witnessed the fierce battle nearby. Naturally, they were eager to curry favor first, as proximity to power often leads to advantage. The expanse of the Qinghua Belle was vast. Being closest to this side afforded them the best opportunity. If they waited for news to spread, they could scarcely imagine how many would come seeking allegiance, and by then, they might not even have a chance. Yi Yuni understood their intentions. Very well. Start by clearing away the ruins and tidying up the area, he commanded, glancing at the aftermath of the battle outside the estate. This estate served as the residence for Zhao Kong and several high-ranking individuals, while the outer area was home to other members. He had just scouted the resources within the estate, and surely there was much to uncover outside as well. He added, "Please help me gather any discovered resources." "Understood, my lord." The leader of the Qian clan responded eagerly, his face lighting up with joy at the prospect of establishing a connection with this esteemed figure. Once Yi Yuni departed, they quickly set to work. The more they cleaned, the more they were awed by the devastation. The walls had been utterly shattered. Alas, in comparison to such might, their own capabilities appeared woefully inadequate. Chapter 57. A New Home. Meanwhile, Yi Yuni rode the Qi Yin Hu through the Qinghua Belle, garnering the attention of numerous onlookers. The Qi Yin Hu was simply magnificent. They had seen Qi Yin Hu before, but never one quite like this. "Wow, look at that Qi Yin Hu. It seems mutated," exclaimed one foreigner, pointing towards the beast. Another, upon hearing the mention of the Qi Yin Hu, instinctively turned to look. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, and he hastily covered his mouth. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" he admonished. This startled the man beside him, who was puzzled. "What are you doing? It's just a gesture. Why so agitated? You wouldn't understand." The foreigner glared at Yi Yuni, his lips twitching. "As I approached, I overheard someone say that the Demon Exorcism Society was destroyed. What? The man's voice escalated, drawing the attention of those around him. He quickly lowered his tone, asking, when did this happen? Surely this is nonsense. Isn't their leader Zhao Kong a mid-diamond level? The foreigner fixed his gaze on the man. Why would I lie to you? The rumor is that a youth riding a mutated Qi Yin who beheaded Zhao Kong. It was a massacre. Is that not him? Do you dare point at him? Do you think your neck is sturdier than Zhao Kang's? The man recoiled, his confidence evaporating. So ruthless? So powerful? So fierce? He realized he could hardly compare to Zhao Kong. His face turned pale, and he quickly hid behind another foreigner, cautiously peering out. Relieved when Yi Yuni did not notice him. Along the way, many had caught wind of the news and were casting glances at Yi Yuni. Many foreigners were poised to ingratiate themselves, yet upon witnessing the fierce demeanor of Yi Yuni and the Qi Yin Hu, none dared to take a bold step forward. They merely watched as Yi Yuni strode purposefully towards the city gates. Meanwhile, outside the city gates, Bai Zishi and her companions were studying a map, nearing the Qinghua Billet. Bai Zishi felt increasingly anxious, for she knew Yi Yuni's intentions for coming here to confront. The leader of the Demon Exorcism Society was a diamond-level expert, with countless golden-level followers. Could this truly end well? Regardless of the outcome, she was determined to avenge her husband, even if it meant sacrificing herself. The others, including Zhou Huaiwei, observed Bai Zishi's grim expression, their faces solemn. They had heard her analysis and realized the peril they faced. In their hearts, they resolved that if anything befell her husband, they would not survive either. We're almost there. Bai Zishi's words snapped them back to reality, and they began to pray fervently. Let us go, Bai Zishi urged, spurring her mount towards the Qinghua Billet, her gaze resolute as the walls of the fortress came into view. Then, she caught sight of a crimson figure at the city gates, momentarily stunned. What? Is that our Qi Yin Hu? The other girls were equally taken aback. The enormous silhouette seemed different. They raised their eyes to see the figure atop the tiger's back, and tears welled up instantly. It was their husband. Without hesitation, Bai Zishi and the others urged their mounts forward in excitement. Upon reaching the Qi Yin Hu, Yi Yuni dismounted and approached them. In an instant, Bai Zishi, with her golden-level strength, propelled herself forward. Bai Mimi, is this how you use your strength? The other girls exclaimed. Bai Zishi leaped into Yi Yuni's embrace, and soon the others surrounded him, asking, Are you all right, dear? After ensuring Yi Yuni was unscathed, Bai Zishi let out a sigh of relief. I am fine. It is all resolved, Yi Yuni assured her. Bai Zishi was taken aback. Resolved? Resolve what? Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Yi Yuni rubbed his neck. In that moment, Bai Zishi swallowed hard, her mouth agape as if ready to swallow an egg. Resolved, a diamond-level expert. What? Does that mean you're now a diamond-level expert? Something fell off. It was absolutely unprecedented. You must be practicing some secret technique to enhance your strength so rapidly. Bai Zishi's mind was overwhelmed with shock. Meanwhile, Yi Yuni observed Zhou Huaiwei and the others weeping tears of joy. He said, Enough with the tears. Let us go. Enter the city, and I'll show you our new home. It will surely astonish you. As he spoke, he led them onto the back of the Qi Yin Hu, along with other mounts, and they made their way into the city. Dear, how'd our Qi Yin Hu become like this? Han Bing Yuing Kvayit. Yi Yuni stroked the Qi Yin Hu, explaining, This fellow's bloodline has become pure, hence its transformation. The group enjoyed a jovial atmosphere as they rode atop the Qi Yin Hu, while nearby, many male foreigners observed the scene with envy. The spectacle was akin to impoverished individuals witnessing affluent heirs and their glamorous lives before the apocalypse. Now, it was even more striking. This fellow was riding the Qi Yin Hu. In addition, there is a plethora of stunning beauties. Each one is a paragon of grace and charm, strikingly elegant. Observing their slender legs, their waists, and their exquisite faces elicits profound envy among the men present. This is what one might call a life well lived. Yet, none dare to utter a word, for their strength is formidable. Meanwhile, several women also take notice of the scene, appearing contemplative, their thoughts unknown. On the back of the tiger, a group of girls surveys their surroundings, confirming that this is indeed a grand fortress, incomparable to the Xingyun fortress. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yuni leads them to the front of the garden. Before them lies a vast expanse. The debris from earlier has been cleared away. To one side, crystals, exotic plants, and various beast pelts are displayed. On the other side, a gathering of distinguished individuals and several city lords stand ready to receive them. The sight leaves the girls momentarily speechless. Is such a grand setup truly for them? With a single utterance from Yi Yuni, all eyes are drawn to the mansion before them. Upon gazing at it, they collectively gasp in astonishment. This mansion is to be their new home. Chapter 58. Congratulations from all directions. Their eyes gleam with excitement as they behold the estate. This place was once a tourist attraction. Further back, it was a residence reserved for hereditary nobles, far beyond their reach. Now, they find themselves presented with this opportunity. Let us enter and explore. Yi Yuni encourages them, prompting the girls to venture inside. Baijishi notices Dongfang Ruoyu standing nearby. As the city lord of Dongfang, Baijishi greets her, recalling their amicable past. She then turns to Yi Yuni, her eyes inquiring. Yi Yuni understands that they may simply explore without concern. Ruoyu, let us proceed inside, Baijishi exclaims, pulling Dongfang Ruoyu along. Upon entering, Zhou Huaiwei and the others regard Dongfang Ruoyu with curiosity. Who is this? This is the city lord of Haiban Fortress, Dongfang Ruoyu. You may have heard of her, Baijishi introduces. Dongfang Ruoyu nods respectfully at the group. Although they are ordinary individuals, they are all wives of Yi Yuni, who possesses the prowess to vanquish the formidable Zhao Kong. Ah, I see. Let's venture further inside. Zhou Huaiwei warmly welcomes Dongfang Ruoyu. Observing her beauty and figure, Zhou Huaiwei muses that her husband would surely be captivated. With that thought, she leads the group deeper into the mansion. As they admire the opulent decorations, they find themselves momentarily dazzled. Magnificent is an understatement. The ladies eagerly explore each room as if unboxing surprises, their delight palpable. Yi Yuni stands outside, smiling at their enthusiasm, saying, "You've all worked hard." Not at all. The leading individual responds immediately. "I will host a grand wedding banquet tonight, and you're all invited." His words cause their eyes to widen in astonishment. What does this signify? Does he regard them as his own? Previously, during Zhao Kang's reign, they had not even had the chance to meet him. Now, they have the opportunity to be part of such an occasion. This individual is even more powerful than Zhao Kang. Many are stirred by the prospect of attending the wedding, realizing they must prepare gifts. They cannot arrive empty-handed, and their offerings must be of considerable value. The thought quickly spreads through their minds. "My lord, we shall return home to prepare and then assist with the arrangements." How's that sound? Good. With Yi Yuni's approval, they depart. Observing the remaining items, Yi Yuni notices the lack of onlookers and waves his hand. He swiftly absorbs the energy from the substantial crystals, which surge into his being. Yet, he finds himself unable to advance. It is exceedingly difficult. Yi Yuni sighs, contemplating the remaining items. With a snap of his fingers, 5 figures approach him from the distance, his 5 divine puppets. With the assistance of the Qi Yin, Hu, and others, he organizes to transport the items into the garden. Inside, Zhou Huaiwei and the others have only explored half of the vast space. This place is enormous. "My dear, it is simply too spacious for just a few of us," Zhou Huaiwei exclaims. Baijishi chuckles softly at the rate your husband is progressing. "It won't be long before this garden is filled." Her remark elicits smiles from the Han sisters and other companions. "Ah, is this how you all converse so freely?" Dongfang Ruoyu inquires. Yi Yuni glances at Baijishi, realizing that since her breakthrough, she has become rather audacious. It seems she requires a lesson. Baijishi, sensing Yi Yuni's gaze, lowers her head, avoiding eye contact. Yi Yuni then leads them to the cellar, where he stores the crystals and spiritual plants. The sight of these crystals leaves everyone in awe. Such a terrifying quantity, such immense wealth. Dongfang Ryu contemplates that these crystals likely include those submitted by her and other city lords. Yet, she understands that they submitted them out of fear. Now that Zhao Kang has been defeated, these treasures rightfully belong to Yi Yuni. She knows better than to even ask for them. As evening approaches, The distinguished individuals arrive to assist with the banquet preparations. When night falls, the venue is adorned in vibrant red. Numerous families have gathered in response to the celebration. My lord, congratulations on your wedding. I am from the Wu family, and here is our family's gift for you. The head of the Wu family presents a gift, revealing a mutated ginseng that is nearly humanoid in form. Yi Yuni, recognizing its value, graciously accepts it. Thank you. He responds with a nod. I am Zheng Cheng, head of the Zheng family. Here are 2 late-stage golden crystals I prepared for you. Zheng Cheng opens his offering, visibly pained to part with such valuable items, which were acquired at great cost. More figures approach, each bearing gifts and extending their congratulations. Ultimately, Bai Zhiqi, as the lead, begins to record the gifts. With each entry, her astonishment grows. These family heads have truly invested significant resources. Remarkable. Of course, she welcomes their generosity, as each time she records a gift, she is met with the painful expressions of the donors juxtaposed against her radiant smile. Soon, everyone is seated, and the grand banquet commences. As they eat and drink, Dongfang Ruoyu finds herself seated with several city lords. Observing the camaraderie between Dongfang Ryu and Bai Zhiqi, the city lords propose a toast. Dongfang Qingzhu, what do you think? We should approach Yi Chengzhu to reclaim those crystal cores. Do you think it is feasible? Indeed, Yi Chengzhu's family is affluent and would not even glance at our meager possessions. Tomorrow, let us invite Yi Chengzhu for a meal and casually mention it. A few words should suffice. This remark caused Dongfang Ruoyu to furrow her brow. She glanced at the others and spoke bluntly. Do you truly believe we can retrieve them? Chapter 59. Another reward of divine beasts. Her words rendered everyone speechless. Subsequently, a city lord began to speak, but before he could finish, Dongfang Ruoyu waved her hand, stating, I do not intend to pursue those crystal cores any further. Since we did not resist like Yi Chengzhu, I will accept it. After all, it is my own cowardice. Moreover, those crystal cores were meant to be submitted to Zhao Keng, not to Yi Chengzhu. What do you mean by trying to negotiate with him now? I certainly do not wish to pursue this matter. If you wish to, you may do so. Her assertions cast a shadow over the faces of the city lords. They exchanged glances, still wishing to make an attempt. Dongfang Chengzhu, given your good rapport with Yi Chengzhu, would you be willing to assist us in contacting him during tomorrow's banquet? Dongfang Ruoyu regarded them with a sigh. Very well. However, I will inform Yi Chengzhu in advance that I will not be participating. With that, she chose not to engage further and departed to find Bai Zhiqi. Upon arriving at Bai Zhiqi's side, she observed the radiant smile on Bai Zhiqi's face. Glancing at the gifts, she understood why the girl was so elated. Goodness, how impressive. Rui, you've come. Bai Zhiqi exclaimed upon seeing Dongfang Ruoyu. The blue flower barrier is indeed different from ours. The craftsmanship is unparalleled. Tomorrow, I intend to visit the trading market. Do you have time? Bai Zhiqi expressed, as the trading market of a barrier would reflect its grandeur. Dongfang Ruoyu pondered for a moment. Sure, I will gather some information first and then join you. Perfect. I am currently swamped with tasks, Bai Zhiqi replied, playfully teasing her. You seem to be grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, the other extraordinary beings rose to toast Yi Yuni, exhibiting utmost reverence. The grand banquet concluded, and Yi Yuni, as was his custom, carried a girl into a room, though this time it was not the one that tormented Zhou Huaiwei. The garden was now vast, and Yi Yuni sought out the most secluded corner, where even the loudest sounds would not disturb others. The entire night passed without disrupting any of the other girls. When dawn broke, Yi Yuni stepped outside, feeling the pleasant ambience of the garden. Suddenly, a holographic screen materialized before him, proclaiming, "Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying. You have received 100 poison pills." Yi Yuni stared at the screen, bewildered by the mention of poison pills. He scrutinized the details, intrigued to discover that these pills came in various types, some potent and others with delayed effects, and even some that penetrated deeply yet bore no toxicity. What a valuable find, he mused, placing them into the system space. Next, he checked his personal attributes. Name, Yi Yun. Height, 185 centimeters. Rank, early diamond. Skills, rapid absorption. Divine hunting skills, 9 nether force. Phase 2, divine agility, indestructible body. Phase 2. Weapon, Battle Axe Level 1 items. 19 divine beast control pills. 10 death puppets, strength, mid-gold. 9 bottles of pure blood essence of divine beasts. 100 poison pills. In the next moment, another holographic screen appeared, announcing, "Congratulations to the host. Your wife is successfully pregnant. You have received a divine beast, Qingling Dapeng." This revelation astonished Yi Yuni. Moments later, he noticed a massive black bird soaring overhead. Its colossal form, entirely black, descended before him. He waved, and the magnificent creature landed gracefully, towering at an impressive height of 4 to 5 meters. When it spread its wings, the wingspan was an astonishing 12 to 20 meters, reminiscent of the legendary Dapeng from Journey to the West. However, its beak glistened ominously, and its claws bore a formidable grip, leaving deep impressions on the ground upon landing. What a majestic creature! Riding on this would surely surpass the utility of pre-apocalyptic aircraft. Ye Yunye marvedet. He observed the Qingling Dapeng. Species, Qingling Dapeng. Bloodline, pure. Rank, mid-gold, not bad at all. It arrives at mid-gold, unlike Xiaozi, who came as a mere pup. Yi Yuni then produced some divine beast food, prompting the Dapeng to approach eagerly, devouring it without hesitation. These 2 steps of yours cannot compare to your aerial prowess. Go ahead and eat. Yi Yuni chuckled, patting the Dapeng's wing. He contemplated refining medicine today, given the abundance of extraordinary herbs. Thus, he made his way to the underground storage, searching for ingredients based on the recipes in his mind. After gathering the lower-tier medicinal materials, he noted with dismay that he still lacked many higher-tier herbs. Perhaps I should visit the trading market today, he resolved, taking the herbs with him. Meanwhile, Bai Jiqi was by the artificial lake, observing the fish. Upon noticing Yi Yuni, she was momentarily stunned. "Darling, why are you carrying so many herbs this early? Are you planning to replenish your strength?" Her words drew Yi Yuni's attention, and he gently placed the herbs on the ground. "It seems I cannot let you go unaddressed," he thought. Bai Jiqi, sensing impending mischief, stuck out her tongue and prepared to flee. However, in a blink, Yi Yuni appeared before her, hoisting her onto his shoulder. "Put me down," she exclaimed, a sharp sound echoing as she felt a sting, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Yi Yuni smirked. "Let me show you whether you need to replenish your strength." Bai Jiqi wished she could slap herself for her careless words. As Yi Yuni prepared to take her inside, the Qingling Dapeng appeared beside him. Bai Jiqi was taken aback, recognizing the immense beast as something formidable. Observing the Dapeng's affectionate demeanor towards Yi Yuni left her utterly bewildered. After a moment, she finally managed to utter, "Darling, is this your bird?" Chapter 60. A Clash of 3 Divine Beasts. "Yes, this is my new divine beast, Qingling Dapeng," Yi Yuni replied, and without needing further explanation, he led her into the house. In the garden, the Qian tiger leisurely wandered with Xiaozi, both basking in the serenity of their surroundings. Just as they enjoyed their stroll, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead, prompting the 2 extraordinary beasts to look up in unison. Subsequently, the majestic Qingling Dapeng appeared, with a thunderous roar. The cries of wolves and tigers reverberated through the air. A sharp bird call echoed, followed by the swift descent of the Qingling Dapeng, which charged towards the Qianhu and Xiaohaizi. In an instant, 3 golden-tiered extraordinary beasts engaged in fierce combat. The Qianhu, bewildered, perceived them as intruders and leaped forward, launching itself at the soaring Dapeng. The Dapeng skillfully evaded, flapping its mighty wings to counter the Qianhu's claws. The clash produced a resonant sound, reminiscent of metal striking metal. Xiaohaizi ascended rapidly, aiming for the Dapeng's head. In the next moment, a shadow darted forth, seizing Xiaohaizi by the neck and pinning him to the ground. Preparing to resist, Xiaohaizi was instantly quelled upon recognizing the newcomer, Yi Yuni. Upon seeing him, Xiaohaizi attempted to ingratiate himself, extending his tongue in a bid to lick Yi Yuni's hand. "Withdraw," came Yi Yuni's commanding voice, prompting Xiaohaizi to obediently retract his tongue and submit. Yi Yuni then stood tall, observing the Qianhu and Qingling Dapeng. In an instant, both extraordinary beasts approached him. "You possess formidable strength?" The mere utterance made both beasts tremble, bowing their heads in respect, acutely aware of Yi Yuni's ire, daring not to make any further movements. Stand guard here obediently, allowing no one to enter. Should you cause any further disturbances before I conclude my business, I shall stew you into a soup. This proclamation sent shivers through the three beasts, who promptly settled down. Stewing them was no idle threat. Satisfied with their compliance, Yi Yuni returned to his task. Meanwhile, outside, in an elegant chamber, several city lords gazed around, marveling at how the Qinghua Belle differed vastly from their meager barriers, boasting such refined quarters and dining areas. They turned their attention to Dongfang Ryu, the city lord of Dongfang, and requested, "Could you kindly summon Lord Yi for us?" "Certainly," Dongfang Ryu nodded, rising to head towards the garden. After knocking, Zhou Huaiwei opened the door. "Sister Ryu, what brings you here?" "Sister Zhou, where is Lord Yi?" Upon hearing that Dongfang Ryu sought Yi Yuni, Zhou Huaiwei pondered briefly before providing a general direction. "You, being extraordinary, can move swiftly. Please check if my husband has concluded his important matters." "Understood," Dongfang Ryu replied, lightly stepping in that direction. After a short while, she arrived in the vicinity. Just as she was about to search, an overwhelming pressure surged towards her. She turned to see the Qian, who glaring menacingly at her, while Xiao Haizi and the enormous Dapeng cast their watchful eyes upon her. It was utterly terrifying. It felt as if any step closer would result in her being torn to shreds. Clearly, this was the realm of Yi Yuni, with such formidable sentinels present. Who could dare enter? Time seemed to freeze, and Dongfang Ryu could almost hear her own heartbeat. After all, who wouldn't he feel anxious in the presence of these three guardians? Suddenly, amidst the silence, an unusual sound emerged. Dongfang Ryu, taken aback, glanced towards the chamber, recalling Zhou Huaiwei's mention of important matters. Her face flushed with embarrassment. So, that was the nature of the important business. Ah, no wonder these three sentinels were stationed here. Apologies for the intrusion. Furthermore, the voice she heard seemed to belong to Bai Jiqi. Retreating, she returned to the elegant chamber, where the others eagerly approached her. "What news? City Lord Dongfang? Is Lord Yi not coming?" Their inquiries weighed heavily on her. How could she respond? In an instant, she declared, "Lord Yi is preoccupied with important matters. Please be patient." The group nodded in understanding. As they waited, the time neared noon. Dongfang Ryu stood up. "I shall check once more." Upon returning, the three sentinels immediately heightened their vigilance. Listening intently, she felt exasperated. What on earth? It's nearly noon. How many hours have passed? Can important matters truly take this long? It seemed Bai Jiqi's voice had diminished, perhaps overwhelmed by the circumstances. After a while, estimating that sufficient time had elapsed, she decided to instruct them to place their orders. Once more, Dongfang Ryu approached the chamber. Yet, the sounds continued unabated. This time, she took a seat, waiting. However, her cheeks reddened further. After a considerable wait, the city lords observed the table of cold dishes and wondered why Lord Yi had not yet returned. With no other choice, they instructed someone to reheat the food. Meanwhile, Dongfang Ryu, upon hearing the sound cease, sprang to her feet. This sudden movement startled the three extraordinary beasts, who glared fiercely at her. She quickly gestured for them to relax, sidestepping to the side. Moments later, Yi Yuni emerged, looking refreshed, followed closely by Bai Jiqi, who appeared somewhat unsteady, as if she had just engaged in a fierce battle with the extraordinary beasts. Dongfang Ryu observed, her lips twitching. Had they engaged in a yin-yang exchange? The disparity between them was striking. How extraordinary were the diamond-tier, extraordinary beings. Yi Yuni soon noticed Dongfang Ryu. "What is it?" "Lord Yi, the lords of the various barriers wish to invite you for a meal," she relayed, and Bai Jiqi chimed in, "Ryu, have you been waiting outside all this time?" An awkward question left Dongfang Ryu at a loss for words. How could she respond? Observing her flushed complexion, Bai Jiqi quickly comprehended. In an instant, her face turned crimson as well. The sounds of her previous ordeal echoed in her mind, causing her to feel overwhelmed. She glanced at Dongfang Ryu, her eyes filled with a mix of emotions. Chapter 61. If you do not wish to return, then do not return. They're seeking to dine with me. What could it be? Yi Yuni mused, forming a conjecture in his mind. They likely desired the return of the crystal cores previously submitted. Sighing, Dongfang Ruoyu confessed, "I recognize my position. I cannot change my fate. I shall relinquish the offerings from the Binhai Belay. However," she clarified, "it's not that I abandon them. I simply acknowledge my fate. I have informed them of the situation. They wish for me to mediate, hence my invitation." Yi Yuni nodded, understanding the situation. Listening, his expression turned icy as he led Bai Jiqi towards the elegant chamber. During their journey, Bai Jiqi chatted with Dongfang Ruoyu. "Have you become acquainted with the trading market?" At the mention of the trading market, Yi Yuni's interest peaked. "Indeed, today there will be an auction," Dongfang Ruoyu replied, handing over the auction catalog. Bai Jiqi perused it, exclaiming, "Goodness! So many remarkable items. Extraordinary plants, and the pelts and claws of extraordinary beasts. Of course, fine goods come with a hefty price." Yi Yuni gestured for Bai Jiqi to pass him the catalog. Upon reviewing it, he was pleasantly surprised to find the extraordinary plants he saw listed among the items. If he could procure these, he would be able to concoct a fine potion. Recently, he has absorbed quite a number of crystal cores. If this medicine is refined again, it may indeed allow him to break through to a higher tier. Reaching the mid-diamond level, Yi Yuni mused, casting an appreciative glance at Dongfang Ruoyu. Shortly after, they arrived at a private chamber, where several city lords stood up upon seeing Yi Yuni. "Lordy, Lordy, Lordy," voices echoed in unison. Yi Yuni was invited to take a seat. As he gazed at the dishes presented before him, his mind wandered back to the peculiar plants he had encountered earlier, eagerly anticipating a chance to examine them after the meal. One of the city lords raised a toast to him. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, one of the lords addressed him. "Lord Yi, we wish to discuss the matter of the crystal cores we previously spoke of." At this, the other lords turned their attention to Yi Yuni. He remained silent, then stood up, saying, "Everyone should return to your respective strongholds soon. Please be cautious on your way." He glanced at Bai Jiqi and Dongfang Ruoyu. "Let's go and check out the auction." With that, he made his way toward the exit. The city lords, upon hearing his words, were filled with indignation. The implication of Yi Yuni's statement was clear. He would not be returning their crystal cores. In a fit of anger, one of the lords stood, addressing Yi Yuni. "Lord Yi, you oppose Zhao Kong and expressed dissatisfaction over his collection of crystal cores. By doing this, are you not becoming akin to Zhao King yourself? A dragon slayer cannot become a wicked dragon. Indeed, Lord Yi, those crystal cores were obtained from the beasts we slain." This remark caused Yi Yuni to pause momentarily. He then noticed the chopsticks at the entrance of the chamber, retrieved 2 pairs, and tossed them backward. The sounds of flesh shattering echoed, and blood splattered across the faces of the remaining silent lords. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they witnessed the gruesome scene. Yi Yuni had effortlessly pierced the heads of the 3 lords who had spoken, while one remaining chopstick lodged itself deep into the wall, disappearing from sight. The sheer power he displayed sent chills through the assembly. The heavy thud of lifeless bodies hitting the ground resonated. "I said everyone should return early, but if some do not wish to leave, then let them stay," he declared, departing with the 2 women. The remaining city lords exchanged glances, then slumped back into their seats. Outside, Bai Jiqi let out a soft snort. "So this is moral coercion. Do you dare to relieve yourselves on the high ground of virtue? Why did you not speak to Zhao Kong in such a manner when you engaged with him?" Dongfang Ruoyu remained calm, reflecting that these individuals were merely reaping what they had sown. They then proceeded toward the trading center. Yi Yuni observed that this place was vastly larger than the Xingyun stronghold, one being in the heavens and the other in the depths of the earth. He looked at the peculiar plants and concluded they were not what he sought. "Let's head to the auction," he suggested. As they entered the auction hall, Yi Yuni marveled at the grandeur of the venue, reminiscent of auctions from the world before the apocalypse. They soon entered a private room for privacy. "I shall fetch some tea," Dongfang Ruoyu announced, stepping outside. Shortly after, she returned with tea leaves. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes in the distance fixated on her. What's she doing here? A girl from afar glared at Dongfang Ruoyu, recalling a past encounter where they had both discovered an exotic orchid in the wild. After a fierce competition, the orchid had fallen into Dongfang Ruoyu's possession. Back then, You relied on the numbers of your Baiwa alliance, but today the tables have turned, the girl muttered. She remembered that Dongfang Ryu was not only a city lord, but also the deputy leader of the Baiwa alliance. Previously, she had refrained from acting recklessly on Dongfang Ryu's territory, but now it was her home ground. Did you bring anyone with you? Have your sisters from the Baiwa alliance come along? I doubt it. Let us see how I deal with you today. What's wrong? A nearby man inquired. Xiao Ying. What's the matter? Lu Ying replied. I spotted an enemy. An enemy? The man was taken aback. It's better to resolve conflicts than to escalate them. Where did you get this enemy nonsense? Understanding her father's disposition, Lu Ying chose not to argue. Resolve conflicts? Nonsense. I am in the early stages of gold. And so is Dongfang Ruoyu. Even if I cannot defeat her, I will ensure she remembers this day after the auction. With that, she began to prepare herself. Inside the private room, Dongfang Ryu was pouring tea for Yi Yuni and Bai Jiqi. Thank you, Ruoyu, Bai Jiqi said. Soon, the auction commenced with the auctioneer taking the stage. Yi Yuni found little interest in the initial items presented. After a while, an exotic flower was showcased, instantly captivating Dongfang Ryu, who eagerly placed a bid. Observing this, Lu Ying swiftly raised her own bid. After several rounds, it became a contest solely between the two of them. Just as Dongfang Ryu was about to bid again, there was a knock at the door of the private room. Bai Jiqi opened the door to find a middle-aged man beaming with a smile, holding a box. What brings you here? The man glanced at Bai Jiqi, then peered into the private room as if searching for something. Upon spotting Yi Yuni, his smile widened. Lord Yi, I'm the head of the Wang family. Yesterday, while hunting beasts, my younger relatives were careless and brought a gift that was lacking. Today, I have come to make amends. Please do not take offense. As he spoke, he extended the box toward her. Bai Jiqi turned to Yi Yuni, who nodded in affirmation. She accepted the box and placed it before him. Yi Yuni opened it, and both Bai Jiqi and Dongfang Ryu leaned in to take a look. Inside were two golden crystal cores, unmistakably of late gold quality. By the heavens, are these individuals truly so affluent? Dongfang Ryu exclaimed, incredulous. Bai Jiqi's face lit up with joy as she turned to the head of the Wang family. Would you care to join us for a cup of tea? After a brief moment, he stepped into the room, seizing the opportunity. Once inside, he poured tea for Yi Yuni, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, secretly reveling in his fortune. Unlike the perfunctory gifts presented by other families yesterday, his gesture was far more commendable, establishing a closer rapport with Lord Yi. Observing the Wang family head's demeanor, Dongfang Ryu couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time she had seen someone so cheerful while presenting a gift. This was undoubtedly the result of Yi Yuni's strength. At that moment, the auctioneer's gavel fell. What? Hearing the sound, Dongfang Ryu felt dazed. She had been interrupted by the Wang family head, and in her astonishment at the gift, she had forgotten to bid. How regrettable. Meanwhile, Lu Ying, witnessing the transaction, felt a wave of delight. This fool barely placed a few bids, and then fell silent. What a coward. Why have you lost your arrogance this time? Umph, little one. Do you not consider how much wealth you possess when you vie for things with me? Lu Ying remarked, her words falling into the ears of the man beside her. He gazed at her with an expression filled with disappointment and frustration. You truly do not comprehend the principle I mentioned earlier, he thought, resolving to take her to the private room shortly. To do what? Lu Ying's heart sank at this remark. Is he about to resort to that old tactic of resolving grievances through dialogue, acting as a mediator? However, in the next moment, she was taken aback. Perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea to go for a while. After all, if she brought the rare flower from the auction, wouldn't it be an excellent opportunity to mock Dongfang Ryu? Yes, that could work. With this thought, Lu Ying began to feel excited. After a brief moment, the man led Lu Ying towards that direction. Her face was filled with pride, her steps light and eager. Upon arrival, the man knocked on the door, and Bai Jiqi opened it. Inside, Dongfang Ryu looked at Lu Ying and the rare flower in her hand, momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Did she come here to flaunt after successfully auctioning it? Lu Ying's gaze immediately fixed on Dongfang Ryu, her face breaking into a smile. Yet in the next moment, her father, looking inside, was taken aback. Master Wang, you are here as well. This single phrase jolted Lu Ying back to reality. and she turned to look at the man inside, her eyes widening in disbelief. This is the head of the Wang family, an extraordinary individual of late golden rank. Just this morning, news spread of his return from the outside, leading a group of powerful warriors in a bloody battle, slaying numerous foes, including 2 late golden rank beasts. To think he would come here without resting. In an instant, Lu Ying felt compelled to restrain herself. After all, the head of the Wang family was not someone she could provoke. She regarded him with respect. However, gradually, she sensed something was amiss. The head of the Wang family was now pouring tea from a kettle for a young man beside him, his expression filled with deference. What was going on? Her gaze shifted, and she then noticed 2 golden-colored crystal cores placed beside the young man's right hand. Lu Ying thought, could this be? Are these the crystal cores from the 2 late golden rank beasts that the head of the Wang family hunted? Did he just give them away? At this moment, the head of the Wang family caught sight of the man and nodded, stating, I have come to pay my respects to Lord Yi. Lord Yi? The man was taken aback by the head of the Wang family's address to the young man. Which Lord Yi is this? The esteemed head of the Wang family speaks so familiarly. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply, and goosebumps rose on his skin. Could it be that this individual? He recalled the events that transpired yesterday within the barrier. Zhao Kang was slain. The one who killed him was a young man with the surname Yi. It seems there is no doubt about it. Lu Ying also came to this realization, and beads of sweat began to trickle down her forehead. Terrifying. It was genuinely too terrifying. She could hardly fathom the thought of being killed by him. To think that Dongfang Ruyu served such a person. How fortunate she was not to have openly mocked him earlier. But now, she and her father stood awkwardly, feeling as though they could excavate an entire apartment beneath their feet. In the next moment, someone nudged them from behind. Excuse me, excuse me. Several figures made their way towards the private room. Lord Yi, I am from the Zhou family within the barrier. We hunted beasts outside yesterday, and this is our congratulatory gift. Lord Yi, I am from the Lin family. Alas, I too was outside yesterday and did not visit in time, only just learning of it, and I regret it immensely. So, I hurried here. In an instant, a multitude of individuals surged forward, each bearing gifts and smiling broadly. The level of respect was overwhelming. Dongfang Ruyu was utterly astonished. The influence of Yi Yuni was indeed formidable. So many were eager to present gifts. Yi Yuni glanced at Bai Jiqi, signaling her to receive the gifts. A smile instantly illuminated her face. She relished this task. Oh no, perhaps second only to her favorite activity. Meanwhile, Lu Ying watched, trembling uncontrollably, her body shaking with anxiety. Each of these family heads was far beyond anyone she could afford to offend. At this moment, the head of the Wang family observed these individuals and snorted softly. These fellows, they must have returned to prepare their gifts. So that is why they are here now. Nonetheless, he had already secured the first opportunity. The subsequent family heads glanced at the head of the Wang family, inwardly cursing him as an old fox. After a while, many family heads gathered at the entrance of the private room. Chapter 63. A host of female extraordinary beings arrive. With so many people, Lu Ying and her companions were pushed aside. Lu Ying let out a sigh of relief. The arrival of these family heads was perfectly timed. Perfectly timed. Otherwise, she feared she might truly face dire consequences. If she offended this person, their lives would be forfeit. In an instant, she recalled Dongfang Ruyu's proximity to Yi Yuni and her father's adage about resolving grievances amicably. Father, truly remarkable. But now, the moment to resolve this issue had yet to arrive. Never mind, never mind. It is best to make a hasty retreat. Lu Ying quickly departed in a flurry. Inside the private room, Dongfang Ruyu observed Lu Ying's retreating figure, fully aware of her reasons for such behavior. She turned to Yi Yuni. Lord Yi, Lord City Lord, please, quickly withdraw your supernatural powers. Inside the private room, Yi Yuni was joyfully receiving gifts. Outside, the entire auction house was captivated by this spectacle, drawing everyone's attention. What is happening? Goodness, are those not the heads of various factions within the barrier? Yes, indeed, it is them. How peculiar. Why are they all flocking towards that private room? Does anyone have any information? The extraordinary beings conversed, their faces painted with confusion. After all, this scene was exceedingly strange. Within their barrier, there was no city lord, only powerful factions vying for control. These factions were typically in opposition. Yet now, they were all converging towards one place. How could this not be curious? One extraordinary being nudged another, saying, "Why don't you go take a look?" The other replied, "What did you say? You wanted to go check it out? If I go and offend some family head, with my meager strength, wouldn't they just swat me away like a fly? Huh, why don't you go?" In an instant, the extraordinary being mentally cursed 1,000 times. He then glared fiercely at the other. "Go on. I dare you." The other shrank back, and a crowd nearby remarked, "Look at you being such a coward. Just a moment ago, you were so bold, suggesting others go." Just then, another extraordinary being approached, having overheard their discussion. Someone just over there was spreading news about what was happening. One sentence immediately piqued everyone's interest. "What happened? Speak quickly." Observing the crowd's anxious expressions, he got straight to the point. "Do you all know about the incident yesterday?" The Exorcism Society was obliterated with this statement. Everyone nodded. After all, such a significant event was impossible to be unaware of, even if they had not learned of it immediately. However, what does this have to do with the family heads? In the next moment, an extraordinary being's eyes lit up. "Are you saying the one who destroyed the Exorcism Society is inside? So that's why all the family heads are coming to pay their respects?" This statement left everyone in stunned silence, followed by gasps of astonishment. "That individual is actually here today. No wonder. No wonder these family heads are flocking here." This individual single-handedly toppled the Exorcism Society and vanquished Zhao Kung during the early stages of the diamond competition. It is no wonder. Upon hearing this, they gradually comprehended the situation, and the news spread swiftly. The attendees of the auction were now well aware of the circumstances, engaging in hushed conversations and casting solemn glances towards the private room. Numerous female extraordinary beings also directed their gazes this way, albeit with a hint of varied emotions in their eyes. The auction paused momentarily due to this development, only to resume shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, Yi Yuni was focused on the subsequent auction items, for he intended to procure several spiritual plants to concoct a potent elixir. Soon, the item he desired appeared, and the bidding commenced. Bids were placed, and Yi Yuni also made his offer. The individual who had previously bid was about to raise his hand again, but was hastily restrained by another nearby. "Have you lost your mind? Do you not recall who made the last bid?" Upon uttering these words, he gestured towards Yi Yuni's private room. The would-be bidder was momentarily taken aback, nearly missing his opportunity. Ultimately, he conceded. Observing Yi Yuni's bid, the others chose to withdraw, and thus, the spiritual plant was sold for a price slightly above the minimum. Although the auctioneer eloquently promoted the item from the stage, the audience remained unfazed. Who would dare challenge him? In the end, the auctioneer, with tears glistening in his eyes, struck the gavel. The following items also sold at their base prices. Inside the private room, several family heads regarded Yi Yuni's actions. "Lord Yi, it seems you have a particular fondness for spiritual plants." "Indeed, I require them for significant purposes," Yi Yuni replied candidly. The others took note of this and memorized it. Eventually, as the auction concluded, Wang, the family head, observed with a smile, "Shall we step outside, Lord Yi?" Yi Yuni nodded, while Bai Jiqi and Dongfang Ryu carried congratulatory gifts alongside him. They all proceeded towards the exit. Once outside, Yi Yuni exchanged payment for his acquisitions and then departed. Shortly thereafter, a young woman approached, immediately capturing the attention of the crowd with her striking beauty and graceful figure. Her walk exuded an alluring charm, as if she were an exquisite fruit hanging from delicate branches. She arrived before Yi Yuni and addressed him, "Senior Yi." The onlookers were perplexed by her intentions. What could she possibly want? The young woman hesitated, her cheeks flushed, and then she spoke, "Senior Yi, I have been practicing martial arts lately, but I seem to be experiencing a blockage in my chest. May I invite you to my humble abode to assist in alleviating this discomfort?" Her words left everyone momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. It was evident that she was indeed facing a blockage, but how could it be resolved? Nearby, several female extraordinary beings also listened, their expressions turning to astonishment. Was this not a blatant invitation? Before Yuni could respond, another stunning beauty approached, interrupting the previous young woman's speech. She looked at Yuni and said, "Senior, I've been practicing ancient yoga techniques and would appreciate your guidance on my postures." The crowd murmured in shock. Were they all so bold? One after another, more female extraordinary beings made their way towards him, calling out, "Senior, Senior." As the throng of young women gathered, the atmosphere became charged with their delicate tones. The family heads beside Yuni were rendered speechless, their expressions shifting to envy. "Lord Yi, you are indeed fortunate." Yet, they wondered if this was the appropriate setting for such encounters. However, there was no escape. Yuni regarded the gathering of female extraordinary beings and contemplated the prospect of welcoming them all. After all, they were all remarkable in their own right. Exquisite features, graceful figures, and considerable abilities. Such an addition would undoubtedly enhance his family's overall strength. With this thought, he exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Ziqi, who immediately understood. She stepped forward, addressing the group. "Dear sisters, my husband and the other family heads are engaged in serious discussions today. How about I escort you home for a while? We can discuss matters there." Her words captured the attention of all the female extraordinary beings, who then pondered the implication of her address. "Husband." In an instant, they grasped Bai Ziqi's identity. One young woman quickly responded, "Sister, let me help you with that." "Sister, I shall assist as well." "Sister, I will carry this for you." The chorus of "sister" brought joy to Bai Ziqi's heart. This was indeed delightful. Meanwhile, Dongfang Ruyu observed the scene before her with wide, astonished eyes, hardly believing her sight. Could Bai Ziqi truly be so bold as to bring them home? As Yuni and the family heads continued their conversation while walking, Bai Ziqi and Dongfang Ruyu distributed the congratulatory gifts to the young women. Although these gifts were not heavy, having someone else carry them was certainly preferable. Dongfang Ruyu leaned closer to Bai Ziqi and whispered, "So, are you really taking them home?" "Why not?" Bai Ziqi replied. "After all, I was quite exhausted this morning." Indeed, Yuni's prowess was becoming increasingly formidable. The other sisters were not extraordinary beings, lacking combat strength, and thus, the burden fell entirely upon her. Shouldn't she find someone to share the load? As she glanced at Dongfang Ruyu, a smile appeared on her face, and a thought struck her. She had recently felt embarrassed by her low mutterings overheard by Dongfang Ruyu. If she could draw Dongfang Ruyu into this as well, then they would all share in the whispered excitement, and her own embarrassment would dissipate. Bai Ziqi murmured, "It's no wonder they are so bold. My husband is truly remarkable, as you well know." Hearing this, Dongfang Ruyu reflected on Yuni's prowess, recalling how he single-handedly dismantled the Exorcism Society. She remembered the events of the morning. Given Lord Ye's capabilities and the passage of time, it seemed he could handle all these women with ease. As Bai Ziqi continued, "And you may not know, my husband is also a skilled alchemist." The very mention of alchemy caused Dongfang Ruyu to gasp in astonishment. This was indeed no trivial matter. Alchemy was not a skill just anyone could master. Suddenly, everything fell into place for her. Now she understood why Yuni valued the extraordinary plants so highly and why his progress was so rapid. It was all thanks to his alchemical skills. This realization caused her heart to ache with a twinge of jealousy. She gritted her teeth, recognizing the lingering effects of her past. She was not only the lord of the coastal fortress, but also the vice president of the 100 Flowers Alliance, which she had co-founded with her senior sister. Within the alliance were many female, extraordinary beings. Together, they had discovered a method to enhance their strength using the extraordinary plant's blossoms. However, this approach came with a price, producing a chronic poison that caused them pain each night as they grew stronger. Now, she could barely endure the nightly agony, while her senior sister was suffering beyond measure. This is the price paid for enhancing one's strength. As for the other members of the Baihuameng, there's an unspoken understanding among them. At this moment, Dongfang Ruyu's eyes lit up. Could Ye Qingzhu concoct an antidote? Have you been poisoned? Bai Ziqi looked at her in confusion. Upon seeing Dongfang Ruyu nod, she added, "Wait until my husband has finished speaking with the other clan leaders." Meanwhile, the head of the Wang family gazed at Yuni and said, "Oh, Ye Darren, I have some exotic plants at home. I will find them and send them to you." The other clan leaders looked at the head of the Wang family. thinking he was quite adept at pleasing others. They quickly chimed in, "Yeah, Darren. I have some too. Me as well." "All right, thank you all." Yuni graciously accepted their offers. "What you saying, yeah, Darren? I will go find them right away." The head of the Wong family clasped his hands in acknowledgement and departed, with the other clan leaders following suit, dispersing like birds and beasts. Yuni looked at the exotic plants he had acquired. Now, he could return and brew a potent potion. Meanwhile, Baijishi approached Dongfang Ruoyu. "Husband, there are some matters." Baijishi explained Dongfang Ruoyu's poisoning to Yuni. Dongfang Ryu also shared a brief account of the Baihuaming situation. "Yechingzhu, can you concoct an antidote?" "Naturally," Yuni replied. "I have indeed brewed antidotes before, though their potency was not particularly high. However, it should suffice for the situation." Those words caused Dongfang Ruoyu's eyes to sparkle with hope. "So, does that mean there's a chance for us to be saved? We won't have to suffer any longer?" "Yechingzhu, may I purchase some?" Dongfang Ruoyu asked anxiously. Yuni observed her demeanor and chuckled. "Well, that might be difficult. However, if you agree to one condition, I shall give it to you for free." "One condition?" Dongfang Ruoyu questioned, intrigued. "What is it?" "You must follow my husband and, like me, bear him children." Baijishi interjected eagerly, fully aware of the implications of the condition. She had previously made a similar sacrifice to save her sister. Initially resistant, she now realized the allure of such a proposal. Upon hearing this condition, Dongfang Ruoyu bit her lip, her face flushing with a hint of crimson. She remained silent for a considerable moment. "We have other senior sisters and members in the Baihuameng who are also poisoned. Can we help them too?" Dongfang Ruoyu murmured. Baijishi was taken aback, having never seen the usually assertive Dongfang Ryu display such vulnerability. "How adorable!" "Of course," Yuni replied decisively. "Then I agree." After uttering those words, Baijishi leaped forward to embrace her. She whispered in her ear, "Ryu, dear sister, we should be one family from now on, sharing both joys and hardships together." Chapter 65. Marrying Dongfang Ruoyu. "So, does that mean we will fight side by side as comrades?" Dongfang Ruoyu pondered, finding the notion somewhat peculiar. Yet, having this companion seemed quite delightful. Meanwhile, Yuni was in high spirits as he led the group toward the garden. Upon returning to the garden, Baijishi shared the news with Zhou Huaiwei and the others, who greeted Dongfang Ryu and the others with warm smiles, alleviating their burdens. Yuni and Baijishi then escorted Dongfang Ryu to her designated room. Yuni retrieved the antidote and handed it to her. Dongfang Ryu, without hesitation, swallowed it. The next moment, a piercing pain surged through her very soul. She cried out in agony, startling Yuni and leaving Baijishi frozen in shock as she watched Dongfang Ryu writhe on the bed. Yuni scribbled in his notebook, noting, "Antidote causes pain upon consumption." You just remembered that now," Baijishi exclaimed, glancing at Dongfang Ryu with sympathy. At that moment, Dongfang Ryu resembled a lab rat or a legendary herbalist, fearing she might meet a similar fate. "This thing is poisonous," she wailed again as fresh waves of pain coursed through her. Unable to bear it any longer, Yuni turned to Baijishi and said, "We should restrain her, otherwise she might destroy the room." "Husband, are you a devil? Is that really necessary?" Baijishi protested before quickly moving to tie up Dongfang Ryu. Instantly, Dongfang Ryu squirmed like a caterpillar. After a while, the pain subsided, and she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The previous discomfort had vanished. "Is it really effective? How astonishing!" Baijishi marveled as she released Dongfang Ryu. "How do you feel? I didn't deceive you, did I?" Yuni asked, to which Dongfang Ryu nodded in agreement. "When shall we depart for the Baihuamen?" "They are located at another barrier." Dongfang Ryu did not forget about her senior sisters and the other members. "Tonight, we will have our wedding, and we will go afterward." "All right," Dongfang Ryu replied, her cheeks flushing at the mention of marriage. For she was indeed a maiden embarking on her first journey. With that matter settled, Yuni was eager to begin preparing the medicine, having been excited for this moment. He stepped outside, while Baijishi leaned closer to Dongfang Ryu. "Are you completely well now?" "Yes, the poison is gone," Dongfang Ryu affirmed. "By the way, I recall you were at the late silver stage, but when you tied me up just now, you were definitely not at that level." You are now at the early gold stage. Indeed, Bai Jishi admitted without reservation. Don't worry, my husband will help you enhance your abilities. Those words left Dongfang Ruoyu wide-eyed in disbelief. Ye Yuni can truly help improve my strength. How? She inquired eagerly. Bai Jishi glanced at her reassuringly. Don't worry, arrangements will be made for you in the future. Certain words were emphasized, leaving Dongfang Ruoyu pondering their significance. Outside, Ye Yuni was preparing to concoct the medicine. The ladies gathered around, astonished to discover his ability to brew potions, their faces alight with surprise. Ye Yuni meticulously added the ingredients. After a couple of hours, the fragrant aroma wafted through the air. With great care, he lifted the lid, and the scent enveloped the space. Observing the glimmer in the eyes of those nearby, he asked, "Would you like to taste it?" Bai Jishi nodded enthusiastically, as did Zhou Huaiwei and the others, including Dongfang Ryu, who blushed at her eagerness. Was it inappropriate to express such desire now? Yet, the aroma was simply irresistible. However, Ye Yuni reminded them, if you consume it recklessly, you might explode. The group responded in unison. That makes your question rather redundant. Let us refine the pills. Stop dawdling. Ye Yuni chuckled, reveling in their expressions. With no other option, they began the process. Later, Ye Yuni retreated to the inner chamber and consumed the medicine. Instantly, a torrent of power surged through him, crashing against the barriers within his body. With a resounding boom, he opened his eyes wide, a fierce light emanating from them, sharp as a blade. He clenched his fist, and for a brief moment, the very fabric of space seemed to warp under his might. This power, Ye Yuni subsequently gazed upon his attribute panel. Name, Ye Yun. Height, 185 centimeters. Tier, mid-diamond. Skills, rapid absorption, god-level hunting skill. Second stage of Jiu Chi, god-level body technique. Second stage of indestructible body. Weapon, first stage battle axe. Items, 19 god-level beast control pills, 10 death soldier puppets. Strength, late gold. 9 bottles of pure bloodline essence of god-level beasts. 100 poison pills mid-diamond. At last, he had broken through. With the aid of numerous crystal cores and the effects of the potion, he had finally achieved this milestone. However, Ye Yuni felt a pang of concern. Such a substantial number of crystal cores had been consumed for this advancement. He wondered how many would be required next time. Yet a thought occurred to him. If crystal cores were too costly, he could always rely on his wives. More children would bring more blessings. After all, moreover, they were all only recently pregnant. If they gave birth, the system would reward him with extraordinary rewards. At that time, he would be virtually invincible. Excellent. Now, he needed to prepare for the wedding that night. In the garden, once again, it was adorned with festive decorations. In the evening, within each family, the heads were startled upon receiving the news, rising abruptly from their seats. Their eyes trembled incessantly. What did you just say? Head of the family, I said. Lord Yi is to marry again tonight and invites you to attend. But this is the second consecutive day of weddings. This cannot be happening. The key point is the congratulatory gifts are too burdensome. With gritted teeth, he displayed a pained expression. Let us go. We must choose a gift. The other family heads exhibited similar reactions, all preparing themselves. That night, they once again beheld the radiant Bai Jishi sitting there with a beaming smile. Chapter 66, God-Level Rewards. However, in comparison to their previous expressions, these family heads now appeared even more pained. After all, these items were exceedingly precious within their families. Things they usually hesitated to present, and now they felt compelled to do so. In an instant, a terrifying thought struck their minds. In the future, would Lord Yi be marrying every night? Surely not. If that were true, what would they do? With a heart full of trepidation, they took their seats. They gazed up at the stage, where Ye Yuni and Dongfang Ruoyu stood. At this moment, Dongfang Ruoyu looked bashful. Although she was the city lord and the vice leader of the Hundred Flowers Alliance, this was her first experience as a bride, adorned in a splendid bridal gown. Her delicate arms encircled Ye Yuni's. Due to her nervousness, she clung tightly to him. Ye Yuni felt a stirring in his heart. He looked at Dongfang Ruoyu, who appeared like a blossoming flower, her eyes glimmering with allure. In her shyness, she radiated an endearing charm, akin to a young girl experiencing her first hand-holding. Such innocence and modesty were heartwarming. After a while, the banquet concluded. Yi Yuni took Dongfang Ryu to the innermost room of the garden. He then kicked the doors shut behind them. The following morning, Yi Yuni rose early. Dongfang Ryu awoke as well, though she was utterly exhausted. Now she understood why Bai Ziqi had appeared so drained after her wedding. It was indeed more taxing than battling ferocious beasts. Nevertheless, she could endure. Perhaps it was due to the antidote Yi Yuni had given her, which had subjected her to unprecedented pain. Thus, compared to that, this was trivial. As she pondered, she noticed Yi Yuni was already awake. Wanting to rise as well, she felt her cheeks flush. She decided to let Yi Yuni leave first, as she needed a moment to rest. The next moment, she heard Yi Yuni humming a cheerful tune, utterly at ease. She was taken aback. Her beautiful eyes widened. How could he still possess such energy? A monster. He was simply a monster. In an instant, Dongfang Ryu wondered if Yi Yuni possessed some secret technique that granted him such formidable strength. Surely he must. Yet, knowing wouldn't change anything, she was already married. Yi Yuni stepped outside. The next moment, a light curtain appeared. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying. Reward: 1 god-level beauty fruit tree. This is a unique plant? Yi Yuni examined the introduction of the god-level beauty fruit tree. God-level beauty fruit tree. The fruit, when consumed by women, can enhance their physique, maintain their beauty, and provide remarkable anti-aging effects. Each line made Yi Yuni nod in approval. This item was indeed valuable. The light curtain popped up again. Congratulations, host. Your wife is successfully pregnant. Reward: 100 god-level detox pills. This corresponds with the previous 100 god-level poison pills. In future battles against toxins, he would now have a solid foundation. Yi Yuni then adjusted his panel. Name: Yi Yuni. Height: 185 centimeters. Tier: mid-diamond. Skills: rapid absorption, god-level hunting skill. Second stage of Jiu Yu Qi, god-level body technique. Second stage of indestructible body. Weapon: first stage battle axe. Items: 19 god-level beast control pills. 10 death soldier puppets. Strength: late gold. 9 bottles of pure bloodline essence of god-level beasts. 100 poison pills. 100 detox pills. Yi Yuni gazed at it and nodded in satisfaction. He then summoned the god-level beauty fruit tree. Suddenly, a magnificent tree appeared before him. Wow, what a grand tree, thick enough for several people to embrace. Moreover, it was already laden with abundant fruits, a truly delightful sight. Yi Yuni walked through the garden, holding the magnificent tree, searching for a suitable place to plant it. Meanwhile, Zhou Huaiwei and the others had just emerged from their rooms, stretching lazily. Bai Ziqi cast her gaze towards the depths of the garden, a smug smile gracing her face. She mused that Dongfang Ryu must have had a similar experience last night. Now they were all in the same boat. Just then, she noticed something in the distance, her eyes widening in disbelief. Simultaneously, Zhou Huaiwei and the other girls stared in astonishment at the sight across the street. Could someone explain what that was? Why was such a large tree moving? A unique plant. It was undoubtedly a unique plant. It could walk on legs. It had to be a unique plant. They hurried towards it. Moments later, they reached the corner. Bai Ziqi peeked out to see. What's the matter, Bai Mei? Zhou Huaiwei and the others waited behind, quietly inquiring. Bai Ziqi replied, "Oh, what is that? Never mind. Come quickly and take a look." With that, the others turned to gaze as well. Their expressions shifted to one of helplessness. What on earth was that? This was no joke. Yi Yuni, noticing their expressions, was perplexed. What kind of look was that? He shot them a glance before returning his attention to the fruit tree, searching for a place to plant it. "Han you observed, dear. We already have so many trees in the garden. Why do we need to plant another? This is the beauty fruit tree. As the name suggests, consuming it enhances beauty and maintains youthfulness." Yi Yuni recounted the details he had seen in the light curtain. He explained how it could enhance physique and provide anti-aging benefits. With each word, the smiles on the faces of the girls grew ever brighter. From astonishment to radiant joy. Is it really that wonderful? Let us go. Let us go. Quickly, let us plant it. Come on, dear. Let's find a splendid place to cultivate. The sounds of urging echoed around. Ye Yuni remarked, goodness. Following this, he joined them. The planting was successful. Then, with a nimble motion, Yi Yuni ascended to the treetop and gathered an abundance of fruits. One for each. As they were savoring the fruits, Dongfang Ruoyu approached. The crowd turned to look. They saw Dongfang Ruoyu leaning against the wall, limping towards them. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. What on earth happened? Bai Jishi gasped internally, exclaiming, my heavens! She realized that her husband treated ordinary people like Zhou Huaiwei and her companions with utmost care. Yet, toward beings like them, he was as vigorous as a cyclist pedaling with fervor. In that instant, Bai Jishi understood why her husband favored extraordinary individuals now. Chapter 67. The 100 Flowers Alliance, where beauties abound. At this moment, Dongfang Ruoyu felt the gaze of the crowd upon her, and a flush of crimson rose to her cheeks. Such unabashed stares could not possibly escape her understanding of what the onlookers were thinking. Consequently, she shot Yi Yuni a glare, as if playfully reproaching him for not cherishing her delicacy. How exasperating. It is all your fault. Meanwhile, Yi Yuni smiled back at her, squinting his eyes in a manner that was unmistakably threatening. You dare to glare at me. Do you wish to be reprimanded? A mere glance made Dongfang Ruoyu lower her head in fright. I dare not provoke you. Bai Jishi approached Dongfang Ruoyu with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, offering her a beauty fruit while introducing its benefits as mentioned by Yi Yuni. Dongfang Ruoyu was taken aback. This fruit, how extraordinary. Without hesitation, she tasted it. It was sweet and juicy, quite delightful. As they continued to eat, they glanced into mirrors and were astonished by their reflections. They felt as if their skin had become more radiant. The beauty fruit tree lived up to its reputation. Dongfang Ruoyu turned to Yi Yuni and asked, when shall we go to the Yingtian barrier? The one where my senior sister and our 100 Flowers Alliance reside? Perhaps in a day or two. Yi Yuni mused, recalling his prior promise to Dongfang Ruoyu. Now that they had harvested the fruits, he certainly could not neglect his duties. Hearing this, Dongfang Ruoyu nodded. I wish to send a message to my senior sister via a beast. With that, she went to arrange it. Meanwhile, the other girls were preoccupied with their transformations. Shortly thereafter, several heads of families arrived outside the estate. Zhou Huaiwei opened the door and, upon seeing them, promptly invited them in. In the reception room, Bai Jishi and the others brewed tea for their guests. Yi Yuni sat in the main seat, uncertain of their intentions. What brings you here? Yi Yuni invited Citrai to fordardi. The heads of families exchanged glances, explaining, we simply wish to ask if you, Yidarun, have time to venture deeper into the jungle together. We have heard of your interest in extraordinary plants, and there are several locations inhabited by extraordinary beasts. However, those areas are guarded by early-stage diamond beasts. Our strengths are inadequate, but we can guide you. With just a few words, Yi Yuni grasped their intentions. They meant well. He offered a polite acknowledgement, prompting the heads of families to rise immediately. You honor us with your words. It is our duty, one of them exclaimed, handing Yi Yuni a map of the surroundings. Yi Yuni examined it, noting the locations of the extraordinary plants marked clearly. His attention was drawn to a large area marked in red, situated far from the barrier. He paused. What is this? The others approached, explaining, Sir, this is a region filled with toxic gas. It is quite potent. Whether extraordinary beings or beasts, those of lesser strength may perish within moments. Even the stronger ones cannot venture far. It is strange. We do not know how this toxic gas formed, but it is deemed a forbidden zone. Legends say it contains numerous extraordinary beast cores. With a collective sigh, the heads of families admitted that no one dared to enter, not even the other diamond-level individuals within the barrier. As they spoke, Yi Yuni gathered enough information about this area. Yidaren, when do you wish to set out for the extraordinary plants? One inquired, seeking to establish a connection with Yi Yuni while serving as guides. Yi Yuni contemplated. I plan to depart for the Yingtian barrier today to attend to some matters. Let's go after my return. Understood, Yidaren. We are available at any time. They agreed, promptly taking their leave. However, upon exiting, they encountered others who were also seeking Yi Yuni. Oh, esteemed heads of families. Have you already spoken with Yidaren? Indeed, We came to consult him on some matters, but he has no time. Yidaran mentioned he was heading to the Ingtian barrier today. I suggest you refrain from entering. You wouldn't want to upset Yidaran. The departing head of a family cautioned the newcomers, albeit with ulterior motives. After all, who knew what they sought from Yidaran? If they were more enthusiastic or offered something of greater significance, it could draw Yidaran's attention. Thus, the head of the family embellished the truth. Upon hearing this, the newcomers frowned. Were these old fellows speaking the truth? Yet, it was better to err on the side of caution. They decided that if they refrained from entering, they could not allow others with similar intentions to do so. Consequently, the news of Yi Yuni's departure to the Ingtian barrier spread swiftly. Half a day later, within the Ingtian barrier, a girl arrived carrying a mutated pigeon to the leader. Leader, it seems a message has come from the deputy leader. The female member knocked and entered, gazing at the girl seated inside. The girl exuded a cool demeanor. Her extraordinary beauty, combined with her aloofness, gave her an otherworldly presence, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her skin was fair as snow, and her figure was exquisitely slender. At that moment, Yin Weiming waved her hand, taking the mutated pigeon into her grasp. She retrieved the message, and as she read, her expression transformed dramatically. The calmness on her face shifted to astonishment, culminating in sheer shock. Is this real? Excitement flickered in Yin Weiming's eyes. After all, she had been tormented night after night. Though she was the strongest within the 100 Flowers Alliance, having reached the mid-golden stage, she was plagued by immense pain. Now Ryu had seemingly discovered a remedy. She turned to the girl who had delivered the message, urging, "Quick, call all the high-ranking members of the 100 Flowers Alliance. I have an important announcement. We are expecting distinguished guests. Prepare to receive them." Her excitement was palpable. Shortly after, the members of the 100 Flowers Alliance stood before Yin Weiming, their long, slender legs and stunning faces captivating all who beheld them. Each one was a vision of beauty, leaving onlookers dazzled and in awe. Chapter 68. I have arrived. The gathered girls looked at their leader, puzzled. What could this gathering signify? Yin Weiming gazed at the group, her lips parting slightly. Our Baiwa Meng's deputy leader, the esteemed Dongfang Ryu, is returning. Oh, the deputy leader is coming back. No wonder. She is gathering everyone. Following this, Yin Weiming spoke again. This time, it is not merely the return of the deputy leader. There is also someone capable of removing the chronic poison afflicting us. The revelation was utterly shocking, causing everyone's eyes to widen in disbelief. They were momentarily numb, but soon their realization turned into exuberance. After all, this was indeed a fortuitous event for them. The pain they had been enduring was already becoming pronounced, and they had heard of the leader's condition, which had worsened to unbearable levels by nightfall. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, when faced with the choice between strength and suffering, they resolutely chose strength. Thus, they had mentally prepared themselves for the pain to come. But now, the deputy leader was returning with such a miraculous figure. How splendid! Truly splendid. All right, you all return and prepare well. When the time comes, we shall welcome them at the city gate, Yin Weiming declared, and the others understood the importance of this reception. They hurried back to don their finest attire. Simultaneously, they attended to their appearances. Meanwhile, within the Ingtian Belle, representatives from various families gathered, their expressions grave yet tinged with hope and excitement. You all must have heard of Lord Ye's exploits? The head of a family spoke, adding, I have a friend in the Qinghua Belle who informed me of this. It is certainly no exaggeration. Such a formidable figure arriving at our barrier warrants our utmost hospitality. Moreover, I have heard that he is highly esteemed among the prominent families in the Qinghua Belle. What a sight to behold! After exchanging a few words, the attendees began to strategize. The gathering concluded, and a family head returned home, urgently summoning his wife for attire. What a rush! His wife inquired, perplexed by his unusual haste. Typically, he adhered to a measured pace. She had never witnessed him in such a flurry. Hurry up, the family head retorted, adding, a diamond-tier powerhouse is coming to our barrier. I must prepare to receive him. What? A diamond tier? Now, that is a true powerhouse. She immediately began to hurriedly fetch suitable clothing for her husband. An hour later, at the city gate, a multitude of family heads congregated, their golden-tiered mounts arranged in formation. The family heads stood in a respectful line at the gate, gazing into the distance with utmost solemnity. The grandeur was palpable. Those intending to enter the barrier were taken aback by the spectacle. What on earth is happening? Why are these family heads blocking the entrance? Moreover, each of them is a formidable golden-tier individual. Even if they had 100 lives, they would not dare approach. Do you know what is going on? No idea. These family heads would never divulge such matters to us. It seems they are waiting for someone who could possibly command such respect from so many family heads. They are all powerful golden tier beings. Could it be that a figure above the diamond tier is arriving? As the crowd murmured, their attention was drawn to the horizon. A procession of beauties approached, their long legs gracefully striding forth. Each woman was exquisitely adorned, their movements captivating the gaze of onlookers. The sight of such a myriad of beauties, each with distinct charm and grace, was utterly mesmerizing. The young men, faced with the prospect of choosing one among them, would undoubtedly be ensnared by indecision. On the other hand, the members of Baihua Meng observed the scene before them. Why are so many family heads gathered at the city gate? Their lips twitched in dismay. Are they blocking the entrance? What will happen when our deputy leader and the miraculous figure arrive? Should we discuss a way to exit? Leader, judging by their demeanor, it appears they are waiting for someone, but with them obstructing the entrance, we cannot proceed to welcome our guests, one of the girls remarked. The leader furrowed her brow. After all, the individual Dongfang Ryu brought back was their savior, and they could not afford to neglect the proper etiquette. Leader, perhaps we should wait and see if they manage to greet their guest before us? Leader, it seems unlikely. I just inquired, and it appears these family heads have been here for quite some time, yet there's no sign of them budging. Each word resonated in Yin Weiming's ears. After a moment of contemplation, she approached the family heads, recognizing the necessity of addressing the situation. Excuse me, could you please allow us to pass? Yin Weiming inquired. The family heads regarded her, then scoffed dismissively. The Baihua Meng's leader? They recognized her, yet did not regard her with any seriousness. After all, their standings were vastly different. Furthermore, if they allowed her through, the other individuals would undoubtedly follow. With that esteemed figure to witness such a scenario, who would bear the blame? Have you not noticed that everyone else is waiting? Is it just you who cannot wait? Exactly. Return and wait patiently. Once we have welcomed our guest, we shall depart. The family heads showed no courtesy to Yin Weiming, bombarding her with disdainful remarks. Yin Weiming clenched her fists upon hearing their words, yet soon relaxed and sighed. There was little she could do, given the vast disparity in strength. For now, all she could do was hope that the guest they awaited would arrive before Dongfang Ryu. With that thought, she returned to her group, where her companions sighed in solidarity. Such is the reality of the apocalypse. Without strength, one is subject to bullying. As they continued to wait, the family heads grew weary, yet none dared voice their discontent. Meanwhile, Yin Weiming felt an increasing urgency. Suddenly, a sharp cry resonated through the skies, capturing the attention of all present. In this apocalyptic realm, the sound heightened their vigilance. They turned their gazes skyward, witnessing a colossal bird soaring through the air. Instantly, their eyes widened in disbelief. What tier of beast is this? Its size, its speed, undoubtedly a creature of mid-golden tier or higher. Furthermore, flying beasts pose an even greater threat than those on land. The constructed barriers offer little protection. They can simply soar over them and enter the barrier. Moreover, the abilities of these individuals are insufficient to contend with such a beast. Despite their formidable physical prowess, they cannot leap high enough. In this world, flying beasts are rare, yet each represents a significant danger, especially one of such formidable strength. Prepare yourselves. The family heads quickly organized a defense, for as the strongest in this area, they bore the responsibility of protecting against the aerial threat. In the following moments, Yin Weiming's body tensed instantaneously, overwhelmed by an intense sense of anxiety. The female members behind her mirrored her apprehension, all standing on high alert, uncertain of the next move of the enigmatic flying beast, nor the calamity it might unleash upon the Qingtian Bile. Above the city walls, the sound of war drums reverberated. heightening the tension enveloping the entire barrier. However, as time progressed, an unsettling realization dawned upon the crowd. This beast, did it not seem poised for an attack? Instead, it descended gracefully, approaching them with a gradually diminishing speed. As a magnificent Dapeng aligned with the city wall, the guards stationed atop were rendered speechless, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before them. A chill coursed through them, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. What was this? Perched atop the colossal bird were several figures. The realization struck like thunder. A voice rang out from the wall, echoing in the ears of those below. The presence of individuals atop the great bird left them momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Was that esteemed figure arriving? This thought jolted the heads of the clan leaders back into focus. Indeed, who else could command such a majestic beast as a steed? In haste, they prepared themselves. While behind them, members of the Baiwa Meng and other Yuan observed the situation unfold. Although still bewildered, their bodies had relaxed somewhat as they turned their gazes toward the descending Dapeng. Moments later, as the bird touched down, a whirlwind of dust and sand erupted, enveloping the area. As the chaos settled, Yi Yuni and Dongfang Ryu dismounted from the bird's back. The clan leaders, witnessing this, felt their hearts skip a beat. The Dapeng had appeared enormous while airborne, but now, as it folded its wings, its sheer size was staggering. To have such a beast as a mount was a testament to the prowess of its rider. With smiles plastered across their faces, they hurried toward the front. "You must be Yi Darren from the Qinghua Bile." The words prompted Yi Yuni to glance over, a flicker of curiosity stirring within him. How did they know his itinerary? Then it struck him. Those clan leaders who had visited his estate earlier must have shared his arrival. Nevertheless, he dismissed the concern and focused on the eager faces before him. The clan leaders approached him, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm. "I am Yi Yuni." Upon hearing this, the clan leaders' smiles widened further. "Yi Daren, we have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. You must have endured much on your journey. Shall we find a place to sit and recuperate?" Their words flowed forth in a flurry as several leaders clamored to establish their presence before him. Soon, they noticed a few young women accompanying Yi Yuni. "Yi Daren, you have brought your family along?" One clan leader offered, while the Baiwa Meng members observed closely. In Wei Meng was taken aback as she recognized the figure trailing behind Yi Yuni. Was that not her junior sister, Dongfang Ruoyu? What did this mean? Was this the individual her sister had brought back, a formidable figure worthy of the clan leader's reception? She stood there, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, several clan leaders guided Yi Yuni further inside, casting disapproving glances at the Baiwa Meng members blocking the way. How inconsiderate of them to obstruct Yi Daren's path. Should he take offense? Who could bear the repercussions? Just then, Dongfang Ruoyu called out to In Wei Meng, "Shiji." The clan leaders froze, their gazes trembling as they witnessed Dongfang Ruoyu approach In Wei Meng. "Shiji, I have brought him back. He can resolve the toxins afflicting us." With that, she turned her attention to Yi Yuni, who also regarded the Baiwa Meng members with a sense of appreciation. It dawned upon him that his visit was indeed fortuitous. What a remarkable assembly of beauty. Each one of them, distinct in their allure, could easily be deemed a stunning beauty. Undeniably, the Baiwa Meng had an eye for exceptional talent. In that instant, the clan leaders grasped the true purpose behind Yi Yuni's unexpected arrival at their barrier. He came at the behest of the Baiwa Meng. Their previous attitudes toward In Wei Meng now took on a new light. Smiles returned to their faces as they approached her. "In Meng Zhu, you should have informed us earlier that Yi Darren was coming because of you. We must ensure our collaboration moving forward. I recall your affinity for exquisite flora. I have some rare specimens," one clan leader remarked, casting a knowing glance at his family members, who promptly understood the cue and hurried off to prepare. Others joined the conversation, their faces lit with amiable smiles, exchanging pleasantries. I must admit, these individuals are remarkably adept at feigning sincerity, In Wei Meng thought, nearly convinced if not for the earlier reprimand she had received. Yet, she recognized the reason behind the clan leader's sudden shift in demeanor. It was all due to Yi Yuni, standing there with an air of authority. Approaching him, she extended her hand. "Yi Daren, greetings." Yi Yuni reciprocated the gesture, noting the delicate softness of her grip. "Yi Daren, Shall we proceed to the Bai Huameng now? Her words set the clan leaders into a frenzy. They had been awaiting this moment for so long, striving to cultivate a closer relationship with Yi Darren, only for her to suggest a parting now, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. Was this not quite unfortunate? Very well. Yi Yuni nodded. Let us ascend. He patted the Qingling Dapeng, which unfurled its magnificent wings, spanning an impressive 20 to 30 meters. Each feather shimmered darkly in the sunlight, as though capable of ensnaring one's very soul, an awe-inspiring sight. Then, Yi Yuni gathered Dongfang Ryu and the members of the Baiwa Meng aboard. Let us depart. With a commanding voice, a gust of wind surged forth, sending dust and debris swirling around, nearly blinding the surrounding clan leaders, and as they coughed and shielded their faces, they followed toward the Baiwa Meng. One clan leader grumbled in frustration. Yin Mengzhu has shown us little regard. We waited here for so long, only for her to whisk Yi Darren away. Another retorted, but Yi Darren came for the Baiwa Meng, given our previous treatment of them. It is commendable that Yin Mengzhu did not take advantage of the situation. Hearing this, the group fell into contemplative silence, acknowledging the wisdom in the argument. Yet their dissatisfaction lingered. No matter, we shall visit the Baiwa Meng later, proposed one clan leader, prompting nods of agreement from the others. Meanwhile, the Qingling Dapeng soared through the air. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Baiwa Meng, where the remaining members gathered, their anxiety palpable. However, upon seeing their Mengzhu and the vice Mengzhu present, they collectively relaxed. Yi Darren, shall you proceed to the reception hall? Yin Weimeng spoke, and, at that moment, Yi Yuni shook his head. With a swift motion, he produced a vial of medicine. Let us treat you first. We shall discuss everything else afterward. His words sent a tremor through the hearts of those present. My heavens! Lord Yi is simply magnificent. The members of the Baiwa Meng reflected on their suffering as they gazed at Yi Yuni, their eyes sparkling as if beholding a savior. Yi Yuni directly offered a pill to Yin Weimeng before turning to the senior members who had greeted him earlier, distributing one to each. Thank you, Lord Yi. Thank you. A chorus of delicate voices echoed. They dared not look directly at Yi Yuni, who was not only handsome but also immensely powerful, commanding the respect of the heads of numerous families within the barriers. How could they not feel their hearts flutter? Especially since Lord Yi had gently touched their hands before placing the medicine down, emphasizing its rarity. Surely, even he felt reluctant to part with such precious items. How could they not be moved by his generosity? It's nothing. There is no need for thanks. If gratitude is required, direct it toward your vice leader. Quickly, take the medicine. Once consumed, the poison will be dispelled. Yi Yuni's gentle words sent their hearts racing. Given the number of Baiwa Meng members, he took some time to distribute the medicine. Now go ahead and consume it. You may experience intense pain, but bear with it. The crowd nodded in agreement. They could endure any pain, as long as it meant no more suffering in the future. They retreated to their rooms to begin taking the medicine. Suddenly, waves of excruciating pain surged through them, eliciting low cries of anguish. As Yi Yuni wandered through the Baiwa Meng, he heard these soft moans, which struck him as peculiar. Selecting a few of his favorite tones, he listened until they began to fade away. He suspected they might be growing numb or even fainting, quite likely. However, this was a pain they willingly accepted. Meanwhile, Yi Yuni heard someone knocking at the Baiwa Meng's door and went to open it, revealing the heads of families who had greeted him earlier. Their faces were adorned with smiles, blooming like flowers. Lord Yi, we have prepared some gifts for you. Shall we step inside to discuss? Inside? Yi Yuni pondered it. It was rather inconvenient at the moment, so he replied, let us talk here. The crowd was taken aback. Inconvenient? What could be inconvenient? Yet, none dared to oppose Yi Yuni, nodding in agreement as they hurriedly presented their gifts. Yi Yuni nodded in approval as he conversed with the family heads for nearly an hour. Once they departed, he called for Dongfang Ryu and the others to bring the gifts inside. Upon opening them, he found an array of golden tier crystal cores, exotic plants, and beast pelts laid out before him. In the room, Yin Weimeng finally emerged from her ordeal, completely drenched in sweat. The pain had been unbearable, yet now, she felt light and free of any lingering discomfort. She prepared to step outside, but noticed her clothes were thoroughly soaked, quite unbecoming. A bath was in order. After a while, the members of Baiwa Meng emerged one by one, all clad in fresh attire, droplets of water glistening in their hair, a vision of beauty post-bath. Upon witnessing the scene, they were momentarily stunned, gasping in astonishment. "What is this spectacle?" Yin Wei Meng inquired, and Yi Yuni's gaze brightened at the sight before him. "These are gifts from the heads of families who just visited. They said it was a welcome gift." "A welcome gift? Such lavish offerings?" Their perception of Yi Yuni was once again transformed. What kind of extraordinary being was he? Meanwhile, the beautiful members of Baiwa Meng regarded Yi Yuni with contemplative glances, as if pondering something deeper. After a short while, Yi Yuni and Dongfang Ruyu finished organizing the gifts. Yin Wei Meng had also instructed others to tidy up the rooms. Yi Yuni entered his own chamber, finding it quite satisfactory. Shortly after, a young woman approached to serve him tea. He recognized her as one of those who had greeted him at the city gate, a striking beauty. "Lord Yi, please enjoy your tea." Her sweet voice chimed, her cheeks flushed, adding a rosy charm to her delicate features. She bit her lip, seemingly contemplating something, before gathering her courage. "Lord Yi, I wish to ask if you could check whether the toxins in my body have been eliminated. If you have time tonight, might you visit my room?" Her request took Yi Yuni by surprise, but he quickly understood her intent. Of course, that is no problem. After providing her with his room number, she hurriedly exited. That evening, as the blood moon rose, Yi Yuni stepped out, feeling invigorated, and made his way to the young woman's room. Arriving at her door, he noticed it slightly ajar, opened it, and then closed it behind him. In the middle of the night, several Baiwa Meng women lay in their beds, ready to enjoy a peaceful dream free from pain. However, they were suddenly jolted awake by unexpected sounds. Initially, they believed they were mistaken, but as the sounds continued, their eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Should they inform the leader? But how could they? After all, he was the only man in Baiwa Meng. Would the leader dare intervene? Better to endure it. Surely it would pass soon, and they could return to sleep. They covered their ears, hoping to drift off again. Yet, as time passed, they began to realize something was amiss. Are we to be deprived of sleep? It has passed midnight. In an instant, they felt as if they were going mad. The next day, Yi Yuni awoke feeling utterly refreshed. Stepping outside, he noticed that the other Baiwa Meng members had yet to emerge from their rooms. He clicked his tongue in disappointment at their lack of diligence. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully taken a wife and received 1,000 exotic plants." "What?" Yi Yuni was taken aback. 1,000? He examined the list that appeared before him, filled with an impressive collection of rare plants. This was remarkable. Moments later, another notification appeared. "Congratulations, host. Your wife is successfully pregnant, and your battle axe has advanced to the 2nd tier." The battle axe upgraded? Yi Yuni's eyes widened as he reviewed his attribute panel. Name, Yi Yun. Height, 185 centimeters. Rank, mid-diamond. Skills, rapid absorption, godly hunting skill. 2nd stage of Jiu Chi, godly body technique. 2nd stage of indestructible body, weapon. 2nd stage battle axe, items. 19 godly beast control pills, 10 death soldier puppets, strength, late gold. 9 bottles of pure blood essence of godly beasts, 100 poison pills, 100 antidote pills. At this moment, Yi Yuni performed a swift motion with one hand, and the battle axe from the system's space materialized in his grasp. The battle axe transformed once more, enveloped in a deeper shade of black, akin to a black hole. A mere glance at it felt like staring into the abyss. The once solidified blood patterns now flowed like a true river of blood, radiating an eerie scarlet glow that accentuated the chilling brilliance of the axe blade. Yi Yuni lightly touched the blade's edge with his fingertip, instantly feeling a sharp sting. In that fleeting moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. The 2nd stage of the battle axe possessed such ferocity, knowing he had just reached mid-diamond rank. Combined with the 2nd stage of indestructible body, he was still taken aback by the pain. Should a similarly ranked opponent be struck by this axe, would they not be utterly obliterated? Excitement coursed through him as he made a sweeping motion in the air. A peculiar sound echoed, and a long scar appeared on the ground before him, stretching several meters, with droplets of moisture seeping forth. Nearby, several girls from the Baiwa Meng, intrigued by the sound, emerged with slight dark circles under their eyes. Yedaren, la transpirit. They inquired, gazing at Yi Yuni. Nothing much. I merely tested my axe, Yi Yuni replied, drawing their attention to the weapon he held. Instantly, they felt a chill at the sight of the axe. With a single hand, Yi Yuni lifted the axe and proceeded forward. Meanwhile, in the reception room, In Weimeng had already risen. Shortly after, a member hurried in. Alliance leader. It seems someone outside the barrier has discovered a notice. In Weimeng was taken aback and turned to the member. What does it say? It appears to be a bounty, the member began, but was interrupted as In Weimeng's gaze shifted to the entrance. Yedaren, you have arrived, Yi Yuni observed. Are you discussing important matters? No. In Weimeng responded, her eyes filled with gratitude. After all, following the antidote she received yesterday, she had been free from torment, enjoying the best sleep she had in a long time. Yi Yuni was indeed a benefactor to Baiwa Meng, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a lifesaver. All affairs of Baiwa Meng are open to Yi Run, In Weimeng stated to the nearby member, who nodded in understanding. Yi Run, those outside the barrier have discovered a notice. It seems to be a wanted poster. Yi Yuni Fronit. Who issued it? Unknown, but the bounty amounts are exceedingly high, at least late gold core. This news left Dongfang Ryu and the others momentarily stunned. Who would issue such a generous bounty? Let us head to the city gate and investigate, Yi Yuni thought, finding the situation intriguing and wishing to uncover the details behind this wanted notice. Chapter 72. Bringing the entire Baiwa Meng back after a short while, Yi Yuni and the others arrived outside the barrier, gazing at the wanted notice. Yi Yuni exclaimed, "Good heavens! The individuals depicted are all young maidens. Each one could be described as captivatingly beautiful. Beside him, In Weimeng and Dongfang Ryu were equally astonished by the beauty of these maidens. However, confusion soon followed. Who would want to put a bounty on these girls? Dongfang Ryu voiced her thoughts, but no one could provide an answer. Yi Yuni examined the notice, confirming what the earlier member had stated. The lowest bounty was indeed a late gold core, with the highest reaching the early star stage. Furthermore, the notice stipulated that no harm should come to the maidens' lives or bodies, which was rather peculiar. Amidst the growing commotion, several heads of families arrived, pushing through the crowd. Make way, one leader exclaimed, clearing the path for himself. Upon spotting Yuni, he faltered, Yi Run, what I said earlier was not directed at you. I was unaware of your presence. Please do not be angry. In an instant, the leader fumbled for words, leaving onlookers bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with arrogance, yet now he appeared as meek as a lamb. Enough! Come and see if anyone knows what this is about. Yi Yuni waved his hand impatiently, the leader breathing a sigh of relief. Others gathered around, their expressions filled with uncertainty. I don't know. I've never seen these individuals before, nor do I know who posted this, one remarked. I heard that yesterday this notice did not exist, and it appeared this morning, so it must have been posted last night. This revelation caused many to twitch their lips. So, someone traversed through the forest at night to post this? What a formidable individual. I believe I've heard something about it, one head of family said, stroking his chin. It seems there was a plan initiated within the super-large barriers called the Dawn Plan. It aims to select powerful beings to reproduce, in hopes of giving birth to stronger descendants. I heard this scheme was devised by the prominent families within those super-large barriers. In this apocalyptic world, while we have barriers, the survival conditions remain dire. Out in the wilderness, those beasts slaughter one another, growing at a pace far exceeding ours. Thus, they devised this method, hoping everyone would contribute. However, these girls likely fled after refusing, thus leading to this situation. It serves as a warning to others. With each explanation, Yi Yuni began to grasp the underlying motives. He then contemplated the intentions of these prominent families, questioning whether they were harboring ulterior motives. How can it be that all these maidens are so stunning? Is it plausible that not a single one is unattractive? This struck him as exceedingly unreasonable. With a cold expression, Yi Yuni declared, "There is nothing more to see here. Let's return." Following his lead, the crowd dispersed. The ordinary beings merely glanced at the notice, for as the earlier head of family had mentioned, these maidens were formidable beings. Capturing them alive would be an insurmountable task. Upon returning to Bai Meng, Dongfang Ryu and Yin Weiming found themselves in a private room together. Yin Weiming spoke. Junior sister, I perceive that this Yida Ren's relationship with you. At this, Dongfang Ryu blushed, quickly covering Yin Weiming's mouth. She then steered the conversation towards Yi Yuni's exploits, recounting his solo triumph over the Exorcism Society and the brutal defeat of Zhao Kong. Each tale left Yin Weiming wide-eyed, her chest heaving with excitement. She knew that Yi Yuni was a formidable individual, yet she did not anticipate such an overwhelming display of strength. At that moment, Dongfang Ryu suggested, Senior sister, why don't we relocate to the Qinghua Bilei? It is far superior to our current location, providing us with better support and greater safety. This single statement stirred something within Yin Weiming. If that were the case, it might indeed be a viable option. Just then, Yi Yuni walked in and inquired, What secret conversation are you having? My husband, I just suggested to senior sister that we move the Bai Meng to the Qinghua Bilei, she replied. Upon hearing this proposal, Yi Yuni's lips curled into a smile. That sounds splendid. Truly, you are my wonderful wife. This would significantly enhance his resources. He contemplated that they could directly settle in the garden area, since it was unoccupied. Yes, that location is quite suitable, Dongfang Rui remarked, glancing at Yin Weiming, awaiting her final decision. Then it is better to comply with Yi Darren's wishes. Thank you, Yin Weiming responded. There's no need for such formality. Please make the arrangements. He encouraged. Understood, Yin Weiming said as she rose to make the necessary preparations. Meanwhile, the members received the news and learned they would be moving to the Qinghua Bilei. Each individual was overjoyed, for it was a grand barrier. It was undoubtedly far superior to the Yingtian Bilei, especially with the protection of Yi Darren. Upon finishing their packing, the entire group set off. Within the Yingtian Bilei, the onlookers were taken aback by this procession. Goodness, what is happening? Aren't those the members of the Bai Meng? Where are they going? It seems like they are about to leave. Many male observers were bewildered by the scene. What could this mean? A collective exodus. It was well known that the Bai Meng members were among the most beautiful girls within the Yingtian Bilei. They had always been the subject of admiration, and now they were particularly attentive. If they left, their chances to admire these beauties would vanish. Then, one person remarked, I think I overheard them saying they are following Yi Darren to the Qinghua Bilei. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted to Yi Yuni at the forefront of the group. In an instant, exclamations of disbelief echoed in their minds. This cannot be, even if you are a powerful individual. You cannot simply arrive and take away our most beautiful ladies from the Yingtian Bilei. How are we to live on from now? However, they dared not voice these thoughts, only watching the departing figures with longing eyes. Do not go. Do not go. Ahead lies chaos and danger. Chapter 73. Settling in with the ladies, however, the members of the Bai Meng could not hear their silent cries and continued to follow Yi Yuni ahead. Even if they had heard, they would not have reacted, for they were unaware of the significance of those voices. After exiting, Yi Yuni and Yin Weiming led the way. Yin Weiming gazed at the forest, feeling hesitant to traverse so boldly. It was a considerable risk. Although she had reached the mid-level of the golden stage, it was still insufficient in the apocalypse. Yet, with Yi Yuni by her side, her courage swelled. If the sky falls, Yi Darren will support us. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonated from the sky, followed by a colossal shadow descending upon them. The ladies of the Bai Meng looked up in astonishment, gasping in disbelief at the sight before them. This is the Qingling Dapeng. It is enormous. When they had seen Yi Yuni arriving on it from a distance, they had sensed its grandeur, but now, under its shadow, they truly grasped its magnitude. After its cry, rustling sounds echoed from the surrounding forest. The sounds of beasts fleeing in panic. The Qingling Dapeng exerted its pressure from above, driving away all nearby creatures. The members of the Bai Meng exhaled in relief, their tension dissipating entirely. The sense of security was overwhelming. It could be said that being near Yi Darren provided them with more safety than they had ever felt within the barriers. Many of the ladies gazed at Yi Yuni with sparkling eyes. Thus began their lengthy journey. Yi Yuni remained at the forefront, engaging in light-hearted banter with Yin Weiming and Dongfang Ruoyu. Before long, they arrived at the Qingyun Belay. The members of the Bai Hua Meng beheld the structure, exclaiming, "Wow! It is truly far superior to the Ingtian Belay." The external walls appeared thicker, taller, and more majestic. As they approached, the guards recognized Yuni and quickly parted to let them through. "Yidaren! Yidaren!" The guards called as they stood aside, acknowledging his presence. The onlookers were astonished by the influence Yi Daren wielded within such a grand barrier. How terrifying! They were lining up to welcome him. Soon they reached the entrance to the garden. "Let's settle here," Yi Yuni suggested to Yin Weiming. She nodded, noting that this place was even larger than their previous domain. Yi Yuni then instructed them to make their own arrangements while he led Dongfang Ruyu and others into the garden. He began to distribute the 1,000 exotic plants, seeking a spacious room to commence his selections. He contemplated the potential for concocting numerous medicinal formulations. Yi Yuni mused that he could visit the poison barrier the next day to see if his antidotes would suffice for deeper exploration. After all, his antidotes were not particularly advanced. However, a preliminary investigation around the periphery should be sufficient. Entering the depths would likely be impossible. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. If necessary, he could always create a divine-level antidote. Resolutely, he organized the exotic plants and set aside some lower-grade flowers. Upon seeing this, Dongfang Ruyu asked, "My husband, what are you doing? Isn't the Baihua Meng primarily reliant on the exotic flowers to enhance their strength? These lesser ones can be given to them." Yi Yuni replied as he and Dongfang Ruyu proceeded outside. Once there, he explained the situation, and Yin Weiming expressed her gratitude profusely. "That is quite enough. No need for thanks. Tonight, I am hosting a grand wedding, and you are all invited to the feast," he stated, leaving Yin Weiming momentarily stunned. "A wedding? What a coincidence! I arrive for the first time and encounter such a fortuitous event," she thought, nodding in agreement. She felt compelled to prepare a suitable gift, as Yi Daren had assisted them immensely. Thus, she began her preparations. That evening, the garden was adorned festively, and many heads of families arrived, all bearing gifts. However, compared to the vibrant enthusiasm of the first day, the expressions on the second day appeared rather dismal. They gazed at the gifts in their hands with reluctance, feeling as though they were parting with something precious. "The gifts are leaving us," they lamented. "Yi Daren is truly ruthless. Is it not enough to have a new bride every night?" In a moment of collective frustration, each head of family silently raged within their hearts. However, no one dared to express even the slightest hint of their feelings. Are they willing to risk their lives? Do they believe their necks are tougher than Zhao Kang's? Initially, the recipient of gifts was Bai Shi alone, but now it included both Bai Shi and Dongfang Ruoyu. Yin Weiming looked at the plethora of gifts and felt utterly helpless. Her own offerings seemed rather insignificant compared to those of the clan leaders. Nevertheless, this was the best she could present as a congratulatory gift. Meanwhile, not far away, a voice echoed, instructing, "You sit inside." Hearing this, Yin Weiming and the members of the Baihua Alliance turned to see Yi Yun leading a high-ranking member of their alliance towards Zhou Huaiwei and others. Consequently, they were arranged to sit there. In an instant, they were all taken aback. What was happening? Why was it this straightforward? Why was someone brought directly to the center? Then, a bold thought emerged in their minds. Could it be? How swift, such rapidity, to seize the initiative, but not with such haste. In that moment, several girls from the Baihua Alliance looked at the high-ranking member with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Dongfang Ruoyu smiled and remarked, "Senior sister, it appears that many members of the Baihua Alliance admire your husband." Yin Weiming was taken aback. She had not anticipated this turn of events. After a while, the grand banquet concluded. Throughout the festivities, members of the Baihua Alliance often glanced at that high-ranking member, whose treatment was incomparably better than theirs. They left with contemplative expressions. Upon returning, Yi Yun directly carried the girl into the innermost room of the garden. He then kicked the door shut. Surely, the next morning would dawn fresh and invigorating. The next morning, Yi Yun emerged from his room, gazing at the garden outside, which was bathed in the glory of a new day. Just as he had anticipated, refreshingly invigorating. In an instant, a light curtain appeared before him. "Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying." You have received 100 tracking talismans. Tracking talismans? Yi Yun examined this item. The description resembled a locator from the time before the apocalypse. Once a tracking talisman is applied to an individual, they remain oblivious to it. Yet Yi Yun would always be aware of their location. This item seemed to lack significant utility. Nevertheless, it was acceptable. Just then, another light curtain appeared. Congratulations, host, on your wife's successful pregnancy. You have received 10 tons of divine beast food. This is indeed quite beneficial. The previous reward of beast food amounted to only 500 pounds. Now, it was nearly depleted due to the voracious appetites of these creatures. Yi Yun had been troubled by this issue, especially as their consumption was increasing. Should the divine beast food run out and he be forced to feed them the blood and flesh of exotic beasts, the quantity required would be staggering. Yi Yun opened his attribute panel. Name, Yi Yun, height, 185 centimeters, rank, mid-diamond, skills, rapid absorption, divine hunting skill, second stage of 9 nether energy. Divine body technique, second stage of indestructible. Weapon, second stage battle axe. Items, 19 divine beast control pills, 10 corpse puppets, strength, late gold. 9 bottles of divine beast bloodline purification liquid, 100 poison pills, 100 detox pills, 100 tracking talismans. As Yi Yun exited the courtyard, 3 creatures rushed over at incredible speeds, creating a gust of wind. Yi Yun remarked, "Are they truly so eager for food? Do they have a problem with their heads?" He then decided to be generous today. With a grand gesture, he doubled the beast food. The 3 creatures were momentarily stunned by the abundance of food, looking at Yi Yun in bewilderment, as if confirming whether he was still their master. Upon receiving a stern glance from Yi Yun, they trembled in their hearts and began to eat. Gradually, the aura emanating from Xiao Heizi began to shift. Its size increased significantly, its fur bristling like steel needles. Its eyes gleamed with a cold light, not to mention its claws, which shimmered ominously. This transformation startled the Qi Yan Hu and Qing Ling de Peng nearby. However, they merely glanced and continued their meal. Ridiculous. Nothing could hinder their quest for food at this moment. Yi Yun turned his gaze towards Xiao Heizi. Species, moon-devouring sky wolf. Bloodline, pure. Rank, mid-gold indeed. It had leveled up. Quite impressive. Keep eating, keep eating. After pondering briefly, Yi Yun flipped his hand, producing a pill that had been prepared earlier. This was the elixir that had helped him break through to mid-diamond. Although it still had some utility, its effectiveness had diminished over time. After all, advancing had become increasingly difficult. This item could certainly benefit Dongfang Ruoyu and the others immensely. Outside, Dongfang Ruoyu was having breakfast with Baiji Shi and the others when they noticed Yi Yun's arrival. The girls instinctively lowered their heads. Yi Yun observed them and snorted softly, suspecting they were gossiping about him again. It seemed they were eager to be scrutinized. He then approached their table, placing a porcelain vial down. Husband, what is this? Dongfang Ruoyu inquired, eyeing the vial. For you all, it will aid in your ascension. Ye Yun Yurepiet Sitrai Teforiardli. Instantly, Dongfang Ruoyu glanced at Baiji Shi, recalling her earlier statement about enhancing their strength, albeit to be discussed later. Could it truly enhance their abilities? You all share it. I have something to attend to. All right. Dongfang Ruoyu took the vial, opened it, and inhaled the aroma, instantly feeling refreshed. She understood this was a valuable item. Yi Yun left a remark and then whistled, summoning the Qi Yan Hu, which came running eagerly. Yi Yun mounted the tiger and headed outside. Outside, many girls from the Baihua Alliance had risen early, gazing into the garden. The next moment, the door swung open. Yi Yun rode out on the Qi Yan Hu and galloped into the distance. At that instant, their hearts raced. The sight of him riding the tiger was undeniably majestic. Yi Yun rode forth, following the map provided by the clan leaders toward the toxic barrier area. Upon arrival, he sensed the noxious miasma. He promptly took out his antidote pills, consuming one himself and giving another to the Qi Yan Hu before venturing deeper. Upon entry, he discovered numerous crystal cores scattered around. It appeared these belonged to the exotic beasts that had ventured into the toxic barrier, but had perished from the poison. Likely, due to the cumulative corrosion of the toxins over time, Their bones and flesh had disintegrated, leaving only the crystal cores behind. Yi observed that those able to die from the poison at the periphery were mostly below the gold rank. However, he also noted many footprints of exotic beasts above the gold rank heading deeper into the toxic barrier. These creatures were not foolish. How could they sense the toxins and still venture inward? Yi, puzzled, looked at the Qi Yin Hu, which stared inside with a somewhat dazed expression. Yi declared, "Let us engage in direct confrontation." Smack, smack, no holding back. The Qi Yin Hu's eyes brightened. This was indeed a useful tactic. Yi understood that something within must be attracting the exotic beasts, yet it seemed to hold little allure for the extraordinary beings. He remained alert. Yi discovered the extraordinary beast crystal cores of the golden grade. As he gazed upon them, a smile graced his lips. The quantity was quite substantial. He then proceeded to ride the Qi Yin Hu, collecting them at a rapid pace. Their focus was solely on the crystal cores above the golden grade. Anything below was deemed too inferior. Upon reaching the depths of the poison barrier, he realized that the potency of his detoxification pills could no longer sustain him for further exploration. After contemplating, he decided it would be wise to return first and gather some information regarding the area, as this place was undeniably peculiar. Nevertheless, he could still collect the nearby golden grade crystal cores today. Such a fortune was immense. Thus, he set about gathering them with the Qi Yin Hu. After a while, the golden-hued crystal cores piled up in his system space, resembling a small mountain. An astonishing sight indeed. Chapter 75. The Method of Breakthrough with a smile on his face. Yi marveled at the unexpected bounty of golden-grade crystal cores, which constituted a considerable wealth. Soon after, he sensed the Qi Yin Hu beneath him swaying unsteadily, as if it were about to stumble. Observing the creature, he acknowledged that, being a mid-golden grade beast, it was not as resilient as he. Even with the elixirs he had concocted, it could not endure for much longer. It was best to exit before it collapsed, for dragging it home would be a considerable nuisance. In the future, should he return, he would not bring this creature along, as it would waste another detoxification pill. With this in mind, Yi fed the Qi Yin Hu a few more pills to alleviate its strain, then rode it swiftly towards the exit. Upon emerging, Yi noticed that several extraordinary beings were lingering around the poison barrier. They were aware of the treasures within, but were unable to enter. This realization brought a smile to his face, and an idea sparked in his mind. He hastened home. Upon his return, a dull thud echoed as the Qi Yin Hu collapsed onto the stone-paved ground of the garden. A few girls nearby were momentarily stunned by the sight. What had happened? Why had it collapsed as soon as they returned? Is it dead? One exclaimed. No worries, it's just poisoned. A good rest will suffice, Yi reassured them. It's poisoned, but it's not in any serious danger? They questioned, astonished by his nonchalance. Zhou Huaiwei and the Han sisters approached, gently probing the Qi Yin Hu for signs of life. Rest assured, this creature is far from fragile, Yi replied, observing its mid-golden grade strength and pure bloodline, which surpassed that of other beasts. Such a minor toxin would not be fatal. He then noticed that Dongfang Ryu and the others were not present. They have taken the pills you provided and are resting in their rooms, he was informed. Yi nodded, content to continue gathering materials from the poison barrier, left behind by the family heads. Meanwhile, in Dongfang Ryu's room, she suddenly opened her eyes, a spark of brilliance illuminating her gaze. She had truly broken through to the mid-golden grade. It was astonishing. Filled with excitement, she rushed out to share the good news with Yi. I've broken through to the mid-golden grade, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with exhilaration. Yi, however, remained unfazed. He had anticipated this outcome. Shortly thereafter, Bai Ziqi and the others emerged, each having ascended a tier. Bai Ziqi had reached the late golden grade. Come, I need to discuss something with you. Yi beckoned her into a room. Upon entering, Bai Ziqi's cheeks flushed. Her husband was becoming increasingly bold, leading her away from their companions. She approached the edge of the bed. Where are you going? Yi waited, puzzled. Huh? Bai Ziqi was taken aback. Isn't this the usual procedure? Must we alter the routine? Yi equally baffled, clarified that he merely wanted her assistance with a task. Upon realizing, Bai Jiqi's face turned crimson. She thought he had summoned her for something else entirely. Yi Yuni then handed her some pills, which possessed detoxifying properties. Disguise yourself and attend the auction. Ensure the starting bid is not too low, he instructed, withholding some pills for himself. Utilize your talents to secure a good price for these. Bai Jiqi, reassured, placed a hand on her chest, promising, rest assured, I am adept at commerce. Very well, off you go, Yi Yuni said as they exited together. Outside, the others were preparing to return to their rooms, wary of the prolonged engagements that often followed such private discussions. However, to their surprise, Yi Yuni and Bai Jiqi emerged from the room shortly thereafter, leaving everyone perplexed. What just happened? Why are they out so soon? Noticing the curious expressions, Bai Jiqi's face turned even redder as she hurriedly entered her room to prepare for her task. Yi Yuni, observing the onlookers, wore a bemused smile. What? Doubting me? Who among you dares to test me? His words silenced the group, each lowering their gaze. Yi Yuni then returned to organizing information. After a while, Bai Jiqi was ready and stepped out, while Dongfang Ryu sought out her senior sister. Upon leaving, she dashed towards her sister's room, where Yin Weimeng was engrossed in studying extraordinary flowers. Suddenly, she noticed a figure swiftly passing by, and her heart raced. An expert. Upon exiting, she found Dongfang Ryu standing there. Astonished. You become far quicker. Have you reached the mid-golden grade? Dongfang Ryu nodded, and they entered the room to discuss further. What caused your sudden breakthrough? Yin Weimeng asked. It was my husband's method, she replied. What method? Can you share it with me? Yin Weimeng inquired, having been stuck at the mid-golden grade for quite some time. Dongfang Ryu hesitated, unsure how to respond. She recalled Bai Jiqi's words, Sister, I cannot disclose this right now. If you wish to know, you must wait until my husband tells you. What? Is it some secret technique? Yin Weimeng pondered, but she chose not to press further, deciding to wait for future revelations. Chapter 76. The depths of the poison barrier. Meanwhile, Bai Jiqi arrived at the auction venue's vicinity. At present, she gazes at the medicine in her hand, a smile gracing her lips. This is her forte. Without hesitation, she strides forward with purpose. Shortly thereafter, the auction commences. In the audience, a young maiden sits, her complexion as fair as snow, with cascading long hair resting on her shoulders. Dressed in splendid attire, she evokes a sense of nostalgia for a world that thrived before the apocalypse, exuding an opulence that is simply overwhelming. Although she may not possess the towering stature of the average male, the icy aura she emanates is sufficient to command respect from those around her. Beside and behind her, several middle-aged men are seated, their gazes towards the girl imbued with a semblance of reverence. The maiden is currently perusing the auction catalog, and upon glancing through it, she finds no trace of the lethal toxins she seeks. After perusing the catalog, Pan Shuichen murmurs softly, her tone tinged with gloom. An older gentleman seated near the main auctioneer interjects, only to be cut off by Pan Shuichen. However, he continues, mentioning that he overheard some news at the trading market. It seems there lies a toxic wasteland deep within the jungle beyond the barrier. The specifics of its formation remain unclear, yet it is certain to harbor numerous poisons. We should explore it. It might yield what we desire. Given the current circumstances, having scoured numerous locations without success, we cannot afford to overlook any opportunity. Pan Shuichuan contemplates the information she has gathered, noting that the toxic wasteland seems to be a place feared by the otherworldly beings around them, a veritable land of death. However, they are equipped to investigate, as their team possesses formidable strength, with all members, including herself, boasting capabilities above the mid-golden tier. The man beside her has even reached the early diamond tier. Furthermore, they have antidotes crafted by their family's alchemist at their disposal. Let's proceed. With a single command from Pan Shuichuan, the group prepares to depart. Yet, in the next moment, the auctioneer claps his hands, capturing everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now introduce several new auction items. Instantly, the crowd is taken aback, their eyes widening in anticipation. This is indeed a rarity. Such an occurrence during an auction is not commonly witnessed, and it hints at extraordinary items. They direct their gazes to the stage, their faces brimming with excitement. Then, the auctioneer unveils a crimson cloth, revealing the items beneath. To their astonishment, they discover an array of pills. What does this signify? These are detoxification pills. The audience understands that there exists a toxic wasteland in the forest beyond the barrier, which has prevented many from entering. However, with these pills, only the strongest can venture inside. It is well known that inside lies a treasure trove of rumors. I will refrain from elaborating further. The auctioneer briefly elaborates, igniting the crowd's interest. Detoxification pills. Access to the toxic wasteland. This is truly a dream come true. Legends speak of numerous mutated beasts that perish for poison, leaving behind countless crystal cores to be collected at will. Even the heads of families are now sitting up straight, their eyes gleaming with desire. This is something only an alchemist could forge. The Qinghua barrier has alchemists. Are there truly alchemists present here? They are esteemed figures within the grand barriers. Yet, at this moment, they set aside their thoughts and fixate on the auction. They must buy it. The auctioneer notices the gleam in their eyes and feels elated. Now, for the first item, the starting bid is 3 mid-golden crystal cores. A gasp reverberates through the room. How outrageous! Even for something valuable, this is excessive. 3 mid-golden crystal cores as the opening bid. Several family heads wince at the thought. Yet, moments later, the competitive spirit takes hold as someone boldly raises their bid. I bid 4 cores. I bid 5. Suddenly, the room erupts into a frenzy of bidding. In a corner of the venue, disguised as Bai Jiqi, observes the scene with a hum of delight. This is remarkable. Her husband is truly exceptional. The items he produces are being fervently contested. This momentum is bound to yield great profits. Moments later, several items are sold at high prices. Pan Xuechuan and her companions watch intently, and soon, Pan Xuechuan manages to secure one for herself. After acquiring it, she inspects the pill. How is it, miss? A man beside her inquires. Pan Xuechuan gazes at the pill, her expression shifting to one of incredulous amusement. Uncle Yi, this is vastly inferior to the antidotes concocted by our family's alchemist, she remarks, casting a glance at the array of family heads, realizing their folly. However, the item is already in her possession. It seems inconsequential now, as their primary focus must remain on finding the lethal toxins. This expenditure feels wasteful, Yiming mutters. It matters not. Our sole task on this venture is to locate the toxin glands. Pan Xuechuan shakes her head. My grandfather's poisoning can only be countered with a toxic remedy. But we lack the primary ingredient. Even my grandfather, with his stellar prowess, cannot withstand the poison. To counteract it, we require the toxin glands of highly poisonous creatures. Our family has declared that whoever finds the antidote for my grandfather will earn great merit. With my grandfather's protection, our family could ascend to new heights, rendering material wealth insignificant. Should my grandfather fall, we risk being devoured by rival families, making our wealth utterly futile. Yiming contemplates the situation and acknowledges her clarity. Miss, we should head to the toxic wasteland now. Indeed, Pan Xuechuan responds, leading the group forward. Meanwhile, Yiyuni stands at the edge of the toxic wasteland, producing a divine-level detoxification pill and swallowing it. He then ventures deeper into the area where he and the Qi Yin who had previously explored. Upon entering, Yiyuni cannot help but smirk. There are indeed numerous crystal cores. He swiftly begins to gather them. After a while, he observes that the further he delves, the scarcer the crystal cores become. After all, very few mutated beasts could traverse this area. Suddenly, he hears rustling nearby, followed by voices. Oh, someone has entered? Meanwhile, Pan Xuechuan and her companions are traversing the area. The antidote crafted by their family's alchemist proves far superior to the one purchased at the barrier. Pan Xuechuan cannot help but voice her frustration, realizing she had been quite the fool earlier. Yiming watches her with a sigh, shaking his head. As long as we accomplish our mission, it is sufficient. As they continue walking, Yiming suddenly turns towards the forest, his voice dropping to a low growl. Who goes there? His exclamation causes the group to freeze, turning to look behind them. However, they see no one. Yet in the next moment, Yi Yuni emerges leisurely from behind a sturdy tree, hands cradling his neck, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Indeed, someone is here. Truly, he is worthy of being a diamond-tier powerhouse. Even from such a distance, he sensed another presence. They gaze at Yi Ming, filled with admiration for his strength, then shift their attention to Yi Yuni, eyes narrowing with hostility. What is this fellow doing here? Yi Yuni, noticing the group before him, smiles knowingly, amused at their readiness for confrontation. Had he not chosen to reveal himself, would these few wretched sweet potatoes and rotten eggs have ever discovered him? What joke! Here! Yi Ming glanced at Yi Yuni, observing the crystal nucleus he had picked up. In that moment, it became evident to Yi Ming that Yi Yuni had come for these readily available crystal nuclei. The next instant, Yi Yuni abruptly bent down. With a swift motion, he made Pan Xuechuan and the others acutely aware of the situation. What is this fellow planning to do? Subsequently, Yi Yuni picked up a golden early-stage crystal nucleus from the ground. He brushed off the dust and stowed it away in a small pouch. The onlookers reacted in disbelief. Why the sudden commotion over merely a golden early-stage crystal nucleus? In an instant, they reached a consensus. This guy's level must be quite low. Pan Xuechuan regarded Yi Ming. A powerhouse like Uncle Yi would never deign to covet such crystal nuclei. This fellow likely lacked any real strength to even enter this place. He must have procured some antidote from who knows where to make it this far. There is no need to pay him any mind. Yi Ming also concluded in his heart, categorizing Yi Yuni as no threat at all. Hearing Yi Ming's words, Pan Xuechuan cast a glance at Yi Yuni. This guy had appeared out of nowhere, hindering their progress. However, there was no need to complicate matters. They chose to ignore Yi Yuni and continued deeper into the poison barrier. Hiss! In the next moment, several armored scorpions suddenly charged out. Each one was the size of a calf, clad in iron armor. Their pincers glimmered menacingly. Their tails too bore a yellow venom that hinted at deadly poison. Clearly, they were mid-gold stage poisonous creatures. The golden-tiered beings behind them immediately fell into a defensive stance. Clang! With the sound of a sword being unsheathed, Yi Ming rushed forward. In a single encounter, one armored scorpion lost its head. Witnessing the demise of one of their own enraged the remaining armored scorpions, which then surged towards Yi Ming. Seeking death, Yi Ming's form shifted fluidly, appearing before the armored scorpions, and he thrust his sword directly into an eye. The scorpion screeched in agony. Its tail lashed out towards Yi Ming. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed. Yi Ming sidestepped, then swiftly countered, sending a golden crystal nucleus flying far away. Thud! A dull thud resonated as another lifeless body hit the ground. Following this, Yi Ming darted out like a streak of light. The remaining armored scorpions were swiftly dispatched. Pan Xuechuan and the others looked on, their eyes wide in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Incredible! This was the might of a diamond-tiered warrior. In the distance, Yi Yuni observed Yi Ming's actions, a smile creeping across his lips. Early diamond stage, comparable to Zhao Kang's level. He might even be inferior, too slow, lacking in force. As he pondered, he bent down to collect the mid-gold stage beast crystal nucleus that had just been discarded. The thrill of finding such treasures was undeniably delightful. Yi Yuni began to relish this feeling. Meanwhile, Pan Xuechuan, witnessing Yi Yuni pocketing the crystal nucleus, felt her anger surge. She was about to voice her displeasure when Yi Ming assessed the surroundings, noting the increasing presence of high-level toxins, indicating they were nearing the center. Let us quicken our pace. After all, the antidote pills have a time limit, and we need to exit after venturing deeper. With Yi Ming's command, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the antidote pills were time-sensitive. They promptly advanced forward. Observing their hasty departure, Yi Yuni hurried to where the slain armored scorpions lay. He directly retrieved the crystal nuclei. Additionally, he extracted the venom glands. These poisonous creatures yielded little beyond their crystal nuclei and venom glands, which were valuable. Soon, He had acquired several mid-gold stage crystal nuclei. Pan Shuechuan, who had ventured some distance ahead, turned back to see Yi Yuni's actions. Her mouth twitched in irritation, her feet involuntarily stomping. How shameless! These were the beasts they had slain. They had done the hard work, and he simply picks up the spoils. This is unacceptable. Unable to restrain herself, she approached Yi Yuni. Do you know where the center of this poison barrier lies? Pan Shuechuan thought, having taken their spoils. He would surely provide some information. Huh? Yi Yuni regarded her. This girl was quite attractive, though somewhat overbearing, but that was inconsequential. He relished the challenge of taming such a disposition. With a look of bemusement, he replied, Did you not notice I am merely following your lead? If I knew where it was, would I still need to follow you? Foolishness. Pan Shuechuan. Who are you calling foolish? Huh? You, with your meager strength, only fit to scavenge behind them for crystal nuclei? How dare you act so arrogantly? I shall teach you a lesson today. Miss, we should be heading towards the center. Yi Ming noticed the tension between Pan Shuechuan and Yi Yuni, his brow furrowing. He glanced at Yi Yuni, thinking that had he not been disinclined to escalate matters, this fellow would surely be a victim of his blade today. Sansink, Yi Ming, say gaze. Yi Yuni briefly met his eyes, then flashed an innocuous smile. Chapter 78. The depths of the poison barrier reveals this. The group proceeded cautiously, while Yi Yuni advanced in a scavenging manner beside them. It must be said, the ease of picking up the leftovers was truly gratifying. Yi Ming felt little about the situation. After all, these crystal nuclei held little value for him. However, Yi Yuni's behavior appeared quite different to Pan Shuechuan and the others. This was blatant opportunism. Instantly, their resentment towards Yi Yuni escalated. The concentration of toxins was increasing. Yi Ming sensed this as well, his expression turning cautious. This was his first experience in such a bizarre locale. A moment's inattention could spell disaster. Pan Shuechuan and the others understood Yi Ming's words without further elaboration. Even after consuming antidote pills, they felt their steps grow unsteady, already showing signs of mild poisoning. Suddenly, a golden-tiered being jumped towards a giant tree. They leap high into the treetops. Upon landing, they exclaimed, Lord Yi Ming, miss. There's a mutated spiritual plant in the distance. A tree slightly smaller than these giants, yet golden-hued, likely a massive mutated specimen. Should we go take a look? Oh. Hearing this, Yi Ming and the others followed the being's lead, swiftly making their way towards the front. Moments later, they reached the vicinity and beheld the golden tree. Yi Yuni, trailing behind, also caught sight of it. Wow, what a magnificent mutated plant. It resembled the colossal trees from a tropical rainforest scene on television before the apocalypse. Its sprawling crown was immense, with many branches cascading down, penetrating the earth, transforming the area shrouded by the giant tree into a golden castle. Simply breathtaking. Yi Ming and his companions were drawn towards the site, captivated by its beauty. Just as they were lost in admiration, a sudden hissing sound broke the tranquility. In an instant, this sound made everyone's lips twitch. The hair on their bodies stood on end in an instant. This sensation was perilously acute. They beheld a dense, inky fog advancing toward a golden Yi-run, enveloping it entirely. In the next moment, a hissing sound of corrosion emanated from within the black mist. Inside the fog, the Yi-run emitted a cry of anguish. Gradually, the mist dissipated, revealing the Yi-run, and they all gasped in horror. It appeared as though the Yi-run had been doused in sulfuric acid, corroded into a figure of blood and flesh. It continued to struggle, wailing in despair, its hands clawing at its own body, each scratch causing flesh to fall away. Ultimately, it succumbed to its agony, yet the corrosion showed no signs of abating. Only when the entire body had transformed into a pool of blood did it finally cease. Subsequently, a branch extended from the treetop, absorbing the blood without leaving a trace, as if the Yi-run had never existed in this world. Witnessing this scene, Yi Ming was momentarily stunned. No, this was not the work of this Yi-jo. There is something atop the treetop. Caution, it's a toxin from the canopy. His words jolted everyone into awareness, and they all turned their gaze upward. Then their eyes widened in shock. Rustling. The treetop emitted a sound akin to rustling leaves. A perfectly triangular serpent's head emerged from the foliage, its crimson eyes fixated on them, while its forked tongue flicked out, gathering information. Each flick of its tongue was accompanied by the release of black mist. It became clear that the toxins in this area were expelled by this creature. Such a potent venom. The serpent then propelled its massive form from the tree, revealing its golden scales, its body as thick as a truck. Pan Shuechuan gazed in horror. Her complexion drained of color. What sort of isog is this? It must have undergone further mutation, while many of its length remained hidden within the treetop. A rough estimate placed its girth at least 50 to 60 meters away. Furthermore, that triangular head was enough to instill dread at a mere glance. Before the apocalypse, such a shape was emblematic of venomous snakes, and it remained so even after. The unmistakable triangular head indicated the degree of its toxicity. In an instant, everyone braced themselves. "Let us proceed with utmost caution," Yi Ming proclaimed, gripping his sword tightly, his eyes fixed on the creature. Excitement began to swell within him. This creature seemed to be precisely what they were searching for. If they could procure its venom glands, they might indeed save the elder. "Miss, we may have found it." His words invigorated everyone's spirits. Indeed, they had traversed countless locations without encountering anything as toxic as this. A treasure. It must be captured. Let's charge together. Yi Ming whispered, and the other Yi Run understood. In the next moment, he sprang forward. Boom! The ground beneath him fractured as his body soared upward. His sword danced, cutting through the air with the sound of wind slicing through space. As he charged toward the massive serpent, the others followed suit, all advancing toward the colossal creature. Clang! Yi Ming lunged forward with his sword. However, in the next heartbeat, he was taken aback. His sword failed to penetrate the serpent's scales. To think, his sword was forged from the claws of a Dunshri Chanshi Yi Sok. Something is amiss. He retreated after his strike. Meanwhile, the giant serpent, feeling the pain, turned its attention toward Yi Ming, but was suddenly alerted by the cries of several approaching golden Yi-Run. Its serpent head pivoted, focusing on them. Then, a plume of black mist erupted into the air. Quickly evade. Though some shouted warnings, two Yi-Run were too slow to react. In the next moment, they were enveloped by the black mist. Heart-wrenching screams pierced the air. Subsequently, the serpent's tail lashed out, slicing through the air. With a sickening sound, they were torn apart, their remains crashing to the ground, emitting wisps of black smoke as they transformed into blood. Then, another branch fell. Such formidable power. The Golden Yin present felt their hearts race to the brink. The specter of death loomed ominously over them. This serpent is no ordinary creature. At that moment, Yi Ming was also shaken to his core. He possessed the strength of a Trichinshi, yet he could not contend with this beast. This realization birthed a terrifying thought in his mind. This creature must be at the Gen Shri Zhongqi level. His utterance left everyone astonished. Chapter 79. Flee? What is there to flee from? They all gazed at Yi Ming, their eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to comprehend his words. 暂时中期. Does that mean it is even more powerful than the strongest among them? Yi Ming, how could they possibly hunt this Yiso? Are we mad? Pan Shuechuan looked on, her face ashen. What should we do? She had initially thought they could swiftly complete the task assigned by her family and bring back the venom glands. Little did she expect to encounter such a toxic creature. Yi Ming gritted his teeth. Although he grasped the serpent's strength, he still yearned to fight back. They could summon a stronger ally from their family, but that would consume precious time. Should unforeseen complications arise, or the serpent escape, finding it again would prove exceedingly difficult. What to do? In an instant, he made a decision. He took a step forward, the ground beneath him cracking. Yi Ming ascended to the treetop. Then he sprang upward, positioning himself above the serpent's head. The serpent sensed his movement and raised its head, unleashing a cloud of black toxic mist toward him. Yi Ming swiftly dodged, landing atop the serpent's head. Focusing on the triangular head, he clasped his hands together, forming a hammer, and brought it crashing down. His fist shattered the air, distorting space itself. Thud! The blow landed with tremendous force upon the serpent's head. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the giant serpent plummeted toward the ground. Crashing sounds rang out as branches snapped and foliage rustled. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds erupted. The forceful strike impacted the serpent's massive body, causing it to break branches and tumble down. It crashed to the ground, still roaring in pain. Excellent. Truly, Master Yi Ming is formidable. Pan Shuechuan and the others beamed with joy at this sight, their faces alight with elation. After all, the giant serpent had instilled a sense of overwhelming dread in them. Its mere exhalation of toxic mist could corrode them. Yet now, Yi Ming's punch had dealt a significant blow, sending it crashing from the tree. It was as if that strike had shattered the gloom in their hearts, and they felt an exhilarating surge of relief. Yi Ming, hearing the cheers from a distance, felt a surge of excitement. He looked at his arm. That previous strike had harnessed all his strength. It could be described as utterly domineering. However, this single blow, rather than severely wounding the serpent, had barely scratched its scales. Conversely, he felt the impact reverberate through his arm, nearly fracturing it. Now, his muscles were torn, and blood flowed freely. Clearly, the disparity in strength was not insignificant. A thunderous roar echoed from not far away. With a piercing roar, everyone felt their bodies resonate in response. In that moment, their hair stood on end as they turned their gaze toward the colossal serpent. The giant snake had now recovered. Its massive body coiled tightly, towering at a height of 50 to 60 meters. Its head was raised high, appearing immensely formidable. The crimson hue of its eyes glinted with a murderous light. Yi Ming, observing this, felt a shiver run down his spine. It seemed that his earlier strike had incited the creature's wrath. In the next instant, the serpent's mouth opened wide, unleashing a cloud of poisonous mist towards Yi Ming. He quickly darted to the side, evading the onslaught. The relentless waves of toxic gas left him struggling to keep up. As he evaded, a sense of foreboding crept in. This serpent was cunning, and although he had narrowly escaped the earlier onslaught, the concentration of poison in the air was overwhelming, causing his body to grow numb and sluggish. Suddenly, a deafening sonic boom echoed, and Yi Ming glanced to the side, only to see a thick serpent tail whipping towards him at an incredible speed, leaving only an afterimage in the air. It was too late to evade. Instinctively, he raised his arms to shield his chest. The impact sent him flying, akin to being struck by a train, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his internal organs shift. In that moment, the disparity between him and the giant snake became painfully clear. His earlier bravado had been utterly misguided. With a thunderous crash, he was propelled into several massive trees, embedding himself into one of them, blood gushing from his mouth. Pan Shuechuan and the others watched in horror, their hearts sinking as they witnessed Yi Ming being smashed into the tree. They felt as though their own hearts had plummeted into an abyss alongside him. Yi Ming was the strongest among them, yet even he could not withstand the serpent's ferocious strike. Their hopes of bringing back the serpent's venom glands now seemed like a futile dream. Run! We must flee immediately. The thought surged through their minds, and they bolted forward. The serpent, aware of their intentions, prepared to pursue them. Pan Shuechuan and the others raced past Yi Yuni, only to find him standing there, seemingly in a daze. What is he doing? Is he out of his mind? She thought, panic rising as she continued to run. A glance over her shoulder confirmed that Yi Yuni remained stationary. Frowning, she felt a sense of urgency. At that moment, the serpent also noticed Yi Yuni and unleashed a spray of poisonous mist in his direction. Yet, Yi Yuni stood his ground, enveloped by the toxic cloud. It was over. Pan Shuechuan thought to herself that he was done for. The serpent was closing in on them, and as they prepared to accelerate once more, they noticed the serpent had halted, its gaze fixed on the dissipating mist. As the fog cleared, a figure emerged, none other than Yi Yuni himself, appearing unscathed and wielding a battle axe as tall as he was. How was this possible? Pan Shuechuan and the others stared in disbelief, their steps faltering. Yi Yuni walked deliberately towards the giant serpent, lowering the axe in his hand, its blade gleaming ominously. The serpent regarded him, perplexed by the glimmering metallic sheen that adorned his body. It could not fathom how this human had emerged unscathed from its poisonous fog. This was bizarre, utterly bizarre. But soon, a wave of rage engulfed it. With a furious roar, it charged at Yi Yuni, its mouth agape, revealing venomous fangs glistening in the light, heavy droplets of poison hanging from them. The serpent intended to swallow Yi Yuni whole, ready to exact revenge on this audacious human. Pan Shuechuan and the others watched in horror as the serpent lunged towards Yi Yuni. Just as it seemed the serpent would engulf him, Yi Yuni vanished in an instant, leaving the serpent to strike empty air. The serpent's head crashed heavily into the ground, sending dust and debris flying, wreaking havoc on the surroundings as it barreled away, uprooting trees and carving deep ruts into the earth. The serpent let out a furious roar, readying itself to rise once more, only to sense a shadow looming above its head. A chilling sensation enveloped it as it looked up to find Yi Yuni, now wielding the battle axe. In the next moment, the axe descended with a swift arc. The sound of shattering scales echoed through the air as Yi Yuni's strike nearly cleaved the serpent's head in two. A wretched scream erupted from the serpent's mouth, blood gushing forth like water from a ruptured fire hydrant. Pan Shuechuan and the others stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, a chill creeping up their spines. What was happening? How could this be? They had seen Yi Yuni merely collecting golden tier crystal cores. He should have been weak. Yet the scene before them revealed an undeniable truth. He was a formidable force, far superior to any of them. In that moment of realization, Pan Shuechuan felt her legs weaken beneath her. How had she dared to speak to someone of such strength in that manner? The serpent, sensing Yi Yuni's overwhelming power, prepared to flee. However, in an instant, Yi Yuni appeared before it once more, delivering a punch that distorted the very fabric of space itself, exacerbating the already gaping wound on the serpent's head. As the serpent writhed in agony, it attempted to scream, but another flash of cold light interrupted it. Blood and flesh splattered as a massive serpent head soared through the air, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud near Pan Shuechuan. The serpent's body fell as well, still thrashing violently, for even decapitated, a serpent's body retains its movement. The ground trembled as dust swirled around the writhing form. Blood poured from the severed neck like a dam burst. Yet the serpent's body posed no further threat. Pan Shuechuan and the others stared at the serpent's head, feeling numb. The shock was overwhelming. What kind of power was this? In mere moments, Yi Yuni had decapitated a mid-diamond level serpent, an unfathomable feat, as they stood in stunned silence. The severed head began to stir, its crimson eyes glinting with defiance as it turned to gaze at Pan Shuechuan and the others. A dark mist coalesced within its mouth, poised to be unleashed upon them. However, just as it was about to spew forth, a figure darted past, landing heavily atop the serpent's head, forcing its jaws to snap shut. In an instant, the black mist erupted within the confines of the serpent's maw. Following this, Yi Yuni brought down his battle axe, cleaving the serpent's head open, revealing a large, diamond-like core that fell into his grasp. He promptly stowed the core within his system space, then, with a swift motion, extracted the poison gland. At that moment, the serpent's head lay motionless, devoid of any threat. After a brief struggle, the massive serpent's body came to rest, lying still. Yi Yuni gazed at the poison gland and the crystalline core, contemplating the source of the alluring force that had drawn the aberrant beast here. His eyes shifted towards the golden giant tree. It must be located there. Without hesitation, he propelled himself upwards, alighting upon the tree and commencing his search. Suddenly, he noticed a significant hollow within the tree. It appeared that the gigantic serpent had been resting there previously. He ventured inside, noting the darkness and the lingering scent of blood. As he proceeded deeper, he spotted a glimmer of light at the end of the hollow. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. What could this possibly be? Before him lay a stone platform adorned with a massive scale, identical to one he had previously acquired from Zhao Kong. Atop this scale rested two lotus flowers, one black, the other white. The black flower had been devoured, leaving only its stem. Yi Yuni felt a surge of astonishment. Could it be that the gigantic serpent had transformed due to consuming the black lotus? resulting in its extraordinary venom? It seemed highly plausible. What then might the white lotus signify? More importantly, the lotus had thrived by absorbing the energy of the scale. What was the origin of this scale? A myriad of thoughts raced through Yi Yuni's mind. For now, he resolved to take this discovery back for further study. Meanwhile, outside, Pan Shuechuan and the others were not idle. They hurried to extricate Yi Ming from the giant tree's grasp. Observing the shattered scene and the depth at which he was embedded, they were astonished that Yi Ming had survived. If it had been them, they would have perished long ago. A single swipe of the serpent's tail could have reduced them to dust. After a moment, Yi Ming was freed, his eyes still trembling from the ordeal. Although he had been trapped within the tree, he had witnessed the entire battle between Yi Yuni and the serpent. As the strongest among them, having faced the serpent directly, he understood just how formidable Yi Yuni truly was. In a mere span of time, he had vanquished the colossal serpent. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Yi Ming's lips twitched. Initially, they had assumed Yi Yuni to be an ordinary anomaly, only to be soundly proven wrong. They had grossly underestimated him. "Uncle Yi Ming, what shall we do now?" Pan Shuechuan inquired, turning to him. After all, he was still the strongest among them. The serpent had been slain, yet the poison gland had been taken. They had originally come seeking this venomous prize, but now, not only had they lost men, but they were also empty-handed. Yi Ming pondered briefly before sighing. "This matter is not ours to claim. We must negotiate with Yi Yuni." The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that relinquishing the poison gland was not an option. If they desired it, they would have to discuss it. After all, they could not simply seize it. Such an act would surely lead to their demise. They waited patiently for Yi Yuni to descend from the tree. "Do you think there might be something extraordinary within that tree?" Pan Shuechuan speculated, her companion's eyes lit with intrigue. It was certainly possible. Given that the serpent had made this its lair, there could be some rare anomaly present. Yi Ming nodded, though he chuckled softly. Even if there was something remarkable, it hardly mattered to them. They would remain here, recuperating and awaiting Yi Yuni's return. Yi Yuni emerged from the hollow, standing atop the tree's crown, gazing down at the enormous serpent's carcass. He pondered whether he had acted impulsively. Perhaps bringing it back as a steed would not be such a bad idea. Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought. After all, it was a creature of toxic nature. If he were to bring it back to the Qinghua barrier, a single breath of its poison could decimate half the population. Most critically, Zhou Huaiwei and the others were not even anomalies. Should they fall victim to its venom, it would spell disaster for both them and their unborn children, for they were promised extraordinary rewards upon their births. Never mind, it was slain, and that was that. He leaped down to examine the serpent closely. This creature, indeed, held treasures, but its size was undeniably colossal. It could fit within the system's space, yet he hesitated, deep in thought. Just then, Pan Shuechuan and her group approached. Yi Yuni regarded them, surmising their intent without uttering a word. Pan Shuechuan spoke first. "Hello. We wish to discuss the possibility of purchasing the poison gland from you. My grandfather is a formidable force in the early stages of the Xingqian realm and is currently afflicted. He requires the poison gland as a primary remedy." Yi Yuni's brow furrowed at her words. "Xingqian early stage? What does this mean? Is she attempting to intimidate me?" Yi Ming, Ovadhitting, also noted Yi Yuni's expression and felt a pang of concern. Was the young lady being foolish? They were in dire need and still spoke so boldly. Her grandfather was far away and could not exert any influence here. He interjected, "Esteemed sir, we hail from a prominent family within the super-large barrier. Our purpose here is solely for this matter. We wish to purchase the poison gland. Name your price, and we shall accommodate it. We would be eternally grateful." He bowed respectfully toward Yi Yuni. Yi Yuni turned to Pan Shuechuan, a smirk gracing his lips. "Selling it to you is not out of the question. After all, it serves little purpose in my possession. I do have a plethora of divine-grade poison pills." His words elicited a wave of excitement among the group. "Really? 5 mid-tier diamond cores?" Pan Shuechuan, Yi Ming, and the others echoed in disbelief. 5 mid-tier diamond cores. Surely, we cannot be mistaken? 5. This is astonishing. They knew well that the colossal serpent was a mid-tier diamond beast. If Yi Yuni were aware of their current thoughts, he would surely retort that they were naive. The The serpent's venom far surpassed its classification, having consumed the Black Lotus. Pan Shuechuan, with a hint of determination, murmured, "Why don't you just seize it?" Yi Yuni suddenly widened his eyes. In the next moment, a wave of pain surged from Pan Shuechuan's neck. At this point, Yi Yuni had already raised his battle axe, resting it upon Pan Shuechuan's shoulder. Despite the axe's blade being a considerable distance from her shoulder, it had nonetheless drawn a thin line of blood across the neck of Pan Shuechuan, who was a golden variant. Blood began to flow, and in that instant, Pan Shuechuan felt a chilling brush with death. The hairs on her entire body stood on end, her eyes widened, and her breath quickened. Her chest, already heaving with anxiety, now rose and fell violently. Nearby, Yi Ming and the others were equally startled. They had not anticipated such brutal aggression from Yi Yuni. "Do you think if I wanted to rob you, I would waste my breath like this? I've changed my mind. I want 5 mid-tier crystal cores, and you shall be my wife." Boom! With those words, Pan Shuechuan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What on earth was this guy saying? The number of crystal cores remained unchanged, and he wanted her to be his wife. She nearly ground her teeth in frustration. "Consider this. If it's not feasible, then forget it." Yi Yuni set down his axe and turned to survey the surroundings for anything of value. As soon as he placed the axe down, Pan Shuechuan collapsed on the ground. After all, she had never been so close to death before. "Miss," an associate helped her up. Everyone looked at her, including Yi Ming, as they awaited her decision. Pan Shuechuan pondered deeply. They had embarked on this journey with a mission from home. Saving her grandfather was the foremost priority. However, the price was simply too steep. The crystal cores were not a significant burden, as her family could provide them. But the latter demand, what was she to do? After a moment, Pan Shuechuan seemed to have an epiphany and approached Yi Yuni. Standing beside him, Yi Yuni asked, "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes." Pan Shuechuan inhaled deeply and slowly replied, "I agree to your terms." Chapter 82. "So you are such a beauty." Her words reached the ears of Yi Ming and several other golden variants nearby. They gazed at Pan Shuechuan, astonished that she had made such a sacrifice. Yi Yuni smiled at her response. He promptly extracted the venom gland, ready for the exchange. Then Pan Shuechuan added, "However, we didn't bring enough high-grade crystal cores on this outing. I need to hurry back after taking the venom gland, or my grandfather will be in grave danger. May I owe you this favor and return with the cores after checking on him?" Hearing her words, Yi Yuni narrowed his eyes. He then produced a tracking talisman and affixed it to Pan Shuechuan. With this talisman, he felt no fear. However, Pan Shuechuan could not see the talisman, let alone sense it. Yi Yuni then tossed the venom gland to her. Pan Shuechuan caught it, momentarily stunned. "You just gave it to me. Let's go." Yi Yuni gestured for her to leave quickly and complete her tasks before returning. Now that he had the tracking talisman, he could locate her wherever she went. As for her grandfather, Yi Yuni was untroubled. His level was rising at an astonishing rate. What was there to fear? Pan Shuechuan looked at the venom gland, a smile spreading across her face. She then walked away with Yi Ming and the others. After they had gone a considerable distance, several golden variants exchanged whispers, astonished that he had indeed given them the item without asking for any collateral. Yi Ming turned to Pan Shuechuan. "Miss, what are your thoughts? If my grandfather cannot be saved, our family will face a tragic fate. If he recovers, our lineage can thrive for many more years. I can simply offer him more crystal cores later. My grandfather is at the early stage of the star realm. Even if he is dissatisfied, what can he do? He will still have to accept the cores." After pondering, Yi Ming nodded. After all, in this apocalyptic world, what was more tangible than cores? They hastened towards the exit. Meanwhile, Yi Yuni utilized the tracking talisman, and a luminous screen materialized. Pan Shuechuan's location appeared before him. "Wow, this is quite remarkable." This talisman functions like a navigation system from before the apocalypse. It even updates in real time. Yi Yuni then turned his attention to the giant serpent, promptly storing it in his system space. Next, he gazed at the golden tree, feeling somewhat conflicted. Should he take it back? It seemed peculiar. After some deliberation, he decided to leave it for now, as transporting it ostentatiously would disrupt his plans. He resolved to clean up the battlefield, restoring it to its previous state, leaving no trace of combat. After making a few adjustments, he departed. Upon reaching the outskirts of the poison barrier, he exclaimed, "Oh, what is this? Surely, these are the variants who purchased his detoxifying elixirs to explore for treasures. Impressive. It appears they paid a hefty price for my antidote." At this moment, near the poison pills, one exclaimed, "My heavens! So many variant beast crystal cores. Lao Lu, how many did you collect?" The individual spoke to a nearby associate, but received no reply. He turned to find Lao Lu completely engrossed in gathering crystal cores, ignoring him entirely. Ridiculous. They were currently competitors. If he didn't hurry, others would snatch them away. The man's face darkened, and he fell silent, hastily resuming his gathering. The crowd began frantically collecting the cores. After a while, the area was entirely cleared of crystal cores. They then pressed deeper into the barrier. My goodness, there are even early-stage golden variant beast crystal cores here. I have a mid-stage one. I have one too. In an instant, everyone began exclaiming, their eyes wide in disbelief at the sight. There were so many crystal cores here. It was practically a free-for-all. They then turned their attention to the depths of the poison barrier. What could possibly lie within? Mistaken. They had initially intended to enter and gather cores, not linger outside. Alas, they had just entered, and everyone had rushed to collect cores without considering the situation. Now realizing their folly, the herd mentality was a poor strategy. The efficacy of the detoxifying elixir was gradually fading. Fortunately, no one else had ventured inside. They all stared intently at the depths of the poison barrier, which likely held late-stage golden or even diamond-tier variant beast crystal cores. The thought of diamond-tier made their hearts tremble. Excitement quickly enveloped them. They began to move forward, but gradually their consciousness began to blur. Oh no, they were poisoned. In an instant, they realized their strength was too feeble to venture further. They sighed in resignation, lamenting their unfortunate fate and their inability to compete. There was nothing they could do but return to collect more crystal cores. They hadn't even recouped their initial investment, let alone profited. They hastily made their way back. However, by the time they returned, the outskirts had already been thoroughly scavenged. Goodness, they had attempted to steal the chickens only to lose the rice. In an instant, regret flooded their hearts. There was no way to enter now. They could only retreat to the barrier. Over here, Yi Yuni observed their demeanor from the shadows, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They were indeed following his plan. He silently urged them to spread the word as he watched them depart. Yi Yuni remained hidden from sight, employing his extraordinary agility to take a longer route back to the barrier. Meanwhile, in the depths of the jungle, by a small stream, a young woman removed her mask, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty, deserving of the phrase stunningly beautiful. With hands as delicate as jade, she cupped the stream's water and gently drank, akin to a kitten lapping at its milk. As she assessed her state, her strength had nearly returned. Finally, she could take a breather. In the next moment, she sensed someone watching her and turned her gaze toward the source, her eyes flashing with cold intensity. Who could it be? From a distance, a leisurely voice floated over. That day, I truly underestimated you. I did not expect you to be such a great beauty. Upon hearing this voice, the young woman was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. This voice was so familiar. She recalled vividly. It was him, the alchemist she had encountered when she was injured and being pursued, the one who had inflicted upon her a pain she had never before experienced. Yes, it was indeed him. As she pondered, Yi Yuni approached, wearing a knowing smile. He did not anticipate that she would be so beautiful. Had he known, he would have acted differently in the jungle. Suddenly, Yi Yuni's eyes widened. Wasn't she the one featured on the wanted poster? The one with the diamond-grade bounty? Named Yu Yen? Upon hearing her name spoken, Yu Yen realized he must have seen the wanted poster. She curled her lip in disdain, thinking how shameless those noble families were to devise such schemes. However, she gazed at Yi Yuni with interest. So, do you intend to capture me for the bounty? Her words dripped with sarcasm, as she was well aware that he was merely an alchemist. After all, expertise is specialized. One cannot excel in all areas. Generally, An alchemist's combat prowess is average, especially in a place that is not a frontline barrier. Yi Yunyi nodded. Indeed, I did have that thought earlier. At that, Yi Yin burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. She then looked at Yi Yuni with a glint in her eyes. How about we make a wager? If I win, you will follow me and become my servant, obeying my every command. Yu Yin was filled with confidence. With an alchemist by her side and her own formidable strength, their partnership would accelerate her growth. It would ensure her safety in the future and provide her with a tool, a servant, two benefits at once. She regarded Yi Yuni with an evaluative gaze. Very well, but what if I win? Simple, he replied. I will obey you. Whatever you say goes, even if it means taking you to claim a bounty. Seeing Yi Yuni agree, Yi Yin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This fellow had such confidence in his own abilities, unaware that she considered him inconsequential. She believed she was still at a disadvantage from their previous encounter. Now, her strength had recovered significantly and was no longer comparable. Although she had healed thanks to his potion, she scoffed at the notion of underestimating her current capabilities. Just as she prepared to act, Yi Yuni moved. In an instant, he transformed into a blur, appearing right before Yu Yan, his hand gripping her delicate neck. Yu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she felt his grasp, like a vice around her throat, unyielding and firm. This strength, in her astonishment, Yi Yuni leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Forgive me, but I just slayed a mid-diamond giant snake. I wonder where you found the confidence to think you could surpass me." Yu Yan's lips twitched. Slaying a mid-diamond giant snake? I am merely at the early diamond stage. She had been careless. Had she known, she would not have gambled. Yet, she soon realized that not wagering would not change her predicament. In front of this man, escape was impossible. I concede. Take me to claim the bounty, she uttered. Feeling her strength drain, she and her companions had fled from those noble families, scattering in all directions, but now found themselves unable to evade capture. Returning meant facing severe consequences, perhaps even death as a warning to others. In the next moment, Yi Yuni hoisted her onto his shoulder. Who said I was taking you to claim the bounty? Yu Yin gasped, bewildered by his words. What do you mean? Didn't you say you would obey me? My request is simple. Return with me and bear me 10 or 8 children. His words floated out casually, yet they struck Yu Yin like a thunderbolt. What? Simple? You call that simple? 10 or 8. How many years would that take? Yu Yin began to struggle. Yi Yuni felt her resistance. She was indeed a formidable early diamond fighter, the strongest among his wives. However, he would not indulge such disobedience. With a swift motion, 2 crisp sounds echoed through the air. Yu Yin felt a sharp pain, her face flushing with embarrassment. She quickly covered her face with her mask, too ashamed to show herself. Yi Yuni observed as Yi Yin boldly traversed the jungle, then entered the city through the barrier gate. At the entrance, many individuals turned to him, bowing their heads. Lord Yi, you have returned. Voices rang out in unison. They then noticed the young woman on Yi Yuni's shoulder. Although her face was concealed, the silhouette of her figure, accentuated by the fabric of her clothing, hinted at her remarkable physique, an ideal candidate for bearing children. The men looked at Yi Yuni, their faces filled with envy and jealousy. After all, just days prior, he had returned with a group of beautiful women, and now he had captured another. It must be said, Lord Yi had an exceptional talent for expanding his family. Not far away, a patriarch observed Yi Yuni's return, his eyes widening in surprise. He hurried home and summoned the family members to contact several other patriarchs. A short while later, several patriarchs arrived in haste. What is it? Old Zheng, why did you summon us in such a rush? Indeed, I was enjoying my tea when you interrupted. You owe me an explanation. You don't look well. As the sounds echoed, the head of the Zheng family observed the crowd, his brow furrowed. I just saw Lord Yi carrying a young woman back. It seems tonight will once again be a topic of conversation, causing the previously animated crowd to fall into silence. They felt as if the world was spinning around them, raising their hands to slap their foreheads in disbelief. Heaven above, the knightly groom, is he not weary? Chapter 84, Remarriage. While Lord Yi may not tire, they certainly are. They can hardly bear it. Each evening, they must prepare congratulatory gifts, and the quality of these gifts has noticeably declined. Other diamond-tier powerhouses in the city do not face such burdens. In an instant, they felt that Lord Yi had transformed from a dragon slayer into a malevolent dragon, surpassing even Zhao Kong. However, Zhao Kong extorted gifts from them, while Lord Yi received them willingly. The nature of the situation is altogether different. Alas, dear friends, we must devise a plan. If this continues, I will soon be financially drained. I am utterly at my wit's end, the head of the Zheng family said, seeking assistance from the others. Several family heads sighed in agreement. What could they do? They felt just as helpless. Only one family head maintained a smile. The head of the Zheng family was taken aback. Old Yang, what are you smiling about? How can you think of giving so many gifts and still smile? The other family heads turned to look at Yang's family head, who indeed had a grin on his face. I just recalled something joyful. The crowd responded. You still think of something joyful? What could possibly bring you joy in this situation? It is Lord Yi who has a bride every night, not you. Zheng's head spoke with disdain. However, Yang's family head chuckled softly. My daughter, renowned for her beauty, has come of age today. This statement silenced the room, and all eyes turned to Yang's family head with disbelief. Did he just say what I think he did? Is he implying he intends to marry his daughter to Lord Yi? If that is the case, then he is aiming to ally with Lord Yi. They would need to prepare yet another congratulatory gift. Brothers, let's admonish him. With a hysterical shout, the head of the Zheng family sprang to his feet, prompting the other family heads to rise as well. Meanwhile, in the garden, members of the Baiwa Alliance also spotted Yi Yuni. Noticing the girl he was carrying over his shoulder, many members fantasized about how wonderful it would be if that girl were them. Upon entering the garden, Yi Yuni was approached by Zhou Huaiwei and her companions, who were taken aback upon seeing the girl, Yi Yin, being set down, especially since she was still wearing a mask. What is this? Dear, is this a new sister? Zhou Huaiwei inquired. Yi Yuni nodded and then turned to Bai Zhishi and Dongfang Ruoyu. You should be familiar with her. Bai Zhishi and Dongfang Ruoyu exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his meaning. As Yi Yuni lifted Yu Yan's mask, her face was unveiled to the crowd. How beautiful! This was the immediate impression of everyone. However, Bai Zhishi and Dongfang Ruoyu soon recalled something, covering their mouths in shock. Is she not one of those girls from the bounty list? Moreover, she is the one who can claim the Diamond Tier Beast Core bounty. How did my husband bring her back? However, Bai Zhishi recalled Yi Yuni's earlier words. Sister, we will be family from now on. He is a wonderful and formidable person. You will see in due time. These words left Yu Yin momentarily stunned. The term family felt foreign to her. Yet, the sentiment was delightful. Come, let us show you around. The girls eagerly took Yu Yan's hands, leading her through the garden. Bai Zhishi approached Yi Yuni, wearing a pleading expression. Dear, praise me. As she spoke, she produced a large package, which upon opening revealed an array of golden tier beast cores. Yi Yuni, upon seeing the numerous beasts during his venture into the poison barrier, realized Bai Zhishi had auctioned all her antidotes. He had not anticipated such a significant haul. This girl certainly has a merchant's bloodline within her. All right, I shall reward you with a few more hours next time. Bai Zhishi exclaimed, what? Is that not enough? Yi Yuni, noticing her expression, chuckled mischievously. Enough, enough. That is sufficient. Bai Zhishi hurriedly waved her hands in protest. Observing the beast cores, Yi Yuni noted that with the giant serpent slain, the toxic mist would gradually dissipate over the next few days. It seemed highly probable that tomorrow he would be able to sell all the antidotes in his possession. He must seize this opportunity. Meanwhile, those who had participated in the auction for the antidote were gradually returning. How did it go? Were there many beast cores in the poison barrier? Hurry, give us the news. As they returned, they were surrounded by eager onlookers, each wearing expressions of anticipation. Among them, several individuals grinned. For the area was indeed a treasure trove. We diligently collected beast cores, covering our costs, and even making a slight profit. They proceeded to display the beast cores they had gathered, causing the crowd to widen their eyes in disbelief. It truly was as they had speculated. There were indeed that many beast cores. Envy, the jealousy was palpable. Nearby, a group of individuals who had failed to collect any high-tier cores grimaced in frustration. They not only failed to break even, but incurred significant losses. If only they had participated in the auction, Goodness, it truly was as the legends foretold. Why did you return so early? Did the antidote lose its efficacy? The group began to chatter excitedly. One individual who had ventured into the poison barrier raised his hand to silence them. He sighed, "Our strength is insufficient. We cannot delve deeper. I believe there are surely late-stage gold or even diamond tier cores within." What? Diamond tier? At this, their eyes turned green with envy. However, they quickly regained their composure. They could not venture deeper, and there were no antidotes available for purchase. That evening, the wedding festivities commenced in the garden. Yu Yen, clad in a red gown, approached Yi Yuni, her figure captivating and her long legs evoking imagination. Yi Yuni mused, with her diamond tier strength, combined with such beauty, it promises to be a fierce battle. Chapter 85. Another weapon arrives. After the wedding, Yi Yuni embraced Yu Yen and led her to the innermost chamber of the garden. He then closed the door behind them. The following day, Yi Yuni emerged from the room, his countenance beaming with vitality. The diamond tier truly is unparalleled. In the next moment, a screen materialized before him. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying. You have received the Sun Arrow Bow. Infinite arrows. Current level. First tier. What is this? Yi Yuni felt a surge of excitement as a grand bow appeared in his hands, shimmering with a silvery sheen. Although the bowstring is slender, it requires immense force to draw it, even for Yi Yunyun, who must utilize the Juyo energy to fully draw the bow. What material is this crafted from? With this thought, Yi Yunyun began his investigation. However, he found himself at a loss. This object eluded his understanding, yet it bore the semblance of something derived from a mystical beast. Subsequently, he reached into the system space, and a single arrow landed in his hand. This arrow mirrored the color of the bow, yet its tip gleamed with a metallic luster, emanating a chilling radiance, exuding an aura of sharpness that was palpable. Yi Yunyun, observing this, was eager to conduct an experiment. He opened the system space and retrieved a scale from a colossal serpent. Initially intending to place it against the wall to shoot with the bow, he reconsidered, feeling it was somewhat peculiar. Given the force required to draw the bow, would one shot not obliterate the entire estate? Thus, he positioned the scale on the ground and aimed downward. A soft clang echoed as the scale shattered upon contact. Oh! Yi Yunyun was momentarily taken aback. He then retrieved several more scales, stacking them together, and thrust down again. It was as effortless as slicing through tofu. Realizing this, he ceased further attempts. After all, cutting through tofu, regardless of thickness, is a simple task. With that thought, Yi Yunyun pulled back the bowstring once more. In the next moment, a creaking sound resonated through the room. He turned to see Yu Yen emerging, having tidied herself. She gazed at Yi Yunyun, her eyes sparkling with affection, reminiscent of a tender young wife. Yi Yunyun regarded her, noting her transformation over the night, now adorned with a significant femininity. Quite impressive indeed. Moreover, she truly embodied the prowess of an early diamond rank. He had not held back last night, yet she emerged so early, showcasing her physical capabilities. Yu Yen had also heard the sounds from the room, prompting her to investigate. Now that she had stepped out, her eyes widened in surprise at the sight before her. What is this? Such a large bow. She looked at Yi Yunyun and asked, "Is this your bow, dear husband?" It was her first time using such a term, causing her to stumble slightly. "Come over and try to draw it." Yi Yunyun beckoned, amused by her enthusiasm. Yi Yen approached, lifting the bow. Feeling its weight, she sensed something was amiss. Placing her fingers on the bowstring, she drew back. In an instant, she was taken aback. What kind of weight is this? Why can't I draw it? She exclaimed, exerting herself, but the bow remained unmoved. Realizing her predicament, she felt disheartened. "It seems you cannot draw this bow," Yi Yunyun said as he took it from her and drew it back effortlessly. He then knocked an arrow. In the next moment, he shot it into the distant sky. Regardless, the arrow would undoubtedly land beyond the barrier. A violent sonic boom erupted, distorting the space around the arrow as it pierced through the air. Yu Yen watched in awe, shaking her head in disbelief. Shortly after, a notification appeared. "Congratulations, the host's wife has successfully conceived. You have received an upgrade card with crafting progress at 10, current progress 10. This is excellent. Yi Yunyun felt he had taken a significant step closer to the late diamond rank. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Yi Yunyun, height, 185 centimeters, rank, mid-diamond, skills, quick absorption, god-level hunting skills, Juyo energy phase 2, god-level movement technique. Indestructible phase 2, weapons, battle axe phase 2, sun shooting bow phase 1. Items, 19 god-level beast control pills, 10 death soldier puppets, strength, late gold. 9 bottles of god-level beast blood essence, 100 poison pills, 100 antidote pills, 99 tracking talismans, upgrade card crafting progress 10. Yi Yunyun looked at Yu Yin. His eyes filled with satisfaction. It was not only the night that brought rewards. This bounty was quite generous as well. Let us go eat. Meanwhile, in the jungle several kilometers beyond the Qinghua barrier, a small team was riding mystical beasts at a frenzied pace. Though few in number, each rider was mounted on a late gold rank beast, showcasing their formidable strength. The leader turned to the girl beside him and the others. Have the bounty notices been posted? With a nod from the girl and the others, she gazed into the distant sky. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. What is that? Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Be careful, the girl shouted instinctively, but before she could finish her warning, the arrow was upon them, aimed at a nearby young man. Oh no! The young man sensed the impending danger. With a swift motion, he leaped off his beast just as the arrow struck where he had been. The arrow pierced through the beast beneath him, blood gushing forth, causing it to thrash in agony. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. What kind of arrow is this? What kind of power is capable of such devastation? The young man yanked the arrow from the beast, bewildered by the metallic composition. In that moment, his anger flared. Are you all right? The girl asked her cousin, her heart racing as he was from the family's direct line and had led the team. If he was injured, their family would surely hold them accountable. I'm Fine, he replied, gripping the arrow and gazing into the distance. Who shot this arrow? Although it was clear it was not aimed at him, the anger in his eyes intensified. With a final, anguished cry, the beast that had been pierced collapsed, lifeless. The young man approached and crushed its skull underfoot, extracting the crystal core in silence. The others could sense his overwhelming fury. Meanwhile, a distance away, individuals gathered around the poison barrier, gradually realizing something was amiss. The toxin seems to have dissipated somewhat. No, it has significantly diminished. This is monumental news. If only we had antidotes, we could venture further. But alas, the antidotes had run out. Those who had entered yesterday lamented their haste in using them, regretting their eagerness to consume them. If only they had waited until today. Surely there were higher-tier crystal cores within, perhaps even late gold or diamond level. The group exchanged glances, helpless in the absence of antidotes, knowing they could not recklessly enter. That would be tantamount to courting death. What now? What should they do? Everyone felt as if their hearts were being clawed by a cat. Soon after, news began to circulate within the barrier. In an instant, various extraordinary individuals and family heads were shaken. This was indeed monumental news. After all, the toxic barrier had been in place for such an extended period. Now, astonishingly, it was dissipating. Word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. They began to eagerly acquire antidotes. Have you heard the news? Of course, we are aware of the situation regarding the toxic barrier. How can we not? But knowing now is of little use. Where can we find antidotes now? If only I hadn't used mine yesterday. The lamentations echoed around. Nearby, a concealed figure listened intently, her heart also shaken. Yet, in the next moment, a smile graced her lips as she glanced at the antidote her husband had just given her. Subsequently, she made her way to the auction house. Shortly thereafter, news spread that more antidotes were up for auction. This revelation sent the entire barrier's extraordinary individuals into a frenzy, all rushing toward the auction venue. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. Hurry by quickly. After the auction, in the garden, Yi Yuni was seated, while Yin stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. In front of him, Dongfang Ryu was half-squatting, pounding her legs in enjoyment. Yi Yuni savored the moment. Nearby, Zhou Huawei and others looked on with smiles. Sometimes, being extraordinary indeed had its benefits. Just like now, Their strength was insufficient to satisfy their husband. But only Yu Yin and Ryu could meet his expectations in that regard. However, Yi Yuni's demeanor resembled that of a traditional landlord, surrounded by maidservants attending to him. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from outside the garden, seeking out Yi Yuni. "Husband, we struck gold," Bai Jiqi exclaimed excitedly as she entered, carrying a large burlap sack. She promptly set it down, allowing the sack to topple over. Out poured an array of golden-grade crystal nuclei. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, their beautiful faces reflecting disbelief. So many high-grade crystal nuclei? Truly, the landlord deserves such indulgence. Even Yu Yin, the strongest among the women, was taken aback by the sheer quantity. "Husband, you should have seen the scene today. It was absolutely exhilarating." Each family head was bidding frantically, their eyes bloodshot from the competition, almost to the point of physical confrontation. Ordinary, extraordinary individuals had no chance to bid. They simply couldn't afford it. Bai Jiqi recounted animatedly, her excitement infectious. The others listened, regretting their absence during such an exhilarating event. Yi Yuni nodded in agreement. After Bai Jiqi finished speaking, she suddenly remembered, "Oh, husband, there could have been even more." However, Bai Jiqi continued, "Aren't there a few diamond-grade, extraordinary individuals within the barrier? They also held an auction. But just like the last time you auctioned, no one dared to compete. As a result, a few were sold at the starting price." Yi Yuni and the others were left astonished. Yi Yuni, internally cursing, lamented the loss of opportunities as he realized he had essentially been robbed of his gains. Shortly after, the Han sisters entered from outside. "Husband, there are people here to see you." Yi Yuni stood up and exited, while Yu Yin remained behind, wary of drawing trouble due to her bounty. Upon exiting, he discovered several diamond-grade, extraordinary individuals had come to visit. They were all at the early stages of diamond rank, comparable to Zhao Kung from before. Upon seeing Yi Yuni, they greeted him with smiles, though not as exaggerated as the other family heads. "Yi, my brother, we have come to invite you to join us in the toxic barrier," one of them spoke. In an instant, Yi Yuni understood their intentions. These old foxes had previously kept their distance, but now, aware of the high-level toxins potentially within the barrier, they sought him out. "Damn it!" Yi Yuni silently jursit. Another extraordinary individual approached, producing an antidote from their pocket. "Brother Yi, this is the antidote we acquired at a high price during the auction. Take it, and you will be able to enter the toxic barrier. No need to thank us." "High price? High price? You dare speak of high prices to me? You lot. If it weren't for you, I could have gathered so many more crystal nuclei." Yi Yuni's frustration bubbled over as he faced the speaker with a smile, taking the antidote. "All right, rest assured, I shall certainly express my gratitude to you all in the future." Yi Yuni etched their faces into his memory, knowing that time would come for him to repay them.